Chapter 1, 10 consecutive draws at the beginning.
A restaurant. A man and a woman sit facing each other.
There was a long silence. The girl finally spoke. "Lin Fan, we are not suitable for each other, let's break up." Lin Fan secretly clenched his fists and tried to speak calmly. "After 5 years of relationship, you want to break up just like that?" Zhou Meilu sneered. "To be honest with you, my family arranged a blind date for me." He is a C9 doctoral student. He joined a large internet company right after graduation. His annual salary starts at 300,000. When Lin Fan heard this, he smiled bitterly. He only graduated from a third-rate university and is now a miserable delivery man with a monthly salary of more than 4,000 yuan. Compared with a promising doctoral student, there is indeed a world of difference. Zhou Meilu straightened her clothes and said calmly, "I've been with you for 5 years, and I don't even have 30,000 yuan in savings. I think we are really not suitable. I hope we can let each other go and break up peacefully." Lin Fan remained silent. What if he didn't let go? As a delivery man earning 4,000 yuan a month, he simply couldn't keep a woman who had changed her mind. "Okay, let's break up." After Lin Fan finished speaking, he stood up and left. The background is a bit lonely. Just at this moment. Ding. Host detected, lottery system activated successfully. Name, Lin Fan. Age, 23. Appearance, 9.8. Strength, 8. Intelligence, 9. Agility, 9. Surprise value, 0. Hint, the host can obtain surprise points by shocking others. 100 surprise points can be used to draw a lottery once. Ding. Since this is the first time the host has bound the system, a novice gift pack will be awarded. Get 10 consecutive draws. When Lin Fan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. His golden finger finally arrived. In fact, he is not from this world. Not only did he become a delivery man for unknown reasons, but he also broke up before he could even adapt to this identity. It's ridiculous. Do you want to use the 10 draw combo? Yes. Lin Fan yelled. As his voice fell, a virtual light screen appeared before his eyes. It was actually a card drawing interface. Swish, swish, swish. 12 exquisite cards appeared in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and casually clicked on the nearest card. Cash, 1 million yuan. Oh shit. There are a million white cards, what about blue? What about purple? Lin Fan rubbed his hands excitedly, and finally clicked on the remaining 9 cards at once. Cash, 1 million yuan. 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 Cash, 10 million yuan. Cash, 10 million yuan. The harvest was good, adding up to almost 30 million. When Lin Fan clicked on the last card, suddenly, a golden light appeared and filled the entire virtual screen. Critical hit reward, a 4 billion villa in Lishan Villa district. Oh shit. Lishan Villa area? Lin Fan was excited. Although he had just arrived in this world, he had seen advertisements and knew that it was the most expensive villa complex in the entire Haicheng. Those who can live in Mount Li are either business tycoons or celebrities or internet celebrities, and their status is extraordinary. What's more, the villa he won this time was worth 4 billion. It's definitely the king of buildings. Ha, I made a fortune. Lin Fan felt so happy. At this time, the text message ringtone of the mobile phone rang. Ding, your property transfer procedures have been completed. After seeing the text message, Lin Fan couldn't help but think of the old and shabby house he lived in now. Compared with this 4 billion house, there was a huge difference between them. Lin Fan immediately rushed back to his rented house, packed his bags, and prepared to move to his new home. At the same time, an earthquake occurred in the top society of Haicheng. The most expensive apartment in Lishan Villa district was secretly bought by a mysterious rich man today. As soon as the news came out, people from Haicheng's top society immediately began to inquire about the situation, all wanting to make friends with this mysterious rich man. After all, anyone who can spend so much money to buy a house is definitely not an ordinary person and is worth making friends with. Moreover, according to the information they received, this mysterious man took the Lishan Tower King at double the price. What is the concept? It's like throwing away 2 billion in vain. This is a sign of a big investment. Check. No matter what, I must be the first to know the identity of this mysterious man. He is really rich and powerful. If such a big man comes to our Haicheng, I really want to get close to him. Lu Mishu, go and prepare the gifts to welcome this big guy. These people have made it to the top, they are all smart people, and naturally know what such a big boss means. As the top elites were shocked, Lin Fan also heard a series of system prompts. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. 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 Lin Fan grinned. This surprise value is so easy to earn. Can you get it by yourself just lying at home? The other end. In a coffee shop. Zhou Meilu's face was full of sadness as she was complaining to her best friend Qi Liling. Because, just now, her interview with the PhD man fell through. She was in a bad mood, so she asked Qi Liling to come out for coffee to adjust her mood. Unexpectedly, Qi Liling suddenly received a call from home and was shocked. Zhou Meilu, what's the matter? Qi Liling took a few deep breaths before she calmed down. Meilu, I just received news that the most expensive apartment in Lishan Villa district was bought by a mysterious buyer at twice the price. After Qi Liling finished speaking, she was still shocked. After hearing this, Zhou Meilu almost choked to death from lack of coffee. Lishan Villa area. That's where the richest people in Haicheng live. Any house there costs hundreds of millions. The best building among them is even more special. Not only does it occupy the best location, but it also has a sky-high price. Now someone actually bought it at twice the price? What kind of supernatural financial power is this? Zhou Meilu was so excited when she heard this. Li Ling, tell me, who is the big shot who bought it? Qi Liling spread her hands and said, there is no specific information yet, but it is said to be a young man, and his last name seems to be Lin. Young man? A big shot with the surname Lin? A gleam of light flashed in Zhou Meilu's beautiful eyes. If I could catch a big guy like this, wouldn't I never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life? Zhou Meilu looked at her best friend, Li Ling, what's wrong with you? Qi Liling sighed, my family's business is not doing well, and my father owes a lot of money. The creditor said that as long as I am willing to accompany that big shot once, all the debts will be written off. Zhou Meilu knew Qi Liling's character well. She had always been a clean-minded person and was very resistant to this kind of thing. But Zhou Meilu doesn't think so. She suddenly grabbed Qi Liling's hand and said, how about I go for you? Qi Liling's eyes widened, Meilu, are you willing to go? Zhou Meilu patted her chest and said, of course, with my beauty, which man wouldn't feel heartbroken when seeing me? I must seize this opportunity to make a big leap. Qi Liling couldn't bear it, but you just broke up with Lin Fan, aren't you sad to do this? Chapter 2 Lin Fan is a thief? Zhou Meilu sneered disdainfully. Lin Fan? Don't mention that poor damn bastard to me. I'm so unlucky to be with him in this life. I just want to climb up the high branch now, so why would I care about him? Upon hearing this, Qi Liling had no choice but to agree to her. Zhou Meilu was very happy. She now wished she could run to a famous clothing store, change into some nice clothes, and then run to that mysterious rich man and offer herself to him. I wonder what kind of women that big shot likes. Stewardess? Office lady? Or a schoolgirl? Hee. Looks like I have to use my unique skill that I've used for many years, the 36 stratagems to kill a man. Zhou Meilu has already started planning how to seduce people. The other side. Lin Fan had already packed his things and was preparing to move. However, just as he was about to open the door, he was stopped by several men in black. Who are you? Lin Fan frowned. The leading black-clad man was respectful and said with a smile, Sir, we are the owners of the Lishan Villa district. They heard that you moved in today, so they asked us to send you a housewarming gift. It turned out to be a gift. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, several men in black took out the gifts from their bosses and handed them to Lin Fan respectfully. Lin Fan took a look and casually opened a gift box. Inside was a valuable watch. Ding, system scanning. Item name, Rolex Platinum Watch. Market price, 250,000. If an ordinary person saw this price, he would be shocked. But how much is Lin Fan worth now? Naturally, he wouldn't care about such a small gift. He replied calmly, it's a nice gift. Tell your master to thank me for me.
I will return a gift later. He was indifferent and very calm. At such an age, with such a dignified demeanor, the men in black secretly admired him.
Even the security guards and passers-by not far away were shocked.
Ding. Surprise value plus 10. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. A watch worth over 200,000 yuan, and this guy didn't even blink? Are you stupid? He lives in Lishan Villa district. What kind of place is that?
This kind of watch is naturally nothing in his eyes. That's right, the world of rich people is indeed not what I imagined.
But the clothes he's wearing are too. You know nothing.
They call it experiencing life, but you call it surviving. Don't use your eyes to judge the rich. Then, Lin Fan put on the watch.
The appearance of this watch is really good. After wearing it, I feel that it has been upgraded to a higher level.
Lin Fan felt good. And the same gift costs no less than 10 points.
But Lin Fan didn't open it. He is now eager to see what the best building in Lishan Villa district looks like.
Several men in black were also tactful, and after presenting their gifts, they left one after another.
However, before leaving, one of them whispered to Lin Fan.
Mr. Lin, to welcome you, our boss has prepared a beautiful woman for you.
Are you interested?
As he said this, he gave Lin Fan a look that every man understood. After hearing this, Lin Fan was slightly moved. He is a normal man and has no immunity to beautiful women.
The other side.
Under Qi Liling's arrangement, Zhou Meiling quickly arrived at a villa room that had been prepared in advance, waiting for the arrival of the important man. At this moment, she has a brand new look and is dressed up beautifully, which is indeed very attractive. Qi Liling was still a little hesitant. Meilu, I'd better leave.
I'm not suitable for this kind of scene.
Zhou Meilu was eager for her to leave, and said with a smile, go ahead, don't worry, I'm here to make sure that Big Shot is served comfortably. At the same time, she began to wonder what the Big Shot looked like. It doesn't matter if he is ugly, because what I am attracted to is his money.
Of course, if you are handsome and rich, then you will make a lot of money. Lin Fan didn't wait long.
A strange phone call suddenly came in. Mr. Lin, we have arranged for someone to welcome you.
Please go to Block A.
Lin Fan hung up the phone and came to a room according to the instructions. He hesitated for a moment, opened the door and walked in. But he saw a woman coming forward. It was Zhou Meilu. She was also startled by the sound of the door opening. She suppressed her excitement and put on a charming smile. However, what caught her eyes was the face of Lin Fan, her poor boyfriend.
Eyes met, staring at each other.
Then, the two of them shouted in unison.
Why is it you? Why is it you?
Zhou Meilu frowned, then quickly reacted with a look of anger on her face.
Lin Fan, you're going too far. You actually followed me to this place secretly just to keep me here? I'm warning you one last time.
We're breaking up now, so you'd better not have any delusions.
Besides, get out of here right now.
I'm not done with you for disturbing that important person. When Lin Fan heard this, he raised his eyebrows. He squinted his eyes and said calmly, you think too much.
I'm not interested in following you.
Zhou Meilu scoffed at this.
How can you say such a thing? No one would believe it.
Suddenly, her eyes widened and she almost screamed. She pointed at the famous watch on Lin Fan's hand and said, Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Not only did you secretly follow me, but you also stole things from here.
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and sneered, what do you mean by stealing? This was given to me by someone else. Zhou Meilu chuckled. Someone else gave it to you? Lin Fan, can you find a better excuse? This watch is obviously an expensive item. Lin Fan is just a delivery man, who would give him such an expensive watch? Just brag.
In response to this, Lin Fan would roll his eyes. However, in Zhou Meilu's eyes, this scene made Lin Fan feel guilty and he had nothing to say.
This thief. So disgusting. There was contempt in Zhou Meilu's eyes. Then she glanced at her phone. Judging from the time, the Big Shot should be here soon.
We have to get rid of this thief Lin Fan quickly. If that Big Shot saw me in the room with a young man, he would definitely misunderstand me. Zhou Meilu's face was filled with disgust. Lin Fan, if you take the things, get out of here right away, or I'll call the police to arrest you.
Lin Fan was speechless. This is my home, where do you want me to go? Zhou Meilu naturally didn't believe it. She was really anxious this time.
In her eyes, Lin Fan was planning to rely on her completely. Jo Meilu suppressed her anger and spoke slowly. Lin Fan, tell me, how much money do you want before you leave?
Lin Fan really didn't bother to pay attention to her.
He sat carelessly on the sofa and slowly poured a cup of tea. This is my home, you can't leave no matter how much money you are offered. Jo Meilu got really anxious when she saw that he looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water.
Could it be that this guy is determined to stick to her? Don't you think Lin Fan knew that she was going to hook up with a rich man, and he couldn't bear to leave her, so he came to make trouble on purpose?
Thinking of this, Jo Meilu became as anxious as a grasshopper on a hot pan.
There's no time. The big shot is coming soon.
Chapter 3, Slap the Gold Digger in the Face. Seeing that Lin Fan was indifferent, Jo Meilu was so anxious that she began to plead, Lin Fan, I beg you, for the sake of our past relationship, take the money and leave quickly. I will soon be able to marry into a wealthy family and enjoy all the splendor and wealth. I promise you, if I really marry into a wealthy family, I will never treat you unfairly, okay?
Lin Fan looked at her with a half smile. Do you really want to marry a rich man? You can even abandon your dignity? Jo Meilu nodded repeatedly. This villa is the most expensive in Lishan Villa District, worth 2 billion yuan. Even the richest man in Haicheng was reluctant to buy it. But today, a mysterious rich man bought it for double the price, 4 billion yuan. If I could get close to this rich man, I would never have to worry about anything in my life. I beg you, if you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Please leave quickly and don't let him see you, otherwise I won't be able to explain. Oh shit. Double the price?
Lin Fan's eyebrows twitched when he heard this.
This system is so unfair, it doesn't even treat money as money.
For a moment, Lin Fan began to look forward to it.
What would it be if he won the golden reward again? It can't be much worse than this villa, right?
But the lottery requires surprise value. Lin Fan touched his chin and looked at Jo Meilu, the gold digger, and suddenly an idea came to his mind.
If you think I'm a thief, then go and expose me. You want me to leave? No way. Lin Fan smiled slightly and then took a sip of tea.
I think that big shot would like a special woman like you.
Jo Meilu was filled with doubts when she heard this. Lin Fan, are you crazy? You are so confident in being a thief, aren't you afraid of going to jail? My breaking up with you is such a big blow to you? You must be mentally ill.
Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being rude.
Just wait to go to jail.
Lin Fan shrugged, looking nonchalant. Jo Meilu snorted coldly, then rushed out of the door, shouting.
There's a thief. Come and catch the thief. Security, security, come quickly.
Her shout immediately alarmed the security guard patrolling nearby.
Day. In an instant, more than a dozen well-trained security guards filed in. The leader shouted, Thief? Where is the thief? Jo Meilu immediately pointed at Lin Fan and said, It's him. He not only sneaked in, but also stole the watch. You guys should arrest him now.
Lin Fan still looked calm. The security guards all knew his identity. Therefore, the security guards were stunned after hearing what Jo Meilu said.
After realizing what was happening, the leading security guard immediately said respectfully, Mr. Lin, don't you know this woman? What is happening?
Jo Meilu's eyebrows jumped and she had a bad feeling.
What's wrong with these security guards? Could it be that Lin Fan has another identity that she doesn't know about? But how is that possible? She didn't know what his background was?
He was a poor man for 3 generations.
Jo Meilu was stunned for a moment, and quickly asked, What's wrong with you? This man is a thief, why don't you catch him? What if he runs away?
When the security guards heard this, they burst out laughing.
What's wrong with you, woman? Not only do you not know Mr. Lin, but you also dare to slander him? Don't you know that this is Mr. Lin's home? Moreover, the watches Mr. Lin was wearing were all small gifts from other owners.
There is no way Mr. Lin stole them.
Tell me. Who are you? Why are you here? And you are slandering Mr. Lin. Jo Meilu was completely stunned. She felt like she wasn't thinking enough. She never expected that the big shot who spent 4 billion was actually her poor boyfriend Lin Fan, whom she despised.
She was actually so stupid as to let go of such a rich son-in-law.
I regret it so much. Ding. Surprise value plus 50. Ding. Surprise value plus 50. Ding. Surprise value plus 50. After being shocked, Joe Melu said, "You didn't see it wrong, did you?"
Lin Fan is very dishonest. He lied to me that he was a demolition resident.
Don't be fooled by him.
Several security guards sneered, "You are the one who made a mistake. We will carefully verify the identity of every owner in Lishan Villa District and will never make a mistake."
Let me ask you again, who are you? Are you the owner of that household? Or a relative or friend of that owner?
Joe Melu was interrogated and her face looked very ugly.
She couldn't say that she was here to accompany the important person on behalf of Chi Liling, right?
She really couldn't say such words.
But if I don't tell anyone, I'll be considered a thief. What should I do? For a moment, Joe Melu panicked.
She looked at Lin Fan for help.
However, Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued to sip his tea. I don't know her. Those few simple words seemed to sentence Joe Melu to death. The security guards rushed over immediately, intending to take Joe Melu to the police station. Joe Melu was so anxious that she yelled, "Lin Fan, how can you be so cruel? After all, I have been with you for 5 years. Are you so heartless?"
Lin Fan sneered, "Joe Melu, when you broke up with me for a PhD blind date, why didn't you think about our 5 years of relationship?
Talking about feelings with me? Are you worthy?"
Joe Melu was speechless for a moment, stammering and unable to utter a word. It was all her fault for being blind and letting such a rich husband go. If she had broken up later, she might have been the mistress of this villa, enjoying all the wealth and glory. Joe Melu really regretted it so much. Lin Fan waved his hand, "Take her away, I don't want to see her again."
Afterwards, Joe Melu was picked up by the security guards and thrown onto the street in a miserable state.
This scene was seen by passers-by, and they started talking about it.
What happened to this girl? Was she thrown out?
Young people nowadays have no self-respect. They would do something else but steal. If I were her parents, I would strangle her to death. It's such a disgrace. After hearing these words, Joe Melu ran away in shame and anger.
Ding.
Surprise value plus 10.
Ding.
Surprise value plus 10.
Ding.
Surprise value plus 10. Lin Fan gained a lot of surprise points and smiled with satisfaction. Then we visited the decoration of the villa.
The property management of Lishan Villa District was very tactful.
After what happened with Joe Melu, they immediately arranged for another beautiful woman to accompany the tour. Soon, a beautiful lady in professional OL attire appeared in front of Lin Fan. The woman had fair skin, long hair, a pair of particularly charming peach blossom eyes, and a fragrant scent.
She is definitely a stunner. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Tian Meiwei. Next, I will introduce to you the decorative landscape of the best building in Lishan Villa District.
The beautiful office lady smiled sweetly.
Ding, the system is testing. Name, Tian Meiwei. Age, 21.5. Appearance, 9.4. Height, 9.3. Identity, housekeeper. Monthly salary, 40,000 yuan.
Lin Fan glanced at the message and said calmly, "Okay." He is now impatient to visit this 4 billion villa.
As for the rest, there is plenty of time. Chapter 4 Ding, get 51% shares of the Western restaurant.
Lin Fan's calm expression made Tian Meiwei very unwilling. It was the first time she saw a man who was not attracted by her good figure.
He is not simple. Tian Meiwei took Lin Fan to visit the villa. The first thing you see is the spacious living room.
There was a valuable chandelier hanging in the middle of the living room, and a low-key and luxurious sofa on the floor.
So rich.
The restaurant is also very large and filled with kitchen utensils. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "I won't go into the kitchen.
I need a chef."
After hearing this, Tian Meiwei immediately opened her address book and made a call. Soon, 100 young chefs stood in front of Lin Fan. "We have these chefs here for you to choose from." Lin Fan folded his arms and observed the 100 chefs, each with their own unique style, his eyes flashing. He did have his eye on a chef who was in the best shape.
Name, Xiao Xin. Age, 21. Appearance, 9.1. Height, 9.4. Occupation, chef. Cooking level, level 3. Monthly salary, 20,000. Note, the higher the cooking skill level, the higher the chef's salary will be. Although Xiao Xin is not as pretty as Tian Meiwei, her figure is much better.
Lin Fan made a decision immediately, let her be my personal chef.
Tian Meiwei nodded, Mr. Lin, have you chosen the chef?
Lin Fan shook his head, no, one is not enough. The more beautiful female chefs there are, the better.
They are so pretty. Lin Fan continued to choose.
All male chefs were passed.
We don't want female chefs who have bad figures or are not pretty.
Soon, there were only 30 female chefs left on the scene.
They are beautiful and their cooking skills are above level 3.
Lin Fan was unable to make a decision.
I have an idea. Now each of you cook a dish and I'll try it.
Lin Fan said.
Upon hearing this, Tian Meiwei immediately asked 30 beautiful chefs to cook.
Lin Fan thought for a while and said, the top 3 who cook the best dishes are the beautiful chefs.
Your salary is 500,000. Upon hearing this, the 30 beautiful chefs were in disbelief. The salary was too high.
This is probably the salary of a chef in a top restaurant.
Ding. Surprise value plus 20. Ding. Surprise value plus 20. Ding. Surprise value plus 20. These people's eyes lit up and they rushed to prepare. Tian Meiwei was also surprised. Mr. Lin, the dishes I cook are also good, can I also participate in the selection?
Lin Fan shook his head and smiled, you, just accompany me to taste the food.
If you perform well, you will benefit from it.
When Tian Meiwei heard this, she lowered her head shyly. She sat down next to Lin Fan. Soon, mouth-watering delicacies were placed on the table one after another. Looking at the beauties and delicious dishes, Lin Fan's appetite was aroused and he started to taste them. 30 beautiful chefs looked at Lin Fan nervously and expectantly, hoping that their dishes would suit his taste.
About an hour later, Lin Fan finally selected the top 3. Name, Luya. Age, 19. Appearance, 9.4. Body size, 9.5. Cooking level, level 4. Monthly salary, 40,000. Name, Lin Shiran. Age, 23. Appearance, 9.3. Height, 9.4. Cooking level, level 5. Monthly salary, 60,000. Name, Hiying. Age, 24. Appearance, 9.4. Body size, 9.6. Cooking level, level 5. Monthly salary, 60,000.
Lin Fan gave the order to upgrade the 3 people into beautiful chefs. In the information of the 3 people, the cooking skills were directly upgraded by 3 levels.
The salary is 500,000. Lin Shiran and the other 2 widened their eyes and covered their mouths in shock.
This gentleman did what he said and his salary increased immediately.
How much assets does he have? Tian Meiwei was also shocked, she didn't understand the world of the rich. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. Ding. Surprise value plus 10.
Lin Fan had tasted delicious food and seen beautiful women and was in a good mood. He had an idea and called out the system to draw some juice to help him have fun.
I was very lucky this time. Get the good stuff right away. The blind box shines brightly.
Critical hit reward, 51% of the shares of Philistin restaurant. Lin Fan exclaimed in admiration when he saw the golden reward.
Great.
This time the gold rewards look much better than last time.
Luxury villas are good, but they are just fixed and have no subsequent income.
This time, it turned out to be a majority stake in a Western restaurant. His shares are more than 50%, so he is already the largest shareholder. He is considered the owner of the restaurant.
You can get the most dividends from the restaurant. This is a constant source of money. This system is really awesome.
Lin Fan's face was filled with joy.
You can earn income without doing anything. It's much better than winning valuable items. He calmed down his excitement and continued to visit the villa with Tian Meiwei.
In the courtyard of the villa, the servants greeted him one after another. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan nodded in response. He ordered all the maids to wear sexy bikinis and swim in the pool with him.
These maids all have excellent figures.
Especially Zhang Yuhan, whose figure was so good that Lin Fan was amazed. After seeing Zhou Meilu's great figure for so long, Lin Fan felt that this was how it was. But the more Zhang Yuhan looked, the more she felt she couldn't get enough of it.
Name, Zhang Yuhan. Age, 22. Appearance, 9.6. Body size, 9.6.
Occupation, maid. Maid level, level 5. Monthly salary, 50,000. Lin Fan kept looking at Zhang Yuhan, who was wearing a bikini. Mr. Lin, why are you looking at me? Zhang Yuhan lowered her head shyly. Lin Fan laughed loudly and played in the swimming pool with Zhang Yuhan. The maids beside them looked envious. Sister Yuhan is so lucky. President Lin is having a lot of fun playing with her. Yes, Sister Yuhan's figure and looks are better than those of celebrities. We have to work harder too. Look, Mr. Lin is just looking at Sister Yuhan. In this way, Lin Fan spent a few days comfortably and felt very happy. Eating delicious food made by the beautiful chef every day and playing with the maids, it really feels like living in a paradise on earth. For several days, no one had a good rest. Today, Lin Fan made his decision. Take a day off and go to a luxurious restaurant in Haicheng for a meal. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone cheered. Great, we can have a meal together. Which restaurant is Mr. Lin going to treat us to dinner at? It should be the Filistin restaurant. I heard that restaurant is very expensive. Even if you have money, you may not be able to eat there. Wow, our boss is awesome. Ding. Surprise value plus 20. 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 Tian Meiwei also felt warm in her heart. The boss is going to bring so many employees to the Filistin restaurant for a dinner party, making others envious. The consumption there is really high, and no one can get out without spending 100,000 yuan. There are so many of them, I wonder how much one meal costs? Boss Lin seemed very calm and said he would treat them to a free meal as a reward. Tian Meiwei was touched by such a generous boss. She calculated in her mind that the minimum consumption per person was 100,000, and there were more than 100 of them. Chapter 5, Surprise Value Soars. Boss, actually we can choose a restaurant with better value for money. Tian Meiwei said hesitantly. She was worried that her boss didn't understand the market and might make a mistake. All they heard was Lin Fan saying proudly, I'll pay for today, you guys can eat as much as you want. Tian Meiwei looked at Lin Fan in a daze. The boss was so generous and handsome. Ding. Surprise value plus 50. Ding. Surprise value plus 50. Ding. Surprise value plus 50. Immediately, everyone rushed out of the villa. Lin Fan suddenly remembered, oops, I forgot to buy a car. Tian Meiwei immediately said, we can rent a car first. Lin Fan had no choice but to agree. They directly rented more than a dozen convertible sports cars. But Lin Fan's face was full of regret. If they drive a row of luxury cars this time, many viewers will definitely be shocked and they will be able to win the surprise prize draw. Oh, what a mistake. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. 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 What's going on? How surprising is that? Lin Fan was also surprised. These cars were not very expensive and there were people driving them on the road. He heard passers-by whispering. It turns out he was just lamenting how handsome he is. Finally, the sports car arrived at the Filistin restaurant. The decoration inside is comparable to that of a palace. As expected, the minimum consumption starts at 100,000. As a major shareholder, can he get a lot of dividends? Little did he know that on the third floor of the Filistin restaurant, two brightly dressed women were staring at Lin Fan with shining eyes. This young man is so handsome. Bring me his information, ordered the young and beautiful Zhou Xiaolin. After a while, his men handed over Lin Fan's information. It only said that Lin Fan was a courier with a salary of 3,500 yuan. The older and fatter Zhou Xiaofang said, this young man is mine, sister, don't fight with me for him. Zhou Xiaolin could only nod helplessly, after all she was her sister. So he ordered his men to call Lin Fan. As soon as Lin Fan entered the restaurant, he was stopped by someone. Sir, my lady wants to see you. Lin Fan frowned, excuse me, who is your young lady? That pointed upstairs. Lin Fan looked over and saw a beautiful woman waving at him.
I wonder what this beautiful woman wants from me.
He asked Tian Meiwei to take everyone to sit down first, and followed her upstairs curiously. Who knew that he would see a fat woman staring at him at first glance?
The pretty woman sat next to the fat woman. My name is Zhou Xiaofang, and this is my sister Zhou Xiaolin. Zhou Xiaofang spoke first. Are they the sisters from Zhou family?
Lin Fan read the news in the newspaper and heard that the Zhou family was now run by two sisters.
What do you two want to talk to me about? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Xiaolin said to Lin Fan, I'll just say it straight.
She pointed to a few things on the table, including car keys, a property certificate, and a letter of employment.
If you become my brother-in-law, you will have a house, a car, and a job. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel angry. Who are you looking down on? Do I look like someone who is greedy for money? What's more, she is an ugly middle-aged fat woman.
Lin Fan refused directly, I don't need it. Zhou Xiaofang sneered, Oh, Mr. Lin Fan, you are a courier with a salary of 3,500 yuan.
I think you should reconsider it.
She thought Lin Fan refused because of his self-esteem. Lin Fan shook his head, I don't want to face a fat old woman every day.
When Zhou Xiaofang heard this, she was so angry that she shook. However, Zhou Xiaolin found this man very interesting. He quickly came to the rescue, Sister, forget it, they don't agree.
She also signaled Lin Fan to leave quickly, fearing that her sister would be rude to him. Zhou Xiaofang was furious and wanted to ask her men to arrest Lin Fan.
Zhou Xiaolin could only say, you go first.
Unexpectedly, Lin Fan sat on the chair, still holding Zhou Xiaolin's hand.
Hello, beautiful lady. Nice to meet you.
Lin Fan's actions shocked the people around him.
Ding. Surprise value plus 10. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. Ding. Surprise value plus 10.
The beautiful Zhou Xiaolin blushed. After all, she was being held by the hand by such a handsome boy. Seeing her sister who was about to eat someone, she pulled her hand away. Hello, but you should leave first.
Lin Fan grinned, why are you rushing me away?
Zhou Xiaofang snorted coldly, I told you to leave, but you still won't leave?
Do you want to stay with me? Lin Fan said, how can a guest chase the host away? Zhou Xiaofang laughed angrily, Master? I think you are out of your mind, right? Zhou Xiaolin looked at Lin Fan with some concern.
What a handsome boy, but unfortunately he has mental problems. Several subordinates around him suddenly realized that he was not smart enough, no wonder he didn't want the house or the car. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The Zhou sisters were a little puzzled.
Who would have known that they were having dinner here? Zhou Xiaolin motioned to her men to open the door.
A waiter brought a bottle of Lafite Reserve.
Hello, your Lafite has arrived, said the waiter.
The Zhou sisters were shocked when they saw that it was a bottle of Lafite worth 1.5 million.
You sent the wrong one, we didn't order Lafite. Zhou Xiaofang waved her hand. Their family is rich, but they won't drink such expensive wine.
The waiter said, this Lafite is a gift from the manager.
A gift?
The Zhou sisters are even stranger.
What's wrong with this restaurant manager? Why did he send such expensive wine?
At this time, the waiters brought in various famous wines one after another.
The Zhou sisters are in a mess. Why did your manager send us so much wine? Zhou Xiaofang asked in surprise.
She felt there was some misunderstanding.
Zhou Xiaolin glanced at Lin Fan and intuitively thought, could it be this handsome guy who did it?
But she quickly shook her head, wondering how an ordinary courier could be so generous. At this time, Manager Wang walked in with a smile. When Zhou Xiaofang saw him, she asked quickly, Manager Wang, who sent these bottles of wine? Manager Wang ignored her and walked directly to Lin Fan, saying respectfully, Boss Lin, this is a little gift from us.
We hope you enjoy your meal. Boss Lin.
As soon as the manager finished speaking, there was a series of surprise noises.
Ding. Surprise value plus 50. 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 Zhou Xiaofang stammered and couldn't utter a word.
Zhou Xiaolin looked at Lin Fan with her big eyes, as if she could see through him. The men were even more shocked.
He really is the master here. Zhou Xiaofang whispered, Manager Wang, who is Boss Lin? He is the major shareholder of our Philist and restaurant, Boss Lin Fan. Manager Wang was confused again after he finished speaking. You guys had dinner with Boss Lin, how come you don't know him? He thought that Boss Lin was bringing his friends to dinner, so he sent the fine wine to curry favor with him. Now it seems that he had misunderstood. Manager Wang looked at Lin Fan but didn't dare to speak. Lin Fan smiled and said, Manager Wang? Manager Wang bowed and said, Boss Lin, you can call me Xiao Wang. If you need anything from me, just tell me. Chapter 6, Expensive Food. Lin Fan casually opened a bottle of Lafite and drank it. Xiao Wang, don't do this next time, all of you go down. Manager Wang's legs went weak. He had acted on his own initiative and the boss didn't need him to save face at all. He smiled and backed off. Afterwards, you could hear a pin drop in the box. Those men looked at Lin Fan eagerly, feeling that their brains were not enough. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. Lin Fan drank the famous wine more leisurely. The Zhou sisters were also depressed and did not dare to speak, for fear of saying something wrong and making the boss angry. Especially Zhou Xiaofang, with a look of fear on her face. She actually wants to support a big shot, she is the clown. Lin Fan finally spoke, and he said to Zhou Xiaolin, Miss Zhou, these wines are for you. If you have time, please come to my house. My home is in Lishan Villa district. I have something to do now, so I will leave first. Hearing this, the Zhou sisters saw shock in each other's eyes. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. Ding. Surprise value plus 10. Lishan Villa district is the wealthy area of Haicheng. The Zhou family is not qualified to live there based on their qualifications. Lin Fan actually gave them a table full of fine wine without blinking an eye. This is something that not everyone can do. The Zhou sisters stared blankly at Lin Fan as he walked away. After Lin Fan left the Zhou sisters, he went straight to find Tian Meiwei and her group. But the atmosphere in the restaurant was a little tense at this moment. Lin Fan took a closer look and couldn't help laughing. It turned out to be because of the housekeeper Tian Meiwei, the three beautiful chefs Luya, Hiying, Lin Shiran, and the big Chao Xian, Zhang Yuan. Normally, these beauties at the department and school level are rare. But today they all popped up like mushrooms after rain, and were sitting on one table. Because of the appearance of these goddesses, the room seemed to brighten up immediately. One goddess is already eye-catching enough, and a group of goddesses eating together is like a beautiful painting. This really attracted the attention of many men, and they kept secretly glancing at Tian Meiwei and her group out of the corner of their eyes. The key point is that these men all came with their female companions, which really made the female companions angry. The female companion was so angry that she slammed the table and asked, What are you looking at? The man said perfunctorily, I didn't see anything. Pay attention to your image. Don't be so stingy. I just took a few glances. The female companion was furious, I am stingy? This kind of scene is everywhere. Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh secretly. The ancients said that beautiful women are the root of disasters, and it turns out this is true. Just one beauty can bring down a country, and there are dozens of goddesses here. The destructive power is really not small. However, after Lin Fan appeared and entered everyone's sight, the atmosphere suddenly changed again. Who made Lin Fan a handsome guy with a near-perfect appearance? There is no such thing as a beauty lover in the world, or rather, everyone is a beauty lover. When Yen Di Lin Fan appeared in the restaurant with a dashing step, he immediately attracted the attention of all his female companions. Woohoo! The situation immediately reversed. All the female companions couldn't help but secretly look at Yen Di Lin Fan, and after looking for a long time they couldn't help but blush. How come this boy is so handsome and has such fair skin? I don't know how good-looking the little brother is when he smiles. When the men saw this, they were immediately furious. The man slammed the table angrily, What are you looking at? The female companion said perfunctorily, I didn't see anything. Pay attention to your image. Don't be so stingy. I just glanced at it twice. The man was furious, I'm stingy? Lin Fan couldn't help but touch his nose. It turned out that it wasn't just beautiful women who were to blame. A male friend can also be a disaster. However, when he walked to Tian Meiwei's table, he found that no one had ordered any dishes. Lin Fan was a little confused, Aren't you hungry? Order food quickly. The goddesses looked at each other, feeling a little uneasy and not daring to speak. In the end, it was Tian Meiwei, the big sister, who reminded, "Boss, the dishes here are too expensive. We can't afford the consequences of ordering dishes without permission." Expensive?
When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately picked up a menu on the table and took a quick look at it.
Good job. Tanjua Wild Giant Conch, unit price, 2,880 piece. Yangtze River Crab 8 tails, 3,880 portion. Sake frozen half abalone, 12,800 piece.
Authentic Kobe steak, 38,888 portion.
Golden Phoenix cupcake, 88,888 piece. Supreme boiled blue lobster, 988,888 piece.
After reading it, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Poverty really limits imagination. He had only seen snails that cost a dozen yuan each before, but he didn't expect that there would be huge snails as big as an adult's arm, which cost more than 2,000 yuan each. Although the abalone and steak were expensive, he had heard before that a small piece of Kobe steak alone would cost several $1,000s. A whole Kobe steak costs tens of thousands of dollars, but the price is within his expectations.
But this so-called Golden Phoenix cupcake costs nearly 100,000 yuan?
Lin Fan took a closer look and found that it was made of 23-karat edible gold foil, a large amount of edible gold powder, and a chocolate cake placed on a 24-karat gold tray.
Wow, this cake is really made of gold. It really is like eating gold. This is undoubtedly a luxury item, purely for showing off. This blue lobster is even more amazing.
It is the most noble lobster species in the world. The unit price is close to 1 million, which is almost worth a house. If it were the Lin Fan of the past, he would have had a heart attack from seeing this menu. But now was different from the past.
Lin Fan waved his hand arrogantly and called a waiter.
Lin Fan sat down and ordered food casually.
This menu has too many words. I'm too lazy to read it. I'll order a few of each. Especially the abalone. Bring a few hundred more. There are so many of us here.
If there are fewer, there won't be enough to eat.
And give us a few dozen more servings of that Kobe steak.
That little bit of meat isn't enough to fill our stomachs.
Bring a few dozen more of that gold cake. Let everyone eat more gold to replenish their bodies.
Bring a few dozen more blue lobsters, and remember to get all the different flavors, especially the spicy ones. After he said these words, the waiter was stunned on the spot and could hardly believe his ears.
What the hell? Meow meow meow? I didn't hear it wrong. How many servings of each of these extremely expensive dishes would you like to order? Moreover, a half-head abalone frozen in sake costs more than 10,000 yuan, and you think a few hundred of them. Golden Phoenix cupcakes, would you like a few dozen? The most terrifying thing is that a blue lobster costs nearly 1 million. Do you think you can get dozens of them?
This was the first time that the waiter, who had worked at the Philiston restaurant for many years, had seen such an outrageous customer.
Sir, you are kidding? The waiter asked in disbelief. Joke?
Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "There is indeed a problem." The waiter breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that the guest was really joking. Who would have thought that Lin Fan would say again, "This little bit may not be enough to eat. Let's get some king crab, caviar, shark fin, matsutake mushrooms, etc.
Hurry up, hurry up. If my babies are hungry, I will be angry."
The waiter staggered and almost fell to the ground.
Wow, isn't this enough? The total value of this table of food must be over 10 million, right?
I'm not very good at math, I hope I made a mistake.
This is more than just a big boss. This is a giant.
I have been doing this for so many years, but I have never seen such a domineering boss. The waiter took a deep breath, bent down, and smiled flatteringly. "I will go and tell the kitchen staff, please wait a moment."
Ding. Surprise value plus 20. Ding. Surprise value plus 20. Ding. Surprise value plus 20. Chapter 7: Stealing the Spotlight. The three beautiful chefs were a little panicked. "Boss, do you think our food is not tasty, so you come here to vent your anger today?"
Lin Fan laughed and raised his fingertips under their chins. "Don't think too much.
The food you cooked is delicious, but the ingredients are a bit cheap. Let's change the taste today and have a good meal."
Lin Fan's intimate actions immediately made the three beautiful chefs blush and look embarrassed.
Tian Meiwei swallowed hard. "Boss, you ordered so much, can we eat it?"
Lin Fan held her slender waist generously and said boldly, "You have to correct your petty bad habits.
We are here to have fun. If we can't finish the food, just throw it to the beggars. The goddesses felt a little shocked. Can't finish eating, throw it to beggars? If a beggar eats these things, he will probably become too weak to be nourished and have a nosebleed from overnutrition. This boss Lin is too arrogant. The goddesses' 3 views were greatly refreshed. The waiters were quick and the food was served very quickly. One after another exquisite delicacies were served. Giant conch, Yangtze River crab, half-head abalone, Kobe steak, golden phoenix cupcake, blue lobster, king crab, caviar, shark fin, matsutake. Lin Fan opened his heart and said loudly, "Eat, eat, eat. You must correct your bad habit of eating staple foods from now on. You can still be full by eating lobster and steak. I heard that 1 blue lobster is worth an apartment. Let's each have 1, and each one will get an apartment. This cake is made of gold, or some kind of edible gold powder. Let's eat all the gold we can today." When these plates of delicacies from land and sea were served on the table, even the 3 beautiful chefs were salivating. Although their cooking skills were extraordinary, they had never seen such luxurious ingredients. As expected, he is Boss Lin, awesome. The first team building turned out to be so extravagant. Following such a wealthy boss, I feel extremely safe. The women who had been secretly looking at Lin Fan and coveting his looks were now filled with shock. Ding! Surprise value plus 50. 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 Originally, they just kept paying attention to Lin Fan because they were attracted by his handsome face. There's nothing we can do about it, since Emperor Yan is the one who easily attracts people's attention. But what I didn't expect was that this handsome guy is actually so rich. The icing on the cake. Perfect. Oh my god, so many blue lobsters, so many golden phoenix cakes, this is a super luxurious state banquet, right? Who on earth is this person? The dishes on his table are too luxurious. God has gifted the same person with perfect looks and endless money. Love it, this little brother is so nice. The women around him kept looking at Lin Fan with admiration and respect, as if they wanted to see through him. In an instant, Lin Fan became the undisputed focus of the entire audience. I don't know when it started, but the pace of eating of everyone in the restaurant slowed down. Because all their attention was drawn away by Lin Fan. This really pissed off the men. They spend a lot of money to invite girls to eat here, what do they want? The purpose is to act cool and leave a good impression on girls. But now things have changed. Almost all the female companions were attracted by Lin Fan. The men were immediately jealous. This person ordered so many expensive dishes. I think it's just his show and hype. Who would be so wasteful? I guess this guy is from a certain internet celebrity company. He came here specifically to shoot a short video to attract attention. That's right. This person must have a sponsor behind him who is deliberately hyping and packaging him. People are so shameless and mean these days. In order to gain traffic, they resort to such despicable means. Wake up, how can it be such a coincidence? He is handsome and rich, and he has a bunch of goddesses around him. This is obviously a fake product packaged by an internet celebrity company. When the female companions heard this, they thought it made some sense. But this does not affect their appreciation of Lin Fan. They don't care whether Lin Fan is rich or poor. Because the handsome little brother looks so charming even when he is eating. Even if he was just sent out by his financial sponsor to carry out a mission, it would not stop them from appreciating the handsome guy. The men's faces turned green with anger and they gnashed their teeth. I spent a lot of money to treat everyone to a dinner, but I didn't expect to encounter this. Instead of pretending to be cool, all the limelight was stolen by others. The most important thing is that this person is surrounded by goddesses. It's not just 1 or 2, but a whole table of goddesses. Then pick any one of them at random and she will beat the female companion around you. With this beauty and figure, she is just like a fairy. I feel very angry and sour. The men looked at Lin Fan with eyes that were almost burning with jealousy. Gnashing of teeth. However, Lin Fan automatically chose to ignore everything around him. Just kidding, there is a table full of luxurious food and a group of goddesses around. He has no time to pay attention to other people. Eating and drinking happily. At this time, a fat middle-aged man came over. It's Manager Wang. He walked with a wealthy look on his face.
Many men who were having dinner immediately put down their knives and forks and took the initiative to greet Manager Wang when they saw him coming.
Manager Wang, long time no see. I hope you are well.
Well, long time no see, I hope you enjoy your meal.
Manager Wang has a lot of face.
He has worked in this restaurant for nearly 20 years and all the regular customers here know him.
He is also generous and hospitable.
If you get to know Manager Wang well, you can get a discount on this meal and save at least tens of thousands of dollars.
This is a big profit.
Therefore, the men handled their relationship with Manager Wang very carefully and dared not have a bad attitude. Manager Wang naturally knew this very well, so he had a neutral attitude towards these people.
But when Manager Wang walked to Lin Fan's table, things were different.
His face immediately changed into a completely new attitude, just like the face changing in Sichuan opera.
Humble, well-behaved, and obedient attitude.
However, he did not intend to easily expose Lin Fan's identity as the owner of this restaurant. After all, Boss Lin had just instructed that we must keep a low profile.
The boss's words are like an imperial decree.
The boss's demands are the same as the demands on yourself.
Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I wish you a pleasant meal. These are the highest standard congratulatory cards and flowers of our restaurant.
Manager Wang said with a respectful smile. He took out a bouquet of blooming carnations and placed a greeting card made of pure gold on top. The flower language of carnation is respect, and it is often used as a table flower.
What's your name?
Lin Fan thought for a moment and found that he could not quite remember this person's name. When Manager Wang heard this, he quickly introduced himself. My last name is Wang.
Xiao Wang, I see you came here not just to give me flowers, what else do you want to do?
If you have something to say, please say it quickly.
Little Wang.
Hearing Lin Fan's address, the eyes of the men around him twitched.
What kind of weird name is this? He actually calls him Manager Wang. If someone else called me that, it would definitely be inappropriate.
But when Lin Fan called out to him, Manager Wang revealed an expression of great enjoyment.
Boss Lin actually called himself Xiao Wang, such an intimate name. This is truly an incredible honor. Does this mean that the distance between me and Boss Lin has shortened? It's very nice. Chapter 8 Absinthe Band. It's like this.
I'm afraid your meal will be boring, so I invited the best band in Haicheng to perform to liven up the atmosphere. Manager Wang said with his chest straightened. This is the most famous band in Haicheng.
Both lead singers have won many international awards. I guarantee you will be satisfied.
As if he was afraid that Lin Fan would not be interested in music, Manager Wang quietly walked over to Lin Fan and whispered in his ear. Boss Lin, one of the lead singers of this band, is a top-notch ancient-style beauty. After saying that, Manager Wang blinked his right eye at Lin Fan, revealing an expression that all men understand.
Lin Fan nodded gently.
Okay, we finally get to go out for fun, and just eating is a bit boring. I can also enjoy the music service in a high-end restaurant. When Manager Wang saw that he agreed, he immediately made the call with a smile on his face. Please wait a moment, the band will be here soon. Manager Wang said respectfully. Before that, please enjoy our restaurant's limited edition dessert, the Golden Sundae. Manager Wang clapped his hands, and immediately 3 waiters in red carefully brought up a tray of food. When the plate was opened, it contained a sundae wrapped in 24-karat gold foil. This golden sundae is made with the world's rarest Venezuelan handmade chocolate, sugar-coated almonds, and mango caviar. This is only used to entertain the highest-level customers, and only 50 copies are available each quarter. Lin Fan nodded, but he didn't like sweets very much, especially chocolate. So he casually gave the golden sundae to Tian Meiwei as a reward and let her distribute it.
Tian Meiwei's heart suddenly warmed.
The boss gave her the power to distribute such valuable things, which showed that he trusted her. I must work harder in the future to repay Boss Lin. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a band slowly walked into the center of the restaurant. The members of this band are all in their 20s, but they have the air of being experienced and their eyes are extremely bright.
Especially the 2 people who led them, 1 man and 1 woman.
The man has a free and easy temperament, but unfortunately his appearance is a bit ugly and does not let the audience down. You can tell at first glance that he is a capable person who makes a living by his ability. The woman is stunningly beautiful, dressed in ancient style, looking like a vivid and lively ancient beauty. As soon as this ancient beauty appeared, the whole room seemed to brighten up. A fairy wearing a pink long dress, standing tall and graceful, with an ethereal temperament and full of fairy spirit. The men around couldn't help but swallow secretly.
Lin Fan also glanced sideways. System scanning. Name, Lu Iran. Age, 21. Appearance, 9.7. Body size, 9.6. Identity, folk singer. Music theory level, level 4. Monthly salary, 100,000. This appearance score of 9.7 is indeed high. The little fairy with ancient style is quite something. Manager Wang's eyebrows lit up with joy. Here we are, let's start performing for Boss Lin now. The other customers around were whispering to each other. It's the Absinthe Band. Manager Wang actually invited the Absinthe Band. The winner of the last Grammy Awards, the famous band that will be going on a world tour next year. Who on earth is this person? Why is Manager Wang trying to curry favor with him so much that he even invited this top band to perform? This is some new hunt from some internet celebrity company. Maybe they'll be shooting a video for publicity soon, so they specially invited the Absinthe Band to help out. Everyone was looking at this band. Many members of the Absinthe Band were also constantly looking at Lin Fan. There are two reasons. First, Emperor Yen's looks are just like these two eyes. Even in a crowd, Lin Fan is a handsome guy who cannot be ignored. The second reason was that they were extremely curious about who Lin Fan was. Just an hour ago, Absinthe Band received an urgent invitation from Philistin Restaurant. An urgent invitation that cannot be delayed. The senior executives of Philistin Restaurant mobilized all the interpersonal networks they could. Only then did they urgently invite the Absinthe Band. It is said that it was to perform for a distinguished guest. Two new young girls who had just joined the Absinthe Band were whispering and teasing each other. This guy is so handsome, could he be the distinguished guest? He has so many goddesses around him, he must be very rich. I wonder how much this big guy will pay us. Not only the two young girls, but even the ancient beauty Lu Iran glanced at Lin Fan a few more times. There's no way around it. The most handsome guy on this street is the one who attracts people's attention and wins other people's favor. Of course, there are exceptions who have dark psychological problems. For example, Du Fei, one of the lead singers of the band. In fact, it is because he is a talented person with an ugly face, so he is very jealous of a handsome guy like Lin Fan. He practiced music theory day after day, with the purpose of attracting the attention of the ancient beauty Lu Iran. But unfortunately, even though he was promoted all the way to the lead singer, Lu still ignored him. As a veteran bootlicker, Du Fei was very annoyed. Lin Fan didn't have to do anything, he attracted Lu Iran's attention just by his face. This is really unfair. Du Fei's heart was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. But on the surface he pretended to be calm and composed. Manager Wang bowed his head and said, "You can order a song. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Lin Fan casually ordered, "Let's play some pop music." A pop song, a very common request. Unexpectedly, lead singer Du Fei flatly refused. "I'm sorry, we are musicians and we have our own pride. We only sing folk songs, not pop songs." Du Fei's face was full of the pride of a literary young man. Manager Wan was anxious and said quickly, "We will pay a large sum of money." Du Fei's tone became even more disdainful, and he looked at him with an expression that treated money as dirt. Nowadays, people place too much emphasis on money and are too impetuous. We are pure musicians and will never let money corrupt our souls. We only sing folk songs, nothing else, no matter how much money you pay. Du Fei's words were righteous and full of the pride and backbone of a musician. Because Du Fei, this scheming bootlicker, knows that Lu Iran likes the character of this kind of literary youth. A character that cannot be corrupted by wealth and cannot be changed by poverty. Sure enough, after Du Fei said this, Lu Iran nodded slightly in agreement. The bootlicker Du Fei felt instantly happy. For a moment, Manager Wang felt a little embarrassed. It's very difficult to deal with a literary young man with this kind of temper. If he offended Boss Lin, Manager Wang almost cried. Lin Fan looked at Du Fei with interest. Then he slowly revealed a meaningful smile. "Hey young man, I heard that money can't corrupt your soul, right?" Du Fei straightened his back, "Of course. Sir, please don't think that money can buy everything. This is an extremely wrong value. Of course, this topic is too advanced, you may not understand it." Chapter 9 This Hypocrite. Du Fei became more and more excited as he spoke, and had already immersed himself in the role of an indomitable literary young man. He knew that this kind of role was appreciated by his aloof goddess Lu Iran. Therefore, his performance was particularly hard-working. Sure enough, Louis Ran looked at Du Fei with some surprise and nodded in appreciation. This made Du Fei very happy.
One look from the goddess almost hooked his soul away, and his little heart began to beat violently. He admired himself very much in his heart, he was so smart. He immediately won the favor of the goddess. It is said that Du Fei, the lead singer of the Absinthe Band, is not only a singer, but also a speaker and educator. Yes, he often gives speeches everywhere, spreading positive energy. I heard that he often does charity work. He looks like a good young man with positive values. Yes, although it's a little ugly. A smile gradually appeared on Du Fei's lips. He has been cultivating his image for a long time, waiting for this day. Lin Fan smiled and clapped his hands for him. Clap, clap, clap. Young man, I give you a thumbs up for your acting skills. Then, Lin Fan raised a glass of Lafite and said with a smile, would you like a glass? Du Fei immediately refused, I'm sorry, alcohol can make people lose their temper, so I don't drink a drop of alcohol. Lin Fan said, I heard you like to do charity? Du Fei spread his hands and said, it's just a personal hobby. I just can't stand seeing poor people suffer. Lin Fan nodded, well said, then, I will do some charity as well. He turned around and said to Tian Meiwei, let's sponsor some money to the Absinthe Band. Not too much, just 100 million. Let them be our private band and sing for us when they have nothing to do. 100 million. This astronomical figure was like a sledgehammer hitting Du Fei on the head. How much? Du Fei's voice trembled a little. 100 million? What's the matter? Do you think it's too little? Lin Fan spread his hands helplessly. No. Du Fei hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. Lin Fan pretended not to have heard what he meant, with a puzzled look on his face. What are you doing here, don't you want it? Du Fei quickly replied, as expected of you. He is the lead singer of the band. If he really gets the money, isn't it equivalent to putting the money into his pocket, and he has the final say on how to use it? For a moment, he felt that his eyes were full of golden stars and his mind was filled with a dizzy feeling of happiness. The ancient beauty Louis Ran frowned deeply. She, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke, I'm sorry, we can't take this money. Before Lin Fan could say anything, Du Fei asked, why not? This is a kind gesture from Mr. Lin. It would be rude of us to reject it directly. Louis Ran frowned even deeper, we don't sing for money. Du Fei immediately said, we sing to explain the true meaning of life to those who are in pain and confusion. Mr. Lin looks very miserable. Lin Fan immediately responded, it's painful. I'm in extreme pain. Phew. Some of the goddesses at Lin Fan's table couldn't help but giggle softly, covering their mouths. Anger gradually appeared in Louis Ran's eyes. This Du Fei is such a coward. A little money will expose his true colors. He also gives positive speeches everywhere on weekdays. It turns out that he was just pretending. This hypocrite. Du Fei's mind was filled with the number 100 million. He immediately forgot about the goddess Louis Ran. 100 million, isn't that good? With this money, what kind of goddess can't you find? I won't do that anymore. Du Fei's true nature was released in an instant, and he felt a lot more relaxed all over. Then, he quickly stepped in front of Lin Fan and drank the glass of Lafite in one gulp. Didn't you say you don't drink? Du Fei immediately said, as the saying goes, 1,000 cups of wine are not enough when you meet a bosom friend. Meeting a confidant as generous as Boss Lin is really a great fortune in life. If you don't have a cup, it will be a great regret in life. Lin Fan laughed loudly, great, what a good saying goes, 1,000 cups of wine are not enough when you meet a good friend, how about a few more cups? Upon hearing this, Du Fei hurriedly picked up a bottle of Lafite and blew directly into the bottle. In a short while, he finished the bottle of Lafite. Lin Fan stroked his hand and praised, you can drink a lot. How about you play a song for us while you're drunk? Du Fei drank a bottle of Lafite and immediately became drunk and his face turned red. He picked up a guitar and his true nature began to emerge. Sing songs loudly. Come on, have fun, there's plenty of time. Come on, love, there is plenty of folly anyway. Come on, wander around, there are plenty of directions anyway. Come on, pretend, there's plenty of scenery to be had. The other members of Absinthe Band almost popped their eyes out of their heads. Is this still the lead singer do they know who never drinks and keeps himself clean? How come that orator, educator, and philanthropist now acts like a clown? Without caring about his image at all, he just sat there with a guitar and sang this kind of pop music. Absinthe, for a moment, felt extremely ashamed. Louis Ran could no longer bear it and said sternly, "I declare that I, Louis Ran, will quit this band from now on and will never have anything to do with this idiot lead singer again." At this time, other members of the Absinthe band also spoke up. "Sister Iran is our backbone. If she quits, I will quit too." "Me too, I'm not going to do it anymore." "I want to quit too." In an instant, this elegant band fell apart. The culprit, Du Fei, was drunk and still singing. Lin Fan said with great regret, "Alas, what a pity, it looks like this band is going to disband, and I'm afraid that the 100 million yuan won't be enough to pay." Du Fei was originally still drunk, but when he heard the 100 million, he immediately felt a lot more sober. His eyes widened. "What, you won't give it to me?" Lin Fan said helplessly, "I gave money because I wanted to buy your band, but now the band has disbanded, why should I spend money?" Du Fei was furious in an instant. He yelled at his teammates, "You guys are going to rebel, right? You all signed contracts when you joined the team. Do you believe me when I ask you to pay the penalty?" Louis Ran sneered and slapped him in the face. Bang! The slap was so powerful that Du Fei was immediately knocked unconscious. "It's just a small penalty, and I'll pay it all. I don't want to see you again, you despicable person, get out of here." Louis Ran is not short of money. To be precise, she is much richer than most people. The Liu family is a well-known antique family in Haicheng. However, when it came to Louis Ran's generation, she chose to pursue her own musical dream instead of inheriting her family's legacy. Instead, he chose to join the band Absinthe and became the lead singer of the band. However, she concealed her family background and did not tell anyone in the band. Chapter 10: Absinthe disbands. She is independent and proud by nature, and doesn't like to show off by relying on her family. This is a rich second generation who has self-respect and independence. It was just at this moment that she wanted to come clean. Because the despicable Du Fei actually wanted to threaten her important teammate with liquidated damages. Louis Ran stretched out her slender hand, pointed at Du Fei and angrily said, "If you want liquidated damages, come to Lu's house in Antique Street to get them." Antique Street, Liu family. When Du Fei heard this, his face changed drastically and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to go to the Liu family to ask for money. This guy must be tired of living. As soon as the word Liu family was heard, there were bursts of exclamations from all around, one after another. Even Tian Meiwei, who was beside Lin Fan, couldn't help but suddenly change color and couldn't control herself. Lin Fan asked in confusion, "The Liu family in Antique Street?" Tian Meiwei took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down. She whispered in Lin Fan's ear, "The Liu family is one of the famous wealthy families in Haicheng, specializing in the antique business. There are countless antiques, calligraphy and paintings for sale on Antique Street, many of which are authentic, but there are also many fakes. It is said that the Liu family has a keen eye and has their own set of techniques for identifying antiques. They have acquired antiques at auctions, and their assets are said to have exceeded 10 billion over the years." When Tian Meiwei mentioned hundreds of billions, she couldn't help but tremble all over. According to the latest world survey, there are as many as 18 million millionaires in the world. However, there are only 1,700 billionaires. The head of the Liu family is undoubtedly one of them. As the heir of the Liu family, Louis Ran is equivalent to a future billionaire. This is a real rich woman. Compared with her, the Zhou sisters were nothing but dwarfs and not worth mentioning. Lin Fan couldn't help but glance sideways and look at Louis Ran twice more. This little beauty with ancient style actually has a bit of a background. It seems that it is not so easy to get it with money. That's not bad. Things that are too easy to get are ultimately meaningless. Lin Fan thought. One of the big guys who gave me gifts in Lishan Villa district was surnamed Liu. I wonder if he has any connection with the Liu family in Antique Street. Maybe Louis Ran and I are neighbors. We both live in the Lishan Villa district. We'll see each other every day. Just when Lin Fan was thinking, Du Fei touched his face, which was red from being slapped, and looked at Louis Ran in shock. "You are actually from the Liu family?" He felt mixed emotions and full of regret. He was doing well as a bootlicker, but he was blinded by greed and missed the chance to marry a rich woman. Du Fei wanted to die so much. He was only attracted by Louis Ran's looks at first, but he never imagined that she was actually a top wealthy woman. If you stick to the dog-licking strategy to the end, you might still have a chance. Maybe other people just like what you have.
But at this moment, it was too late. Du Fei was about to cry. The Absinthe Band was facing disbandment, and he had offended Miss Lu. How was he going to survive in Haicheng in the future? Lu Yiran no longer bothered to look at Du Fei. She turned to her other teammates and said, "Don't worry, I will take care of the penalty issue. If any of you want to form a band, you can come to the Lu family to find me at any time." The other members of Absinthe were so moved that they were speechless for a moment. It turns out that the big sister who had always taken good care of them was actually the eldest daughter of the antique family, the Lu family. But they looked hesitant. "Big sister, we don't dare to look for you. The Lu family must want you to inherit the family business. Those of us who are engaged in music will definitely be held hostage by the Lu family if we go there." Lu Yiran couldn't help but feel helpless when he heard this. Her family did oppose her pursuing music. If nothing had happened today, perhaps she could have been the lead singer of the band for a few more years and made a name for herself. However, it was also because of what happened today that he saw Du Fei's true face. It's a complete disgrace to be in a band with someone like that. She was somewhat grateful to Lin Fan, the handsome young man, for helping her understand Du Fei's true face. Lu Yiran said with some reluctance in his eyes, "See you later." "Goodbye." Lin Fan smiled politely, "Goodbye." Lu Yiran left the Philiston restaurant neatly. After she left, the other restaurant patrons looked on in shock. Everything that happened today had a huge impact on them. Especially Lin Fan's move of spending 100 million yuan actually broke up a well-known band. This generous spending of money immediately made many people take out their mobile phones and post on Weibo, Moments, and short videos. Ding! Surprise value plus 100. 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 The news of the breakup of Absinthe quickly spread like a virus. It became a hot topic on Weibo. Hashtag Absinthe Band disbands. Hashtag Haicheng mysterious tycoon spends lavishly. Hashtag Lu Yiran's identity is exposed. The entire internet was in an uproar. Absinthe disbanded. Moreover, it was broken up by a mysterious rich man who spent 100 million yuan. More importantly, Lu Yiran revealed her true identity on the spot, and it turned out that she was the daughter of the Lu family. This dramatic news immediately became the focus of discussion among countless people. Absinthe has disbanded. My youth is over. Lu Yiran is actually the eldest daughter of the Lu family? My youth is back. I will work hard and marry into the Lu family as a son-in-law. Whose urine is yellow? Hurry up and wake up the guy upstairs. Can Lu Yiran like him? At least he wants someone like me. Who on earth is the mysterious rich man who actually used his money to break up the Absinthe band? How arrogant and shameless. This mysterious rich man casually took out 100 million yuan. Could he be a figure on the level of the national husband, Mr. Ma? In the information age, information on the internet spreads extremely quickly. For a moment, everyone was wondering which rich man was responsible for this. The culprit, Lin Fan, continued to eat and drink as if nothing had happened. Get lobster, steak, and 1982 Lafite all you can eat. After having a good meal and a few drinks, Lin Fan looked at his system interface happily. Shock value, 4527. Wow, I have accumulated so many points in the past few days. There are 410 draw combos in total. Just take it out all at once. Lin Fan is actually a very lazy person. If you can do 10 consecutive draws, just don't bother to draw once. Won't your fingers get tired from clicking one by one? Unless I'm in a particularly good mood, I'll just draw a single shot to liven things up. He also has a hamster-like habit of accumulating lottery resources and using them all at once. Now, not only was he well-fed and in a good mood, but he had also accumulated almost enough points. Therefore, he immediately called up the system interface and prepared to perform 4-shot 10-pull burst. But before the lottery, there must always be a sense of ceremony. Chapter 11 is finally out. Lin Fan glanced over and saw the bootlicker Du Fei on the ground still looking sad and lost. Xiao Du, can you sing Good Luck Comes? Come on. Lin Fan ordered. Du Fei was originally still immersed in the sadness of losing his band and missing out on the rich woman Lu Yiran. But when he heard Lin Fan speak, he immediately stood up. Du Fei jumped up from the ground immediately. Although our band has disbanded, we still offended Miss Lu. But we still have thighs to hug. Boss Lin casually took out 100 million yuan, showing his generosity. And he is a big shot who can make the entire Phi list and top management tremble. Following such a big shot, what do we have to be afraid of? There will be plenty of opportunities for wealth, glory, and extravagance in the future. Du Fei looked at Lin Fan with great anticipation, as if he was looking at a great god, and his mouth was almost drooling. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine when he was looked at by him. Could this brat have any bad habits? Du Fei showed his dog-licking nature and said, of course, let alone good luck comes, I can sing any ditty. As long as a handsome and dashing guy like Boss Lin likes to listen, I can sing anything. Hurry up and sing good luck comes and stop talking nonsense. Lin Fan was in a hurry to draw the lottery, so he had no time to listen to Du Fei's flattery. The point is, his flattery skills are just average. It doesn't sound interesting. When Du Fei heard this, he dared not disobey. He immediately picked up the guitar on the ground and played the tune of Good Luck. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Good luck brings joy and love. Good luck to us, good luck to us. With good fortune, prosperity will spread all over the world. Following the beat, Du Fei twisted his body to add to the fun. In an instant, the whole restaurant was filled with an auspicious atmosphere. Lin Fan nodded, as expected of a talented person. If you are ugly, you should read more books. The ancients were not deceiving me. And with the performance of the song Good Luck Comes, Lin Fan also closed his eyes and entered the system interface. He exchanged all his points for blind boxes. That's 45 rounds in total. Lin Fan waved his hand and immediately performed a 10-hit combo. Reward, 1 million yuan. 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 Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. 3 blue and 7 white, a total of 37 million yuan. It's normal that the 10 shots didn't deliver. A flash of golden light is hard to come out. Lin Fan couldn't wait to fire another 10 shots in a row. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. 4 blue and 6 white, a total of 46 million yuan. No shipments again. Lin Fan's hands trembled. Am I possessed by Snow White and Fairy Zisha? Something is wrong today. It has never been so serious before. Lin Fan felt that something was not right. He paused drawing cards and opened his eyes. Du Fei was still howling there. Stop for a moment. Lin Fan said. What's wrong? Du Fei looked confused. Lin Fan took the guitar from his hand and put it in Tian Meiwei's hand. Meiwei, come and sing Good Luck Comes, Lin Fan ordered. Me? Tian Meiwei pointed at herself with some lack of confidence. Although she has learned a little guitar, she can also sing. But after all, I am not very proficient in it and have not reached the point where I can perform in public. It's okay, go ahead and sing. Lin Fan nodded. When Tian Meiwei heard that it was Lin Fan's order, she couldn't refuse. So I sang it up anyway. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Good luck brings joy and love. Good luck to us, good luck to us. With good fortune, prosperity will spread all over the world. Tian Meiwei has a very sweet voice, one of those gifts from God. Although the technique still needs to be improved, it is already very pleasant to the ears. Lin Fan immediately seized the opportunity and closed his eyes again to enter the system. Directly carried out 10 consecutive attacks. And this time, there was finally a flash of golden light. Even double yolk eggs. Accompanied by a burst of dazzling light like a rainbow. 2 golden rewards slowly appeared before Lin Fan's eyes. Critical hit reward, 1 treasure hunting guide number of uses, 3. Note, after use, it will guide the host to find treasures along the route. At the same time, this illustration has an identification function that can identify the origin and purpose of all treasures. Critical hit reward, 1 bottle of body strengthening fluid. Note, after use, the host's physical fitness will be greatly improved. Even if a fat otaku with a weak physique takes it,
he can gain the physical strength of a national athlete.
It's finally shipped. Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If all the 10 ships in the company were to sink, wouldn't that result in high blood pressure and heart disease?
However, after drawing the card this time, Lin Fan finally understood one thing.
If a non-African sings Good Luck Comes, he will only make himself non-African.
When Emperor Europe sang Good Luck Comes, he immediately became a double yolk egg.
This gap is really too big.
Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised by a double yolked egg, so he stopped drawing the lottery.
Because he has more important things to do.
As soon as Lin Fan opened his eyes, he kicked Du Fei on the butt.
Why are you singing Good Luck?
You're wasting my 10 consecutive draws.
Du Fei felt aggrieved. Didn't you ask me to sing? Why did you kick me after I finished singing?
Lin Fan felt confident, as he could get 2 gold rewards for just a dozen shots. But today, thanks to the unlucky Du Fei, he only got a double yolk egg in the third 10-game draw.
And it was thanks to the song sung by Tian Meiwei that the product became a hit.
Lin Fan said with a look of disgust, "Xiao Du, I don't think we are a good match.
You should stop following me in the future." When Du Fei heard this, he was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground.
I have lost both my wife and my army.
In the end, Du Fei got nothing? He wailed with a sad face, and an extremely sad BGM seemed to sound behind him. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling. Filistin restaurant. A meal and a full stomach.
The goddesses under Lin Fan's command all showed extremely satisfied expressions. This time, their eyes were truly opened as they saw how outrageous luxurious high-end restaurants were. But when it came time to pay the bill, they couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the money on it. Even though they didn't spend the money, they couldn't help but feel a little pain in their hearts just looking at the luxurious dishes on the table. On the contrary, Lin Fan looked as if nothing had happened and continued to enjoy his glass of Lafite red wine.
Pay the bill, it's time to go, Lin Fan ordered.
When Manager Wang heard this, he immediately whispered, "Don't bother, we will automatically deduct it from your quarterly shareholder dividends."
Lin Fan's mind moved, and he asked, "How much is the dividend each quarter?"
Manager Wang chuckled, made a number 8 gesture, and said, "At least this number."
80 million? 800 million.
Lin Fan hummed, very calm.
Chapter 12, I'll pay today. It's just a few hundred million. You can get it by making a few more 10 draws. The key thing is actually the golden critical hit reward. This is the big deal.
Lin Fan was thinking about the 2 golden rewards he had just won.
Body strengthening liquid, needless to say. It's a very simple magical item.
After using it, your physical fitness can be improved.
The body is the capital of revolution. Health cannot be bought with any amount of money. Unless you give too much.
As for the treasure hunt map, this thing is quite interesting.
Its treasure appraising function alone could probably come in handy.
The treasure hunting function can reveal buried antiques, calligraphy and paintings, jade and other national treasures.
Each of these things can be auctioned for a sky-high price.
Lin Fan had a hunch that the reward for this treasure hunt atlas was probably the most awesome golden reward he had ever gotten.
The total value it can bring to you may far exceed your imagination. Tian Meiwei asked in a low voice, "Boss, after we finish our meal, what are our plans?" As for what's going to happen next,
Lin Fan's heart moved, and he thought of the beautiful ancient girl Lu Iran.
Didn't she just say that she was from the Lu family in Antique Street? Why not go to the Antique Street for a stroll?
Girls, don't they all like shopping? Lin Fan looked at the group of goddesses under him and said, "Let's go shopping. From Antique Street to the Commercial Street in the city center, we'll go shopping everywhere today.
Buy whatever you like. I'll pay for it today."
As soon as these words came out, the goddesses exclaimed in surprise.
"The boss wants to take us shopping and let us buy whatever we want?"
The boss even paid the sky-high bills and invited us to go shopping.
"I'm afraid we're going to bleed a lot today. The boss is awesome." Ding. Surprise value plus 50. 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 Lin Fan left the Filistin restaurant amid the joy of his subordinates.
They drove to the Antique Street located on the 3rd Ring Road in downtown Haicheng. As soon as he arrived at the Antique Street, Lin Fan saw a huge crowd of people, which was quite lively. This street is filled with all kinds of stalls and shops, all of which sell all kinds of small gadgets. From folding fans, jade, pendants to larger antique vases, pearls and jadeite, we have everything.
It's just that the genuine products are different from the fakes.
Many people who have been in this business for more than 10 years may have made mistakes. This is a huge gold rush. Someone with a discerning eye can find lost national treasures worth billions and ascend to the palace of wealth in one fell swoop. There are also people who let the pearls be covered in dust and own rare treasures without knowing it. Lin Fan looked at the antique street with some anticipation, ready to go in and pan for gold.
There is a lot of traffic and people coming and going. There was a down-and-out man on the street, crying loudly without caring about others.
Lin Fan felt that the man's figure and appearance looked familiar, so he asked tentatively,
"Chen Xiaoyu?"
The man turned around and recognized Lin Fan immediately.
Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded.
This person was his high school classmate Chen Xiaoyu.
"I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect to meet you on this street today. It's really you."
Lin Fan patted his shoulder. When they were in school, their relationship was pretty good. After a few years, everyone has entered society, and what they miss most are the pure relationships they had in school. But seeing that Chen Xiaoyu looked distraught, something must have happened.
Lin Fan asked, "Are you okay?"
Chen Xiaoyu cried until she almost ran out of energy and said, "I'm fine, I just broke up and I feel sad. I will never fall in love with any woman again in my life, woo-woo." However, as soon as he said this, he caught a glimpse of the goddesses behind Lin Fan out of the corner of his eye.
The three beautiful chefs are the beautiful maid Zhang Yuhan, the top-notch figure Chao Xian, and the gorgeous housekeeper Tian Meiwei.
Chen Xiaoyu was shocked by the looks of the goddesses and was stunned on the spot.
Ding! Surprise value plus 100.
He pulled Lin Fan over and whispered, "Lin Fan, who are they?" Lin Fan remained calm and said, "They are all my friends."
"Your friend?" Chen Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. "Where do you get so many goddess-like friends? Introduce one to me."
Lin Fan was speechless.
"Didn't you just say that you would never fall in love with any woman again in your life? Why did you change your mind when you saw some pretty girls?"
Big pig's trotter. Lin Fan looked down on him a little in his heart. However, this kid didn't know that the top goddess in his eyes was actually just one of his ordinary subordinates.
"Tell me first, what's going on between you and your girlfriend?"
"I failed in business on this antique street in the past few years and owed a lot of money. Today, my creditors came to my door. My girlfriend broke up with me when she saw how miserable I was."
Chen Xiaoyu looked gloomy. "The business failed and my girlfriend broke up with me." Lin Fan nodded.
This kind of thing was not uncommon. A friend in need is a friend indeed.
Most people can share wealth but not adversity. In reality, this kind of thing is quite common. Chen Xiaoyu said, "We haven't seen each other for so many years. Come to my shop and have a seat. You come here to play, and I will treat you well." Lin Fan nodded.
But when he looked back at the people he had brought, there were really too many. So he told them to go shopping on their own for a while, leaving only Tian Meiwei to accompany him. The three of them returned to an ordinary antique shop together. However, this store looks like it is on the verge of bankruptcy, and there are no customers at all. Occasionally, a few pedestrians passing by on the street would look at Chen Xiaoyu's antique shop with teasing and mocking eyes. However, Lin Fan's heart was slightly moved, because he found that there were some unusual movements in his treasure map.
Maybe there is something special hidden in this store. Chen Xiaoyu's antique shop is a bit shabby and simple.
Lin Fan even felt that this was the shabbiest store on this street. Not only is the interior space small, but the old walls are yellowed and cracked, and they can't even be repainted.
Moreover, the things on the shelves looked very inferior. Even a layman can tell at a glance that it is a fake. Tian Meiwei couldn't help but frown and whispered, "Boss, your classmate's store is too shabby."
Lin Fan smiled mysteriously and said, "Although this store is shabby, there may be good things inside."
Tian Meiwei glanced at Lin Fan with some curiosity. "Is my boss trying to be mysterious? How could there be any good stuff in such a shabby shop?"
Lin Fan and Tian Meiwei found a wooden table and sat down.
Chen Xiaoyu came over with 2 cups of steaming tea.
Lin Fan nodded, took a sip, and found it very bitter and unpalatable. He frowned, thinking that his old classmate was not doing very well.
"The quality of this tea is too low." Tian Meiwei was more direct and simply sprayed the tea out. "It's so awful." Chapter 13 I want this thing.
Chen Xiaoyu blushed and said, I just couldn't bear to change the tea, so I brewed it a few more times.
How many times? About a dozen times.
Lin Fan was speechless. He somewhat understood why Chen Xiaoyu's girlfriend left him.
This is too stingy.
At this moment, a car stopped outside the store.
A new Porsche 911, worth about 3 million. Two men, one old and one young, walked out of the car.
When Chen Xiaoyu saw the two of them, he was suddenly frightened and his body began to tremble.
Lin Fan asked, Do you know him? Chen Xiaoyu nodded vigorously and added, They are my creditors.
The old one is called Lu Minglu.
Most people call him Mr. Lu. He is from the Lu family in Antique Street.
Lin Fan let out a soft "oh." It was no coincidence that he didn't expect to run into someone from the Lu family so soon.
Chen Xiaoyu, you have owed us money for so long, when are you going to pay it back?
The young man Huangren said with a smile.
Chen Xiaoyu's face flushed and he didn't know how to respond.
His antique business had failed in recent years and he no longer had any cash.
This shop is the only thing I have that I can mortgage. Can you give me a few more days? Chen Xiaoyu said stiffly.
Huang Ren's face turned cold, and he said unceremoniously, You have owed us money for so long. If you don't pay me back, I can only take things from your store as collateral.
Use something as collateral?
When Chen Xiaoyu heard this, he immediately felt relieved.
Aren't all the things in my crappy shop just garbage that I collected myself? Then you can pick anyone you like. Pick anyone you like. Chen Xiaoyu smiled apologetically.
Lin Fan watched coldly from the side, he felt something was wrong.
But he didn't say anything. Huang Ren snorted and took out his phone. You are lucky today. Our Mr. Lu wants to find something.
The Lu family does such a big antique business every year that Mr. Lu alone pays more than several hundred million in taxes to the country. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. Nearly 1 billion yuan in taxes were deducted from the real estate transaction procedures for his villa in Lishan Villa District.
The tax revenue of Filistin restaurant is several hundred million. It's just paying taxes, nothing to brag about. Huang Ren was moving things out of Chen Xiaoyu's antique shop while holding his cell phone.
Every time he took out something, he would show it to Mr. Lu.
Mr. Lu, what do you think of this painting?
I heard it was painted by a master of abstract art.
Although it looks similar to the one my 6th grade sister drew, it might be a good one.
Mr. Lu, please take another look at this calligraphy.
This is Tang Yan's authentic work.
It's just that Mr. Lu was like a clay statue, with no expression on his face.
He basically didn't even want to look at the things Huang Ren brought over.
Obviously, he meant that this was all garbage.
They are specifically designed to fool those naive laymen.
But it was not until he glanced at an inconspicuous corner at the bottom of the shelf that he let out a light exclamation. But before he could open his mouth, Lin Fan spoke first.
I want this thing. Tian Meiwei was startled by her boss's sudden shout.
When she looked in the direction her boss's finger was pointing, she suddenly showed an expression that was neither amused nor helpless.
Boss, isn't this just a tattered book? My relatives back home have several copies.
Lin Fan did not answer, but took the slightly worn scripture in his hand. Because of his treasure hunt map, he reacted to this book. After Lin Fan got hold of this book, the number of times it was used in the treasure map decreased by 1. Treasure hunting guide number of uses remaining, 2 times. Old Lu frowned, and looked at the scripture in Lin Fan's hand thoughtfully.
Why is the material of this book a bit similar to those 2 books?
Mr. Lu, who was very frugal with words, spoke slowly and said, 3 million, give me this book.
3 million.
When Chen Xiaoyu heard so much money, his eyes lit up immediately.
He turned to Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, how about you bear the pain and give it up? Huang Ren felt something was wrong, and he reminded him, Mr. Lu, don't be anxious. This person looks unfamiliar. Could he be a hired helper hired by Chen Xiaoyu? Mr. Lu hesitated.
Even though he had a lot of experience in appraising treasures, he had never personally held the item and examined it carefully. But he still insisted, 3 million, I want it. He just wanted to buy peace of mind. But what was unexpected was that Lin Fan said firmly, 10 million, this is what I saw first.
Huang Ren fanned the flames and said, why don't you show us the money first, otherwise we will just think you are a stooge.
Lin Fan smiled, took out his cell phone, and pulled up his tax records. When everyone in the store saw his tax payment records, they were all shocked.
Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Huang Ren counted one by one. You paid more than 1 billion in taxes? Huang Ren was stunned. He was so frightened that he almost jumped up. Ding! Surprise value plus 100. 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 The amount of tax generally pays accounts for about 10% of asset income and expenditure. In other words, Lin Fan's assets were so much that he couldn't even imagine. Although Mr. Lu was also quite surprised, he was still pondering the origin of the book in Lin Fan's hand. Suddenly, an idea arose in his heart. This book, could it be the one that is as famous as the Mahaparinirvana Sutra and the Maharatnakara Sutra? However, just as Mr. Lu's idea came up, he was dismissed by him. That scripture was the original work of a holy monk from 1,000 years ago. It is said that it was lost abroad after a turmoil. How could it appear in this inconspicuous little shop? But Mr. Lu still felt something was wrong. Seeing Lin Fan being so decisive, as if he was determined to buy the book, he couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. Huang Ren whispered, "Mr. Lu, this guy might be from a prominent family. Maybe he has something real. Could this thing really be from a prominent family?" Mr. Lu pondered for a while and said, "Any identification of an antique requires detailed and complicated steps. Even the most powerful treasure appraiser needs some tools to assist him in order to have a certain success rate." Huang Ren was not a fool, and he understood what Mr. Lu meant as soon as he heard it. "You mean, this guy might just be trying his luck, and this thing might not be genuine?" Mr. Lu nodded. But he was still somewhat shocked. This young man named Lin actually spent 10 million just to try his luck. He was really generous. Tian Meiwei quietly pulled Lin Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Boss, no matter how rich we are, we can't do this. 10 million just to buy this crappy book?" Lin Fan patted the fair shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I have my own plans." Confidence does not come without reason. The detailed information of this item has been clearly marked on the treasure map. Item name, Imperially Compiled Great Prajnaparamita Sutra. Note, the holy monk Huijin wrote in gold characters, and now 10 volumes have survived. The sheep's brain paper is covered with gold, and the characters are clear and elegant like floating clouds. The quality is particularly good. Estimated value of items, 2.7 billion. My old classmate Chen Xiaoyu was so surprised that he couldn't even close his jaw. Chapter 14. This person is too arrogant. Lin Fan, when did you become rich? Chen Xiaoyu stuttered. Did you buy this crappy book of mine just to help an old classmate? When Tian Meiwei heard this, she immediately felt that it made some sense. Maybe his boss just wanted to help his old classmate pay off his debts, so he found an excuse to buy this crappy book. After all, she had never heard that her boss had any ability to appraise treasures. What's more, the act of treasure appraisal has become an industrial assembly line operation with a relatively complete set of steps in modern times. Lin Fan hadn't even touched the book just now, so how could he possibly identify anything about it? Thinking of this, Tian Meiwei couldn't help but refresh her understanding of Lin Fan. Generous and magnanimous. Transfer the money. Lin Fan ordered. Tian Meiwei immediately took the order and prepared to transfer the money. Chen Xiaoyu also took out the transaction contract from the store. The transaction was completed quickly. 10 million was transferred into Chen Xiaoyu's account. I owe more than 9 million. Now I have so much money. It's great. I can pay off my debts and maybe my girlfriend can come back. Chen Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. And Lin Fan also got this scripture. Am I treating my old classmate unfairly? I only spent this little money to buy an authentic antique worth 2.7 billion? Lin Fan looked a little strange. But he changed his mind. If I hadn't come today, this scripture would most likely have been bought by Mr. Lu and Huang Ren for 3 million. Not only does Chen Xiaoyu still owe millions of dollars in debt, but his life must also be very difficult. Thinking about it this way, Lin Fan felt that he had not done anything excessive. However, Lin Fan still decided to give some compensation in the future. He left his phone number with Chen Xiaoyu and said, "You can contact me if you have any problems in the future." After the transaction was completed, he and Tian Meiwei prepared to say goodbye to Chen Xiaoyu. But before leaving, Chen Xiaoyu reminded Lin Fan, "Brother Fan, I heard that our high school classmates are planning to hold a party in a few days, remember to come then." Class reunion? Lin Fan touched his nose, feeling a little guilty.
In fact, he has been deliberately avoiding attending class reunions in recent years. It's not because he was just average, but because he had a lot of girlfriends when he was in school. And he specifically targeted people in his own class.
Being young and ignorant, I teased many girls.
This is trouble. If I go to a class reunion and am surrounded by my ex-girlfriends.
What an embarrassing scene that was.
Lin Fan shuddered at the thought of this scenario.
Let's talk about it later,
Lin Fan replied.
Then, he and Tian Meiwei left. When Shen Xiaoyu got the money, he immediately felt confident.
He paid off the debt owed to Huangren in an instant, and said rudely, "You are not welcome here, please leave." Huangren was so angry that he thought to himself, "How dare you, a bad boy, talk to me in such a tone?" But then he thought again, the young man named Lin actually had more than 10 billion in taxes in his hands. That big shot turned out to be this brat-ass old classmate. When Huangren thought of Lin Fan, he didn't dare to embarrass Jin Xiaoyu anymore and left in shame.
But Mr. Liu always felt that something was wrong. Something is very wrong.
To be on the safe side, he made a call to the Liu family on Antique Street.
Pay attention to the recent flow of antique markets at home and abroad. Is there any cultural relic similar to an ancient scripture being auctioned? Coincidentally.
At the same time, Lin Fan also made a phone call. The person he contacted was Manager Wang of Philist and Restaurant.
"Xiao Wang, I have something for you to do."
Manager Wang on the other end of the phone immediately responded in an extremely flattering and respectful tone when he heard Lin Fan's voice. You order, Xiao Wang can do anything for you." Lin Fan hummed and said, "Send a few people, or come over in person to get something and keep it for me."
"I want you to help me auction an antique." "Auction of antiques?"
When Manager Wang heard this, he was immediately confused.
Why did they suddenly ask me to help with the auction of antiques? Although he was confused, he naturally dared not disobey Lin Fan's orders.
Lin Fan's tone was very serious and cautious.
He said, "Send a few more trustworthy people to accompany you. Remember to bring the highest quality safe. This matter must not be leaked."
Manager Wang heard his tone, and it seemed that this antique was an extremely important thing.
Even Boss Lin thinks it is a relatively important antique?
Manager Wang's expression also turned serious. He mobilized his personal guard and took his treasured safe with him.
About half an hour later,
Lin Fan then handed the scripture to him.
"Don't worry, boss. I know a lot of wealthy businessmen and collectors in Haicheng. They guarantee to give a satisfactory price." Manager Wang vowed.
"However, we need to first have this scripture appraised by a professional and experienced person and obtain an appraisal certificate, so that we can get a specific valuation," said Manager Wang.
Lin Fan nodded. The prices of antiques actually fluctuate greatly.
I don't know whether the 2.7 billion price given in the illustrations is a minimum or an overestimate.
This is a good opportunity to test the treasure hunt function.
Lin Fan patted Manager Wang on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Wang, do this carefully.
If you do it well, you will definitely benefit from it."
Manager Wang nodded and agreed immediately. To him, Lin Fan's order was like an imperial decree. He carefully put away the scripture and placed it in a storage box. Then we started to contact relevant professionals and prepared to conduct a senior appraisal for them. After finishing his work, Lin Fan continued to reunite with the goddesses. Started a whole day of shopping. The destination is naturally the most prosperous commercial street in the city center. Locals also call this street Golden Street. The reason, of course, is that this is the most luxurious den of money in the city. Many tourists from other places will come here specifically to spend a long time. There are many forms of entertainment on Golden Street, among which Century Shopping Mall is the most famous and the most expensive. Lin Fan led the goddesses and started a massive sweep. The first stop, of course, is to buy a bag.
Hermes, LV. All kinds of famous bag brands can be seen everywhere here. Buy. Buy everything,"
Lin Fan said proudly. After the goddesses witnessed Lin Fan's arrogance in the restaurant just now, they naturally were no longer polite. Women's purchasing power is terrifying, especially a woman who is shopping. Soon, bills came out one after another. But Lin Fan naturally didn't care at all. He didn't even look at the price tag on the bill and started paying directly.
"There is nothing you can do about it. Being rich means being so arrogant."
The customers and cashiers around were stunned.
Ding! Surprise value plus 100. Ding. 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 Surprise value plus 100. This person didn't even look at the price tag and just bought it? This guy is too arrogant. Does his family run a bank or a gold mine? Chapter 15, The Authentic Work of the Holy Monk? I've only seen it on TV. Some royal nobles buy things like this. They don't even bother to look at the price tags and just swipe their cards. And why does he have so many girlfriends? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, I can't even count them all. There are so many beautiful goddesses here. Could they all be the girlfriends of this rich man? Did he save the world in his previous life? It's great to be rich. I'm so jealous. As more and more bags were bought, more and more people gathered around to watch in shock. Coincidentally, Jo Melu was also among them. There was a man next to her, who was the 985 blind date introduced to her by her family. After Jo Melu was kicked out by Lin Fan, she was completely disheartened and knew her dream of marrying into a wealthy family was shattered. So she shamelessly tried to persuade him and finally reconciled with the blind date guy. But she never expected that she would meet Lin Fan on her first date with the blind date guy. Moreover, seeing Lin Fan spending a huge amount of money on those goddesses, Jo Melu was so jealous that her teeth were itching. Originally, all of this belonged to me. However, he was greedy for quick success and instant benefits and eventually lost Lin Fan, a top rich man. The blind date guy next to her at the moment, let alone buying her a bag, even eating out and watching a movie together with her has to go Dutch. It is also called gender equality. This stingy attitude immediately formed a very sharp contrast with the arrogant Lin Fan at the moment. You can also buy me a bag, Jo Melu said unwillingly. When the blind date guy heard this, he immediately became unhappy and said, "My monthly salary is so little, and you asked me to buy you such an expensive bag, are you crazy? If I really buy it for you, we will be starving from now on. Besides, our relationship between men and women should be equal. If I buy you such an expensive bag, what other gift can you give me?" Jo Melu felt deeply regretful when she heard the blind date man talking so convincingly and with such a self-righteous attitude. How did I find such a thing? To put it bluntly, it's just stinginess. If it were Lin Fan, he wouldn't have said so much nonsense and would have just bought it directly. Jo Melu felt so much regret in her heart that her intestines almost turned green. If I had known earlier, I would have lived a good life with Lin Fan. Wouldn't that be great? But now Jo Melu herself knows that there is no hope for her in Lin Fan. She looks at Lin Fan as if she is looking at a mountain in the sky. In the end, I didn't even have the courage to go forward and had to leave them all in shame. 3 days later. Manager Wang was holding a qualification certificate in his hand, with shock written all over his face. The Great Prajnaparamita Sutra, an authentic copy by the holy monk Huijin, and it is of the highest quality? This was the antique appraisal certificate that his subordinates had just received this morning. According to the appraisal record, the value of the scripture entrusted to him by Lin Fan is inestimable. If it is auctioned, the price is probably astronomical. Manager Wang naturally did not dare to neglect Lin Fan's request. He immediately contacted almost all the antique collectors and wealthy businessmen in Haicheng who were interested in this. Using his powerful network of relationships, he began auctioning this sutra. The appearance of this authentic work of the holy monk immediately caused a sensation. This is not only because of its extremely high collection value, but also because it is a famous Buddhist scripture. It is said that as long as you place it at home, you can get the Buddha's blessing and enjoy peace and well-being for generations. The richer a person is, the more afraid he is actually of losing his wealthy life. Therefore, they would rather believe it exists than not believe it. There was once a wealthy businessman in Haicheng who spent millions of dollars just to buy a modern oil painting of V in order to get a good fortune. Just because the meaning of this painting is victory, eternal victory. Just a painting like this, the appearance of this authentic work of the holy monk immediately attracted many wealthy families to compete for it. The antique circle is not big. In fact, most people who are interested in and have the financial resources to buy antiques are people who have been in this circle for many years. And this matter soon reached Mr. Lu's ears. The authentic work of the holy monk? A bad premonition welled up in Mr. Lu's heart. Why does this description sound so similar to the Buddhist scripture I saw in Chen Xiaoyu's shop that day?
If this is true, then I have missed out on a treasure of sky-high price. Mr. Lu's face was full of shock, and his mind kept recalling the scenes of that day. The mysterious Lin Fan, with a thunderous gesture, swept the scripture from his hand. And he was only one step away from the original scroll. If Lin Fan had not intervened at the beginning, I would probably be the one who got the original copy now. At the same time, according to the latest news, the latest auction price of this authentic Buddhist scripture by the holy monk has reached 3.5 billion. Moreover, this is not the final transaction price. The wealthy businessmen in Haicheng are becoming more and more enthusiastic about this ancient scripture, and many people speculate that the final transaction price may be more than 4 billion. This is one of the highest transaction prices in Haicheng in recent years. Mr. Lu had a great reputation throughout his life and had been active in the antique world for many years, but he never thought that he would be wrong in the end and be taught a lesson by a young man. He felt unwilling, confused, and troubled, with all kinds of emotions intertwined in his heart. Eventually it converged into an emotion of regret and shock. He regretted that he had underestimated Lin Fan and did not take the scripture in his hand and examine it carefully. What was shocking was how Lin Fan was able to be so quick-witted and identify this priceless scripture before himself. Mr. Lu was puzzled. He had been fascinated by antiques all his life, but had never seen such a genius. Just by relying on his lightning-fast skills, he actually got the treasure. But this person had no fame at all in Haicheng before. Came out of nowhere. Finally, Mr. Lu sat down on the chair somewhat dejectedly and smiled at himself. He's somewhat acknowledging his age. Every generation has talented people who lead the trend for hundreds of years. This young man surnamed Lin may have some secrets that I don't know. The news that Mr. Lu suffered a loss at the hands of a young man named Lin quickly spread. This immediately caused a small earthquake in Haicheng's antique circle. The Lu family, which has long dominated the high-level discourse power in the antique circle, actually suffered a loss at the hands of an unknown boy. But this guy, firstly, has no relevant background to back him up, and secondly, he has no fame or achievements. In other words, a kid who had just debuted caused the Lu family to suffer a loss. From that day on, the legendary name Lin Fan gradually spread in the antique circle of Haicheng. Many people have developed a strong interest in Lin Fan. I also had the desire to make friends. Somewhat famous. Investigate, immediately find out the detailed information of this young man named Lin Fan, especially where he lives. We will prepare gifts and pay him a visit. This Lin Fan actually lives in Lishan Villa district? Chapter 16 Clothes make the man, saddles make the horse. And he is the actual person in charge of Filistin restaurant. When did such a big shot appear in Haicheng? It's amazing, you have achieved so much at such a young age. The ancient beauty Louis Ran has now returned to the Lu family. She heard about it, too. This young man with the surname Lin is also called Lin Fan. Could he be the same Lin Fan from that day, or is it just a coincidence? Louis Ran's heart began to pound. The name Lin Fan is actually not uncommon. If you shout Lin Fan on the street, perhaps several people will respond with hey at the same time. However, deep down, Louis Ran actually hoped very much that this Lin Fan was the one she met that day. After all, Lin Fan left a very deep impression on her at the Filistin restaurant that day. First, because Lin Fan is so handsome. Secondly, he spent a huge amount of money and immediately revealed Du Fei's true colors, which was really too handsome. Since that day, Louis Ran has been looking forward to meeting Lin Fan again. Have a romantic encounter. But at the same time, she had some hidden worries in her heart. If it's really him, then the Lu family might propose a competition or cause trouble for him to get back at him. I hope he's okay. Louis Ran prayed in his heart. Although he has become famous and has gained a lot of attention this time, the Lu family will never let it go. At this moment, Lin Fan was in a men's brand clothing store in Century Mall. Next to him were Tian Meiwei and Zhang Yuhan. Boss, please try this one on. It's the latest model from the famous brand Armani this season. This one is also good. It's Versace, a famous luxury brand. Boss, try it on. This imported Christian Dior suit is also very nice. Lin Fan looked at the several suits brought by the two women in front of him and couldn't help but laugh or cry. He was extremely happy after accepting the antique worth at least 2.7 billion yuan. These days, he took advantage of his good mood to tidy himself up. At this moment, his hairstyle was created by the best stylist in Century Mall. This was Lin Fan's personal request, a hairstyle worth tens of billions of dollars. Not a cent more, not a cent less, just the right hairstyle for a fortune of 10 billion. When Lin Fan's net worth reaches 100 billion, he plans to change his hairstyle again. And now, he is choosing his clothes. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, saddles make the horse. When you go out, a gorgeous outfit is essential. He didn't want to dress shabby and then be looked down upon, thus exposing his billionaire status. That kind of thing is too old, he doesn't want to do it. But after looking around, he didn't see any suitable suit. So he called manager Wang.
Little King.
Hey, Boss Lin, right? I'm here, please give me your orders. Manager Wang originally tried to curry favor with Lin Fan simply because of Lin Fan's status as the largest shareholder on the board of directors.
But things are different now.
Ever since Lin Fan handed over the priceless antique to him for auction, he has come into contact with many people in the high-level circles of Haicheng. After this incident, Manager Wang began to admire and respect Lin Fan from the bottom of his heart. Lin Fan is a capable man with a keen eye. Even the Lu family suffered at his hands. Working with such a capable man, it feels reassuring. It's nothing particularly important. Please help me contact a suit designer. I want to have some custom-made suits made for me. Don't worry, I'll leave this matter to you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. When Manager Wang heard this, he immediately promised that he would take care of the matter. Lin Fan nodded and hung up the phone. This Xiao Wang is quite reliable. However, as soon as the call was hung up, another call came in.
This is Chen Xiaoyu calling.
Brother Fan, you must come to the class reunion we talked about last time. When Lin Fan heard about the class reunion, his expression couldn't help but look a little strange. Lin Fan was actually very helpless. On the one hand, he is actually somewhat interested in his ex-girlfriends from high school. I wonder what those stunning high school girls of the past have become now after entering society. Did she become more beautiful, or did she become uglier? But on the other hand, these women caused themselves a lot of trouble back then. 3 women make a drama, and Lin Fan has far more than 3 ex-girlfriends in high school. If I go to this class reunion, I'm afraid I'll get into trouble.
However, Lin Fan couldn't refuse Chen Xiaoyu outright.
After all, this volume of priceless antiques was found in his shop, and I only spent a small amount of money to buy it from him. I'll think about it. Lin Fan replied. When Chen Xiaoyu heard this, he immediately said, Brother Fan, you are the benefactor who helped me pay off my debt. To be honest, this class reunion is the most complete one we've had in all these years. When all your girlfriends from the past heard that you were coming, they all came. When Lin Fan heard this, he was immediately overwhelmed.
Then you can't go there.
But just when he wanted to refuse,
Chen Xiaoyu added, and Song Xiaofeng and his gang are eyeing your ex-girlfriends right now.
I heard they want to take advantage of this opportunity to win them over. When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately frowned.
Song Xiaofeng, this is also my high school classmate, and his family has a little money.
But this guy is a bit tragic. When he was in the first year of high school, Song Xiaofeng had a crush on a girl, and he delivered breakfast to this girl for a whole year. Later, this girl got together with Lin Fan. In his second year of high school, Song Xiaofeng had a crush on another girl, and he spent a year writing homework for her. Later, this girl got together with Lin Fan. My senior year of high school, I won't talk about it anymore.
Song Xiaofeng.
Why? All the girls I had a crush on eventually fell into Lin Fan's arms. And they are all different girls. At this class reunion, Song Xiaofeng clearly came for revenge. But Lin Fan felt a little unhappy in his heart.
When Song Xiaofeng was in school, he loved to bully his classmates and engage in school violence.
What if domestic violence occurs in the future? I can't let those female classmates fall into this evil clutch. Moreover, Lin Fan also has a kind of possessiveness that is unique to men. After all, I feel a little unhappy when a man wants to hook up with my ex-girlfriend. Although he knew that this was unreasonable, this might be a common problem among men. After thinking it over again and again, Lin Fan finally agreed. Okay, I'll go. When Chen Xiaoyu heard this, he immediately smiled and said, That's great, Brother Fan. Remember to help me keep the situation under control and don't let Song Xiaofeng snatch my goddess away. Lin Fan laughed and scolded, So you were waiting for me here, where's your ex-girlfriend? Didn't you say last time that you would never fall in love with another woman in your life? Chapter 17 If you have money, you can do what you want. Chen Xiaoyu hesitated and said, She has already abandoned me, so isn't it normal for me to find another one?
Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. After finishing the call, Lin Fan continued to go shopping with Zhang Yuhan in Tianmei. There is a huge flow of people on Jean Street, and the number of luxury goods display windows is also astonishing. There are many popular check-in spots here, such as milk tea shops and coffee shops. It is common to see many people taking out their mobile phones to take photos or record videos on the streets. Lin Fan was walking down the street with his hands in his pockets, and he could see quite a few relatively famous anchors or internet celebrities holding cameras. He was accompanied by two goddesses, Tianmei and Zhang Yuhan, which naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. Especially, Lin Fan himself is already very handsome. I dressed up in the past few days, got a haircut worth 10 billion, and put on a suit and shoes worth a lot of money. He is a handsome man. Therefore, many people turned their attention to Lin Fan. And a couple politely walked up to Lin Fan. "Hello, we are a pair of bloggers from Self Media. Could we take a moment of your time to do a simple street interview?" Lin Fan was wandering around bored when he was suddenly stopped by someone who wanted to do a street interview. He nodded with interest. "I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. What is your occupation?" Lin Fan answered without hesitation, "Courier." Lin Fan was indeed a courier, even though he had not been to work for many days, and even he himself had almost forgotten the fact that he was a courier. Moreover, the villas and shares he now owns are worth at least tens of billions. But when others asked him about his occupation, he still subconsciously answered his job, courier. That's not a lie. However, the young couple were obviously very polite. They did not look at each other strangely after hearing that Lin Fan was a courier. Instead, the girl in the couple covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Sir, you are so funny. I have never seen a courier with two such beautiful girls following him, and dressed so handsomely and fashionably." Lin Fan spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. "Many times, I tell the truth, but others just don't believe me. There is nothing I can do about this." Then let's move on to the second question. If your mother and your girlfriend fall into the water at the same time, who would you save first? Without a doubt, this is a fatal question. Tianmei and Zhang Yuhan, who were standing behind Lin Fan, looked at each other and felt that there was something unusual about this couple. This is adding fuel to the fire. However, Lin Fan was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, "I asked my mother to save my girlfriend. When I was a child, my mother could take me to swim back and forth on both sides of the river several times." Tianmei's eyes lit up, and she felt that the boss's answer was quite witty. But the couple obviously didn't let Lin Fan go so easily. They then asked, "Why don't you save your girlfriend yourself? Is it because you don't love your girlfriend enough and are unwilling to make sacrifices for her?" Lin Fan said shamelessly, "If I go down, my girlfriend will be dead, because I can't swim, and my mom will definitely save me first." Phew! Zhang Yuhan couldn't help laughing out loud, and Tianmei's face flushed as she tried to hold back her laughter. How come they didn't realize before that the boss Lin Fan is not only handsome, but also speaks so interestingly? The young couple was also choked, and secretly sighed that Lin Fan had a strange way of thinking and was not so easily fooled. However, they obviously did not intend to let Lin Fan go so easily. Then let's move on to the next question. The couple bloggers said unwillingly. Lin Fan nodded. "Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll play with you guys. Are you willing to spend 20,000 yuan to buy a bag for your girlfriend?" The couple blogger said with some scheming. This is another tricky question, and it's obvious that the author is trying to set the tone. If Lin Fan answered no, then the bloggers could take the opportunity to tease Lin Fan for being stingy and not even willing to buy a bag for his girlfriend. If Lin Fan answered yes, they would then add fuel to the fire and ask Lin Fan to go to a nearby luxury store to buy a bag on the spot. They had already negotiated commissions with the stores and could get a lot of money. It's all a routine. The purpose is to increase the number of clicks and popularity of the video, as well as to earn commissions. No matter whether Lin Fan answered yes or no, it was all within the routine of this pair of scheming bloggers, and they all had ways to deal with it. Passers-by looked at this scene with some sympathy, especially those who looked at Lin Fan with pity. That's a street interview with the so-called breakup guru. This blogger couple is a notorious B-Station-up host who specifically picks on street couples and asks them some sharp and embarrassing questions. I heard that many couples have been broken up by this up host. Their program is just a copy of foreign street interviews, but it's even more extreme. For the sake of the video's clicks and views, they are going too far. I feel sorry for this handsome boy. However, faced with this life-threatening question, Lin Fan spread his hands helplessly. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned to look at Tian Meiwei and Zhang Yuhan, indicating that they could open their shopping bags. The two girls immediately understood and put the shopping bags in front of everyone. The couple bloggers were confused and turned their attention to the shopping bags. Tian Meiwei gently opened the shopping bag with her slender hands. Good job. When I opened it, I saw that it was full of bags. The couple bloggers were stunned on the spot. This is a limited edition Hermes, made of crocodile leather, and it costs at least 60,000 or 70,000. This one is ostrich leather, and this one is lizard leather. Are they all limited editions of Hermes? Is this LV's summer collection, the one that's out of print? Damn it. Don't play by the rules. Ding. Surprise value plus 100. 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 Facts speak louder than words. Lin Fan did not answer this question verbally. Instead, he simply and directly threw out a whole full shopping bag. The shopping bag is full of brand name bags, all of which are limited editions. The price is at least 3 times higher than the ordinary classic model, and it is quite collectible. In a flash, are you willing to spend 20,000 yuan to buy a bag for your girlfriend? In the face of such overwhelming financial resources, this question seems extremely stupid. The couple bloggers opened their mouths and looked at each other in silence, unable to say anything for a moment. What the hell, what else can I say? It was originally a trap, but it was solved by someone paying money. Simple and crude. If you have money, you can be so willful. The couple bloggers' eyelids twitched violently. They never thought that they would just pick a random handsome guy on the street to interview. In the end, he found a rich guy. Still a god-level tycoon. How can we chat today? I have nothing to talk about. Chapter 18 Poverty limits my imagination. In an instant, all their so-called rhetoric and routines, a whole shopping bag of brand name bags. They all seemed so childish and ridiculous. Lin Fan put his hands in his trouser pockets and watched your performance quietly. Do you have any more questions? The couple bloggers swallowed hard. Still have questions? How else could it be? This is the first time I've seen a courier as rich as you in my life. In the end, the couple bloggers found an excuse and left the place in a hurry and shame. They were speechless after Lin Fan used money to attack them. If I continue the conversation, I'm afraid I'll just end up humiliating myself. More importantly, the way the female blogger in this couple looked at Lin Fan became more and more strange. There is no way Lin Fan, a man with both good looks and wealth, is too charming. The male blogger in the couple quickly pulled his girlfriend away, otherwise who knows what might happen. When the passers-by around saw this scene, they couldn't help but look shocked. At the same time, they felt a sense of applause in their hearts. This handsome guy did a great job. He finally taught this pair of unscrupulous bloggers a lesson. This blogger couple is so selfish. They have been breaking up couples just to get more clicks on their videos. What this guy did is welcome to see. But this guy is so rich. He has so many good things in one shopping bag. They felt somewhat relieved, yet also somewhat shocked by Lin Fan's enormous wealth. At the same time, some sharp-eyed and experienced people recognized the value of Lin Fan's clothes. Wow, is that guy wearing the latest Versace style? One of those tops costs hundreds of thousands? That couple of bloggers are really blind, but it's not their fault. There aren't many ordinary people who can recognize such high-end suits. Look at the white watch on that guy's wrist. Is it a Jaquette Droz Platinum watch? I've heard of that watch. The market price seems to be 300,000. I love it. I love this man who was both handsome and wealthy. Seeing the praises from the people around him growing louder and louder, Lin Fan shrugged helplessly. Wherever the handsome guy goes, he attracts people's attention. Some curious onlookers posted the whole story on Bilibili. Their titles are catchy. A well-known up-host at Station B was left speechless by the tycoon. Have you ever seen a whole shopping bag filled with designer bags? The super rich man laughed at the unscrupulous up-host, and the ending was very satisfying. These articles and short videos have received a lot of clicks, and received tens of thousands of reposts and views within just 30 minutes of being published. Countless people are extremely curious about which rich man is so arrogant and smart. It actually taught that notorious couple a lesson.
Lin Fan, the instigator of this incident, made a decision at this moment.
Let's go buy a car on the way, Lin Fan ordered.
When it comes to buying a car, Tian Meiwei and Zhang Yuhan's eyes light up.
Car, they have long been looking forward to what kind of car their boss will buy.
In fact, Lin Fan had wanted to buy it a long time ago.
But these days, he is almost going crazy.
Shopping and having fun with a group of goddesses, he lived a godly life and forgot about buying a car.
Until today, when I got interested. Then just buy one.
Lin Fan led the two girls towards the 4S car.
Tian Meiwei asked, "Boss, what kind of car do you want to buy?" Zhang Yuhan asked, "Boss, what's your budget?"
Lin Fan replied, "We'll see when we get there.
There's no rush." In 4's store, Lin Fan walked in leisurely with Tian Meiwei and her two daughters. The female salesperson at the car dealership stood politely in front of them as a guide.
"Hello sir, how can I help you?"
"Show me the latest sports car in the store." "Okay, please follow me." Everything went easily and pleasantly.
None of the contemptuous behavior that occurs in rural car dealerships happened. This is not because Lin Fan's clothes show off his wealth, but because the salesmen in high-end car dealerships all have their own professional qualities. Even if the customer's financial resources are average, they will never easily show that they look down on the customer.
For businessmen, personal relationships are everything. How could I show an polite attitude so easily? The female salesperson brought Lin Fan and the other two to a silver-white supercar.
The appearance of this supercar is extremely cool and stylish, like a monster on the road.
It has a powerful design and is very manly.
The streamlined body is matched with the elegant silver-white color, and the exhaust gas flutters like a butterfly when it starts.
Lin Fan couldn't help but nodded.
He thought the appearance of this car was pretty good.
This is the Felipe 500. It has an excellent appearance and performance. It accelerates from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just 2.9 seconds. It is a real performance monster. The female salesperson introduced very professionally. The functionality doesn't seem bad either.
Lin Fan was somewhat satisfied.
Tian Meiwei gently pulled Lin Fan's sleeve and said, "Boss, this car looks good. Pay it."
"Okay." Lin Fan didn't ask how much the car cost, he was too lazy to ask. Over the past few days, he gradually developed a habit. When buying things, don't look at the price, just buy it.
Being rich means being arrogant. Under his instructions, Tian Meiwei immediately went to handle the relevant car purchase procedures. The female salesperson was somewhat surprised at Lin Fan's arrogance.
But she still forced herself to appear calm on the surface.
"There's no way, life is like a play, it all depends on your acting skills.
We are all from a luxury car dealership, so we can't just show our surprise.
It's easy to be looked down upon this way."
The professionally trained female salesperson maintained her facial expression well and tried her best to look normal.
But she couldn't hide it from Lin Fan. Ding! Surprise value plus 50.
Her shock still rang in Lin Fan's ears. After all, it is rare for a wealthy person to buy a supercar without even looking at the price.
The transaction procedures were completed quickly.
The bare price of this car plus commercial insurance and other miscellaneous expenses adds up to about 5 million yuan. For convenience, Lin Fan had already transferred 50 million to Tian Meiwei these days. After all, she is his housekeeper, so Lin Fan still trusts her quite a bit.
However, when going through the procedures for purchasing the car, Tian Meiwei met a female blogger with a camera. There's nothing you can do about it.
There are just a lot of internet celebrities on Jean Street who like to use cameras to make videos or live broadcasts.
Tian Meiwei didn't pay much attention to it.
After finishing her work, she returned to Lin Fan.
"Boss, the documents have been purchased," Tian Meiwei said. Lin Fan nodded.
But he did not leave, but continued to walk around the car dealership.
"Boss, didn't we buy the car?" Tian Meiwei was a little confused. Since Lin Fan came here to buy a car, why isn't he leaving after buying it? Does the boss like to hang out so much? Unexpectedly, Lin Fan said something shocking. "How can one car be enough?" Tian Meiwei, Omega Omega. The world of the rich is indeed unimaginable. Poverty limits my imagination. Chapter 19: The Straight Man. Tian Meiwei swallowed and said, "How many cars do you want to buy?"
Lin Fan said calmly, "It depends on my mood."
That's right.
The female salesperson next to her also swallowed hard. This customer is a bit arrogant. Ordinary people have to work hard to get a loan to buy even the most ordinary car. But Lin Fan just bought a few cars based on his mood, and they were all very expensive super sports cars. The gap between people is really too big. Lin Fan's actions immediately attracted a lot of people's attention, and he became the focus of all attention at the scene. A camera slowly aimed at Lin Fan. The owner of the camera is Yang Mi, who is also a host on Bilibili, but she does not make short videos. Instead, she mainly does live broadcasts about cars. Yang Mi's appearance and figure are very similar to a female celebrity, so they simply named her Yang Mi for the live broadcast. The number of fans in her live broadcast room has long exceeded 100,000, and she has been signed and awarded a medal by Bilibili. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room was a little excited because of Lin Fan. The barrage of comments flew by. That little brother is so handsome, look at his great body, I almost fainted. He actually bought a Fichui 500 and still felt it was not enough, he wanted to buy a few more luxury cars, he is so rich and inhumane. I really want to marry him. This handsome and rich little brother is so lovable. Our sister Mimi is still single now. Do you want to try and chat up this guy? Some gossipy comments immediately started to offer suggestions. They jokingly suggested that Yang Mi should go up and curry favor with the guy, hoping that he would take a fancy to her and she wouldn't have to work hard for the rest of her life. Unexpectedly, Yang Mi was really ready to go. She touched up her makeup and showed an extremely confident smile. Just kidding, who wouldn't be tempted when meeting their dream man? Maybe, people just like what you have. If you really encounter this, maybe you don't have to work hard for the rest of your life. Then she walked in front of Lin Fan, closed her eyes and struck an extremely seductive pose. But to her surprise, time passed by minute by minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lin Fan didn't say anything, and didn't even pay attention to her. Because Lin Fan's entire attention was attracted by the car in front of him. Low body, large windshield, tapered front and rear-mounted engine. All these factors combined to give it a very shocking appearance. Sir, this car is the latest model of Lamborghini Huracan. Lin Fan was immediately attracted. As for the internet celebrity Yang Mi, Lin Fan didn't even bother to look at her. Compared with a woman, the supercar is of course more fragrant. In front of supercars, women are simply vulnerable. Lin Fan simply ignored Yang Mi's actions. He put his hand on the Lamborghini Huracan and felt a bright and smooth feeling flowing into his heart. This car is good, I'll buy it. Lin Fan said directly. Okay. Tian Meiwei accepted the order immediately. Tian Meiwei moved quickly. Another transaction was completed quickly. However, Lin Fan did not get the so-called car keys. In its place was a bracelet studded with hundreds of diamonds. What is this? Where are my car keys? Lin Fan couldn't help but feel confused. The saleswoman explained, Sir, this Lamborghini Huracan is the latest model that uses brand new technology. It is not equipped with a car key, but with a bracelet that uses the technology of a smart bracelet. As she explained, she took the jeweled bracelet. Then used the smart bracelet to gently sweep the car door, and the door of the Lamborghini Huracan will open immediately like a butterfly spreading its wings. Wonderful! Lin Fan patted his hands and exclaimed. Although he knew that technology was advancing rapidly, he did not expect that variations of smart bracelets would be applied to high-end sports cars so quickly. And the most important thing is that this smart bracelet is inlaid with so many sparkling diamonds. Obviously, this is a luxury item. How much do this bracelet and this car cost respectively? Lin Fan asked the price with some curiosity. It's not that he has changed his style, he just wants to know the price. This bracelet is worth 3 million, and this Lamborghini Huracan cost about 6 million. The saleswoman answered respectfully. A bracelet that functions like a car key actually costs 3 million? You know, this supercar only costs about 6 million, it accounts for half of the price. This adds up to a total of 9 million. Tian Meiwei was also surprised when she heard the price. No way, a car key costs 3 million? Lin Fan touched his chin and felt that it was somewhat unreasonable, but also expected. Although a car key is half the price of a car, this is not cost-effective. But these luxury goods do not have the so-called cost-effectiveness. Many wealthy businessmen spend hundreds of millions to buy works of art, especially those famous paintings that look like those drawn by elementary school students. There is no value for money in themselves.
There's nothing you can do about it. Having money means you can do what you want.
What they are aiming for is luxury.
Just when Lin Fan was immersed in the Lamborghini Huracan,
the internet celebrity female anchor Mimi at the side suddenly pulled a donkey face, and it seemed that her face was about to turn green with anger.
Why is this guy ignoring me? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Comparing the woman with the car, he actually chose the car. This straight man of steel.
The comments in her live broadcast room were also changing very quickly. Wow, a smart bracelet is inlaid with so many gems, worth 3 million, and this is just a car key.
The world of the rich is so fucking scary. Poverty limits my imagination. Car keys are so expensive.
I really admire these rich people.
Who is this guy? How could he buy such a luxurious Lamborghini Huracan? Our pretty and lovely Mimi was ignored by him. This guy is too arrogant. We can't figure out the personalities of rich people.
Yang Mi took a look at the comments in her live broadcast room and suddenly felt her blood pressure soar. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine if I was ignored by this little brother. But this is a live broadcast, and the goddess' image in my live broadcast room cannot be ruined. Yang Mi adjusted her expression slightly and went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. When she appeared in the hall again with full confidence, she found that Lin Fan was no longer there. Yang Mi didn't know why she felt a little confused, so she quickly asked the saleswoman.
The guest just now has left.
Hearing the news that Lin Fan had passed away,
Yang Mi sighed in disappointment.
She couldn't explain why she was disappointed that she hadn't regained her face. Or was she disappointed because she missed out on Lin Fan, this handsome and rich young man?
Yang Mi ended the broadcast feeling a little disappointed. Lamborghini Huracan is driving on the road at high speed. Chapter 20: The Emperor is opened.
Lin Fan sat in the passenger seat, and Tian Meiwei was driving. Lin Fan scrolled through the short videos and live broadcasts on his phone, looking for content that interested him.
Tian Meiwei on the side said, "Boss, are you single now?" Lin Fan put away his phone, stretched his body, and said, "Why are you asking this? Do you want to be my wife?" Tian Meiwei burst out laughing, feeling a little embarrassed but also unable to hold back her laughter. "I am just your housekeeper. You can ask me to do anything, but my status is not worthy of you."
"But I have a best friend who is much prettier than me, but it's not easy to seduce her."
"A beauty who is much more beautiful than Tian Meiwei?"
When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately became interested. Tian Meiwei's appearance score is 9.3 points, which is already a very rare school beauty.
So what level would her best friend be at? Lin Fan smiled and said, "Why is it not easy to pick her up?"
Tian Meiwei explained, "She is a popular female anchor on the internet, with millions of fans in her live broadcast room. She is also the most beautiful girl in the famous drama academy.
She has even played the leading role in several movies. She will most likely become a star in the entertainment industry in the future. Now many wealthy bosses are eyeing this piece of fat meat."
When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately said, "Tell me her live broadcast room."
Tian Meiwei did as she was told.
Lin Fan quickly used her mobile phone to enter her best friend's live broadcast room.
As soon as he entered, Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "Good guy. I'm so fucking direct."
In the live broadcast room, a beautiful woman wearing a tube top and a short skirt, revealing her belly button and large areas of skin, was dancing passionately. Her dancing was extremely graceful, although Lin Fan didn't pay attention to that. What Lin Fan was concerned about was that this female anchor had a very well-proportioned figure. It is not the kind of skinny beauty that many girls pursue nowadays, but a plump and healthy beauty.
This kind of beauty is full of charm and is much stronger than the skinny beauty.
Just by looking at the figure of this female anchor, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh that this was probably the one with the best figure among all the beauties he had ever seen.
But what is somewhat regrettable is that this female anchor actually covered her face and deliberately did not show it.
Lin Fan was very annoyed. She has this rule when she broadcasts live. Basically, she never shows her face. I asked her privately and she said that if she showed her face, the audience would only pay attention to her face and not her dance. Tian Meiwei fanned the flames and said, "Boss, if you give her more gifts, maybe she will show her face. She just wants to watch the fun and stir up trouble." Unexpectedly, when Lin Fan heard it, he immediately felt that it made sense. Swish, swish, damn it, if I don't see this girl's face today, I won't be able to think straight.
Lin Fan is feeling very subtle right now.
He felt like a diner with chopsticks, knife and fork who had just sat down in a restaurant.
But suddenly I told myself that all the dishes in this restaurant have been sold out and asked me to come back another day. This feeling is neither up nor down. Lin Fan had just become interested in this beauty's hot body and was just about to take a look at her face. But suddenly we were told not to show our faces. Are you kidding me? No. Although Lin Fan has never played live broadcast on this platform. But he immediately registered a first-level live broadcast account. Tian Meiwei reminded and introduced, "Boss, the audience of this live broadcast platform is divided into 7 levels: Ranger, Knight, Viscount, Earl, Duke, King, and Emperor." Lin Fan immediately activated the Emperor account without even looking at the price. Byte. As the payment of 120,000 yuan was completed, Lin Fan's level 1 account instantly became a special VIP guest in the live broadcast room. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, he was welcomed by the crowd. Various cool and gorgeous special effects all show Lin Fan SID, Fan Lin D. Female anchor Lin Shuriying immediately noticed the newest emperor whose ID was Fan Lin D. She thanked him politely and gracefully. "Thank you, Emperor Fan Lin, for opening the way." Lin Shuriying's tone was very normal. After all, her live broadcast room was quite popular, and there were at least hundreds of emperors here. Moreover, many emperors were senior emperors who had opened the throne for nearly a year or more. She was a person who had seen big scenes, and she did not lose her composure because Lin Fan opened an emperor. However, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room became heated up because of the emperor's opening. "Wow, it's the new emperor, and he's just a level 1 account that has just been registered and has become the emperor. This can't be some big boss's smurf account. I've never seen a level 1 account with an emperor character. My family is poor. How much does it cost to have such cool special effects for this emperor? This emperor costs 120,000 a month. Who can afford it except those rich tycoons?" There was all sorts of envy, jealousy, and hatred on the barrage. A faint hatred of the rich began to spread. And just at this moment, Emperor Fan Lin spoke. "Host, please show your face. I'm curious about what you look like." His account has just been opened, and every sentence he says is accompanied by extremely cool special effects. Suddenly, everyone in the live broadcast room saw this sentence. Many people were dissatisfied and laughed secretly. This boss is not very sensible. Our sister Ying's live broadcast room has a golden rule, and her face is never shown. Yes, last time there was a boss who had been using the Emperor account for a year, and then he wanted Sister Ring to show her face on the live broadcast, but he was rejected on the spot. Although Sister Ring has appeared in movies and shown her face before, she has an iron rule that she will never show her face during live broadcasts. "Boss, you'd better give up." Lin Fan looked at the conversations on the barrage and roughly understood what the situation was. As expected, the female anchor Lin Shuriying was silent for a moment, and then rejected the request without hesitation. "Sorry, this live broadcast room does not show faces. Although you are the new emperor, this rule also applies to you. In our live broadcast room, we emphasize treating everyone equally." Lin Fan smiled playfully and said softly, "Treat everyone equally, right? What a great treat everyone equally." Tian Meiwei, who was standing by, stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said, "Boss, my best friend is just such a stubborn person. I'm afraid you will be disappointed this time." Lin Fan snorted calmly and said, "Maybe not yet." In fact, the female anchor Lin Shuriying was a little nervous at this time. Every emperor is a potential tycoon in the live broadcast room and can contribute a large amount of revenue to the live broadcast room. If her request was rejected and people stopped consuming in her live broadcast room, she, as a host who needs to make a living, would feel a little bit at a loss. Fortunately, after she rejected Emperor Fan Lin's request, the other party stopped talking. Obviously, the other party should have given up. Chapter 21. The goddess made an exception. Lin Shuriying breathed a sigh of relief and was about to continue the live broadcast. But suddenly a long string of even more eye-catching light effects appeared on the screen. Congratulations to Emperor Fan Lin for opening the Emperor 1 month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fan Lin for opening the Emperor 1 month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fan Lin for opening the Emperor 1 month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fan Lin for opening the Emperor 1 month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fan Lin for opening the Emperor 1 month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fan Lin for opening the Emperor 1 month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fan Lin for opening the Emperor 1 month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fan Lin for opening the Emperor 1 month 1. Host, please show your face. I'm curious about what you look like.
His account has just been opened, and every sentence he says is accompanied by extremely cool special effects. Suddenly, everyone in the live broadcast room saw this sentence. Many people were dissatisfied and laughed secretly. This boss is not very sensible. Our sister Ying's live broadcast room has a golden rule, and her face is never shown. Yes, last time there was a boss who had been using the Emperor account for a year, and then he wanted Sister Ring to show her face on the live broadcast, but he was rejected on the spot. Although Sister Ring has appeared in movies and shown her face before, she has an iron rule that she will never show her face during live broadcasts. Boss, you'd better give up. Lin Fan looked at the conversations on the barrage and roughly understood what the situation was. As expected, the female anchor Lin Shuriying was silent for a moment, and then rejected the request without hesitation. Sorry, this live broadcast room does not show faces. Although you are the new emperor, this rule also applies to you. In our live broadcast room, we emphasize treating everyone equally. Lin Fan smiled playfully and said softly, treat everyone equally, right? What a great treat everyone equally. Tian Meiwei, who was standing by, stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said, Boss, my best friend is just such a stubborn person. I'm afraid you will be disappointed this time. Lin Fan snorted calmly and said, maybe not yet. In fact, the female anchor Lin Shuriying was a little nervous at this time. Every emperor is a potential tycoon in the live broadcast room and can contribute a large amount of revenue to the live broadcast room. If her request was rejected and people stopped consuming in her live broadcast room, she, as a host who needs to make a living, would feel a little bit at a loss. Fortunately, after she rejected Emperor Fanlin's request, the other party stopped talking. Obviously, the other party should have given up. Lin Shuriying breathed a sigh of relief and was about to continue the live broadcast. But suddenly a long string of even more eye-catching light effects appeared on the screen. Congratulations to Emperor Fanlin for opening the Emperor 1 Month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fanlin for opening the Emperor 1 Month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fanlin for opening the Emperor 1 Month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fanlin for opening the Emperor 1 Month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fanlin for opening the Emperor 1 Month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fanlin for opening the Emperor 1 Month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fanlin for opening the Emperor 1 Month 1. Congratulations to Emperor Fanlin for opening the Emperor 1 Month 1. The overwhelming gifts came like a tide. Lin Shuriying was stunned by the gifts that were as numerous as Gatling gun bullets. How many gifts are there? How much do they cost in total? Lin Shuriying felt her brain was a little blocked. She is very good at math and was a well-known math genius in the school during middle school. But because she was so shocked, her brain seemed to have lost the ability to calculate. Even if she were asked to do elementary school math problems now, it would probably take her a while. It's really shocking. And Lin Fan's bombardment of gifts was obviously not over yet. This is just the beginning. Overwhelming numbers of planes, rockets, and superfires continue to sweep in. Just like the Yangtze River rushing into the sea, it keeps flowing. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. Big news, big news. Where did this rich guy come from? He's almost at the top of the list. Ah, bah, you should take a closer look at the list. He's advancing too fast. He's almost in the top few places on the overall list. Oh my god, hurry up and go down, he will soon be on the top of the reward list. As the saying goes, since ancient times, the number 1 is dead, and the number 2 can't even touch the little hand. The number 1 position on the list has been a must-fight position since ancient times. Originally, Lin Shuriying's number 1 on the list had an ID of a big guy named Runhuang. This emperor often appears in various live broadcast rooms of beauties and is extremely generous. This is an extremely famous old-fashioned tycoon, and he is often ranked number 1 in all the beauty live broadcast rooms. According to gossip, he is the son of one of the richest businessmen in the country, the richest among the rich. As long as he appears in the live broadcast room, no one dares to compete with him for the top spot. Who exactly is this Emperor Fanlin? Is he a shill for the human emperor? Impossible. The human emperor is a person of great arrogance and never considers the consequences of his actions. How could he possibly have a second account? But the human emperor hasn't appeared for a while. There are rumors that he has returned home to take over the family business. This Fanlin emperor is really bold. If the human emperor comes back and hears about this, he will not only snatch his number 1 spot, but also break the rules by letting Lin Shuriying show her face on the live broadcast. That would be interesting.
At this moment, Lin Shiying was gradually overwhelmed by the gifts flying around.
She is a big anchor and has seen many rich people giving gifts. But she had never heard of or seen such a generous tycoon. In just 10 minutes, this Fan Lin emperor had given out more than 10 million gifts.
This is totally an attitude of not treating money as money, it is really too domineering.
She was so surprised and happy that her body couldn't help but tremble. According to the profit-sharing rules between Lin Shiying and the live broadcast platform, she can get millions from such a huge amount of rewards.
But she was a little hesitant to accept the money. Because this Emperor Fan Lin is really too mysterious.
He suddenly appeared and spent 10 million. The purpose was just to show his face.
This kind of person is undoubtedly a big shot among big shots.
If I don't let him stop, I'm afraid he will come across as greedy.
That's troublesome, something big has happened.
Lin Shiying looked at the increasing number of gift special effects, but she felt more and more uneasy. She is very smart and not a materialistic and brainless woman like Zhou Meilu. If such a big shot is happy today, he can certainly spend money to praise himself. But if the other way around, I would be the one who provoke him and make him unhappy. I'm afraid that my ashes will be scattered by him easily.
It's too easy for this kind of person to kill me.
If I don't handle it well, I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. Thinking of this, Lin Shiying quickly said, Okay, I can show my face, but there must be a condition.
When the barrage heard this, they all became uneasy.
Ding! Surprise value plus 100.
Ding!
Surprise value plus 100.
Ding!
Surprise value plus 100.
Ding!
Surprise value plus 100.
Ding!
Surprise value plus 100.
Ding!
Surprise value plus 100.
The goddess made an exception.
This is the first time. Lin Shiying has been live streaming for 3 years.
Is this the first time she is going to show her face during a live broadcast? Chapter 22. Sure enough, money is omnipotent. As expected, money can really allow you to do whatever you want.
Even the so-called golden rules can be broken.
This boss is really awesome.
I just calculated the total value of the gifts and estimated it to be over 10 million. In less than 15 minutes, he spent 10 million.
TSK, poverty really limits our imagination. And Emperor Fan Lin asked calmly, what are the conditions? Tell me.
Lin Shiying carefully considered her words and replied, I can only show my face in a private video call with you. As soon as he said this, Lin Fan laughed. He teased Tian Meiwei beside him, saying, Your best friend really understands men's minds.
Tian Meiwei spat and said, Shiying is just smarter.
She has never been in a relationship since she was a child under the strict supervision of her parents. Lin Fan said, Oh, this was a pleasant surprise.
Which man doesn't tea like such a clean girl?
But the comments in Lin Shiying's live broadcast room were full of extremely disappointed voices.
What a pity. I also want to see what the goddess looks like at home. It's great to be rich, and even be able to eat alone. I really don't know what the goddess looks like in private. I'm so envious. Big brother, please share, don't eat it alone, we want to see it too.
Lin Fan was speechless as he looked at these hungry wolf-like comments. It is obvious that this Lin Shiying is live streaming at home.
She is probably not wearing any makeup.
She doesn't want to show it to you because she is afraid of scaring you. To be honest, modern makeup technology is so advanced that many people have seen girls whose appearances greatly improve through makeup. So far, Lin Fan has never seen a girl whose bare face could amaze him. Although judging from the information previously provided by Tian Meiwei, if it is true, perhaps we can still have some expectations for Lin Shiying's appearance.
But if she were without makeup, I'm afraid she wouldn't look that good.
With this idea in mind, Lin Fan slowly sent a video request to Lin Shiying in full view of everyone.
He also added a request, saying, I want you to look like you without makeup.
Lin Shiying hesitated for a moment, but after a while, she replied, Okay. This really made the entire live broadcast room audience jealous. Because the live broadcast with Lin Shiying's face showing was monopolized by Lin Fan alone. But then they thought, this somewhat special service was obtained by Lin Fan at a cost of more than 10 million yuan, and they felt relieved.
Indeed, money really is everything.
Soon, Lin Shiying answered the video request. A human figure slowly appeared in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room. The audience is looking forward to seeing Lin Shiying's bare face. Unfortunately, the portrait is extremely blurry, and it is obvious that it has been specially encrypted.
The real portrait is only enjoyed by Lin Fan.
At this moment, an image of a cute girl with fair skin, delicate features, and like a porcelain doll slowly emerged in Lin Fan's eyes.
Looks kind of good.
This was the first thought that came to Lin Fan's mind. To be honest, Lin Fan has seen a lot of worldly people in the past few days. Just look at the goddesses in his home in Lishan Villa district, all of them are school beauties in terms of looks. Lin Fan thought that he had been surrounded by beautiful women all day long and had already developed a lot of resistance to these beautiful women. But today, I was a little shocked by Lin Shuriying's appearance.
Tian Meiwei teased and said sourly, "Boss, I'm right, Shuriying is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen."
Lin Fan heard the jealousy and sourness in her voice and couldn't help but smile. He stretched out his hand and scratched Tian Meiwei's nose, saying, "Okay, you helped me find a good girlfriend this time, I will reward you well later."
Tian Meiwei giggled.
He was in the live broadcast room using the ID fan Lindy and said, "Not bad." This simple evaluation represented that this woman, Lin Shuriying, had gained his initial recognition.
There is value and consideration that is worth taking the next step.
At this moment, the barrage in Lin Shuriying's live broadcast room had already exploded.
Countless hungry wolves were howling continuously. "Boss, you can't have it all to yourself. Show us too. I want to see the goddess Lin Shuriying's bare face, too. Please, ball you boss. Boss, we also want to see your beauty, please fulfill our wish."
Lin Fan simply ignored the cries of the hungry wolves. Instead, he directly typed a line of words on the public screen.
"Are you interested in meeting up?" Lin Fan's words were very direct, simple, and crude. "Do you want to make an appointment?"
As soon as these words came out, Lin Shuriying was obviously flustered.
"This is being broadcast live. Boss, why don't you chat with me privately? How can I say this during a live broadcast?"
Sure enough, the barrage immediately went crazy.
"No appointment, we don't make an appointment. Damn, he's actually openly flirting with our goddess. I can't go."
Shuriying, men become bad when they have money.
"You can't meet such a man. Don't meet this mysterious boss. Maybe he's just playing around. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Boss, please tone it down a bit." Lin Shuriying was a little hesitant and wavering.
To be honest, she has been live streaming for 3 years, and there have been wealthy people who have extended olive branches to her. The senior emperor in the live broadcast room once wanted her to obey all his orders for a whopping price of 800,000 yuan per month. But Lin Shuriying refused directly.
She comes from a well-off family and is not short of money. She does live streaming only to lay the foundation for her future debut and accumulate fans.
Therefore, in the past few years of live broadcasting, she rejected many invitations from wealthy people. But today's events are obviously not that simple. Damn, this Emperor Fan Lin came up and spent more than 10 million without saying a word. This kind of person is obviously the kind who will never give up until he achieves his goal. If you refuse rashly, you will probably bring great trouble to yourself and your family. Lin Shuriying has heard a lot that many female anchors were forced to quit the live broadcast industry because of the anger of the rich.
It was even banned from the entire live streaming industry.
She can reject the local tycoon, but she cannot reject the super tycoon directly. Such wealthy people generally do not appear on the internet casually.
I didn't expect that Emperor Fan Lin would suddenly appear today. He finally came.
But Lin Shuriying is not stupid, she naturally has ways to protect herself. She said, "I can hang out with you, but we can just hang out as normal friends.
I will also start an outdoor live broadcast. Do you agree?"
Lin Shuriying's words can be said to show her high emotional intelligence. On the surface, she seemed to have agreed, but in fact, she was politely rejecting Lin Fan.
She knows these men's minds too well. It would be so exciting to ask the female anchor out alone.
But if you are on a date with a girl and are watched by a large group of live broadcast viewers, you will definitely not be able to relax.
Chapter 23 Private Date.
Under normal circumstances, Emperor Fan Lin would definitely reject this request. That's none of my business, after all, I agreed to it. The audience in the live broadcast room also breathed a sigh of relief.
Yes, we have to do an outdoor live broadcast. Live dating, something? What are you thinking about? What date? It's just a normal friend hanging out. I don't think the boss will agree to this, right? 66666. Shuriying's response is very emotionally intelligent. I give it full marks. Low EQ, I won't go. High EQ,
I have to do a live broadcast. Lin Shurying looked at the comments floating by and couldn't help but feel a little proud and admire her own intelligence. Unexpectedly, Emperor Fan Lin did not play according to common sense. He actually agreed. No problem, you can do the outdoor live broadcast this weekend, and I will pick you up at your house. Holy crap! Lin Shurying was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that the boss would actually agree to a live date. What the hell should I do? Is it possible that he is really going to live broadcast a private date? This is my first time doing a live broadcast like this. How can I pretend to be an expert at it? Call. Lin Shurying took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. You must stay calm and deal with it well. The live broadcast room also exploded on the spot. My goddess is going to date another man. My youth is over. Humph, let's see what kind of trouble he can make right under our noses. Start the live broadcast. We must start the live broadcast. We cannot let this Fan Lindy's conspiracy succeed. Rich people can't do whatever they want. Shurying, remember to keep the live broadcast going throughout the process and don't let this hateful rich man succeed. This Fan Lindy is amazing. I also want to date a goddess. This weekend, I'm going on a date with goddess Lin Shurying. Lin Fan stretched and lay down comfortably in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini Huracan. Tian Meiwei teased, "Boss, you are dating Lin Shurying. Do you want to bring a charming goddess to the class reunion?" Lin Fan glanced at her and said, "You are the only one who knows the most." Tian Meiwei giggled and wisely kept silent. Lin Fan's plan was to take Lin Shurying to the class reunion. There is no way, all the ex-girlfriends are gathered together. If I am still single, I am afraid that I will be in trouble. When I was in school, this group of women gave me a lot of trouble. Taking Lin Shurying with him could avoid many troubles. At least he was taken, and his ex-girlfriends wouldn't be causing trouble for him openly anymore. They will always be a little more restrained. As for whether you can win her over after one date and then bring her to a class reunion. Lin Fan was full of confidence. The self-confidence of handsome boys is so strong. Afterwards, Lin Fan's consciousness sank into the system. The series of outrageous actions he had just performed in the live broadcast room had already earned him a lot of shock value. Lin Shurying is a big anchor. Although today is a weekday, the number of people in the live broadcast room has not reached its peak. But there were still quite a few people there, although the distance was too far, so the surprise value would be reduced accordingly. But it adds up to a considerable number. Lin Fan checked the balance. Shock value, 50-32. Adding the points that were not used up last time, a total of about 50 draws can be exchanged. Seeing that the money had been accumulated almost enough, Lin Fan immediately prepared to draw the lottery. Bite. All points have been redeemed successfully. About 50 blind boxes gradually appeared in front of Lin Fan. He waved his hand and immediately crossed out 10 blind boxes. The first shot is 10 consecutive. Reward, 1 million yuan. 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 Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. 4 blue and 6 white. The total is 46 million yuan. The second round of 10 shots, suddenly a golden light flashed. Reward, 1 million yuan. 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 Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Congratulations on receiving the critical hit reward, a God level guard team. 4 blue, 5 white and 1 gold. The total is 45 million yuan and a God level guard team. Seeing that the goods had been shipped, Lin Fan stopped temporarily. He looked at the brief introduction about the guard team. God level guard, an indestructible, invincible modern security team with excellent reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance awareness and proficiency in criminal psychology. The host's safety will be greatly guaranteed. Lin Fan was puzzled. How many people are there in this team? There are only 3 people at the moment. The host can upgrade this team in future draws.
Current team members: Lu Yuhan, Zheng Tianjue, Lei Qianyan.
Lu Yuhan, female, 26 years old, proficient in various Chinese martial arts, especially Bajiquan and Wing Chun. Zheng Tianjue, male, 31 years old, former bodyguard of the president of North Lilis, possesses excellent anti-reconnaissance technology and practical experience. Lei Qianyan, male, 30 years old, Guli's national honorary detective, graduated from MIT, postdoctoral fellow in criminal psychology.
Lin Fan looked at the introduction of this three-person guard team and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Damn, is it that fierce?
A martial arts master, a postdoctoral fellow in criminal psychology, and a former bodyguard of the president.
With these three people here, who can touch me? This system is awesome.
After becoming rich, Lin Fan actually always felt insecure. After all, if someone kidnaps you for money, it would be an extremely dangerous thing. Although the body strengthening liquid I won last time is very good, it is more for the sake of normal health. To deal with possible criminals in the future, it is obvious that a super guard team is the best guarantee of safety. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the goods that came out of the 20 consecutive draws.
After all, life safety comes first. Even if you have money, you need to have the life to spend it. But since there are 50 draws, let's continue.
He continued to scratch through the remaining blind boxes. The third round of 10 rounds.
Reward, 1 million yuan. 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 Reward, 10 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 million yuan. 5 blue and 5 white. The total amount is 55 million yuan. No gold rewards.
The fourth round of 10 rounds.
Reward, 1 million yuan. 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 Reward, 10 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 million yuan. 5 blue and 5 white. The total amount is 55 million yuan. Still no gold rewards. Another 10-shot hit. Chapter 24 be reserved.
The long-lost golden light finally appeared.
Reward, 1 million yuan. 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 Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan.
Congratulations on winning the critical hit reward, 60% of the shares of Royal Century Casino.
4 blue, 5 white and 1 gold. The total is 45 million yuan and a large stake in Royal Century Casino.
Lin Fan looked at the golden reward and immediately exclaimed, "Wow!
Royal Century Entertainment City is a famous place in Haicheng.
Many tourists from other places or wealthy businessmen who come to Haicheng for tourism will definitely visit this entertainment city.
Otherwise, don't say you have been to Haicheng."
The Royal Century Entertainment City has another nickname, called the City That Never Sleeps.
As the name suggests, this is an entertainment venue that is only open at night. Here, sleepless entertainment and madness are the main themes. The entertainment facilities cover almost every aspect.
From the various street entertainments that children love, to the various modern high-end games that teenagers love. Even bars and other places for socializing that adults love are available.
This is a modern entertainment venue. The turnover every quarter is extremely huge, and it can even compete with the Filistin restaurant.
The main revenue target of Filistin restaurant is high-end people, while the target of Royal Century City is the general public. Lin Fan looked at the reward he had drawn and was immediately very satisfied.
2 days later. Haicheng Harbor, 14:23 p.m. Lin Fan sat calmly on a yacht, quietly waiting for Lin Shuriying's arrival.
There were 3 people standing behind him, 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 men's eyes were sharp and bright, obviously they were not ordinary people. Haicheng Harbor, this is where they had their date.
Obviously, the location was chosen by Lin Shuriying. This is a place with extremely high traffic, surrounded by pedestrians and yachts coming for sightseeing.
Lin Shuriying's idea was naturally to choose a crowded place to avoid being harmed by the mysterious rich man Fan Lindy. The world is dangerous and people's hearts are hard to predict. Lin Shurying naturally had to be more cautious. What if this Fan Lindy is an ugly pervert? It would be fine if he was handsome, at least it wouldn't be a loss. If someone is ugly and wants to do something to me, I will suffer a huge loss. You have to be careful. Lin Fan was not stupid, so he naturally knew what she was thinking, but he just let her do what she wanted. But what she didn't know was that if Lin Fan really had evil intentions, as long as he gave the order at this moment, she wouldn't even have the speed to react and would immediately become a caged victim. Lin Fan turned around and looked at his 3 guard members. Lu Yuhan, Zhang Tianjue, Lei Qianyan. Lu Yuhan, a female martial arts master with extraordinary fighting power. Lin Fan had just tested her strength yesterday and hired more than 20 professional Muay Thai fighters to fight with her. As a result, they were all defeated within 10 minutes. This woman is really good at fighting, Lin Fan made a judgment about her in his heart. And due to years of exercise and actual combat, her skin is a very healthy wheat color, full of wild charm. Before, almost all the women around Lin Fan had fair and smooth skin. This dark-skinned girl immediately made Lin Fan's eyes light up. Moreover, Lu Yuhan's appearance score is as high as 9.1 points. Although she cannot be said to be peerless, she is also very pleasing to the eye. And there are 2 other excellent fighters like her by his side. Zhang Tianjue and Lei Qianyan, these 2 uncles are extremely silent, and they always have a cold and cruel temperament around them. Moreover, the initial loyalty of the 3 people is all above 90. As long as you don't insult them too much, this loyalty can be maintained forever. With 3 powerful fighters around, Lin Fan felt extremely safe. After waiting for about 7 minutes, the time gradually came to 2:30 p.m. A girl in a pink suspender miniskirt gradually came into Lin Fan's sight. It was Lin Shurying. At this time, she had a layer of light makeup on her face, which made her look charming and pure. When she saw Lin Fan, her eyes lit up and she asked in surprise, "You are Emperor Fan Lin?" Lin Fan generously spread his hands and introduced himself. "Yes, you can call me Lin Fan." Lin Shurying still found it a little unbelievable. She could never have imagined that the man who could spend a lot of money in her live broadcast room would be such a young guy. Moreover, this young guy is so handsome. Lin Fan has angular facial features, and with the help of Tian Meiwei, he has done some exquisite dressing and hairstyling in the past few days. And after Lin Fan gained power and wealth, he had a subtle aura of a superior, which attracted the opposite sex like hormones. Lin Shurying immediately thought to herself that if she had known, she would not have chosen a place with so many people. Choose a date in a place with fewer people. Even if someone takes advantage of you, you won't lose out. Then, Lin Shurying was frightened by her own thoughts again. How could I have such a horrible idea? Be reserved. Lin Shurying has a tiny button on her neck, which is the latest model of micro HD camera. At this moment in the live broadcast room, the audience in the barrage shouted, "Wow! This Fan Lin Emperor is so handsome, is there any justice? I can do this with my looks. Why do I seem to have seen this Fan Lindy's face in other live broadcast rooms? Me too, but I can't remember it at the moment." Lin Fan generously took Lin Shurying's hand and said, "I have already booked a boat, let's go." Lin Shurying's face turned red instantly when she felt her little hand suddenly being tightly grasped by a big, broad hand. She felt a little embarrassed when she was suddenly held hands by a handsome guy. Of course, if the person who suddenly held her hand was not Lin Fan, but an ugly passerby, she would probably just scream pervert and then give the other person a hard slap in the face. But now she had an impulse in her heart, which was that she just wanted to follow Lin Fan, no matter where they went. As a tourist destination, the most famous attraction of Haicheng Harbor is boat sightseeing. Passengers can choose ships of different sizes according to their financial resources and tour the beautiful scenery near Haicheng Port. Lin Fan is very direct and domineering. He immediately booked the most luxurious yacht. This yacht has a comfortable and cozy big bed, a refrigerator and restaurant stocked with countless delicious food, and a private small KTV. This kind of luxury yacht is also called a movable private villa. Its biggest advantage is that you can enjoy both the natural scenery in the open air and the luxurious services on board. Lin Fan poured a glass of red wine for Lin Shurying and also poured himself a glass. He looked at the beautiful natural scenery around him, the green mountains and the pleasant breeze in his ears, and couldn't help but smile with great enjoyment. Chapter 25 So beautiful. But when his smile fell into Lin Shurying's eyes, it had a different meaning. Lin Shurying's face flushed red, and her mind became increasingly confused. Why is he smiling so happily? Why is he offering me red wine? Is there something wrong with the wine?
Should I drink it? She didn't know what was wrong with her, but when she saw Lin Fan's face, she suddenly felt confused. You know, they have only known each other for a short time. The audience in the live broadcast room started to imagine it. Did this Fan Lindy put something unspeakable in the red wine? He probably wanted to harm our goddess, so he invited her to the boat, and he deliberately booked such an expensive boat in order to let Shuriying relax her vigilance. Fan Lindy is too scheming. Fortunately, Shuriying is broadcasting live. If there is any unusual movement later, we will call the police immediately. However, Lin Shuriying looked at the glass of red wine in front of her, hesitated for a long time, and finally drank it. She didn't know why she drank it, but just looking at Lin Fan's face, she drank it in a daze. After drinking a glass of red wine, Lin Shuriying, who was not very drunk, looked at Lin Fan's face. I don't know if it was due to the effect of alcohol, but her cheeks gradually turned a very beautiful blush. This look was both charming and alluring, and immediately made the entire audience in the live broadcast room feel dazzled. The goddess is so beautiful when she is drunk, so beautiful. This is too good. This appearance is 666666. No matter men or women, seeing Lin Shuriying's drunken state at this moment, they couldn't help but feel a sense of stunning charm. However, many of the fans began to get anxious and worried. Oh my god, how could Shuriying let her guard down so easily? Drinking too much can easily lead to trouble. It's over. Will the goddess be taken advantage of by this Fan Lindy today? Fortunately, these people found that their worries seemed unnecessary after a while. Because Lin Fan himself didn't think too much, he just tasted the red wine and appreciated the surrounding scenery. Yacht, beauty, breeze, very comfortable. Just when everything seemed calm and leisurely, an uninvited guest suddenly broke into the live broadcast room. The system prompt effect suddenly popped up. Congratulations to the Emperor of the live broadcast room for entering, welcome. The entire live broadcast room audience saw this prompt. The expressions of many viewers immediately became interesting. The fan whose live broadcast room ID is Renhuang is the fan who opened an Emperor account in Lin Shuriying's live broadcast room for a year. He is also the Emperor who has always been at the top of Lin Shuriying's list. It's just that because he was extremely busy in real life during this period, he disappeared from the live broadcast room for a while. And the number one position on the list had naturally been taken away by Lin Fan. But today, Lin Fan and Lin Shuriying were dating, and the atmosphere was getting heated. He suddenly returned to the live broadcast room. Oh no, this is really like Mars hitting the Earth. The Emperor was silent for a while, watching as the number one on the list in the live broadcast room was replaced by a person with the ID Fan Lindy. At the same time, the goddess he had been dating for a long time was now dating another man, and she even seemed to have drunk a lot of alcohol. Under the influence of alcohol, Lin Shuriying's eyes were blurry, her cheeks were rosy, and her lips were red and tempting. The Emperor immediately felt like his lungs were about to explode, and asked angrily in the live broadcast room. What's going on? I haven't been here for just a few days, why is she like this? Lin Shuriying was a little drunk and not quite conscious. She didn't even notice that the human Emperor had entered her live broadcast room. The onlookers in the live broadcast room immediately felt that there was something interesting to watch. Out of jealousy towards Lin Fan and admiration towards Lin Shuriying, they all added fuel to the fire. Human Emperor, you are finally back. Our Shuriying has been bullied. You must seek justice for her. This man named Fan Lindy is so shameless. He relied on his eloquence to make Shuriying break the rules. Sister Shuriying was even misled by this scheming man to appear one-on-one with him during the live broadcast. This is too much. This Fan Lindy is the man who is dating Shuriying now. He is really rich. If your background is not strong enough, you should not confront him head-on. Yes, look at this Fan Lin Emperor, he just wanted to meet someone, but he immediately chartered a yacht that looked like a mobile villa. He is very arrogant. You, the human Emperor, should not fight against the enemy with your own strength. Human Emperor, give up. It looks like Shuriying has been captured by Emperor Fan Lin. The audience in this live broadcast room is very capable of making trouble. In order to prevent Lin Fan from getting his goddess Lin Shuriying, they have various methods of provoking and motivating people. The purpose is very simple, which is to let the human Emperor take action to prevent Lin Shuriying from falling into Lin Fan's hands. Although they did not know the specific identity of the human Emperor, from the fact that the human Emperor was in various live broadcast rooms, he is definitely qualified to compete with Emperor Fan Lin. What is less known is that the real identity of the human Emperor is actually the third son of Zhou Jiazong, the richest man in Haicheng.
Mr. Zhou is a powerful man of his generation, and has been the richest man in Haicheng for many years. In Haicheng, anyone who hears the three words rich man Zhou will tremble all over. As his third son, Zhou Jiatsong has been extremely spoiled by the Zhou family since he was a child, and thus developed a perverse and crazy personality. The reason why he seemed to have mysteriously disappeared these days was because he had already become an adult, and Mr. Zhou decided to gradually hand over the business to him. Today is the first day that Zhou Jiatsong completed the handover of his father's business. As soon as he completed the task, he couldn't wait to come to Lin Shuriying's live broadcast room, ready to bombard her with gifts. The reason is simple. Most of his money in the past was just pocket money given to him by the Zhou family. But now it's different. All his money is earned by himself after Mr. Zhou gave it to him to manage the business. The difference between the two is like the difference between a trickling stream and the vast ocean. Zhou Jiatsong couldn't help but feel extremely inflated. He was absolutely sure and confident that he could use the money to get Lin Shuriying today. But what he never expected was that someone got there first. A woman that the third son of the Zhou family, the richest man in Haicheng, had taken a fancy to was unexpectedly snatched away by someone else. They also had a private date, which was broadcast live. What's this? Isn't this just seeking death? Zhou Jiatsong's eyes were full of fire, and he immediately gave orders, saying, "Temporarily transfer the 20 or so people from Dad's guard team to me. I want to teach this brat a lesson." "Yes, Mr. Zhou." Each member of Zhou Fuao's guard team is an elite among the elites. Most of them are special forces from war-torn countries. All of them have been to the battlefield and seen real guns and blood. There are even some top fighters who can fight against adult brown bears. However, the hiring price of these people is extremely expensive. The price of hiring one person for 1 hour could probably reach hundreds of thousands. Chapter 26. The show begins. Only top tycoons like Mr. Zhou can afford to hire these people for a long time. The news that Zhou Jiatsong had mobilized these 20 people immediately reached the ears of the Zhou family's old housekeeper. The old butler advised, "Third young master, you should first investigate the other party's background before considering it, and it is best not to use the power of this guard team. They can easily cause casualties." Zhou Jiatsong's eyes had already turned red, and he said angrily, "What are you afraid of? I know my limits. Besides, if something really happens, I still have my dad to take care of it." The old butler sighed, thinking that honest advice often hurts. He knew that no matter what he said, it would basically be of no use. However, he still ordered people to immediately investigate the background of Lin Fan. Zhou Jiatsong had already brought his men to Haicheng Harbor, determined to teach Lin Fan a lesson. Haicheng Harbor. On the yacht, Lin Fan was in a good mood. Under the control of a hired captain, the yacht sailed on the sea in an orderly manner. The salty sea breeze blows towards me, and next to me is a drunk beauty with a rosy face and a glass of gorgeous red wine in her hand. Lin Fan couldn't help but be intoxicated by this mood. But at this moment, a yacht that was no less large than his own was gradually catching up with him. The captain shouted anxiously, "Who are you?" According to the regulations here, 2 of the largest luxury yachts are not allowed to travel at the same time. As the saying goes, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. If there were too many yachts of this size in a harbor like this, accidents could easily happen. The other party was actually able to apply to go overseas, which obviously shows that his identity is extremely extraordinary. Maybe it's not someone you can afford to offend. Lin Fan looked at the other party's huge yacht, which was almost as big as his own and looked very aggressive. He had a rough idea in his mind that the other party must have bad intentions. Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling the captain to dock. Otherwise, some dangerous situations could easily occur. Lin Shuriying was already in a daze due to the alcohol at this time, and she lost her strength while being half asleep and half awake. Lin Fan supported her, holding her waist with one hand and her shoulders with the other, and got off the boat step by step. They were in such a close position, just like a couple in love. Zhou Jiatsong, who was not far away, saw them getting off the shore and came over with his men. "I just happened to see this scene." He was so furious on the spot. He was a senior emperor and he had spent so much time giving gifts to Lin Shuriying, but he didn't even get to touch her little hand. "You, Fan Lindy, who showed up out of nowhere, took advantage of my absence to become so close to Lin Shuriying." Zhou Jiatsong felt extremely unbalanced. With a gloomy face, he walked up to Lin Fan with more than 20 people from his father's guard team. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly felt gloating. The show is about to begin. Nice, this man should be the human emperor.
He actually took action. This fan Lindy will probably suffer a lot this time. Who allowed this guy to be so presumptuous and get so close to our goddess Lin Shuring? Come on, human emperor, teach this brat a lesson. Facing the aggressive Zhou Jiatsong and more than 20 people, Lin Fan calmly glanced at the 3 people behind him. With these 3 people behind him, it was as if he had 3 gods protecting and blessing him. Nothing to fear at all. Zhou Jiatsong's voice was extremely cold. He looked at Lin Fan as if he was looking at a corpse on the ground and said, "You are Fan Lindy? You took advantage of my absence to touch my woman, right? You can't even be a good person. You learned to poach people and use these crooked methods, huh?" He followed his father, Mr. Zhou, in battles all over the country since he was a child. He was accustomed to the intrigues in the business world and was born with an arrogant temperament. At this moment, he questioned Lin Fan like a string of cannonballs, and he immediately had a terrifying demeanor. However, this terrifying aura seemed to have no effect on Lin Fan. Lin Fan's body was straight, and he looked like a javelin just by standing there. He casually stroked Lin Shuring's face behind him and said, "Lin Shuring is indeed a great beauty, with a nice figure and pretty face. She doesn't seem to have admitted her relationship with you, so it would be a good thing for me to be with her." Zhou Jiatsong's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan's hand, the hand that kept caressing Lin Shuring's face. "If you touch it again, believe it or not, I will chop off your hand," Zhou Jiatsong said coldly. "Oh? Is that so?" Lin Fan smiled contemptuously. Not only did he not take his hands off Lin Shuring's face, he even gently lifted Lin Shuring's chin. Lin Shuring was falling asleep due to being drunk. In her half-awake state, she felt a warm and broad hand lifting her chin. She felt her chin itchy and somewhat dependent on this warm palm. She opened her almond-shaped eyes slightly and saw Lin Fan's extremely handsome face, and immediately felt a little embarrassed. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Lin Shuring became bolder. She took advantage of Lin Fan's inattention and quietly pecked him on the lips. Even Lin Fan himself did not expect that the sleeping Lin Shuring would suddenly wake up and even give him a kiss. Zhou Jiatsong's face immediately became extremely gloomy, and he said coldly, "Boy, you are looking for death." "Lin Fan. Can you blame me for this? Lin Shuring took advantage of me when she was drunk, and now it's my fault?" However, Lin Fan knew that today's matter would be difficult to resolve peacefully, and even if he explained it, it would be of no use at all. Judging from the look in the other party's eyes, he clearly wanted to intimidate him. Moreover, he humiliated himself severely in front of the entire live broadcast room audience and goddess Lin Shuring before he stopped. But would Lin Fan be afraid? As he looked at Zhou Jiatsong, a look of extreme contempt gradually emerged in his eyes. Lin Fan looked around the scene and saw that the other party had brought more than 20 people. Moreover, these 20-odd people had sharp eyes and were dressed in fancy clothes. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Lin Fan smiled nonchalantly, raised his hand and said, "Shall we have a fight?" Zhou Jiatsong's eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly, "There are only 3 people behind you, and I have more than 20. Lin Fan spread his hands and laughed, "I'm afraid that the one person behind me is enough to beat more than 20 of you." Hearing this, Zhou Jiatsong said disdainfully, "You are so arrogant. If one person behind you can beat more than 20 people, why don't you say that one person behind you can beat an army?" Lin Fan smiled with interest and said, "How about we make a bet?" Zhou Jiatsong said sternly, "Okay. If my 20 people can't beat one of yours, I will lose this super yacht to you on the spot." Lin Fan shook his head and said, "I don't want this kind of thing. It's too cheap." Zhou Jiatsong thought Lin Fan was deliberately trying to provoke him, so he said coldly, "Then what do you want?" Chapter 27 Rescue. Lin Fan extended his right index finger and pointed it directly at Zhou Jiatsong's head, saying, "I want you to bow to me at a 90-degree angle, not less than 1 degree, and shout, 'Master Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have snatched this woman from you.'" Zhou Jiatsong laughed angrily and said sternly, "Okay, but if you lose, I will let my men beat you to the ground and send you to see the king of hell." Lin Fan nodded, looking indifferent. Behind him, Lu Yuhan, Zheng Tianjue and Lei Qianyan were already ready to go. There seemed to be a whirlpool in the eyes of the 3 men, which was about to suck in and swallow up Zhou Jiatsong's 20 or so men. After Lin Shuring gave Lin Fan a kiss, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately went wild. "I can't accept this. Kill this Fan Lin Emperor, human emperor, hurry up. Kill this bastard." The male netizens were so angry that their eyes almost popped out. Our goddess actually kissed someone else. More importantly, be proactive. This is intolerable. If it weren't for this fan Lindy causing trouble, how could their goddess become like this? This is too much. Just when they wanted to see Lin Fan get humiliated, the signal of the live broadcast room was cut off by someone. The screen in the live broadcast room suddenly turned black. The host is on the way. The netizens were stunned. The person who cut off the signal was a technician in Zhou Jiatsong's guard team. They certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to broadcast the fight live in public. Therefore, he took out the signal blocking device that he had prepared in advance and temporarily blocked the nearby network. But this is going to be tough for the viewers in the live broadcast room. They were extremely looking forward to seeing Lin Fan being beaten up. But unfortunately, the live broadcast room has been temporarily blocked, and they can only see the results after they come out. They prayed in unison in their hearts. Give this fan Lindy a beating. Kissing our goddess, how hateful. The emperor of mankind, beat him to death. Show this fan Lindy a lesson. More than 20 guards from Zhou Jiatsong's side were confronting the 3 people from Lin Fan's side. Both sides were people who had seen blood before, and murderous aura gradually spread around them. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense. Even Lin Shuriying felt something was not right. Her drunkenness immediately dispelled much of the murderous aura on the scene, and she gradually regained consciousness. What's going on? Lin Shuriying suddenly came to her senses as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. When she saw Zhou Jiatsong across from her, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, "Human Emperor?" She had actually seen photos of the senior emperor in this live broadcast room, so she recognized him at a glance. And seeing him coming here with a large group of people and looking aggressive, I probably guessed the current situation. Lin Shuriying whispered in his ear, "Let's run. That man's family has a strong background, we can't afford to offend him." Lin Fan smiled and whispered in her ear, "Even though he has discovered our relationship, it doesn't mean we have to run away." Lin Shuriying's face immediately turned red. "What do we have to do?" Lin Fan scratched her nose and said, "Anything is possible." Lin Shuriying's face turned even redder, and her pretty face looked even more tender and juicy. She couldn't help but be slightly dazed when looking at Lin Fan. If I take this girl to the class reunion, she might be able to outshine all the other girls, Lin Fan couldn't help but think. Zhou Jiatsong, who was on the other side, almost popped his eyes out when he saw the two of them being so submissive and behaving extremely intimately. He waved his hand, and immediately the guards behind him rushed forward. Zhou Fuhao's guards basically come from many well-known international mercenary organizations. The advantage of members of this kind of organization is that they are strong and extremely powerful. After all, most of them have the experience of being top special forces as their backing, and some of them are retired presidential bodyguards from other countries. Each of them is a contemporary hero, and is much more powerful than the bodyguards provided by ordinary domestic security companies. But the disadvantage is that it is expensive. Very, very expensive. These bloodthirsty mercenaries charge a minimum of 150,000 yuan for protecting a person per hour, and the highest can even reach over 10 million yuan. Ordinary wealthy people simply cannot afford to hire these people. Only Haicheng's richest man, Zhou Fuhao, has the courage to hire these mercenaries 24 hours a day throughout the year. In the past, there were some fearless international wanted criminals who were eyeing the fat piece of meat of Zhou Fuhao. But in the end, they were all, without exception, subdued by the Zhou family's legendary private guard team. Zhou Jiatsong is absolutely confident in the combat capability of this private guard team. Although he only mobilized 20 people, he felt that he had a sure win. Zhou Jiatsong gave orders, pointing at Lu Yuhan, and said, "Blood Eagle, Shadow Fawn, Thunder Leopard, the 3 of you should take care of that girl first. She should be the weakest." The 3 men took orders and immediately escaped from the group of more than 20 people. These 3 mercenaries all came from a distant fighting nation, and it was said that each of them possessed the comprehensive combat power to fight against an adult brown bear. Their country is extremely rich and abundant in martial virtues, and the 3 of them, as the best among them, have amazing fighting power. The man codenamed Blood Eagle was the most ruthless. He was a cold-blooded man who only obeyed the orders of his employer and showed no mercy even to women. He immediately moved first like lightning, wanting to grab the credit. Shadowfang and Thunderbao were reluctant to kill the woman, but they also did not want to disobey their employer's orders. The 2 followed closely behind. However, what the 2 could never have imagined was that their slight hesitation actually saved their lives. Because just as the 3 people were approaching Lin Fan's side, Lu Yuhan moved. No one saw how she did it. All they saw was Blood Eagle wailing, then falling to the ground, covering his head and crying out in pain. Shadowfang and Thunder Leopard felt a sharp pain in their legs,
as if they were crushed by a steamroller.
Boundless pain then engulfed both of them. Joe Jatson was stunned.
He said in a panic, "Save people." The three blood eagles were carried back and underwent preliminary diagnosis. His head was smashed by a heavy object, and he may suffer from a lifelong hidden disease that is difficult to cure. Both of their legs are shattered and fractured. They must be sent to the hospital immediately. Upon hearing the diagnosis, Joe Jatson swallowed hard. "It's okay, there are so many of us." But before he could finish his words, he saw that in the blink of an eye, only less than 5 people were left out of the guard team of more than 20 people who were still standing. The 5 people looked stunned, as if they had seen a monster. Joe Jatson was so frightened that his face turned pale. He couldn't utter a word for a moment and could only freeze in place. Damn, what is going on? In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people fell down? It was at this time that the old butler finally investigated Lin Fan's background. Chapter 28. This guy is a big shot. However, Lin Fan's true identity surprised even him, who had been the housekeeper of the Zhou family for 20 years. He is the major shareholder of Filistin Restaurant and the person in charge of Royal Century Entertainment City. His house is in our Lishan Villa district, and it's the most central one. He is also a well-known newcomer in the antique circle, a person who has caused the Liu family and Antique Street to suffer losses. The old butler was stunned. He quickly started to contact Joe Jatson, warning that this person must not be touched. This guy is a big shot. The old butler was extremely anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. He has watched Joe Jatson grow up since he was a child and knows the character of the third young master of the Zhou family very well. Impulsive, irritable, and does things without considering the consequences. People with this kind of personality are very likely to get into trouble. It's just because he is the son of the rich man Zhou, and his father can cover him up when he gets into trouble in the past. Even if trouble arises, it can still be settled with the financial resources and influence of the wealthy Zhou. But this also cultivated his arrogant habit. What is even more terrifying is that this time he even brought Mr. Zhou's personal guard team with him. This is going to be a big mess. But the old butler was very smart. He knew that he would not be able to dissuade Lin Fan with his status. So he immediately called Zhou Wanting, the second daughter of the Zhou family. "Miss, something bad has happened. The third young master has brought the family head's guard team to look for Lin Fan." "Lin Fan is the one." The old housekeeper was honest and explained the whole story to Zhou Wanting in detail. After hearing this, Zhou Wanting immediately rushed to Haicheng Harbor. She was extremely worried about her brother's impulsive character, wondering if he would beat someone to death. If an ordinary person was beaten to death by Joe Jatson, perhaps the rich man Joe could still suppress the matter by relying on his power and financial resources. But Lin Fan is no ordinary person and has already shown his potential. Although he is not very famous in Haicheng due to his late debut, he is definitely not someone who can be bullied by others. Hurry up, I must reach Haicheng Harbor within 5 minutes." Zhou Wanting shouted anxiously. In her heart, she kept praying that Joe Jatson would not act on impulse. If Lin Fan was really beaten, then the Zhou family would probably offend this rising star forever. But when she finally arrived at Haicheng Harbor, everything at the scene surprised her beyond words. Her mouth opened into an O shape like a pigeon egg. He saw more than 20 people from his father Zhou Fuao's legendary guard team lying on the ground like 20 chickens and dogs. Some people covered their arms, some touched their heads, and some even begged for mercy in embarrassing postures without caring about their image. His younger brother Joe Jatson was like a clown, constantly calling an ambulance and begging Lin Fan to calm down and not let anyone hit him. Zhou Wanting was stunned. She knew she was late. But the result was completely opposite to what she had imagined. She originally thought that Lin Fan would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, wailing and crying. But what was unexpected was that the actual situation was the opposite of the two, with the roles swapped. Dad's private guard team was actually so easily subdued? Zhou Wanting was really surprised. But she is smart and cunning, and her reaction speed is very fast. Zhou Wanting rushed to Lin Fan and tried to dissuade him. "Please don't hurt my brother." "Sister, you are finally here." Joe Jatson burst into tears. He was almost scared to death. Lin Fan turned his head and saw a tall, slender, older sister-like beauty who was about 26 years old. System testing. Name, Zhou Wanting. Age, 26. Appearance, 9.5. Body size, 9.6. Identity, the second miss of the Zhou family. The characteristic of the second daughter of the Zhou family is that her legs are extremely long. Lin Fan knew at a glance that she definitely has a 9-head body. Generally speaking, if a woman has a model-level figure, her golden ratio is usually 7 heads. Beauties with 9-head bodies are extremely rare, and each one is the best of the best. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. It was the first time he saw a woman with a 9-head body. However, judging from her identity and what she said, this woman should be Zhou Jiatsong's sister. Lin Fan said unhappily, "I haven't hurt him yet. He sent these people to harm me. I was just defending myself." Lin Shiran also chimed in, saying, "That's right, it's all this guy's fault, you should ask him to apologize to us." Zhou Jiatsong, who was lying on the ground begging for mercy, immediately agreed when he heard the apology. However, he still felt a little embarrassed in front of his sister. But when he thought of the 20 of his men lying on the ground, whose lives were unknown, he immediately knelt down. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. It's all my idiotic fault. I was blind and dared to offend you. It's all my fault." Zhou Jiatsong is a man who appears to be strong but is actually weak. He grew up under the protection and pampering of his family, so how could he have any so-called backbone? Besides, he felt that only 3 people had seen him begging for mercy, so it was not so bad. Although it's a bit embarrassing, it's better than losing your life. But what he didn't know was that due to the fight just now, the signal shielding device at the scene had been accidentally damaged. Therefore, the signal in Lin Shiran's live broadcast room has returned to normal. The scene of Zhou Jiatsong kneeling on the ground begging for mercy and crying and wailing was broadcast live on the entire internet. The fans were surprised. Damn, when the signal was not gone just now, this guy was so crazy that he looked like he wanted to wipe out the entire family of Emperor Fan Lin. How come he turned into a coward and knelt on the ground begging for mercy as soon as the signal was restored? What happened in between? The human emperor has fallen? Why is he kneeling on the ground crying so miserably? What happened? What is the identity of this Fan Lindy? I suspect that this Fan Lindy may have a great background, and the people around him may not be ordinary. I'm afraid this human emperor will no longer have the face to come to the major live broadcast rooms. Zhou Wanning whispered all of Lin Fan's identities to Zhou Jiatsong. After he heard it, he immediately wilted. Zhou Jiatsong was originally just afraid of the military power of Lin Fan's side, and wanted to endure the situation for a while, and then rely on the power of his family to settle the score with him. But after hearing his sister tell him Lin Fan's true identity, he immediately trembled with fear. If someone with this kind of background wants to cause trouble for me, I'm afraid even my own father won't be able to protect me. So he cried and wailed even harder. But Zhou Jiatsong didn't know that his ugly behavior had been completely exposed to all the viewers in the live broadcast room. In his heart, he still thought that only a few people present knew about it. Zhou Wanting looked at her useless brother lying on the ground and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She looked at her brother with a complicated look, feeling distressed but also thinking it was good to let him suffer a little. But more than that, they still felt ashamed. Rich people all valued decency, and would never let their brother continue to embarrass himself like this. Chapter 29, Vulnerable. Zhou Wanning took Zhou Jiatsong's hand and wanted to leave. But Lin Fan was not happy. He raised his eyebrows. "You guys come when you want and leave when you want?" Hearing this, Zhou Wanting's heart skipped a beat. This matter is not over yet? Then what do you want? Zhou Wanting looked at Lin Fan warily. The Zhou family is not a pushover, it's just that their younger brother was in the wrong first, so they are not in the right here. If Lin Fan pushed his limits, Zhou Wanting was not afraid to confront him. However, Lin Fan was not as aggressive as she expected. Instead, he walked slowly and calmly to Zhou Wanting's side. Then he said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "It doesn't matter to the others, but you have to leave your contact information before you leave." Hearing this, Zhou Wanting was stunned. Then, she looked at Lin Fan's face in disbelief. This daring guy taught his own brother a lesson himself. Does he want to seduce me? But he is quite handsome. Zhou Wanting hesitated for a moment and then gave her V signal. There's no way, the handsome guy's invitation is really hard to refuse. What's more, after all, it was his younger brother who was at fault this time, so it's okay for him to make some sacrifices on his behalf. After Lin Fan got Zhou Wanting's contact information, he smiled softly and said, "Then we'll see each other again if we're lucky." When Zhou Wanting heard what he said, her heart beat faster for some reason. She quickly turned around and pulled Zhou Jiatsong away. And just after the Zhou siblings disappeared from his sight, Lin Fan's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. He walked towards Yi Yuhan and asked,
How much skill did you use this time? Yi Yuhan is like a mute.
She basically doesn't talk to anyone on weekdays, and she has never been seen smiling.
But in response to Lin Fan's question, she naturally extended a finger. 1%? Lin Fan frowned.
If there were only more than 20 people this time, it would have consumed 10% of her strength. This means that his guard team may need to recruit some additional people.
This time there are more than 20 people, next time there may be 200 people, or even 2,000 people.
Lin Fan knew deep down that as his fame grew, he would inevitably come into contact with some giants.
Many behind-the-scenes masters will also covet their own property.
Then it is imperative to strengthen the strength of one's own private guard team. However, when Yi Yuhan heard the word 60%, he slowly shook his head. She said in a somewhat unskilled manner, "These people are simply vulnerable."
3 days later. Lamborghini Huracan driving on the highway.
Lin Fan and Lin Shiran were sitting in the car. The destination of the car was naturally the venue of this class reunion, Tianling Hotel. As one of the few 7-star hotels in Haicheng, Tianling can be said to have a unique style. The configuration in the hotel is extremely high-end, all of which are the latest artificial intelligence series. The new smart cleaning robot is responsible for cleaning, and the new cooking robot is responsible for cooking. It is equipped with machine learning and big data analysis, and the finished products it makes are no different from those made by human senior chefs. In theory, all services in this high-tech hotel can be replaced by machines. If it were not limited by the current technological bottleneck, I am afraid that in another 3 to 5 years, we would be able to achieve a breakthrough in unmanned hotels. But a side effect of such convenience is that the research and development and purchase of the machines in this hotel are extremely expensive. Therefore, it is obviously not possible to promote this type of hotel on a full scale for the time being. Because of this, the price of this latest high-tech hotel is extremely outrageous, and just staying for one night will cost tens of thousands of dollars. Not only is it expensive, but because many of the devices are in the closed debugging stage, the number of open testing spots is extremely limited. Everyone who can get these rare spots has special connections and channels.
Everyone who comes to the Tianling Hotel for dinner feels proud to do so. It's not that the food here is delicious, it's more about identity and status. Others want to come here to eat but are not allowed to, even if they spend a lot of money and use all the connections. But they came here easily and drank happily with their glasses raised. What's this? This is power, this is identity and status.
As a result, the reputation of Tianling Hotel gradually spread.
Many wealthy people want to come here to have a meal and are proud of it.
Lin Fan looked at the introduction of Tianling Hotel with great interest. I am somewhat interested in this most luxurious high-end hotel in Haicheng. But he was more curious in his heart that this class reunion was held here.
It seems that there are many hidden talents among my old classmates. Obviously, this is because an old classmate has become rich.
This time it is obvious that he wants to use Tianling Hotel as the home court to perform in front of us old classmates.
Lin Fan drove very fast.
After parking the car in the parking lot, he walked towards Tianling Hotel side by side with Lin Shiran. At the agreed time, a small group of people had gathered at the entrance of Tianling Hotel.
They are all Lin Fan's old classmates. Class monitor Yang Tao, the rich second-generation Song Xiaofeng, the fat guy Lu Feng, Chen Xiaoyu who runs an antique shop, and a dozen old classmates whose names even Lin Fan couldn't remember because it had been so many years.
As Lin Fan got closer, his old classmates recognized him one after another.
Lin Fan, long time no see, you look so handsome again.
When we were in school, this boy was the most handsome boy in the school.
I didn't expect that he is still as handsome as before.
You little brat, you haven't contacted us in all these years. Among the old classmates, the class monitor Yang Tao is warm, cheerful, and generous. The fat boy Lu Feng is naive and cute, not to mention Chen Xiaoyu.
They all had a very good impression of Lin Fan.
They hadn't seen him for a few years and missed him a little, so they all welcomed him warmly. In fact, most of the classmates had a good impression of Lin Fan and came up to greet him enthusiastically.
Only Song Xiaofeng is an exception.
He saw that everyone was very enthusiastic about Lin Fan, so he stood aside with a gloomy face, looking extremely ugly.
When Song Xiaofeng was in school, he was a well-known rich second generation. He bullied many of his classmates by relying on his family's little money.
Relying on his superior family background, he looked down upon many of his male classmates who came from ordinary families.
When he meets prettier female classmates, Song Xiaofeng will turn into a bootlicker and hang around these girls all day long. Although Song Xiaofeng is not good looking and has a very bad temper, he likes to bully his classmates.
But under his financial offensive, one or two vain and materialistic girls fell for him at the beginning. However, his despicable nature was gradually exposed. He was not only fickle, but also extremely fond of using violence. Even towards his own girlfriend, he had no mercy on her and would beat or scold her if she did not do what he wanted. Over time, his reputation spread. Chapter 30: Make a living by your own ability. Even though he has some money, because of his appearance and personality, basically no stupid girl would want to be with him. But Lin Fan was different. When he was in school, he was recognized as the most handsome guy. He was also good at studying and had a straightforward and sunny personality. He was basically every girl's dream lover. Even though Lin Fan has dated many girlfriends, everyone knows that Lin Fan has never interfered in any relationship, and he treated every girlfriend very seriously. Lin Fan's image in girls' minds has always been extremely positive. This is what made Song Xiaofeng extremely angry. Why, just because he is handsome, so many girls like him? Song Xiaofeng's mentality is extremely unbalanced. Especially the three goddesses he particularly liked in high school, he almost served them at their beck and call, licking them meticulously. But in the end, all these goddesses actually started a romantic relationship with Lin Fan. Song Xiaofeng was so angry that he almost bit his teeth off. What a crap, Lin Fan, today I will let everyone see the ugly appearance of a waste like you. Song Xiaofeng said inwardly. He was making plans in his mind and gave Lin Fan a malicious look. And when he glanced at the beautiful woman next to Lin Fan, he couldn't help but feel even more angry. Another beautiful lady who was deceived by that bastard Lin Fan. Song Xiaofeng couldn't hold back any longer. He walked over to Lin Fan and said in a sarcastic tone. Lin Fan, I heard from Zhou Meilu a while ago that you are working as a courier now, right? You make 3,000 yuan a month? We are old classmates, do you want me to help you find a decent job? Don't worry, I will definitely help you find a job with a monthly salary of more than 3,000 yuan. He said this in a very loud and sarcastic voice. On the surface, he was helping Lin Fan find a job, but in fact he just wanted to remind everyone that Lin Fan was not doing well now. Lin Fan, the former school celebrity, is now just a courier. This is what Song Xiaofeng wanted to express. Lin Fan felt familiar with what this person said. When I turned around, I found that it was indeed the scumbag Song Xiaofeng. When he was in school, Lin Fan disliked this man very much. In his opinion, a man who beat, scolded or yelled at women at will was really rubbish. Moreover, he often bullied his classmates by relying on the little money his family had, leaving psychological trauma on many of his classmates. Lin Fan was too lazy to even pay attention to this kind of rubbish and simply ignored Song Xiaofeng. But when Song Xiaofeng saw that Lin Fan stopped talking, he thought that his words had touched his sore spot, and he couldn't help feeling very proud. Just when he was about to say something to suppress Lin Fan, the other classmates couldn't stand it anymore and they all spoke up to help Lin Fan. What's wrong with being a courier? There is no distinction between high and low jobs. Don't look at others with tinted glasses. That's right. Lin Fan earns his living with his own ability. There's nothing shameful about that. He's not like some people who would do whatever they want just because of their fathers. Even if Lin Fan is a courier, he is still a handsome courier, unlike some people who are ugly managers even if they are managers. Song Xiaofeng, you are just jealous of Lin Fan, aren't you ashamed to say such sarcastic words here? I suggest you apologize to Lin Fan. Before Lin Fan could say anything, his classmates started to speak up for him. There was no way. When he was in school, Lin Fan was a good student and liked to help his classmates. He left a very good impression on his friends. At this time, when they saw Lin Fan being suppressed by people like Song Xiaofeng, they immediately couldn't stand it anymore. Song Xiaofeng was so angry. But he rolled his eyes and suppressed his anger. His family business has been growing bigger and bigger in the past few years, and when he enters the hotel later, there will naturally be a place for him to show off. By that time, Lin Fan would naturally have no face at all. Song Xiaofeng stopped talking, and the other students thought he was embarrassed and dared not say anything. It was getting late, so squad leader Yang Tao let them into the hotel. The interior of Tianling Hotel is decorated in a high-tech style, with cutting-edge designs with a metallic texture everywhere. This high-tech hotel is full of robots that serve various purposes. When Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the location as originally notified, they found a woman with brown wavy hair already waiting for them. It's Yao Xiner. It turns out to be Yao Xiner, one of the three goddesses in school. So it was she who invited us to Tianling Hotel. I didn't expect she is doing so well now. I heard that she has worked very hard in the past few years. A weak woman has started a business from scratch. Her wealth today is probably among the best in Haicheng. This is a super rich woman. I didn't expect there's such a big shot among our old classmates. All the male classmates looked at Yao Xiner with somewhat unnatural eyes. She was a famous goddess during her school days. Now that she has entered society and has dyed her hair into seductive brown waves, she exudes the charm of a mature older sister. Almost all the male classmates couldn't help but look at her twice. Song Xiaofeng's eyes almost glowed green and he was almost drooling. When I was in school, I liked Yao Xiner very much. Such a good opportunity this time, he. Just when Song Xiaofeng's heart was filled with obscene and dark thoughts, Yao Xiner's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan's face. Although she disguised herself very well, Lin Fan keenly caught the reluctance and nostalgia in her eyes. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat and he secretly exclaimed, "Oh no! I had a relationship with Yao Xiner when I was in school. Others may not know her personality, but how could I not know it? I'm afraid today's matter is not that simple." Yao Xiner's gaze gradually moved to Lin Fan, and then she stared at Lin Shiran. Who is this pretty woman? Why is she with Lin Fan? Is she Lin Fan's new girlfriend? Suddenly, a nameless fire rose up in Yao Xiner's heart. Yao Xiner has not been in a relationship for these years because she can never let go of her first love with Lin Fan. This is also one of the motivations for her hard work over the years. Deep down in her heart, she still fantasized about being able to reconcile with Lin Fan. She was somewhat surprised that Lin Fan had found a new girlfriend, but she also felt it was reasonable. After all, after so many years, it is normal to have a new partner. But she still had deep feelings for Lin Fan in her heart, so when she looked at Lin Shiran, there was a flash of anger and resentment in her eyes. In recent years, Yao Xiner, a strong woman, has grown her business in Haicheng bigger and bigger. She is no longer the little girl in school. Today, she has already become a strong and domineering woman. Any little bitch who dares to go against her and snatch her prey will be punished with thunder. Chapter 31 First Love. As for Lin Fan, a man who dares to get fickle and fall in love with the new Yao Xiner will naturally punish him. It's just that the severity of the punishment may be a little lighter, but only a little lighter. Lin Fan had a sharp eye, and he knew Yao Xiner, this crazy woman, very well. With just a glance, he immediately caught one of Yao Xiner's thoughts. If a crazy woman like Yao Xiner falls deeper and deeper in love with me, it will be a huge trouble. I can't reveal my identity this time. I have to act as bad as possible, preferably bad enough to make her give up the idea of coveting me. Otherwise, if it's just Yao Xiner, there might be a lot of trouble. Lin Fan thought to himself. When he was in school, not only Yao Xiner, but also his other ex-girlfriends left a lot of bad impressions on Lin Fan. In order to achieve their goal of snatching Lin Fan away, they would often resort to any means necessary. As someone who had personally experienced the methods of these crazy women, Lin Fan wisely chose to remain silent and keep a low profile. No matter how strong you are, I will remain unmoved. At this time, some students noticed something unusual. Are there fewer female students at this party? Yao Xiner raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Oh, there aren't many seats in our hotel here, and it's not good for everyone to get together, so I arranged another table for them to get together. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this clearly aimed at him? Everyone knows that Lin Fan had quite a few ex-girlfriends in his class when he was in school. This time Yao Xiner deliberately made this arrangement, probably because she was determined to get Lin Fan. Thinking of this, Lin Fan became even more defensive. The old classmates just entered the room and found a seat at random. But many male students hesitated and were reluctant to take their seats. Because there was an empty seat next to Yao Xiner, as if it had been reserved in advance. When she was in school, Yao Xiner was a recognized goddess among the public, and almost all the male classmates had some fantasies about her. But unfortunately, in the entire 3 years, only Lin Fan had been able to take her down, and no one else had the slightest chance. Although many years have passed, in fact, many male classmates are secretly looking forward to having an unknown story with Yao Xiner. Especially, Lin Fan came with a female companion today, which means that in the public's view, Yao Xiner should give up the idea, and he would have a chance. However, most of the male students are quite aware of the situation, and their expectations are destined to be just expectations. After all, Yao Xiner today is no longer the same as before. She has already become a strong woman with great strength. If you go against her wishes casually, you will probably only get yourself into trouble. Many male students sighed in their hearts and resigned themselves to their fate by finding a seat and sitting down. Only Song Xiaofeng, whose head was full of dark and obscene thoughts, was constantly thinking about how to find an opportunity and reason to sit next to Yao Xiner. As the saying goes, those who are close to water get the moon first. If you occupy a good geographical location, doesn't it mean that you will have the opportunity to take advantage of it and get some benefits? What's more, Yao Xiner is now very powerful. Maybe she is not as strong as himself, but she is also a good stepping stone. However, just when Song Xiaofeng was racking his brains, Yao Xiner spoke directly. Isn't this Lin Fan? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Come, sit next to me. I have something very important to tell you. As soon as Yao Xiner said this, the eyes of many male classmates dimmed and they couldn't help feeling disappointed. It seems that Yao Xiner did not give up her idea just because Lin Fan brought his new girlfriend. Even many people with keen intuition realized that Yao Xiner might have come prepared. Song Xiaofeng's teeth were itching with hatred, and his jealousy towards Lin Fan deepened. Damn it, my family is so rich, but now I can't even pick up girls as well as a courier? Back then, at school, those silly girls only cared about boys' looks, and it didn't matter that they couldn't show their talents themselves. Now that you are in society, I am really angry that a small courier like you, Lin Fan, can still have a smooth life. However, Lin Fan's attitude was indifferent, and he said, that's not necessary. If you have anything important to say, just tell me directly. Yao Xiner was no pushover either. She seemed to have anticipated that Lin Fan might give such an answer. She lowered her head and smiled faintly, saying, Lin Fan, do you still remember your first love, Sun Tingting? First love. When Lin Fan heard the name Sun Tingting, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed for a moment. She was the first woman he fell in love with during his student days, and also the woman for whom Lin Fan was most deeply in love so far. Everyone's first love is a special memory hidden deep in their heart. Hearing this crazy woman Yao Xiner mention the name of his first love, Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, and had no choice but to take Lin Shiran's hand and sit next to her. A smile gradually appeared on Yao Xiner's face, as if her plan had succeeded. Lin Fan's mood was no longer as relaxed as it was at the beginning. He had a premonition that something might have happened to Sun Tingting. Otherwise, based on his understanding of Yao Xiner, she would never speak to him in this attitude and tone. What's wrong with Sun Tingting? Can you tell me now? Lin Fan asked bluntly. Yao Xiner covered her mouth and laughed softly, saying, You are still as impatient as ever. She gently buried her head in Lin Fan's ear. Then, she whispered in a voice that only Lin Fan and she could hear, Your first love is not doing well right now. It can even be said that it is very bad. I believe that among all the people you know, I am the only one who has the ability to help her through this difficult time. Lin Fan's brows gradually furrowed, and he said, What on earth happened to Sun Tingting? You may not be the only one who can solve it. Please just tell me directly. I knew you would say that. Yao Xiner smiled. The fish gradually took the hook. Yao Xiner watched Lin Fan carry out his plan step by step, and a smile as if her plan had succeeded gradually appeared on the corners of her mouth. Then, she stood up and said to all the students with a heavy voice. Classmates, there is something I must tell you about this gathering. Do you still remember Sun Tingting, one of our classmates when we were in school? Sun Tingting. When hearing this name, almost all the classmates recalled the angel-like girl in their school days. Her family background was average, but her clothes were always the cleanest, and her pair of bright and clear eyes were an unforgettable memory for many people. She has an extremely delicate appearance and is one of the 3 most famous goddesses along with Yao Xiner. However, she is very timid and unconfident and has never acknowledged this title. The most important thing is that she has very good character, is very kind and has a very gentle personality. This is a girl with the temperament of a princess. Although her family background is very ordinary, no classmate has ever looked down on her. Chapter 32, Fate is Unfair. Almost every classmate likes this little angel-like girl from the bottom of their heart. Many male classmates have a deep affection for this girl. But unfortunately, only Lin Fan won Sun Tingting's heart, while others only returned empty-handed. Sun Tingting, this girl, is the white moonlight and cinnabar mole in almost every boy's heart. Although many of the male classmates already have girlfriends, they still have great fantasies and expectations about Sun Tingting in their hearts. Therefore, when they heard Sun Tingting's name, their attention was immediately drawn to her. Yao Xiner slowly sat back in her original position, the expression on her face gradually disappeared, and she said, I have some unfortunate news to share with you all. I hope those of you who are capable can think of a solution. Sun Tingting's father, Sun Shangfeng, has lung cancer, and now his family has sold almost all of their property.
But the money issue is easy to deal with. Crowdfunding is easy in modern society.
Although medical expenses are expensive, they are not a problem for the time being. The most critical thing is that there are only 3 doctors in China who are capable of treating advanced lung cancer with surgery and have a certain success rate.
So if you want to save Sun Tingting's father, you must have extraordinary connections.
After hearing what Yao Xin'er said, the boys present immediately changed color and unconsciously revealed expressions of some distress. After all, the female classmate who was so quiet, well-behaved and kind before suddenly encountered such a nightmare-like thing.
It really made many students feel regretful and distressed. Even Lin Fan couldn't help but frown deeply.
We haven't had any contact for many years, and now my first love has encountered such a thing. Only Song Xiaofeng, this dark and wretched guy, gradually felt happy and expectant in his heart. Not only did he not feel any pain in his heart, but he felt that his chance had come.
In the past, Song Xiaofeng was also one of the suitors of Sun Tingting.
Unlike other beautiful girls, Sun Tingting is recognized to have the best personality, so Song Xiaofeng pays the most attention to her. Not only do they buy gifts and show concern for the woman, but they also look for every opportunity to show off, all in the hope of making the woman smile and winning her heart. But even after working so hard for more than a year, Sun Tingting finally got together with Lin Fan and started a relationship. After Song Xiaofeng learned the result, he almost vomited blood from his heart and was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was filled with hatred in his heart and wanted to curse Lin Fan and this woman to hell. After hearing the bad news about Sun Tingting's family, Song Xiaofeng immediately started fantasizing about himself as a hero descending from the sky to save the beautiful girl. Rescue Sun Tingting from the hellish situation, help her and her father out of the difficulties, and then you can take Sun Tingting into your pocket with good reason. Thinking of this, Song Xiaofeng immediately stood up, patted his chest and made a promise.
Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Song Xiaofeng's action immediately made the other male students look at him with admiration.
I heard that Song Xiaofeng's family's song group has been growing bigger and bigger as a medical company in recent years, and now it has reached the peak of its prosperity. Indeed, although Song Xiaofeng is not a very good person, his family's business is indeed getting better and better.
Especially in the medical field, Song Xiaofeng's family can almost be said to be one of the few people with a lot of say in Haicheng. Many students are very concerned about Sun Tingting's affairs, but they are unable to help. At this time, Song Xiaofeng suddenly stood up and made a promise, which immediately made many people look forward to him. This kind of attraction that attracted the attention of everyone in the audience, like the feeling of being the moon surrounded by stars, made Song Xiaofeng so comfortable that he almost screamed out. Yao Xin'er glanced at Song Xiaofeng indifferently and revealed an intriguing smile. She said, "Oh? If you can help, please contact the relevant personnel and try to help me make an appointment with Dr. Lin Huixing." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Xiaofeng was full of confidence. Although he basically didn't care about his family's medical company business, he had never heard of Dr. Lin. But he was confident that within the medical field of Haicheng, Dr. Lin would definitely give him face. So he immediately took out his mobile phone confidently and called his relatives and father. "Dad, help me make an appointment with a doctor. The father of an old classmate of mine is seriously ill. Yes, it's lung cancer." After just a few simple words, Song Xiaofeng hung up the phone confidently. The students present looked at him with great anticipation. "Don't worry, everyone. I'll probably get a call back in a while," Song Xiaofeng said with his head held high. Yao Xin'er smiled faintly and had a lot of good wine and food brought to the table, asking everyone to eat while waiting. About 17 minutes later, Song Xiaofeng's phone rang. But when he picked up the phone, the voice sounded apologetic and low. The more Song Xiaofeng listened, the uglier his expression became, and finally he could only helplessly hang up the phone. Seeing this scene, all the students couldn't help but feel heartbroken. There were constant apologetic voices coming from the other end of the line. "Master, I'm sorry. We have really exhausted almost all of our connections. We have tried to communicate with everyone we can. But this is really impossible. Dr. Lin has a very special identity. He is one of the top medical experts in the country. He has led the way in overcoming countless medical problems. Many of his medical patents are enough to break world records. He is even the only one who has been published as a medical expert in the well-known foreign magazine Time in recent years. Although we have some business connections in the medical community in Haicheng, it is still not practical to hire such a medical expert." Song Xiaofeng's expression became uglier as he listened. In the end, I could only hang up the phone in annoyance. Dr. Lin is currently the top technical expert in the country. Countless people make appointments with him every day. In fact, it should be impossible for people like us in Haicheng to get an appointment. Song Xiaofeng said shamelessly. In fact, he had no idea whether the people in Haicheng were unable to hire this big shot. They just wanted to save some face and made it sound as difficult as climbing to the sky to make an appointment with Dr. Lin. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing for him to look so heroic and confident but fail to accomplish anything. So he simply and straightforwardly came to the conclusion that it should be very difficult to make an appointment with people in Haicheng. All the students couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. They were not only disappointed because they had high expectations for Song Xiaofeng. I also feel sad that Sun Tingting, a little angel, has to suffer such a misfortune. It is really unfair fate. Among the old classmates present, Song Xiaofeng is already one of the most successful people. Although he relies on his father, this is also the fact after all. Chapter 33 Naked Threats and Deals. If even Song Xiaofeng is so helpless, there are probably very few old classmates who can help and have a say. Lin Fan glanced at Song Xiaofeng but didn't say anything. He just silently took out his cell phone and called Manager Wang of Filistin Restaurant. Song Xiaofeng had just lost face and was feeling a burning sensation on his face. But when he saw Lin Fan making a phone call, he immediately snorted in disdain. How can you get through to someone who can't even handle me? You have no idea what you are doing. You don't know your own limitations. Yao Xiner looked at Lin Fan, who was making the phone call, and couldn't help showing a helpless look. As a courier, what else can you do? Just ask me for help. At this class reunion, Yao Xiner seized Lin Fan's weakness, his first love, Sun Tingting. She specially prepared this trump card and told Lin Fan about this matter at this point in time. At the same time, she also told everyone about this matter, with the purpose of making Lin Fan understand one thing, a very important point. This time, the only person who could help was Yao Xiner. She was absolutely sure that Lin Fan would rack his brains for his first love, Sun Tingting. And I will lend a helping hand when he is desperate, depressed, and in pain. As for the price, naturally Lin Fan must reconcile with her. Yao Xiner took a sip of the red wine in the glass and calmly watched Lin Fan make the call, waiting for him to try his best but still be powerless. On the other end of Lin Fan's phone was Manager Wang. At this moment, thanks to Lin Fan's help last time, Manager Wang auctioned the authentic antique for a whopping 6 billion yuan. Although all the money belonged to Lin Fan, Manager Wang also gained a lot of benefits from it. For example, during the auction, I met many of Haicheng's top antique lovers, all of whom are leaders in their respective fields. Now Manager Wang has not only opened up many channels, but also obtained many cooperation opportunities. Therefore, Manager Wang was both grateful and respectful to Lin Fan. At the beginning, Manager Wang treated Lin Fan as just an ordinary boss. Although he was respectful on the surface, he actually didn't take him seriously in his heart. But at this moment, Manager Wang's attitude towards Lin Fan is full of gratitude and admiration. At this time, a phone call came in. Manager Wang picked up the phone and found it was from Lin Fan. He immediately said respectfully, "Boss, do you have any instructions? You can leave everything to me." Lin Fan briefly talked about Sun Tingting and his father's lung cancer, and ordered Manager Wang to contact a doctor named Lin Xingtian. When Manager Wang heard this, he immediately promised that he would do his best to contact the doctor. Lin Fan nodded and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Manager Wang immediately began to mobilize his connections to help contact the doctor. At the same time, he also ordered his men to start investigating Sun Tingting and her father's lung cancer to see if they could help Sun Tingting's family from other angles. Just after Lin Fan briefly hung up the phone, she looked up and found that the people around her were looking at her with strange eyes. Especially Song Xiaofeng, he almost revealed his naked contempt and disdain. Everyone knew that Lin Fan was just a courier with a monthly salary of only 3,000 yuan. Even if he wanted to help Sun Tingting work overtime, it would be extremely difficult. Seeing this, Lin Shiran immediately wanted to say something to Lin Fan. But Lin Fan calmly waved his hand to stop her. Song Xiaofeng immediately started to get angry. He felt that Lin Fan's action of making a phone call was directed at him, and even a mockery of him. Hey, what's going on? Could it be that our master Lin Fan can still hire this doctor? I'm really going to open my eyes. His tone was full of teasing and laughter. Song Xiaofeng looks very hateful. Although the classmates all wanted to say something for Lin Fan, they didn't know how to start.
Lin Fan's action of making a phone call on the spot was too provocative to Song Xiaofeng. After all, Song Xiaofeng had just announced his failure, and Lin Fan actually made a phone call right away. Wasn't this a blatant attempt to slap him in the face? Just when the atmosphere was becoming tense, Yao Xiner finally spoke. Actually, I might have a way to contact Dr. Lin. As she said this, she stared at Lin Fan's face. The meaning is already very clear. It's a naked threat and deal. Yao Xiner's goal was to make Lin Fan come and beg her in person in order to shatter Lin Fan's proud self-esteem. Next, she completely made Lin Fan her plaything. This crazy woman, I didn't expect that she still hasn't changed her bad habits after so many years. Lin Fan shook his head slightly in his heart, feeling that this matter was indeed in line with Yao Xiner's style. Lin Fan glanced at him calmly and didn't say anything. After about 5 minutes, a call finally came. Lin Fan picked up the phone and saw that it was Manager Wang calling. A voice came from the other end. "Boss, it's done." Lin Fan hummed calmly, "It's fine once it's done. Just 5 simple words, just get it done." Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but it was heard firmly by almost everyone. Almost everyone had a different expression on their face. In fact, most of the students didn't take it seriously and thought that Lin Fan just wanted to provoke and ridicule Song Xiaofeng. After all, they all knew the strength of Song Xiaofeng's family. Although Song Xiaofeng was a very bad person, the medical company run by his family was already ranked among the top 5 companies in Haicheng. If even he couldn't do it, how could Lin Fan get it done in such a short time with just one phone call? Especially Yao Xiner didn't believe it in her heart. After all, she was the first person to come into contact with this matter. She understood very well how much energy and connections were needed to get an appointment with Dr. Lin. Even with her strong ability, it was quite difficult to handle this matter. How could Lin Fan possibly do it? The one who reacted most violently was Song Xiaofeng, who immediately went berserk. "I begged everyone for help, but nothing worked out for me. Yet you made a phone call and got it done in 5 minutes. Who the hell would believe that? Lin Fan, as a courier, do you just want to pretend and slap me in the face? Don't you even consider whether you are qualified?" Song Xiaofeng was so angry that he tore off his mask on the spot and said loudly and sarcastically, "Pretend, keep pretending. Why is a courier with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan pretending to be so high and mighty? You said you have done it. What have you done? Come on, tell us in front of everyone what you have accomplished and what you have accomplished." Facing Song Xiaofeng, he was almost rude, unfriendly, and fiercely questioning her. Lin Fan still kept a calm face and chose not to bother to pay any attention to this kind of trash. Chapter 34, Strength in Numbers. When he was in school, Lin Fan had already seen clearly the true face of a scumbag like Song Xiaofeng. There is no need to waste your breath on such people. It's useless to argue with them anyway. Before Lin Fan could say anything, Yao Xiner raised her eyebrows with her eyes wide open and said, "If Lin Fan said it's done, then of course it's done. As for what it was, is there any need for you to be so sarcastic? I invited everyone to this hotel for dinner today. If you are not happy, please leave. I don't think anyone here welcomes an unreasonable person who speaks sarcastic words." Yao Xiner's words were very direct, and she immediately ordered the visitor to leave. He said that if Song Xiaofeng continued to be unreasonable to Lin Fan, he would just tell him to get out. Song Xiaofeng's face turned pale and blue. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became tense. There was no way. Lin Fan was Yao Xiner's Achilles heel, and Song Xiaofeng actually dared to confront Lin Fan so rudely in front of her. This is simply a blatant slap in the face of Yao Xiner. Just when the atmosphere was a little tense, Song Xiaofeng's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and found it was his father calling. "Son, the matter you just asked me for has now taken a turn for the better." Hearing this, a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on Song Xiaofeng's face. "Dad, how did you do it so quickly? Did you contact someone important? You are amazing. What a coincidence." Just now, a big shot in Haicheng contacted Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin said that he would come to Haicheng specially. If he has the spare time, he might be able to help you. I just received this news, so I notified you immediately. When Song Xiaofeng heard this, his face froze. Just now, a big shot contacted Dr. Lin? Song Xiaofeng nervously shifted his gaze to Lin Fan's face. Looking at Lin Fan's indifferent and calm face, he suddenly felt an extremely uneasy premonition in his heart. Could it be? No, it's impossible, it must be just a coincidence, it must be just a coincidence. Song Xiaofeng already had a guess in his mind, but he firmly refused to believe it. He could only keep using the word coincidence to comfort himself. After all, any coincidence could happen in this world. Just after Lin Fan made the call, his father informed him that an important person has contacted Dr. Zhang.
This matter is a bit weird though. But maybe it was just a simple coincidence, Song Xiaofeng kept telling himself. Yao Xiner looked at his expression changing drastically and couldn't help but feel confused. What happened to this guy? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? At this moment, Yao Xiner's phone rang. She picked up the phone and after a while, even her expression began to change drastically. Ms. Yao, a big shot has contacted Dr. Lin ahead of us, and he will come to Haicheng soon. Who contacted Dr. Lin? Is this person's surname Lin? Is his name Lin Fan? We are not sure about this and need to investigate further. The expression on her face when she looked at Lin Fan standing beside her suddenly became extremely interesting. At this time, Lin Fan still looked calm and composed, and he was drinking and joking with Lin Shiran beside him. Many old classmates present looked at Song Xiaofeng and Yao Xiner in confusion. He really didn't understand why these two people looked at Lin Fan with such an indescribable look in their eyes just after a phone call. There was surprise, fear, doubt, confusion, and a deep sense of shock. However, Lin Fan did not take the initiative to break this window paper. He didn't want to reveal his identity actively, because it would only create a strong sense of distance between himself and his old classmates, which he didn't like. Old classmates, let's sit down and have a simple meal. This is the simple and plain idea in his mind. But Yao Xiner couldn't sit still anymore and felt a little uneasy for a moment. If her guess was true, then all his plans for today seemed absurd and ridiculous. After all, if Lin Fan really concealed his identity, wouldn't he look like a clown today, threatening him with such a simple condition? During a meal, everyone has their own thoughts. Only Lin Fan and Lin Shiran simply enjoyed a delicious meal without any other thoughts. Song Xiaofeng and Yao Xiner were somewhat confused and doubtful. Yao Xiner felt complicated, surprised and happy. She was both surprised and astonished at Lin Fan's true identity, but she was also a little unsure whether this was just an ordinary coincidence. Song Xiaofeng could only keep brainwashing himself, thinking that all this was just a coincidence. Lin Fan was very relieved about his first love and was not very worried. According to manager Wang, Dr. Lin Huixing has been contacted and it is estimated that he can be summoned to Haicheng in 2 days at the earliest. The doctor's medical skills seemed to be extremely strong, and there was no need to worry about Sun Tingting's father's life being in danger. Although lung cancer is a very threatening disease, Dr. Lin has his own unique understanding of the disease and has achieved very remarkable academic results. His surgical success rate is very high. As for Sun Tingting's father, Lin Fan actually had a very good impression of him. He was a very open-minded and broad-minded middle-aged man. When they were in school, her father actually did not stop Lin Fan from dating Sun Tingting. He even encouraged his relationship with Sun Tingting. But unfortunately, Sun Tingting's mother was too fierce and strictly forbade Sun Tingting to fall in love, especially with a boy like Lin Fan who came from an ordinary family. Therefore, under the influence of Sun Tingting's mother's forced separation, Lin Fan had to reluctantly end this first love. This matter once became a knot in Lin Fan's heart. And now seems to be an opportunity to untie the knot. Lin Fan's memories of his youth now surged like a tide, churning in his mind. In a trance, I returned to that youthful age, living a carefree life with my first love, whom I once deeply loved. Suddenly, Lin Fan wanted to go to the hospital to visit his first love, Sun Tingting. The meal was eaten very quickly. Many of my male classmates also held the same idea. Why don't we go to the hospital to visit Sun Tingting? Sun Tingting's family has suddenly encountered such a change. She must be in great need of help now. Let's go to the hospital together to see if we can help and raise some money for her. Even though we don't have much money, there is strength in numbers, and we can also work together to raise funds through crowdfunding. I believe his family will be able to get through this difficult time. Listening to his classmates' words, Lin Fan couldn't help but nodded with some emotion. Song Xiaofeng's mind was full of obscene and dark thoughts. Chapter 35 Visiting Sun Tingting. When he thought that he would soon meet Sun Tingting, the goddess of his dreams during his school days, he immediately felt excited and impulsive. At the same time, he thought of something very interesting. This large group of people will probably need to take a car on their way to the hospital. It's impossible to take a taxi. Then I can take this opportunity to show off my luxury car, Song Xiaofeng thought smugly.
His family's business has been growing big in recent years, and his father has bought him a latest model of Mercedes-Benz sports car. Thinking of this, Song Xiaofeng immediately said, "I happen to drive here today, so why don't I give a few people a ride?" But only 3 people are allowed. The classmates all knew what he was thinking. Didn't he just want to show off? It's kind of annoying that it's so obvious. Song Xiaofeng went to the parking lot and drove out his Mercedes-Benz Series latest X-Type sports car at an extremely fast speed. The market price of this car is as high as 1.7 million. Song Xiaofeng sat in the driver's seat and drove the car out slowly. Thinking that this car would appear in front of everyone and would inevitably become the focus of everyone's attention, he felt excited in his heart. As expected, when the classmates saw this car, they couldn't help but sigh that people with the same name have different destinies. This is truly an age where one has to compete with one's father. I'll probably have to work for 30 years before I can afford a car like this. Sigh, the pressure on cars is too great these days. Oh, I really envy these rich second generations. Not to mention houses, they even have to take out loans to buy cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is probably the best they can afford. Song Xiaofeng is still like this. He liked to show off his wealth when he was in school. I didn't expect that after so many years, he still hasn't changed his bad habits. Sigh. Back then, there was Lin Fan who could cure him, but now, alas, he really has the capital to show off. This car must be worth millions. It's really luxurious. Under the envious gazes of all his classmates, Song Xiaofeng felt a great sense of joy in his heart. Song Xiaofeng said to everyone in a very arrogant manner, "Anyone who wants to ride in my car can line up and sign up. Ladies first." His look was so abominable that it made many of the male classmates speechless and angry. But there was nothing I could do about his appearance. At this moment, an extremely cool and stylish Lamborghini Hurricane came out from the side. The shape of this Lamborghini Hurricane is extremely cool. When you open the door, it looks like a butterfly spreading its wings, which is very, very beautiful. In comparison, Song Xiaofeng's latest sports car from the Mercedes-Benz series is just like a beggar on the street meeting an emperor. There is no way to compare him with the emperor. Pale in comparison. When the car appeared in the students' field of vision, everyone's eyes lit up. The students' attention was immediately drawn to the Lamborghini Huracan. If we use a woman's appearance as an analogy, Song Xiaofeng's Mercedes-Benz luxury car is at most like a beautiful girl of class beauty level. But this Lamborghini Huracan is definitely for a school beauty, a super beauty. Fuck, this car is so cool, could it be our classmate's car? It's possible. Look, he parked his car here and won't leave. It's obviously our classmate's car. Awesome. It turns out we have a classmate who is so talented. He didn't show off this time. Song Xiaofeng was extremely unhappy. He didn't expect that he was not the only focus of the audience. I had just driven out a luxury car when someone on the other side drove out a car that was much better than mine. This is really embarrassing. When everyone saw Lin Fan stepping down from the driver's seat, their eyes immediately widened. Especially Song Xiaofeng, his eyes almost popped out of his head. It turned out to be Lin Fan. This car was actually driven by Lin Fan. Ding. Surprise value plus 200. 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 Lin Fan must have borrowed this car from someone else. How could a courier like him afford such a luxury car? He must have borrowed a car from someone else to attend a class reunion to show off his wealth. What a shameless bastard. Song Xiaofeng's eyes were red. Yao Xin'er has a very sharp vision and she is not a fool like Song Xiaofeng. Seeing Lin Fan sitting in this extremely cool Lamborghini Huracan, she immediately thought of the phone call just now. At the same time, he couldn't help but become more suspicious. Did Lin Fan really hide his identity? Then what was his real identity? The group drove very fast and soon arrived at Haicheng First People's Hospital to visit Sun Tingting. Under the guidance of Yao Xin'er, Lin Fan soon met Sun Tingting, and her mother Tang Yueqin was sitting next to her. Although he had made some mental preparations before coming, Lin Fan was still slightly stunned when he saw Sun Tingting. In his memory, Sun Tingting is a lively, lovely little beauty full of energy. She has a slim figure, delicate features, fair skin, and an oval face. But after many years, Sun Tingting has grown up completely. As the saying goes, girls change a lot when they grow up.
Sun Tingting is now beautiful. Super beautiful.
Sun Tingting has obviously grown taller, and her temperament has become more mature and steady. At the same time, her figure has become more charming, with a Kavya figure. Her facial features are even more charming, and paired with her brown hair, she is a top beauty who is in no way inferior to Lin Shiran. Even Lin Fan, who is used to seeing beautiful women these days, couldn't help but secretly give Sun Tingting a thumbs up in his heart when he saw her.
This girl is becoming more and more beautiful.
It does have a bit of the flavor of beauty being the root of trouble. Almost all the male classmates' eyes lit up when they saw Sun Tingting. In today's era of extremely developed information, you can see all kinds of beauties with internet celebrity faces everywhere no matter where you are. However, there are not many beauties like Sun Tingting who can stand out with her exquisite facial features, figure and temperament without any makeup, and who can catch people's eyes.
When many male classmates saw a beauty like Sun Tingting, they immediately became interested in her.
Especially the look in Song Xiaofeng's eyes, it was almost as if he wanted to eat her up. The corners of his mouth were almost drooling, and he thought to himself that his judgment back then was indeed correct. The little girl who was a little green but a real beauty back then has become so beautiful in recent years.
The unripe melon is finally ripe.
This time, no matter what, I must find a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her over completely. At the same time, he had to avenge the arrow shot at him in front of Lin Fan. Especially when he thought about the fact that Lin Fan had just driven a Lamborghini Huracan and outclassed him on the spot.
Song Xiaofeng was so angry that his teeth were itching.
Chapter 36 Prey.
Popper Lin Fan, don't think you can really threaten me just by borrowing a luxury car from someone else. Song Xiaofeng thought gloomily.
However, it is a pity that such a beautiful Sun Tingting died because her father's life was in danger due to lung cancer. At this moment, his eyes were red and his face looked haggard.
It looked like it hadn't eaten much for several days and looked very pitiful.
When Lin Fan and his companions looked at this scene with some distress,
Sun Tingting also discovered them. Brother Lin Fan, it's you? Sun Tingting asked in surprise.
As soon as she saw Lin Fan, she threw herself into his arms without saying a word and started crying loudly. In fact, she has not dated other men in the past few years because she can't let go of her first love with Lin Fan. This was the lowest point in her life, and she really needed a hug and comfort. She never expected that Lin Fan would appear in front of her again like a miracle, which made her feel inexplicably surprised.
The other male classmates looked at Lin Fan with envy. Lin Shiran was very considerate and did not say anything.
Although she felt jealous seeing Lin Fan holding a young girl in his arms, the girl was so pitiful after all, so it was understandable that he did that in such a desperate situation.
Song Xiaofeng became extremely unhappy when he saw this.
But just as he was about to speak up to stop Lin Fan and Sun Tingting from hugging, but it was Sun Tingting's mother Tang Yuqin who spoke with a frown.
Xiao Ting, what are you doing in public? Aren't you ashamed? Let him go,
she said in a rather unhappy tone.
Tang Yuqin actually still remembered Lin Fan.
It was she who separated Lin Fan and her daughter Sun Tingting with her own hands. In her impression, Lin Fan's family had no money and he had no future at all. Now her family is at a critical moment. Her husband has lung cancer and urgently needs a large sum of money for surgery. The only hope of the whole family is Sun Tingting. She couldn't let her daughter and Lin Fan rekindle their old relationship, otherwise the family's only hope would be shattered.
However, Sun Tingting's mind was not so complicated and she didn't realize it at all.
She thought her mother just wanted her to be more reserved. Her pretty face flushed as she left Lin Fan's chest. To be honest, she just felt very safe on her brother Lin Fan's shoulders and chest, and she wished she could lie there for a while longer. These days, she was really exhausted because of her father's affairs and almost collapsed from depression. I really need a warm chest to protect myself. When Sun Tingting thought about her father, her face became a little gloomy. Song Xiaofeng suddenly had an idea at this moment, and he took advantage of the opportunity to say, "Aunt Tang, Tingting, don't worry, I might be able to help with Uncle Sun's matter." As soon as he said this, he immediately attracted Tang Yuqin's attention.
Do you really have a solution?
Tang Yuqin said with great surprise.
Song Xiaofeng nodded confidently.
Then, without blushing or beating his heart, he said, I have contacted Dr. Lin Huixing, who is the most experienced lung cancer research expert in the country.
I believe he can solve Uncle Sun's condition.
When Tang Yuqin heard this, hope immediately appeared in her eyes.
Lin Fan couldn't help but frown slightly. This Song Xiaofeng was really shameless.
It was obvious that this Dr. Lin was invited to Haicheng by his contact. Instead, he started to take credit for the work. But Lin Fan was too lazy to expose him. The truth would be revealed soon. Tang Yuqin said with some concern, but this will require a large amount of handling fees, and our family situation may.
Song Xiaofeng immediately promised, "Don't worry, Auntie. I can find a way to deal with the money.
Besides, it's not difficult to raise funds through crowdfunding now.
I just happen to have connections." When Tang Yuqin heard this, the look she gave Song Xiaofeng changed immediately, one of admiration and gratitude.
This time, I will finally get to show off, Song Xiaofeng thought happily in his heart. When Tang Yuqin heard that there was a cure for her husband's illness, she invited a particularly skilled medical expert to come over. It can also help me raise funds and help me solve the problem of high medical expenses. She was immediately surprised and happy, and breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Yuqin immediately took a liking to Song Xiaofeng and had a very good impression of him. In fact, Tang Yuqin has a very good memory, and she still remembers that Song Xiaofeng had pursued Sun Tingting passionately back then. At that time, she had specifically asked people and found out that Song Xiaofeng's family was a famous medical company in Haicheng and their business was very good. If his daughter had been with someone like Song Xiaofeng, who had a promising future and a good family background, he would definitely not have tried to break them up. But things did not go as he wished, as his daughter Sun Tingting fell in love with a poor man named Lin Fan.
It's really short-sighted. But it seems it's not too late to take the opportunity back now.
Once my daughter can marry into a wealthy family, then as her mother-in-law, I will naturally be able to enjoy a wealthy life in the future. Tang Yuqin is very smart. She is a shrewd and sophisticated middle-aged woman.
Song Xiaofeng would certainly not come to help his family for nothing.
He must have come for something, and the purpose of his request was very simple. It should be his daughter Sun Tingting. Tang Yuqin's eyes flashed, and she began to think about how to make her daughter Sun Tingting accept Song Xiaofeng. Yao Xin'er saw all of this, but she didn't say anything. What she really wanted to know was what Lin Fan's current identity was. What kind of trump card does he have? What she cared about was how many cards Song Xiaofeng could let Lin Fan use. In fact, everything that happened today was far beyond Yao Xin'er's plan. Her original plan was to use Sun Tingting's matter to threaten Lin Fan to agree to her request. But now it seems that things have reached another turning point. She is now extremely curious about Lin Fan's true identity. She didn't plan to get involved in this matter for the time being, and planned to sit back and watch to see what Lin Fan was really capable of, or whether he was just bluffing. To her, Lin Fan was a prey, and the more valuable the prey, the more exciting it would be. She was now looking forward to her prey, which was actually quite valuable. Song Xiaofeng is very good at observing people's expressions and he also knows how to take advantage of the situation, so he immediately made a promise.
"Aunt, please rest assured. Dr. Lin will be here tomorrow at the earliest. I believe Uncle's condition will be relieved soon." After hearing Song Xiaofeng's assurance, the heavy stone in Tang Yuqin's heart finally fell away. But what about the medical expenses? Tang Yuqin was a little worried. "Please rest assured about this. Just leave it to me," Song Xiaofeng immediately assured.
At the same time, Song Xiaofeng's eyes turned, and he suddenly thought of a good idea to squeeze Lin Fan.
Chapter 37 Donate Money. So he said loudly, "Classmates.
Although my family has connections that can mobilize donations from the outside world, as the saying goes, distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. The experts will be here tomorrow, but the medical expenses are obviously not enough, so I propose to raise funds on the spot to help Sun Tingting's family. I will personally take the lead and donate 100,000 yuan first."
100,000 yuan.
When the other students heard that Song Xiaofeng was going to donate so much money, they were all shocked. It's obvious that Song Xiaofeng did this just to show off and to be in the spotlight. This is a full 100,000 yuan. Even if someone works in a first-tier city, their monthly salary is only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, even if they have a high salary.
This is equivalent to donating 3 months' salary for them. Song Xiaofeng really has some money.
It's easy for him to donate so much money.
He must have other intentions.
Look at Sun Tingting's appearance.
Isn't she much prettier than many female internet celebrities? I'm afraid he will really succeed this time. This Song Xiaofeng is not that stupid. He knows that Sun Tingting's family is in trouble right now. He can achieve good results by taking advantage of any opportunity.
Under the leadership of Song Xiaofeng, other students felt embarrassed to stand idly by and began to donate money in varying amounts.
"I'll give you 5,000. I'll give you 8,000. I'll give you 7,000. I'll give you 10,000.
Everyone's eyes were focused on Song Xiaofeng, only Yao Xin'er looked at Lin Fan, somewhat expectantly looking forward to how much money he would offer. Song Xiaofeng also secretly glanced at Lin Fan out of the corner of his eye, expecting Lin Fan to show a frightened expression. But unfortunately, Lin Fan looked calm and composed, as if he was not affected at all.
You little brat, you're still good at pretending. Song Xiaofeng felt unhappy.
He hated seeing Lin Fan like this, pretending to be so serious.
The most infuriating thing is that Sun Tingting's eyes never left Lin Fan.
Even after he announced that he had donated 100,000 yuan, she didn't even have time to look at him.
Song Xiaofeng couldn't stand it anymore, so he decided to take the initiative.
Lin Fan, other students have donated, so you should donate a little as well.
Otherwise, it would seem a bit awkward if you are the only one who doesn't donate when so many of us come here today. Song Xiaofeng said loudly in a sarcastic tone.
Facing Song Xiaofeng, Lin Fan was actually too lazy to argue with such a person.
But it would be better to explain it a little bit. Of course I will donate the money, but I can't do it through you. It seems that you have done a lot of things to embezzle your classmates' class fees when you were in school.
Lin Fan said lightly. Lin Fan's words were neither salty nor bland.
He did not use his financial resources to suppress Song Xiaofeng.
Instead, he stated a fact.
Many classmates recalled Song Xiaofeng's despicable character when they were in school.
For a moment, the students looked at Song Xiaofeng with hesitation in their eyes.
Could it be that he has not changed his bad habits and is still thinking about embezzling the money?
Song Xiaofeng couldn't hold back his face anymore and shouted, "It's fine if you're stingy and don't want to donate, but don't throw dirty water on me." Lin Fan's face was calm as he spoke word by word.
First of all, I didn't say I wouldn't donate.
I will naturally transfer the money to Sun Tingting's family card.
Secondly, it doesn't make sense for me to donate money.
It has to go through you. You take yourself too seriously. In the end, I didn't throw dirty water on you.
I just repeated your old story. If you think this is throwing dirty water, then I can only say that your IQ is too low.
Lin Fan's tone was calm. But the more Song Xiaofeng listened, the redder his face turned. He almost had a high blood pressure attack from what Lin Fan said, and his lungs were about to explode with anger. But he couldn't even reply, which was the most infuriating thing.
Tang Yuqin couldn't bear to watch it anymore.
In his mind, Song Xiaofeng is the rich and powerful husband for his daughter.
How could I be humiliated by a poor guy like Lin Fan?
This would damage his image in Sun Tingting's mind.
Mr. Lin, please be polite and don't doubt Xiaofeng without reason. Tang Yuqin accused. Mom, what are you talking about?
Lin Fan is doing this for our own good. Sun Tingting felt that something was wrong with her mother.
Tang Yuqin said with a gloomy face, Xiaofeng donated money to us with good intentions, but what did he say? Is this human language? Mom, how can you say that? Lin Fan has good intentions, how can you say that to him? Sun Tingting was a little annoyed.
When Song Xiaofeng saw that Sun Tingting's mother was helping him so much, he immediately felt confident again. He spoke arrogantly into Lin Fan's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear.
Did you see that? You are doomed to fail. Sun Tingting's mother is helping me so much. How can you have the courage to go against me?
The expression on Lin Fan's face gradually faded, and he gradually walked towards the expressionless direction. Anyone who knew him well knew that this meant that he was slightly angry in his heart. Originally, he just wanted to have a simple gathering with old friends this time, but he didn't expect that things would go against his wishes. For Tingting's sake, I'll pay 3 million this time. Lin Fan revealed his cards. When Song Xiaofeng heard what Lin Fan said, he immediately burst into laughter. Lin Fan, there's no need to say such angry words. You're just bragging here just to get mad at me. Do you think we're all idiots with negative IQs? Something has happened at Tingting's home, and we are all very worried. You shouldn't talk nonsense about this. It will hurt Tingting. I suggest you apologize to Tingting's family right now, otherwise even I won't forgive you. The expressions on the students' faces were different, but they generally felt that Lin Fan was just speaking in anger. After all, the 100,000 yuan donated by Song Xiaofeng is still within their affordability. This is their 3 months' salary. But 3 million is different. This is a salary they cannot earn even if they work for 30 years. But who could believe that Lin Fan would donate it casually? It was too unbelievable and outrageous. Sun Tingting said loudly. Brother Lin Fan said he would donate so much money, so he will donate so much money. There is no need for you to be so sarcastic here. Lin Fan looked at Sun Tingting helping him like this, touched her head lovingly, and helped her smooth down her hair. Kill by patting the head. Song Xiaofeng's face turned blue and white. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a doctor in a white coat walked in with a spring breeze and bowed to congratulate. Congratulations, our hospital has received the latest news that Dr. Lin Huaixing, the country's top medical expert, will come to our hospital tomorrow to perform surgery on elder Sun. Mr. Sun is Sun Tingting's father and Tang Yueqin's husband. When she heard that her father was saved, Sun Tingting's eyes couldn't help but turn red again. She burst into tears and threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, crying loudly. Lin Fan kept touching her head and whispering soothing words in her ears. Tang Yueqin was also extremely happy, revealing a smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. And the doctor in the white coat added casually. Chapter 38, Mountains can be changed, but human nature cannot. You all have to thank Manager Wang. He arranged all of this. Manager Wang? Hearing this completely unfamiliar name, the expression on Song Xiaofeng's face froze a little. He just tried to brag and take credit, saying that all this was arranged by his family. If Manager Wang happened to come, all of this would be exposed on the spot. That would be extremely embarrassing. Song Xiaofeng began to feel nervous. It's okay, it's not such a coincidence. Such big shots are usually very busy. How could they have time to come to the hospital to visit an old man's son who was about to die? Song Xiaofeng kept comforting himself. Unfortunately, at this moment, a fat middle-aged man had walked out of the room. This fat middle-aged man was holding a lot of things in his hands, all of which were nutritional supplements such as Codonopsis palaciula and black chicken, which were specially used to comfort patients. It was Manager Wang of the Freeview Carlton restaurant. The doctor in the white coat also pointed at Manager Wang and said, "Speaking of Chow Chow, this Chow Chow is Manager Wang." Everyone's attention was focused on Manager Wang. Mr. Lin, I have already done everything you asked me to do. Manager Wang lowered his voice and gave Lin Fan his signature flattering smile. At the same time, he handed the things in his hand to Sun Tingting and her daughter. These are just a few small gifts from me. Please keep them. Manager Wang said with a smile. Tang Yueqin opened it and took a look. I was shocked to find that the packaging bag was actually full of extremely expensive nutritional supplements such as Codonopsis palaciula and black bone chicken. Even if these things are rare, they would cost thousands outside. With such a huge number here, it would cost at least hundreds of thousands. Are you my husband's friend? Tang Yueqin asked with a trembling voice. He didn't know the strange man in front of him at all and didn't know why he was so helpful to his family. I am Mr. Lin's subordinate, and all this is according to Mr. Lin's instructions. Manager Wang replied. Mr. Lin. Upon hearing this name, the faces of everyone present changed at once. Among all the people present, Lin Fan was the only one with the surname Lin. Judging from Manager Wang's reaction to Lin Fan just now, he must be talking about him. Tang Yueqin was petrified on the spot, her face full of surprise, and she looked at Lin Fan as if she was looking at a completely unfamiliar monster. Could it be that Lin Fan, the poor guy back then, has made something of himself in the past few years? Then, by breaking up the couple, wouldn't I have missed out on a rich husband for my daughter? The most important thing is that his attitude towards Lin Fan just now was so cold and rude. If he offended Lin Fan, he would lose this opportunity for the second time. Thinking of this, Tang Yueqin felt deeply regretful. Song Xiaofeng's face looked extremely ugly, as if his father had died. The changes before his eyes were so fast that he was unable to cope with them. In his eyes, the poor Lin Fan was not as simple as he thought. The most important thing is that the classmates around him began to point fingers at him, and gradually contempt and disdain appeared in their eyes. It turns out that Song Xiaofeng is really just bragging and trying to take credit for the work. It's easy to change a mountain, but hard to change one's nature. I didn't expect that after so many years, he is still the same. Song Xiaofeng's character is really too poor compared to Lin Fan. Song Xiaofeng is really embarrassed. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to burrow into the ground immediately. Sun Tingting looked at Lin Fan with pride, her eyes filled with admiring little stars. Brother Lin Fan, you really didn't let me down. Ding. Surprise value plus 500. Ding. Surprise value plus 500. Ding. Surprise value plus 500. Ding. Surprise value plus 500.
Ding! Surprise value plus 500. Song Xiaofeng's face turned pale. He moved his lips but couldn't utter a word. After all, this was really embarrassing. Just a few minutes ago, he kept boasting to Sun Tingting's mother Tang Yuqin, claiming that he was the one who found Dr. Lin. But she didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly, and her lie was exposed immediately. He now wished he could find a hole to crawl into. The classmates around me kept looking at me with contempt and disdain, and others were whispering and pointing at me. He wished he could leave the place immediately and die on the spot. However, the person who regretted the most on the spot was not him, but Sun Tingting's mother Tang Yuqin. Just now, her mind was full of thoughts about letting her daughter Sun Tingting and Song Xiaofeng, a rich second-generation man, be together. This would not only save the fate of her family, but also help her daughter become successful. In this way, she, as a mother, can also live a comfortable and prestigious life by virtue of her daughter's status. But now it seems that all this was a huge misunderstanding. She had always looked down upon Lin Fan, whom she had even broken up with during their school days. In fact, he was the real rich man. And this Song Xiaofeng seems to be just a clown and a liar. The other students also looked at Lin Fan with extreme surprise and shock, as if they wanted to see through her. Several classmates who were close to Lin Fan laughed and scolded. "Lin Fan, you little brat, I didn't expect that after all these years you would be doing so well. You were planning to hide it from us brothers at the beginning, right? You are so disloyal. I had a feeling back then that you, Lin Fan, would definitely be something special. After all, you were the most famous person in our class back then. I thought you must be very capable, but I didn't expect that you would be so successful now. You little brat actually hid your identity and stayed with us for such a long time. Are you afraid that we will be jealous of you and unhappy with you? Tell me the truth, what have you been through in these years? Didn't I hear people say a while ago that you were just an ordinary career? How come you are so successful now? You little brat, you didn't find a rich woman, did you? Lin Fan, how rich are you now? The 3 million you just mentioned was not a joke. You are not really going to donate that much money, are you?" Especially Yao Xiner, she almost opened her mouth into an O shape, looking at Lin Fan's face with an extremely complicated expression. Although all the previous signs had allowed her to grasp clues, with her woman's sixth sense, she had already predicted that Lin Fan's identity was not that simple. But she never expected that the person who came was manager Wang of the Fish Carlton restaurant. Although they are colleagues in the catering industry, the Fish Carlton restaurant is much more famous than the technology hotel he owns. No. Rather than saying that it is more famous than the high-tech hotel she owns, it is better to say that the Fish Carlton restaurant is the leading super restaurant in Haicheng. Anyone who works in the catering industry knows this restaurant. This is where the real wealthy people of Haicheng gather. Chapter 39 Yuan Mei Company. Among them, manager Wang is rumored to have seen countless people and is an unattainable, godlike existence. But such a person is servile and fawning in front of Lin Fan with a flattering expression. How terrifying must Lin Fan's true identity be? In an instant, Yao Xiner felt a chill gradually radiating from her neck to her whole body. She began to feel frightened and a little annoyed at how she had underestimated Lin Fan. Ever since he was in school, Lin Fan had shown extraordinary talent, completely different from other boys, which was why she fell in love with Lin Fan. It turned out that Yao Xiner thought that Lin Fan would eventually achieve success in his career with her help. But she never expected that Lin Fan was actually completely different now and was not someone she could afford to provoke. Among all the people in the audience, only Lin Shiran and Sun Tingting were the calmest. Especially when Sun Tingting looked at Lin Fan, her eyes were always full of admiration and love. There has never been any change in my life just because my family member is a courier and a rich man. Lin Fan was naturally well aware of this. This is also the reason why he is willing to spend money to help Sun Tingting. Lin Fan looked around and saw that the atmosphere was getting heated up because of him, so he simply invited everyone to dinner. The place for dinner was naturally the Freest Carlton restaurant. When everyone heard Lin Fan invite everyone to the Freest Carlton restaurant, they immediately became overjoyed. Anyone who lives in Haicheng will understand one thing, that is, the Fish Carlton restaurant is the undisputed king of the catering industry, but the consumption is extremely high, and only truly wealthy businessmen or top-notch celebrities will go there. When they heard Lin Fan invite them to dine at a place like this, everyone immediately felt excited. Only Song Xiaofeng had an expression of extreme shame and indignation on his face. He really was too embarrassed to go. He had already embarrassed himself enough today and now he just wanted to find an excuse to leave quickly.
Next, Lin Fan talked with Manager Wang about Sun Tingting's father's condition and Dr. Lin. Manager Wang patted his chest and assured that everything would be left to him. In fact, Sun Tingting's father's condition was just a piece of cake for the doctor, so Sun Tingting and her mother could rest assured. When Sun Tingting and her daughter heard this, they immediately burst into tears of gratitude and almost knelt down to thank Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. When I picked up the phone, I found it was my mother calling. Lin Fan's mother lived in a small town at the foot of Haicheng Mountain, leading a self-sufficient and peaceful life. The old man's greatest hope is that Lin Fan can get married as soon as possible, find a wife and bring the children back to the countryside to visit him. As expected, when Lin Fan picked up the phone, he heard his mother's familiar nagging voice. "Son, do you have a girlfriend now? Why don't you go back to the countryside and I'll introduce you to some nice girls in the village?" Hearing this, Lin Fan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He didn't have a formal girlfriend yet, but he had a lot of alternative options, and he was having a headache. Okay, I'll go back to the countryside to see you later." After quickly dealing with his mother's nagging, Lin Fan hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan looked at Song Xiaofeng not far away and saw an expression on his face as if his father had died. He was slapped in the face on the spot and Lin Fan's identity was exposed. At this moment, his whole body was shaking, his eyes were darting around, and he didn't dare to look at himself at all. Tang Yuqin no longer focused her attention on him, but instead focused her attention on Lin Fan, completely ignoring Song Xiaofeng. Moreover, the students around him pointed and talked at Song Xiaofeng as if they were looking at a criminal who had committed a crime. Today, Song Xiaofeng can be said to have lost all face. Not only was he severely slapped in the face, but he also lost in all aspects. Especially his beloved Sun Tingting, who was now in his arms, grateful for his help. Lin Fan recalled the various frictions and conflicts he had with Song Xiaofeng when they were in school, as well as the various grudges they had created. Looking at his miserable state at this moment, one suddenly has only one feeling in his heart. That feels great. Very, very, very comfortable. Since you are in such a good mood, why not celebrate by drawing a few tens and have a few parties? Lin Fan thought so, and then he immersed his consciousness into his own system space. He exchanged all the huge amount of serious points he had accumulated during this period for blind boxes. Looking at the huge number of blind boxes in the sky, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The first shot is 10 consecutive. Reward, 1 million yuan. 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 Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Critical hit reward, 80% of Yuanmei Game Company shares. Critical hit reward, God-level hacker talent. Holy crap! Lin Fan looked at the two dazzling golden lights flashing in the sky and was slightly stunned. He never expected that he would be so lucky today. The store just opened and they gave me a double yolk egg. And the rewards for these two double yolked eggs seem to be quite impressive. The first golden reward was the shares of another company, but this company was more interesting. Yuanmei Company. This game company can be said to be the hegemonic company with the largest number of titles among the top 10 game companies in the market sales list. It is said that the programmers in this company are very strong. They are all super senior programmers who graduated from famous foreign universities. The most powerful ones are their game creative and supervisory directors. Their strengths are also the result of decades of technical accumulation in the industry. It is precisely because they have strong technical barriers and a perfect talent supply chain that every game they produce is a high-quality product. There is a saying circulating in the market that products produced by Yuanmei must be high quality. In today's global sales list, almost all of the top 10 are produced by Yuanmei Company, Ltd. As for the same company shares, the net profit dividends that Lin Fan had previously drawn from the Fish Carlton restaurant might not even be as good as the huge profits brought by this gaming company. After all, the Fatso Carlton restaurant only serves high-end people in Haicheng, and its audience is relatively narrow. But this game company is different. It targets game users all over the world, and due to the booming game market, the profits from mobile games are extremely terrifying, and the turnover is very exaggerated. Every game that can make it into the top 10 global sales charts can almost bring huge profits to every shareholder. Yuanmei Game Company has developed a total of 4 phenomenal games so far. This means that even if Lin Fan does nothing now and just lies down, he can still enjoy a lot of quarterly dividends. Chapter 40, Secret Leak.
This kind of decadent life of eating and waiting to die is simply Lin Fan's favorite. He secretly wished he could have shares in more companies like this. Although company shares are certainly a very good reward and have such great advantages as quarterly dividends, they also have a fatal disadvantage. Once the company goes bankrupt, his status as a shareholder will be gone. At the same time, as a shareholder, he had to lose a large sum of money, which could be said to be a complete loss of all his money. He lost both the wife and the army. Generally speaking, however, this kind of thing only happens to some small and medium-sized enterprises. Even if one or two games of a large enterprise are not going well, as the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and a centipede is still alive. As shareholders, they don't need to consider these issues. Then the second reward is even more interesting, as it is actually a magical hacker talent. This was the first time that Lin Fan had drawn a talent of this kind. Before this, even though Lin Fan had obtained some magical golden rewards, they were only limited to transforming his physical fitness to such a mediocre level. However, this reward is different from a talent. This talent can change the ability in Lin Fan's own head. This is amazing. The most important part of a person's body is the brain. Being able to make some modifications to the brain means that this reward is definitely extraordinary. Lin Fan accepted the 2 golden rewards with great joy. At the same time, he looked at the many blind boxes left in the system and quickly drew the remaining blind boxes. The only thing was that my luck was a little bad, as almost all of the remaining blind boxes contained some ordinary monetary rewards, which were not of much use. Maybe I have used up all my luck. Lin Fan smiled self-deprecatingly, thinking that it is better to be content with what you have. I have already drawn 2 such good rewards, so the rest will just be the icing on the cake. Just after receiving the reward, Lin Fan immediately returned to reality, but at this moment a phone call came. An extremely elegant and noble female voice came from the other end of the phone. It was obvious that the voice was highly educated and professionally trained. Director Lin, I'm the secretary of Yuan Mei Company. I have an emergency that needs your attention. What's the emergency? Just tell me directly. Lin Fan replied. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 big things. What Lin Fan didn't expect was that this new identity he had just received seemed to have already encountered such a big event. But now Lin Fan is extremely confident and is sure that he can handle all difficulties. The elegant female secretary on the other end of the phone seemed to hesitate for a moment before speaking. A large number of our company's documents have been leaked, and many extremely confidential documents have been exposed. I am afraid that if we don't handle it properly, our company may suffer unimaginable losses. Please handle it quickly. Lin Fan frowned. Tell me exactly what's going on in person. Okay, if it's convenient for you, I will report to you in person in an hour. What I didn't expect was that I would encounter this kind of trouble just after receiving this identity reward. It was really a coincidence. But since the trouble has occurred, I have to take action to solve it myself, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Most of the troublesome situations like this are probably caused by competition among peers. Competitors are enemies. Lin Fan understood this truth very early on. But the specific details will be discussed after we meet. After simply agreeing on a location with his secretary, Lin Fan hung up the phone and looked around. Today's class reunion was quite unique. First, everyone had a simple meal, and then met his first love, Sun Tingting. Lin Fan was actually quite satisfied with the result. His feelings towards Sun Tingting were more of a remembrance of his first love, not the same old feelings. After all, times have changed and many things are different. I have something urgent to do. If you want to go to the freest Carlton restaurant for dinner, just tell me my name. After saying goodbye to Sun Tingting and other old classmates, Lin Fan prepared to take Lin Shiran back home. But Sun Tingting pulled his sleeve, her face full of reluctance and unwillingness to let Lin Fan leave. Lin Fan also had a headache because of this. Lin Fan may have something urgent to do, let him go. Fortunately, Yao Xiner took action at the right time to stop Sun Tingting. Her intuition was very sharp and she felt that something big was about to happen to Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Yao Xiner with some surprise and nodded. Sun Tingting had no choice but to let go of his hand reluctantly. Then, Lin Fan sent Lin Shiran back home. Then he drove to meet with his secretary. About 30 minutes later. In an office on the 10th floor of Huafeng Building. Lin Fan looked at the woman in front of him. This is a woman dressed in a standard urban OL style. Her sexy figure is hidden in a tight skirt, and she has a pair of clean black glasses, making her look both intellectual and capable. Hello, Director Lin. Nice to meet you. My name is Yi Yuyo. Lin Fan nodded and remembered the name of this intelligent and capable secretary, Yi Yuyo. Yi Yuyo didn't say much nonsense. She took out the folder in PPT on her laptop that she had prepared long ago from her bag and began to explain to Lin Fan the whole story of the incident. She knew that this incident had a very serious impact. If it was not dealt with quickly, the entire Yuanmei company might be threatened with life and death. She kept her story short. At the beginning of this year, our game company's market share in China reached its highest point, so we decided to publish 3 games overseas. As we expected, these 3 games have very good revenue overseas and earn enough money from foreigners, but this has also made them hated by overseas game companies. So this time they spent a lot of money and hired a very prestigious overseas hacker group to steal a lot of data from our game company. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded. This matter is actually very simple and normal. After all, competitors are enemies. Yuanmei Games is already a top company in China, and continuing to expand into overseas markets is clearly the right business choice. However, what was unexpected was that due to the high quality of the game, its rise in foreign countries was so short and its rise was too rapid. As a result, they aroused the envy of foreign game manufacturers, so they deliberately looked for well-known hacker organizations, hacked into the server of Yuanmei Game Company, stole a large amount of information, and made the information public. When Yi Yuyo said this, an angry expression appeared on her face. Not only did they steal our company's information, but they also made outrageous statements, claiming that our company's server technology was vulnerable. They even said that we don't have any technicians in our country who can fight against them. So arrogant and conceited. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but clench his fists slightly. What does this equate to? It's like a thief breaking into your home, stealing all the valuables in your home, and then mocking you by saying that your anti-theft measures are rubbish. These people even claim that there is no one in the country who can compete with them in technology. He is so arrogant and a bastard. Lin Fan frowned and said, "What is our initial estimate of losses?" Yi Yuyo was silent for a while, then slowly said, "Since a lot of our secrets have been exposed, I estimate that the core loss in this round is about 5 billion. Chapter 41 The Dragon People Must Not Lose. 5 billion. Lin Fan's anger towards these hateful foreign manufacturers and arrogant hackers increased even more. This money is the salary paid by the company to its employees. Every employee has his own family, with responsibilities to fulfill, including children, wife, and parents. If this hurdle is not crossed, countless employees' families will be broken and suffer. And the source of all this is due to the greed and selfishness of these foreigners. These people have committed heinous crimes that are too numerous to list. Yi Yuyo continued, "There is actually another most critical issue now. They actually still have our most core information in their hands and haven't disclosed it to the public. They want to use this as a threat to force us to withdraw our 3 games from the foreign market and stop competing with them. Otherwise, they will expose the most core information, and our losses will be beyond measure at the current level. I'm afraid the company will even be on the verge of bankruptcy." Anger gradually appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. These greedy hackers not only caused huge losses to our assets, but they are not even satisfied. They also want to hold our lifeline and threaten us, so we won't compete with them. This is no longer something that can be described as shameless. Instead of competing fairly, they are just thinking about these crooked ways. Fight back, we must fight back, find a way to gather all the technical experts in the country, we must punish them. Lin Fan said sternly. I will pay for everything. Money is not a problem. We must teach these bastards a lesson. When Yi Yuyo heard this, a light gradually appeared in her eyes. She said in disbelief, "Director Lin, this may cost a fortune. If you choose to sell your shares now, you may be able to stay out of this. Why are you doing this?" Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately became unhappy. I am a true dragon countryman. These shameless foreigners, instead of competing with us fairly, use despicable hacking techniques to steal our company's secrets and achieve market monopoly. As a dragon countryman, how can I stand by and watch at a time like this? Lin Fan said this in a decisive manner, without the slightest hesitation. These words all came from his heart. Lu Yuyao seemed to have noticed his determination, so she didn't say anything more, but turned around and started contacting some well-known domestic technical experts. In fact, as early as after Yuanmei Company encountered this incident, it had already started to contact some well-known technical personnel. But unfortunately, when the other party heard that their opponent this time was the notorious foreign hacker organization Muse, they retreated and dared not accept the order.
Muse, founded in the 1970s, is an organization composed of a group of talented hackers from different countries who have long been famous. The biggest characteristics of this organization are that they only have two creeds. One is that they only focus on interests, regardless of good or evil. They have accepted commissions from many world-renowned powers and have built an extremely strong defense security network. So far, no hacker has been able to contribute to the security network they have built. But they have also helped some big countries do many incredible things for the sake of interests. This is a talented team that only cares about their own interests. The second is that they absolutely do not accept commissions from Dragon Country. This is quite intriguing. It is said that their top leaders have no good feelings towards Longwo at all, so they customized this rule privately. Add more money, increase the price. I will personally offer a sky-high reward of 500 million. Since ancient times, there have been masters among the people. As long as the price is high enough, there will always be someone willing to take up our reward. Lin Fan gave orders. Lu Yuyao nodded immediately and started to make emergency contact. There is not much time left for them. The other parties said that if their demands are not met before 12 noon tomorrow at the earliest, they will make all the core secrets public, and by then everything will be irreversible. Lin Fan is also well aware of this, and now he is racing against death. Whoever can successfully capture the opponent's server faster than others will be the final winner. Fortunately, this is the information age, and information is transmitted very quickly. Lin Fan personally offered a huge reward of 500 million yuan for the capture of the notorious organization Muse, and the news soon spread to the ears of Chinese civilian network experts. Soon, many people came to the place agreed by Lin Fan as invited. Lin Fan took a quick look and saw that there were quite a few people coming, about 17 in total. Most of them are middle-aged people around 30 to 40 years old, and there are also some talented hackers in their early 20s. Secretary Lu Yuyao held a document and introduced the identities and past achievements of these people to Lin Fan. Tianfeng is one of the earliest hackers in China. He has helped the government solve many computer information leakage cases and has extremely strong technical capabilities. Zhu Chang was imprisoned for 10 years and has now been released. He is a repeat offender who has stolen a lot of computer secret information. He is also one of the most powerful people in the country. Lu Ying, like Zhu Chang, was also imprisoned, but his sentence was longer, up to 20 years. However, due to his own strength and his help to the government in making many great contributions, he was granted a commutation of sentence and was released earlier than Zhu Chang. Zhang Yongqing, like the above two people, is also. After hearing the identities of these people, Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. He found that except for Tianfeng, one of the earliest patriotic hackers in the country, most of these people were prisoners who had been to prison and committed heinous crimes. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. After all, most of the famous people with strong technical skills were in the hands of the government. He privately proposed this kind of sky-high reward, but in fact it was only circulated among the people, so all the people he found were difficult to control, difficult and troublesome, but simply powerful people. However, Lin Fan didn't care too much about it. After all, a hero's origins are not judged. As long as it can be used for one's own benefit, no matter how good the weapon is, even if there is a risk of backlash, one is willing to pay the price to give it a try. What's more, this is an extraordinary period, so I must give it a try. Unexpectedly, these people, who hadn't even opened their mouths yet, started to speak loudly. The employer this time is Lin Fan, right? I want to talk to you about the bounty. I think 500 million may not be enough to solve this problem. I think so too. I think this will only be possible if we have at least 2 billion. Otherwise, we may not be able to fully demonstrate our strength. Yes, this time our opponent is the internationally notorious organization Muse. If the money is not enough, we will not take action. 2 billion, not a cent less. Lu Yuyao couldn't help but frown when she heard these people talking so loudly, and she almost wanted to yell at them. The original price was 500 million, but after they came here, they asked for a much higher price, which was 4 times the original price. This is clearly an attempt to raise the price, which is simply shameless. However, Lin Fan looked calm. He had actually anticipated this situation a long time ago. The initial reward price was just a stimulus. Sure, money is not a problem. As long as you can help me solve the problem, we can negotiate for any amount of money. As long as it can be put to good use, this money is actually just a drop in the bucket compared to what you are about to win. He now hopes that there are indeed some good players among these people who can fight against such powerful foreign organizations, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous.
The most important thing is that the dragon people must not lose. Chapter 42 Supercomputer.
Lin Fan thought so and then put forward his request to them. This time, they must overcome all the obstacles set up by the opponent's hacker organization Muse and retrieve their own company secrets. If possible, we would even take the secrets of the other hacker organization and launch a thorough counterattack. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will kill his entire family.
After hearing Lin Fan's plan, these people couldn't help but show great admiration for Lin Fan.
Good boy, you have guts. A cyber offensive soon began. Lin Fan stood by and watched calmly the contest between his side and the other side.
I have to say that the strength of my side should not be underestimated.
After all, each of them is a ruthless character who has committed heinous crimes. Even when facing the top foreign hacker organization Muse, they still show no sign of fear. The expressions on their faces were extremely confident. Although there was some nervousness as if they were facing a powerful enemy, there was more excitement in challenging the strong.
The stronger the opponent, the less likely it is to destroy their self-confidence.
Instead, it will make them feel a sense of challenge. These people have extremely strong mental qualities, and their faces are filled with an indescribable madness.
Everyone is tapping away at the keyboard on the laptop in front of them, as if their fingertips are possessed by elves.
One command after another is like a sword in the hand of a swordsman, swinging out in an invisible contest with the opponent. However, as the battle continued, the expressions on their faces gradually became solemn. Some of those who had originally looked relaxed now had beads of sweat the size of soybeans on their foreheads. It was obvious that the situation was becoming increasingly grim. As time went by, the atmosphere in the venue became increasingly tense. Lu Yuyao's heart couldn't help but tighten as she saw that the expressions of the people in the room had changed significantly.
Is this a world-class hacker organization? This is terrifying.
No, our domestic computer industry started too late. Even if we have one or two top experts, we can't compete with the computer experts that have been developed abroad for so many years. It's really difficult.
I'm afraid I won't be able to earn this much money.
This is the strength of Muse. I'm afraid they won't be able to find an opponent at all. Many computer experts who had made bold promises before could not help but sigh in despair at this moment. Their faces looked deathly pale, and they were obviously gradually realizing the huge gap in strength between their side and the other side. Some people with weaker psychological qualities have even started to give up. They shook their heads, put away their notebooks, and prepared to leave, as if they were ashamed and wanted to escape. Seeing that his side was at a disadvantage, Lin Fan clenched his palms.
He absolutely does not want Longwei to lose.
Fortunately, at this moment, when most people thought that Lin Fan was doomed to lose, the majestic figure of a middle-aged man slowly appeared in the field. As soon as he appeared, it seemed that everyone around him was shorter. I don't know if it was an illusion, but it seemed that the whole room had become quiet, and I could even hear the sound of a needle falling to the ground.
This is an unusual person.
He has an extraordinary temperament, and it seems that he has developed an extremely powerful momentum due to being in a high position for a long time. Lin Fan only took a glance out of the corner of his eye and realized that this person was extremely unusual and was definitely not an unknown person. As expected, when this man appeared, the computer experts all looked horrified and started whispering to each other.
It was Lu Nantian.
It only took him 30 seconds to take down the computer networks of the 3 largest companies in China.
Hasn't he retired long ago? I didn't expect him to come back today. Who invited him here?
For a person like him, money is just a number.
What is he doing here? Lu Nantian looked around coldly.
When he saw the expert screens, he could immediately see the gap between this person's level and the other person's with just a glance, and couldn't help but snort coldly. You trash are only bringing shame to Dragon Country. If we lose today, I will just throw you trash into the sewer and flush you away. History will remember you sinners and nail you to the pillar of shame forever, letting future generations laugh at us for having such pure trash like you. Lu Nantian's voice was very cold, and his tone was extremely defiant as he reprimanded the computer experts present. Originally, Lin Fan thought that these computer experts with strong self-esteem would be very angry and even curse after hearing this. But he found that these people not only did not dare to retort, they didn't even have the courage to look at Lu Nantian. After all, Lu Nantian is the real top boss in the country. He has been famous for many years and is no longer something these younger sisters can reach.
To exaggerate a little, being scolded by Senior Lu is what many people dream of. Lu Nantian glanced at Lin Fan. He didn't say much, and didn't even mention anything about the bounty. At his level, how much money he wants is just a matter of thought, so he doesn't care about the amount of the bounty at all. His purpose of coming here today was very simple. He absolutely could not tolerate his country long losing to these despicable foreign organizations. He is a patriot of the older generation, willing to dedicate every drop of his blood to the motherland that raised him. He would never allow anything to happen that dared to insult the Dragon Kingdom. As a senior, his strength and self-esteem will not allow him to lose to any foreigner. Lin Fan looked at Lu Nantian with great anticipation, expecting him to display his extraordinary strength. As expected, after Lu Nantian joined the cyber battle, the experts around him all showed expressions of horror on their faces. Is this the strength of our seniors? I didn't expect that our dragon country still has such a top master hidden. He's really strong. With Senior Lu helping us, we're sure to win this time. Ha 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 ha. Lu Nantian's strength has become much stronger. Maybe our dragon nation will not lose this time. Just when everyone was full of hope and ready to watch Senior Lu take down the opponent in one fell swoop, things did not seem as simple as imagined. After another 10 minutes, they still failed to take the city. At the same time, the opponent seemed to have realized that there was a master on his side, so he used one of his secret weapons, which was his trump card. Lu Nantian frowned and said, "The other party used a supercomputer, and its computing power is thousands of times that of ours. Supercomputers have computing power that is beyond the reach of ordinary computers. To put it simply, an ordinary computer is equivalent to a wooden sword, and a slightly better computer is equivalent to a sharp iron sword. But supercomputers are different. They are equivalent to airplanes and cannons. They are far superior to ordinary computers in a fundamental sense and are completely on a different level." Lu Nantian was naturally confident that he would never lose to the opponent in terms of technology. But the problem now is that the other party is an extremely shameless hacker group, and they are not at all gentlemen who would fight fairly using technology. There is only one thing they pursue, and that is profit, which is eternal victory. For victory and profit, they can give anything. Chapter 43: A domineering and ruthless person. What a bunch of despicable people. Lin Fan clenched his fists. Supercomputers are not something you can buy with money. They are a rare resource that is very difficult to obtain, and basically there is a price but no market for them. Even if Lin Fan immediately issued a reward, it would probably be difficult to get this kind of thing. Faced with huge shortcomings in hardware, the situation became extremely tense. Fortunately, Lu Nantian proposed a very reliable solution at this time. "I have channels to buy it, but the price may be very expensive, about 1 billion per unit," Lu Nantian said. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan said without hesitation, "Let's buy 10 units first to see if they are enough. If the company's funds are not enough, you can use my account to make up for it. If my account is not enough, I will sell my shares. No matter what, we must defeat these foreigners today." Ding! Surprise value plus 100. 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 This Lin is so cruel, he is a domineering and ruthless person. 10 supercomputers, isn't this a gamble worth tens of billions of dollars? Has he never thought about the consequences of failure? This kid is really brave. I think he can accomplish great things. Crazy, really a madman. Lin Fan's words immediately attracted the attention of all the computer experts around him. There was a layer of fanaticism in their eyes as they looked at Lin Fan. This was definitely a madman. This is a huge gamble. In fact, Lin Fan was indeed preparing for a big gamble in his heart. As long as they can win this battle, the huge benefits that Yuannei Game Company will be able to bring to them in the future will be incomparable to the current efforts. What's more, as a Chinese of the Dragon Clan, Lin Fan could not swallow this humiliation no matter what. The other party's tone was too arrogant and he didn't take Longwas seriously at all. Lin Fan could not tolerate such a hateful thing happening at all, and he had to teach the other party a lesson. Both publicly and privately, this is a battle that cannot be lost. Lu Nantian also felt Lin Fan's will and his enthusiasm to sacrifice his heart for the motherland. He couldn't help but feel a little hot in his heart. The reputation of Dragon Kingdom must not be destroyed in his hands.
Those rampant foreigners keep saying that Longwa's computer technology is far inferior to theirs, and even invade servers at will to steal information. This behavior does not take Longwa's technical experts into consideration at all. Lu Nanshan also strengthened his will. This was a battle that must not be lost. We must win this battle. Lin Fan and his patriotic enthusiasm quickly infected everyone present. After all, everyone is a native of Dragon Country and has the deepest feelings for this land. Now is the time for a battle that concerns the reputation of Dragon Country. They also put their best efforts and were ready for battle. He gathered his strength and waited for the preparation of his equipment. Lu Nanshan was very fast and his way of contacting channels was very special. The equipment was purchased quickly. About 3.5 hours passed. Dozens of brand new supercomputers were placed in front of Lu Nantian, Lin Fan, and others. The computing power of this supercomputer far exceeds that of ordinary computers, and each one is powerful enough to be sold at a sky-high price. With the same configuration as the opponent, Lu Nanshan was confident that his side would not lose. Lu Nanshan quickly put all his energy into the battle to break through the data. This time, the goal was not only to get back the secrets of Yuanmei Company, but also to conquer the opponent's server. News organization. Inside the organization were many well-known hackers gathered. These hackers come from various countries, regions, and have all kinds of appearances. At this moment, when they looked at the order from Longwa Yuanmei Company, they couldn't help but smile. It could be said that they were laughing in extreme contempt. These dragon people are really overestimating their own capabilities. They think that with one or two powerful masters, they can fight against a large group of us. They are simply ignorant, ridiculous, and stupid. Longwa started developing computers so late. Even if they have a large population, it doesn't matter. We are no match for these people. We can make a lot of money with this order, but these so-called dragon people actually want to stop us from making money. They are just frogs in the well and overestimating their own capabilities. His server technology level is simply not up to par. We have the most powerful server technology in the world in our hands. How can they possibly fight against us? But the strength of their top expert is quite good. He actually forced us to use the supercomputer. This was given to us by them personally when we helped major countries build the network security Skynet. But just when they were feeling complacent and thought they had a sure win. But things soon took a turn for the worse. Damn it, something went wrong. Someone screamed in fear. His scream was like a bucket of cold water poured on everyone's head, and the atmosphere became a little weird in an instant. They all checked and processed it, but the more they looked, the more panicked they became, and the smiles on their faces gradually froze. Many people gradually realized a somewhat grim fact: they seemed to be gradually losing control of Longwa's computer network in this battle. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on the foreheads of many people, and everyone's expression was extremely serious and solemn. Supercomputer, it's actually a supercomputer. They actually have a supercomputer too? Their hardware level is no worse than ours. How could one have the channels and sufficient funds to acquire so many supercomputers? Dragon Country actually has such a master. We underestimated them. The bounty for this mission is over 10 billion. We cannot fail. Please help, boss. Indeed, the opponent is too strong. Go call the boss. There was a gradual sense of unease within the Muse organization. However, these uneasy emotions were quickly suppressed. After all, the fact that the Muse organization can have such a high status internationally has a lot to do with their boss. The leader of the Muse organization is a powerful figure who is known as the world's most famous hacker. However, he has a very strange habit, which is that he often locks himself in a dark room and does not meet with people in his organization. Even among the top leaders of the Muse organization, only 2 people have seen the appearance of their leader. But such a mysterious and legendary leader is like an invincible sword. He has never made a mistake in his invasion performance. He is like a sword that is sure to win. As long as he makes a move, he will never fail. There is a very strict rule within the Muse organization, which is that the leader of the Muse organization must not take action unless it is absolutely necessary. Chapter 44: No chance of winning? And now is undoubtedly the critical moment. After a long time, the leader of the Muse organization delivered a message. Leave it to me. Just 3 simple words, but when they came out of his mouth, they were like a shot of stimulant and sedative, immediately making all members of the Muse organization feel at ease. After all, this leader has never failed, which is equivalent to a winning trump card.
Once used, it means the arrival of victory.
His team members have great confidence in him. These dragon people are so proud that they can actually make the boss take action.
But that's all. Once the boss is willing to take action, they won't have the slightest chance at all.
These dragon people think they can beat us with hardware they got from who knows where and some decent people.
We are still too naive. The last time the boss took action was a year ago. The boss must be even more powerful now. The dragon people have no chance of winning at all.
Lin Fan also obviously felt a huge pressure.
Lu Nanshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "We still underestimated the other side.
There are real masters among them."
Lin Fan's brows gradually furrowed.
He has already accepted this gamble. If he loses, he is afraid that he will be doomed. Fortunately, at this moment his mind moved, and he thought of the god-level hacker talent rewarded in his system. Talent does not mean ability, so he has never thought about what he can achieve with his talent without the help of hardware or talents.
But the situation is different now. Perhaps at this critical juncture, this talent can be of some use.
After Lin Fan activated the god-level hacker talent in the system, he suddenly felt as if his head was pricked by a needle. Some memories gradually appeared in his brain, but it took some time to digest these memories that suddenly appeared in his brain. Lin Fan found a random place to sit down, closed his eyes, and digested these memories.
Others were not curious about his abnormal behavior.
After all, everyone thought that he saw that the situation was not good and he could not bear it anymore.
After all, everyone's psychological endurance is different. Everyone thought that Lin Fan's mentality was a little exploded.
As time went on, the situation of the dragon people represented by Lu Nanshan became increasingly unfavorable.
If this continues, there is no doubt that a complete failure will await us.
As a representative of the dragon people, Lu Nanshan will be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. Lin Fan's gaming company will also go bankrupt directly, and coupled with the huge amount of money spent on today's gamble, he will owe countless debts.
Thinking of this consequence, both Lu Yuyo and Lu Nanshan felt extremely heavy in their hearts.
No, it's too difficult. The opponent's strength is far superior to ours, and his understanding of technology is simply beyond our reach.
A look of despair gradually appeared on Lu Nanshan's face.
In an instant, he seemed to have aged by several decades, and his entire face was dry, as if covered with a layer of gray mist. This was the first time in his life that he encountered such a monster-like character with strange and powerful strength, which really made him feel discouraged and desperate.
This is simply not something that can be achieved by any effort or struggle.
It is a terrifying strength brought about by innate super talent and perfectly developed acquired talent. The other party's understanding of technology may have reached an incredible level. Even though Lu Nanshan thought he had seen a lot in his life, he had seen countless geniuses and all kinds of weird and extraordinary techniques. But today, the leader of the Muse organization made him feel convinced for the first time. It's a feeling of looking up, like a person facing a mountain that is impossible to climb or conquer. All he could do was sigh in despair, and he couldn't muster the slightest fighting spirit.
Even Senior Lu Nanshan said so. It looks like we are doomed to lose today. Even Mr. Lu is planning to give up, so there is nothing we young people can do. Alas, I didn't expect that our dragon nation would lose again today. We are truly sinners for all eternity. How are we going to face our descendants in the future? How hateful. Even Elder Lu is no match for this man. How powerful is this organization? Just when everyone was desperate and about to give up.
Lin Fan's eyes, which had been tightly closed, finally opened slowly, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes.
But no one noticed him.
After all, he had just sat down as if his mind had exploded, and everyone thought he was the first one to give up.
There is still hope. Don't give up so easily. Lin Fan spoke.
But his words made the people around him feel a little ridiculous. If this sentence had been said just now, everyone might still feel that there is still some hope, but now the overall situation has been decided.
Defeat is almost a foregone conclusion.
Even Mr. Lu already feels that there is no hope, so how could there still be any chance? Everyone agreed that Lin Fan was just pretending when he said this. What's more, Lin Fan didn't understand any technology at all and had no idea how bad the situation was. Even Mr. Lu, who had the strongest technical ability among them, had been defeated, and even spoke words of despair with a look of death.
There was no hope at all at this time.
They all felt that Lin Fan was just being stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. Therefore, they didn't want to pay attention to Lin Fan, so they just remained silent and no one was willing to speak. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense and everyone fell silent. Everyone's eyes were scattered everywhere, and it was obvious that people's morale had been dispersed. After all, no one was willing to accept the fact of failure. However, Lin Fan calmly found a supercomputer and started inputting commands. Give up. You don't understand any technology. Why are you typing random commands here? Can you please stop making trouble? Mr. Lin, I understand how you feel right now. I also understand the huge investment you made to bring us so many supercomputers. Although this has given us and the other party such capabilities, the current situation is indeed not optimistic. We advise you to accept the reality as soon as possible. The current situation does mean that we have no chance of winning. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Although my reminder to you now will definitely make you unhappy, we still advise you to accept the reality as soon as possible. We have indeed lost this battle. Let's just accept our fate. Even Mr. Liu thinks we have no chance of winning. We are useless. Why would an outsider like you waste your time here? Don't waste your energy. Shit, how did you do that? But before everyone could finish their words, they saw a scene that shocked them. Chapter 45, News Organization is defeated. A file was downloaded on the supercomputer in front of Lin Fan, and the file was automatically destroyed and backed up after being downloaded. This document is exactly the document of Yuanne Game Company that was originally stolen. Although there is only one file here, this means that Lin Fan has successfully found the opponent's loophole, successfully opened the backdoor to enter the opponent's server, downloaded a complete file and destroyed the data on the opponent's server. This is incredible, like a miracle. In an instant, even Mr. Liu's eyes widened. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him, rubbing his eyes continuously, almost unable to believe that this was reality. The others were even more stunned, looking at Lin Fan as if they were looking at a monster from an alien planet. What was happening before their eyes was completely beyond their comprehension, causing their brains to freeze and their minds went blank for a moment. No one saw clearly how Lin Fan did it, but that didn't matter anymore. What mattered was the result. Lin Fan actually did it. Ding. Surprise value plus 500. 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 The Muse organization was defeated. It is so easy to fail, but the process and principles are so complicated. Inside Wall Street, the world's 8 largest internet companies held an emergency meeting. The news that the company from Dragon Country defeated the Muse organization spread quickly. What? You said that the Muse organization lost, and lost to the Dragon Country organization? No, this is impossible. My dear, I would rather believe that this is just an April Fool's joke. Otherwise, how could such an outrageous and funny thing happen? Now is the internet age. Mastering internet technology is equivalent to controlling everything. If all this is true, then we must re-evaluate the strength of Dragon Country. But Dragon Country has only developed computer technology for less than 30 years. How could such a powerful organization be born? It doesn't matter. History has its inevitability. Once it happens, it is reasonable. Now we have to think seriously about a problem. Even the Muse organization can't stop this company from Dragon Country. If one day we are on the opposite side of it, will we be able to defeat it? How much loss will we suffer? This matter is of great importance. If we fail to handle the relationship with Dragon Country well, we may be the ones who suffer losses in the future. The meeting lasted for 7 hours. The result of the meeting was that from that day on, the world's 8 largest internet companies temporarily launched an emergency project. They decided to join forces to train a special organization dedicated to cybersecurity offense and defense. In the past, they believed that as long as they had the network security defense network established by the Muse organization, they could rest assured. But now even the Muse organization has lost, and lost to an unknown company in Longwa, which has given them a great sense of insecurity. In the internet age, information determines everything. Once someone masters more powerful information computer technology, it means that he or she has an indestructible sword, which gives others a strong deterrent feeling. In the past, they fully believed that the Muse organization possessed the most powerful technology, and that they were from the same camp as them, so they were not panicked. But now such a powerful organization has emerged from Longwa, and they can't help but feel nervous. It was from this day that they began to take the strength of Longwa seriously again, and marveled at the vast territory and rich resources of Longwa, which gave birth to such talents. These 8 internet companies are also the world's leading technology companies. What technology companies fear most is that the patent secrets in their hands will be leaked. This is their only trump card for developing business operations. Once these secrets are leaked, regardless of whether they are leaked to their business rivals, they will suffer huge losses. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would unite and train a special organization, but they still had vague worries in their hearts. This organization from Dragon Country is too mysterious. They defeated the Muse organization right after their debut and became famous in one battle. No one knows how many real cards this organization has, and this is the most terrifying thing. What these Wall Street businessmen worry about most is nothing more than financial gain. But there is also a large number of people who are discussing heatedly, and the focus of the discussion is how terrible the threat from the Dragon Country is. Even our Muse organization, which has been famous for so many years, has lost. Could it be that there is really a so-called national destiny protecting the Dragon Nation? Is the Dragon Kingdom really going to rise? This era is so crazy that even I can't keep up with the pace of the times. The Dragon Country actually has such a powerful organization. Are these experts from the people, or are they actually trained by them secretly with a lot of resources? Does this mean that as long as they want, they can invade the computer networks of major countries in the world at will? If it is true, the consequences will be too horrific. We have to be careful and cautious. At the same time, many people have begun to blame those gaming companies that attempted to monopolize the market in response to this incident. After all, the cause of this incident was that these game companies wanted to monopolize, so they sent out the Muse organization to commit improper acts against Dragon Country. But no one expected them to be so useless. Not only did they fail to bully others, but they were bullied by others in return. There are even rumors that even their core secrets were taken away by the other party, which is really too embarrassing. Dear God, I never dreamed that such a ridiculous and shameful thing would happen in our country. I failed to bully others and was even bullied by others in return. It is unimaginable that such a thing could happen here. All of you should be nailed to history's pillar of shame and roasted in flames to pay for your sins. You are overestimating your own capabilities. You are simply overestimating your own capabilities. You acted rashly without even understanding the difference in strength between the two sides. I can't imagine how your heads grow. At the same time, many people began to fear the Dragon Kingdom, a rising superpower. After all, this incident might just be a sign, and there might be many secrets hidden within the Dragon Country that they are completely unaware of. Even Muse, a hacker organization that claims to be the best in the world, has been defeated by them. And this is under the premise that Longwei is completely vulnerable in the eyes of the Muse organization. It is hard to imagine whether Longwei has any hidden cards unknown to the outside world. Chapter 46. You're so welcome. And just as people all over the world were engaging in heated discussions surrounding this incident, the people who were truly confused were actually the group of masters including Lu Nanshan and Mr. Lu. No matter what, we could never have imagined that it was Lin Fan, a seemingly ordinary wealthy businessman who simply paid money to bring them here. In fact, he was very capable, and at the critical moment he made a bold move and defeated the opponent in one fell swoop. This incident is so legendary that they are now finding it hard to believe. Someone finally asked timidly, "Mr. Lin, since you are so powerful, why don't you just attack directly instead of calling us here?" "Director Lin, can't you just take action to solve the problem?" But before Lin Fan could answer, Lu Nanshan spoke as if he had suddenly realized something. "Lin Fan, do you just want to show off your skills in front of us so that you can recruit us all?" In fact, Lin Fan was just limited by the effectiveness of his god-level hacker talent. Without the assistance of these supercomputers and others, it would be difficult for it to display its capabilities even if it is very powerful. Of course he couldn't say this out loud. Since Mr. Lu gave this reason, he nodded and agreed. When they saw Lin Fan nod, the others also suddenly realized. I see. Director Lin wants to set an example and build a team of his own. We are still too narrow-minded. Only someone of Mr. Lu's level can guess what Director Lin is thinking. This is my first time signing up. Working under a wealthy and capable person like Director Lin is a relief. Waves of flattery continued to come, and Lin Fan touched his nose, taking it as a tacit agreement. And this matter was finally resolved. Not only did it solve the crisis of Yuanmei Game Company, but he could also obtain a large amount of shareholder dividends every quarter. Lin Fan also successfully gained a team of computer experts, recruited them under his command, and was ready to use them at any time.
The next day, Lin Fan received a call from manager Wang, saying that Dr. Zhang Huixing was ready and could perform surgery at any time.
Lin Fan also informed Sun Tingting and her daughter about this matter.
Inside the hospital ward,
when Tang Yuqin heard that her husband's lung cancer might be cured, her eyes immediately turned red and she expressed her gratitude to Lin Fan. Sun Tingting almost knelt down in gratitude to Lin Fan, but fortunately Lin Fan supported her in time. Looking at this scene, the old classmates couldn't help but give Lin Fan a thumbs up in their hearts.
Well done for helping old classmates when they are in trouble.
But there is also a villain with a dark heart who is constantly praying for the operation to fail.
That person is Song Xiaofeng. Oomph, what's so great about it? The operation hasn't even been successful yet. This Dr. Lin is bragging about his miraculous qualities.
If the operation fails and Master Sun dies, I wonder if you, Lin Fan, will be embarrassed. Maybe this Dr. Lin is someone hired by Lin Fan to pretend to be someone else, just to act cool and to impress the crowd. If his true identity is revealed, it will be a good show to watch.
By that time, won't Sun Tingting hate Lin Fan to death? Song Xiaofeng was in the corner with a gloomy face, thinking viciously about how he was going to slap Lin Fan in the face.
Lin Fan merely glanced at Song Xiaofeng out of the corner of his eye and then ignored him. Based on his past understanding of Song Xiaofeng, this kind of rubbish person would never have any good ideas in his mind, so he just had to ignore him. Tang Yuqin was originally very optimistic about Song Xiaofeng, but when Lin Fan's identity was revealed, she completely lost interest in Song Xiaofeng. Not to mention that Sun Tingting has only had eyes for Lin Fan, and other old classmates don't like Song Xiaofeng very much either. Therefore, for a moment, Song Xiaofeng was like an outsider and was left aside by everyone.
When Sun Tingting's father was sent to the operating room, almost everyone was praying for the operation to be successful. The operation lasted about 4 hours.
After the operation was completed, when Dr. Lin appeared in front of everyone, a relieved smile appeared on his face.
The operation went smoothly, don't worry. Tang Yuqin and her daughter Sun Tingting's eyes suddenly filled with tears.
They had endured too much in these days. Lin Fan quickly supported the mother and daughter. Sun Tingting and her daughter hugged each other and cried for a long time before they stopped. When she calmed down a little, Tang Yuqin immediately started to think about it. Now in her eyes, Lin Fan is undoubtedly the best candidate for a son-in-law, a 24K pure gold son-in-law. If she could let her daughter Sun Tingting and Lin Fan be together, then she would be able to gain status as a mother because of her daughter, and her family would be able to live a superior life. What's more, because of her husband's lung cancer, the family has emptied out their family wealth and now has basically no money left.
The only hope is her daughter Sun Tingting.
Tang Yuqin was very smart and realistic, and she made a plan immediately. However, she did not speak directly to Lin Fan. Instead, she turned to Sun Tingting and said, "Tingting, you must be tired from taking care of Dad these days. Find a place to have a good rest today." When Sun Tingting heard what her mother said, she was suddenly at a loss for words. Find a place to rest, their house has been sold to pay for the treatment.
If you want to stay in a hotel, you need money.
These days, both mother and daughter have been having a hard time in the hospital. Lin Fan obviously saw Sun Tingting's embarrassment, and he said at the right time, "I will arrange Tingting's accommodation."
Tang Yuqin said schemingly, "How can this be so embarrassing?
Staying in a hotel would cost a lot of money, and we can't let you spend money on us for no reason." When the classmates around heard this, they immediately felt that Sun Tingting's mother was very polite. But unexpectedly, Tang Yuqin's next sentence was, "Why not let Tingting stay at your house for a few days? I feel relieved to have someone as enthusiastic as you to help take care of Tingting."
Snap.
Suddenly, a large number of students around fell down.
"You're welcome. Just let him live at home. This is for my daughter."
When Sun Tingting heard this, her cheeks immediately blushed and she pulled her mother's hand to signal her not to talk nonsense. Lin Fan was only slightly stunned, then nodded and said, "That's fine, come stay at my house for a few days. My house is big anyway, and one more person will just mean one more pair of chopsticks." Lin Fan was a little tired after the battle last night, so he didn't think much about it.
"My house is really big, so it's no problem to have one more person living here."
When the students around heard this, they immediately smiled gossipily.
They are living together, how can there not be some sparks?
They are obviously optimistic about Sun Tingting and Lin Fan getting back together.
Song Xiaofeng's face turned blue with anger and his body kept shaking. "What the hell, are we going to live together?
This must not happen.
What good can happen to a man and a woman alone?" Chapter 47, Billionaire Road. Song Xiaofeng immediately shouted, Lin Fan, why don't you take us to your home for a tour? We all know that you are rich, so why don't you open our eyes to other people? His real intention was not to drink, but actually he didn't want Sun Tingting and Lin Fan to be alone. God knows what will happen once Lin Fan takes Sun Tingting back home alone. At least with so many of us following, nothing will go wrong for the time being. When Tang Yuqin heard this, she immediately frowned and said, Xiao Ting has been exhausted from taking care of the patient these days. I think she is not suitable for a large crowd. Let Lin Fan take care of her by himself. When Song Xiaofeng heard this, his hands and feet immediately turned cold. Damn, this is too realistic. Sun Tingting was very embarrassed and said, Mom, what are you talking about? We haven't seen each other for so long, so what's the point of getting together and playing together? Although Sun Tingting really wanted to be alone with Lin Fan, she was a young girl after all, and her face was very thin. In public, in front of so many classmates, her mother blatantly tried to match her up with Lin Fan, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Tang Yuqin sighed secretly. She knew that her daughter was thin-skinned and might suffer a great loss in the future. But since she had said so, she couldn't say anything more. Song Xiaofeng cheered in his heart, damn it, it's a good thing the little girl is thin-skinned, otherwise Lin Fan would have gotten the upper hand. Faced with all these intrigues, Lin Fan was actually too lazy to pay attention to them. He was a little tired now and wanted to go back home and have a comfortable rest. Lin Fan said casually, come if you want to. We haven't seen each other for such a long time, it's time for us to have a good reunion. In fact, the thoughts of the many male students present were different. Yes, of course I will go. Sun Tingting is my goddess. How can I let Lin Fan take care of her alone? If a single man and a single woman take care of each other, they will definitely develop feelings for each other, and it is only natural for their old love to rekindle. We must never let this happen. Sun Tingting's mother is really clear-headed. Isn't it obvious that she wants to bring Lin Fan and Tingting together? This is absolutely not allowed. How can such a beautiful goddess like Tingting fall into Lin Fan's hands again? I absolutely do not agree. Some men always have a unique possessiveness towards beautiful girls. When they heard that their school goddess Sun Tingting was going home with Lin Fan, they immediately felt jealous. So they all suggested to get together with Lin Fan again. After hearing this, Lin Fan ordered Xiao Wang to prepare some cars and took a group of old classmates to get on the cars and prepare to go home. These cars include the Ferrari 500 he bought last time, as well as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Ferrari. Wow, Lin Fan is awesome, so many luxury cars. It would cost a lot to rent so many cars even for a day, right? With Lin Fan's generosity, he must have bought it. Brother Fan is awesome. Ding. Surprise value plus 100. 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 The luxury cars carrying a large group of people soon drove to a somewhat special road. There are not many cars on this road, so it seems a bit deserted and empty. But the cars driving on this road are basically all well-known limited edition super sports cars, and there are even Rolls-Royce Phantom and Lamborghini Veneno. On this road, you can hardly see any luxury car worth less than millions. Tian Shiner was very knowledgeable and recognized it immediately. Is this the so-called billionaire's road? The road to becoming a billionaire represents something extremely special and extraordinary. The reason is that this road leads to Haicheng's famous luxury villa area Lishan Villa District. There is no doubt that the people who live in this place are all billionaires. According to statistics from authoritative world organizations, there are 17 million millionaires in the world, but there are only more than 1,000 billionaires. This road plays a vital role in Haicheng. Those who can walk on this path are undoubtedly either billionaires or friends of billionaires. The end of this road is the Lishan Villa District, which is known as a gathering place for billionaires and the most luxurious villa area in Haicheng. Song Xiaofeng sat in his car with a gloomy face. He felt something was not right. Is this the path to becoming a billionaire? How is that possible? Even if Lin Fan has a little money, he can't be a billionaire, right? After all, Lin Fan is too young. Even if he has some luck and has a net worth of tens of millions, this is the best he can do. It was hard for Song Xiaofeng to associate Lin Fan with a big shot worth hundreds of billions. Even if Lin Fan had some special connections and could contact Dr. Lin Huixing, and had some wealth to afford a Lamborghini Huracan. But this does not mean that Lin Fan is a billionaire. Could it be that this brat asked someone to rent a villa to make it look impressive, and to use it to please those young girls who have never seen the world? Song Xiaofeng's eyes rolled, and he immediately thought of many things. In fact, this is a tactic that Song Xiaofeng also likes to use very much. Rent some villas and luxury cars at relatively low prices to take photos and build your own circle of friends. He even invites friends to his rented home to play, which makes it easy for young and inexperienced girls to fall into his trap and mistakenly think that he is hooked up with a rich man, and thus get taken down. This is the routine Song Xiaofeng often uses, and it always works. But when they arrived at their destination, Lin Fan's single-family villa in Lishan Villa District, Song Xiaofeng was stunned. All his previous speculations were immediately overturned. Because what appeared before their eyes was actually the most luxurious villa in the core area of Lishan Villa District. Even if the prices of the surrounding villas were added together, they would still be far less than this one. Any villa in the Lishan Villa area costs more than 1 billion yuan, and the price of this villa in the most core area is as high as 4 billion yuan. Wow, who on earth is this Lin Fan? Song Xiaofeng was completely stunned. All his previous speculations were overturned and his thoughts were shocked. Even if you want to rent a villa of this level, there is no way to do so. For those who can afford a villa like this, who would care about the rent? This villa undoubtedly belongs to Lin Fan himself. The housekeeper Tian Meiwei also appeared appropriately to greet Lin Fan, followed by several maids. Fuck, brother Fan is so awesome, this villa is actually yours. Oh my god, is this a palace or a villa? It's too luxurious. Is that Beauty the housekeeper? She looks like a fairy, so beautiful. That's not all. Look, there are a bunch of really beautiful maids inside. This must be where the gods live. Brother Fan is so awesome. Lin Fan, please accept me as your little brother. I want to follow Brother Fan. When we were in school, Brother Fan and I had the best relationship, right, Brother Fan? Please take care of me more. Ding. Surprise value plus 300. 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 Sun Tingting was so shocked that she was speechless. Lishan Villa Area. Chapter 48 Poverty Limits My Imagination. This area is known as the gathering place for billionaires. The villa that Lin Fan brought with him was in the core area, and its value was much higher than other villas in the surrounding area. Lin Fan, is this really your home? Sun Tingting swallowed, feeling a little unbelievable. She really couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She knew that Lin Fan was now rich and well connected. But she could not connect Lin Fan, a young man in his early 20s, with the word billionaire. Yes, this is my home. Lin Fan simply nodded. He casually took Sun Tingting's hand and took her into his villa area. A group of old classmates followed behind with their minds filled with shock. As soon as you come in, you will see a large garden, surrounded by beautiful maids pruning green plants. When they saw Lin Fan coming, they all raised their heads and smiled. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan also smiled and greeted him. The old classmates behind couldn't help but be a little surprised. I can't be dreaming. This place is too big, and this garden is too beautiful. The garden is beautiful, but the maids are all very capable and pretty. They are just like the most beautiful girls in the school, except for Sun Tingting. My goodness, with so many beautiful and capable maids, how much money would they have to pay just for their salaries each month? The cost is too horrible. It is poverty that has limited my imagination. I cannot even imagine the enjoyment that rich people have. Oh my god, living here is just like living like an ancient emperor, with wine and women. This enjoyment is too good. No wonder Lin Fan is so calm. If I had so many beauties around me every day, I would also be calm when I see them. And this is just the beginning. After everyone passed through the small garden, Lin Fan took them to a place that was perfect for open-air barbecue. If you look up, you can see a carefully arranged artificial small pond within your field of vision. Not only can you fish, but the scenery is also beautiful. Eating in a place like this is very relaxing. Lin Fan had about a dozen mahogany dining tables and chairs set out, and invited the students to take their seats. He then asked people to prepare a grill and an oven, as well as some of his collection of red wine and beef, planning to have an open-air barbecue party. The beautiful chefs also put on aprons and started cooking for everyone. Xiao Xian, Lin Shiran and others were responsible for the barbecue, while Li Ying and Luya were responsible for making the secret soup and mixing some barbecue ingredients. As soon as these beautiful chefs appeared in everyone's field of vision, they immediately caused a commotion. I thought I was numb to all the beauties I've seen today, but I didn't expect these girls in charge of cooking to be taller than everyone else outside. I think her looks are comparable to those of goddesses like Sun Tingting. Oh my god, there are 4 or 5 Sun Tingting girls here who are so good at fighting. Lin Fan's life is so romantic. An open-air barbecue accompanied by a large group of school beauties, is this how Lin Fan usually lives? It's really extravagant and lavish. Ding. Surprise value plus 100. 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 Under Lin Fan's command, pieces of beef and red wine were quickly taken out and appeared within everyone's field of vision. Beef is known as the pride of meat, but it is not rare. Almost everyone has eaten beef. But the pieces of beef in front of me were a little different. Each piece of beef was covered with a very beautiful snowflake texture, just like frost in winter. Moreover, the color of the beef is bright and shiny, which shows that it is very fresh. The meat looks very firm and it seems as if you stick a knife into it deeply. At the same time, the fat coverage is very evenly distributed, which is a rare achievement. Apparently this is top quality beef. Oh my god, that's Kobe beef. I've seen it on a video before, and it looks like this. It is said that a small piece of Kobe beef costs more than 2,000, and there is so much here. My goodness, isn't this beef equivalent to several years' salary? This luxurious beef is so tender that you can't even bite it with your tongue. Lin Fan is awesome. Lin Fan smiled and told his men to pour red wine for everyone. Only then did everyone's attention shift to the wine. And this wine is actually 1982 Lafite. This is Lafite. And it's really from 1982. Isn't this something that only appears in jokes? It really opened my eyes. It is said that such a small bottle of 1982 Lafite costs tens of thousands. Damn, if I drink one sip, it's like drinking thousands of dollars. It's like drinking a new model of mobile phone. Ding. Surprise value plus 100. 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 The beautiful chefs acted quickly. They are not only beautiful, but also have excellent cooking skills. They can make a simple barbecue unique. Delicious grilled skewers covered with sauce were served on the table, as well as soups made from lobster. All kinds of luxurious aromas spread out. With so many expensive ingredients, the delicious aroma seemed to be filled with the fragrance of money. The old classmates immediately buried their heads, immersing themselves in the tender and delicious Kobe barbecue beef and delicious red wine. Lin Fan was holding a goblet in his hand, which was half filled with red wine. He smiled and raised his glass to Sun Tingting, saying, "I haven't had dinner with you for a long time. Let's have a drink." Sun Tingting's face turned red immediately, and she also raised a glass of red wine, then crossed her arm with Lin Fan's glass. Lin Fan was also stunned. "I don't want to drink wine with you." Apparently Sun Tingting had misunderstood what he meant, even though he and she used to love drinking together. However, he saw that Sun Tingting had already drunk it, and he didn't want to ruin her mood, so he simply raised his head and drank it too. The scene of Lin Fan and Sun Tingting drinking the wedding wine was seen by other old classmates, and immediately triggered a storm of jealousy. Song Xiaofeng was so angry that his face turned green. This was in front of a large group of old classmates, and they drank a cup of wine together. What if their old classmates leave and they are left alone? Who knows what kind of wine they will drink? No, I have to think of a way. I haven't lost yet, I won't give up. Song Xiaofeng was anxious, very anxious. I lost to Lin Fan once before, and watched Lin Fan and Sun Tingting together. I can't lose again this time. Chapter 49 Too Arrogant. Tingting, if your father is discharged from the hospital in a few days, why don't you stay with me? Song Xiaofeng said hypocritically. The old man has just recovered from a serious illness and needs a good environment to recuperate. My home happens to have a very suitable place for recuperation. There are 3 natural gardens there, which are very suitable for recuperation after illness.
Before Sun Tingting could finish listening to him, she immediately started shaking her head like a rattle, directly refusing. Now she only believes in brother Lin Fan in her heart. Other men are all pigs. She is too lazy to even look at them, let alone believe in Song Xiaofeng, who has a very bad reputation. Lin Fan was about to speak up to help her out when Tian Meiwei, the housekeeper at the side, said at the right time, "We have 13 refined ponds and 7 natural national gardens here. I think this is very conducive to the recovery of the elderly. 13 artificial ponds and 7 gardens." When Song Xiaofeng heard this, he was immediately choked up. This is fucking bullying. The other students also looked sideways, feeling somewhat shocked. Wow, there are 13 ponds and 7 national level gardens here. What is the difference between this national garden and an ordinary garden? My uncle is in the field of garden art. He mentioned to me that national level gardens usually have a 300-meter long wooden boardwalk, with hundreds of thousands of plants of various species planted. There are also many artificial streams and beaches in the garden, which are very environmentally friendly and safe. There are so many such luxurious gardens here. It's worthy of being a villa in Lishan Villa District. It's so grand. Lin Fan is awesome. Ding. Surprise value plus 300. 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 Song Xiaofeng was immediately frustrated. He tried hard to find another excuse, but tragically discovered that Sun Tingting only had Lin Fan in her eyes and he was completely ignored. This scene has been repeated many times during my student days. When they were in school, Sun Tingting only had Lin Fan in her eyes and completely ignored Song Xiaofeng. Sure enough, history always repeats itself. Song Xiaofeng, oh. He really wanted to get back the conversation, but he found himself helplessly, seemingly having no strengths in front of Lin Fan. In terms of appearance, Lin Fan is definitely a handsome guy with a look that is close to perfect. In terms of financial resources and status, Song Xiaofeng can't even compare to Lin Fan today when it comes to flattery. Therefore, he can only watch Lin Fan and Sun Tingting chatting and laughing. Soon, the happy time of the barbecue party came to an end with Sun Tingting's eyes filled with happiness. At this meal, most of the old classmates enjoyed themselves very much and were very satisfied with the barbecue party. Not only was the surrounding scenery luxurious and beautiful, the food was very delicious, but also the conversation was very enjoyable because Lin Fan was the center of attention. Except for Song Xiaofeng, he almost bit his teeth off, watching Sun Tingting flirting with Lin Fan. But he also knew that he had completely lost his competitiveness and could only look back for another opportunity. Song Xiaofeng looked at Sun Tingting with great reluctance, and finally had no choice but to leave with a group of old classmates. Sun Tingting seemed to have been waiting for the other students to leave for a long time. Her face was blushing and gradually turned a beautiful red. "Brother Lin Fan, I'm sorry to bother you these few days." Lin Fan nodded, and then asked Tian Meiwei to arrange a room for Sun Tingting to move in. "If you have any questions, you can always come to me," Lin Fan said. "Well, actually I hope you can come over and talk to me more often," Sun Tingting mustered up the courage to say shyly. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw her like this. It seemed that she still had some feelings for him. However, her father had just undergone surgery, and Sun Tingting was exhausted after taking care of her father for so many days, so it was not easy for her to refuse directly. Therefore, Lin Fan didn't say much, but just smiled and nodded. After so many days of worry and fear, Sun Tingting's father's condition finally improved. As soon as she relaxed, she fell into a deep sleep. At this time, Lin Fan's phone rang. He picked it up and found that it was his mother calling. "Son, are you dating someone now? When are you planning to get married? I really want to have grandchildren. Why are you saying this again?" Lin Fan was speechless. Didn't he just make a phone call a few days ago to worry about his lifelong event? Not yet. That's perfect. I asked my acquaintances and relatives to find you a very good girl in Haicheng. You two can meet tomorrow. Mom, I don't really want to go on a blind date, how about we just forget about it? I've asked someone to make an appointment. Several relatives and acquaintances know about this. If you don't even go, where will I put my face? No matter whether it succeeds or not, you have to go. Okay then, let's meet. Lin Fan thought about it, and even though he knew his mother was unlikely to agree, he still asked. Mom, why don't I bring you to live in the city?
I'm living a good life now. Let's talk about this later. When you go home for the new year, we can talk about this. You should arrange the blind date for me first. The phone call lasted about half an hour, and Lin Fan chatted with his mother. Most of the content of the chat is about urging people to get married. Lin Fan's mother kept urging him to find a partner and get married, saying that she really wanted to have a grandchild. And he kept introducing to Lin Fan how excellent the girl he was going on a blind date with was. For example, they may have returned from studying abroad, look very beautiful and cute, have a very elegant and quiet personality, have a kind heart, etc. Lin Fan could only continue to deal with his mother perfunctorily, while constantly complaining in his heart. If this girl is really as good as they say, why would she come for a blind date? It's probably just some exaggerated information. But Lin Fan naturally couldn't say this out loud. Finally, Lin Fan agreed to this matter, and at the same time, he got ready to meet the girl he was going to have a blind date with tomorrow. She's a returnee girl. She's pretty, cute, elegant, quiet and kind. I don't know what it will be like when we really meet. Lin Fan thought about it and prepared to make a second-hand preparation. Lin Fan called the housekeeper Tian Meiwei and said, I'm going to meet a girl tomorrow, you come with me. If the girl is pretty, then you should stay put. If this girl is ugly, then you should come in to find me according to the signal I send you, so that I have a reason to get away. When Tian Meiwei heard this, her gossip fire immediately ignited. Boss, are you going to meet your online lover in person? Lin Fan shook his head. No, my family arranged a blind date for me. Tian Meiwei immediately understood and patted her chest to assure him, don't worry, I will adapt to the situation. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. Tian Meiwei was driving a Lamborghini Huracan on the road, with Lin Fan sitting in the passenger seat. The two soon arrived at the agreed location Chilua Cafe. Inside the cafe. Chapter 50 Emperor Fanlin. Lin Fan arrived at the location on time according to the time agreed by both parties. But the seat opposite was empty. Lin Fan waited patiently. About 15 minutes passed. The blind date girl that was scheduled to go on an appointment didn't show up yet, and the seat was still empty. She was so late for the first date, obviously she didn't take it seriously. Lin Fan couldn't help but have a bad first impression of this blind date girl. Even Tian Meiwei, who was waiting outside, couldn't help but frown and felt a little unhappy. This blind date girl has such a bad temper that she made her boss Lin wait for so long. However, Lin Fan could be said to have found a blessing in disguise. Just when he was bored and looked around, out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of an old acquaintance. She was wearing a light blue ancient cheongsam that outlined her breathtaking curves. She had a simple bun on her head and a delicate and pretty face, just like an ancient lady who had walked out of a painting. Is it Louis Ran? Lin Fan was a little surprised. This is exactly the ancient-style young lady from the Liu family. Since we last met at the Filistin restaurant, I didn't expect to meet her here again. Louis Ran was also very sensitive to line of sight. When he sensed a pair of familiar gazes, he turned his head involuntarily. This happened to meet Lin Fan's gaze, and their eyes met. When Louis Ran saw that it was Lin Fan, she was immediately surprised and happy, and couldn't help but lower her head and smile. Ever since she parted with Lin Fan that day, she often thought of Lin Fan's appearance in her heart. I didn't expect such a coincidence that we would meet here again today. Is it fate? When Louis Ran thought of this, she couldn't help but feel even more shy. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had already walked in front of her. What a coincidence, you are here to drink coffee too. Louis Ran nodded slightly with embarrassment on her face, but then she seemed to have thought of something and quickly shook her head. Her shy look was quite innocent and cute. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Why are you nodding and shaking your head? Louis Ran hurriedly explained, this coffee shop is owned by my family. I come here to check it out. Lin Fan suddenly realized and bowed, so you are the female boss here. My apologies, my apologies. Louis Ran found his movements somewhat amusing and couldn't help but laugh softly. But then he seemed to have thought of something and asked nervously, so what are you doing here, dating girls? Chilua Cafe is a famous dating spot in Haicheng. Men and women who come here basically come for a date. The decoration here is also designed according to the style of couples, and there is a lot of soothing music playing. This place is also known as one of the places with the highest dating success rate in Haicheng. Lin Fan was very calm and told the story that his mother forced him to come here for a blind date. After hearing this, Louis Ran suddenly laughed foolishly and thought to himself, fortunately, I didn't come here with my girlfriend. But then she frowned again and said,
this blind date you arranged has no sense of time at all and obviously doesn't take you seriously. Lin Fan didn't say anything, but in fact he was thinking the same thing. In the eyes of my mother, I am just a courier with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. I believe she has told the other party about this. Therefore, the other party's arrogant and unreasonable attitude, not contacting himself after being so late for so long, and not even giving a decent explanation, was obviously not unexpected. Louis Ran said generously, "It's obvious that they want to stand you up. Why don't we sit down and have a drink?" Faced with the invitation from the beautiful and dignified young lady with ancient style, Lin Fan naturally had no reason to refuse. But just as Lin Fan was about to agree, a clear and loud female voice came from behind him. "Excuse me, are you Lin Fan?" Lin Fan turned around and found a fashionable woman with heavy makeup on her face and brown hair looking at him. This fashionable woman is very tall, with a height proportion of 7 heads, and can definitely be a model. "Hello, I'm Lin Fan. Well, I was introduced by an acquaintance. My name is Lu Kor. Let's sit down and chat." After Lu Kor finished speaking, she walked back to the originally agreed location and waited for Lin Fan. Because he couldn't let his mother down, Lin Fan said to Louis Ran apologetically, "Wait for me for a moment, we'll have another drink later." "Well, I'll wait for you." In fact, Louis Ran felt a little jealous. She secretly looked at Lu Kor not far away, and her eyes suddenly became unfriendly. "I was about to sit down for a date with brother Lin Fan, but I didn't expect this little bitch to come out and mess things up." Louis Ran quietly found a seat near Lin Fan and sat down, listening to the two people's blind date with her ears perked up. In fact, Lin Fan was also thinking about Louis Ran. Although this fashionable girl Louis Ran was tall, she had heavy makeup on her face. In terms of appearance and temperament, she can't be compared with Louis Ran at all. Therefore, Lin Fan just wanted to end this blind date quickly and accompany Louis Ran. "What is your current job and how much is your monthly income?" 3,000, I'm a courier." Lin Fan cut to the chase. He just wanted to get rid of this somewhat arrogant fashion woman immediately. Generally speaking, if a girl like this hears that she is a courier with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, she would show an impatient expression. However, Lu Kor drank a cup of coffee calmly and said, "The courier is not bad. He should be healthy after running more. I am very satisfied." Lin Fan stumbled and suddenly felt something was absurd. What is this fashionable lady up to? Even Louis Ran, who was eavesdropping with her ears perked up, was a little confused. This girl didn't seem to play by the rules. Could it be that she got the information about Lin Fan from somewhere? Lu Kor took a sip of coffee and revealed a scheming look. Originally, Lu Kor hadn't planned to keep the appointment today. Although when she got Lin Fan's photo through an acquaintance, she was immediately surprised by the good looks of Lin Fan, the emperor of looks. But when she learned that Lin Fan was just a small courier, she rolled her eyes and instantly lost all interest in Lin Fan. Although she had no interest in small couriers like Lin Fan, she couldn't directly refuse the offer because of her family's face. "So today I had planned to lie and say that I had something on the road and couldn't come, and just stand up this poor little courier." Fortunately, she suddenly had an idea and showed off Lin Fan's photo to some of her close friends. It is still very difficult to beat a guy like Lin Fan who looks so good, and it can satisfy one's vanity in front of his best friend. "I think I've seen this man somewhere before. I've seen him before, and he seems to be about 70% similar to the rich guy with the ID Fan Lindy who appeared in a live broadcast room before." "Really? He really looks like Fan Lindy, but I don't know if they are the same person or just look similar." Emperor Fan Lin. Chapter 51 Great Acting. The super rich man who gave countless luxurious gifts to the live broadcast room of female anchor Lin Shiran in just one day. Even the big shot Fan Lindy who made Lin Shiran break the rules and go out on a live date with him. Fan Lindy, Lin Fan, these two names gradually overlapped together and looked quite similar. Could it be the same person? When Lu Kor heard this, she was immediately filled with doubts. Could it be that this Lin Fan is actually a wealthy tycoon? It's just that these wealthy guys usually like to play a routine. That is to deliberately not reveal one's identity as a rich man in order to test whether the blind date is a vain woman. But is this Lin Fan a rich man, or just an ordinary person who looks somewhat similar to Fan Lindy? This requires investigation by oneself. Lu Kor is actually a very scheming green tea girl. She has played with countless bootlickers and tall, rich and handsome men. She was confident that with her keen eyes, she would not be wrong. She decided to come here on the spur of the moment, so she was 15 minutes late, with the idea of killing someone by mistake rather than letting him go. The blind date continues.
Lu Kier continued to ask, then what are your hobbies?
Lin Fan just wanted to get rid of this blind date girl as soon as possible and accompany the ancient beauty Lu Ran.
I like to keep some small animals, such as snakes, lizards, turtles, and the like.
Lin Fan did not lie, this was his biggest hobby during his student days, but after he started working, he had much less time, so he put it on hold temporarily. Most girls will subconsciously feel disgusted when they hear about cold-blooded animals such as snakes and lizards.
But Lu Kier smiled calmly and said, "You are really kind-hearted. I also like these little animals.
We can discuss the experience of raising animals together when we have time." Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. This woman was a bit strange and difficult to deal with.
How many girlfriends have you had before?
Lin Fan thought about it and answered truthfully, "I don't remember."
I don't think you can remember how many slices of bread you have eaten in your life. Thump.
Lu Ran, who was eavesdropping at the next table, almost stumbled and fell when she heard Lin Fan's answer.
Who would answer questions like this on a blind date? Isn't this a clear rejection?
Who knew that Lu Kier gathered her brown hair and said, "That's perfect."
I think boys with rich emotional experience are very considerate and caring.
I am becoming more and more satisfied with you.
Lin Fan. What's going on?
Lin Fan began to sense that something was wrong.
As a man who has dated many girlfriends, he is actually very accurate in judging women. Lu Kier's performance is just like that of a high-level green tea girl.
You little brat, you're still too young to pretend to fight with me. A smug look flashed across Lu Kier's eyes. Lin Fan had a sharp eye and he gradually realized what Lu Kier was thinking.
He also calmed down and waited quietly for what Lu Kier would do. As time went by, after asking a few more bland questions, Lu Kier's true colors finally began to show. Can you tell me about your general clothing style? I want to know about your fashion sense. Lu Kier said with some scheming.
This question seems to be asking about Lin Fan's aesthetic taste, but in fact it is a key point to test whether Lin Fan is a rich man. The biggest flaw when rich people pretend to be poor is their understanding of clothing matching. The attitude that is inadvertently revealed when talking about clothing brands is a long-standing habit and can fully reflect a person's living conditions.
They can't pretend this even if they want to. As a high-level green tea girl, Lu Kier understands this very well. But Lin Fan is not a vegetarian either. After he realized Lu Kier's tactics, he decided to use the same tactics against her.
I usually go to Haicheng department store to buy discounted clothes during off-season clearance sales. I pick and choose as I please, regardless of brand. As Lin Fan spoke, he looked at Lu Kier, not looking like he was lying at all. He was not lying, this was how he lived before.
Upon hearing this, Lu Kier hesitated.
Judging from Lin Fan's demeanor, he really doesn't seem like a rich man.
But I think you're dressed pretty well. Lu Kier pointed at the famous brand Versace that Lin Fan was wearing and the watch on his wrist.
Lin Fan said without hesitation, I went on a blind date and bought a few fake brand name items to make it look good.
If you don't believe me, just look.
As Lin Fan spoke, he casually threw the valuable platinum watch aside as if it were trash, without showing any regret at all.
The movement was so smooth that it seemed to say, look, this is really a knockoff. Lu Kier looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. Could it be that I really made a mistake? This Lin Fan might just be a poor guy who looks a bit like Fan Lindy? It's not uncommon for two people in the world to look alike.
You can find low-profile versions of various celebrity faces in real life.
So this Lin Fan is really just a small courier.
He made me waste half a day's work.
What a waste of emotion.
The reason why Lu Kier was willing to come for a blind date today was because she suspected that Lin Fan might be the Fan Lin Emperor who gave a sky-high gift in the live broadcast room. But after some investigation, from her perspective as a high-end green tea bitch, Lin Fan does not look like a rich man. Unless Lin Fan's acting skills were so good that he even fooled her.
But how is this possible? Who can escape from my battle-hardened eyes? So Lu Kier looked at Lin Fan with great disappointment. Then let's stop here for today and we'll contact each other later. Lu Kier wanted to leave.
She felt very angry when she thought about the big mistake she made today. Lin Fan smiled slightly, he could finally get rid of this green tea girl and go find Lu Ran. However, when Lin Fan looked at Lu Ran, he found that a boy was pestering Lu Ran.
Are you free today? Let's go to the movies together. Your birthday is coming up in a few days, I have prepared a gift for you. Lu Ran still has a headache. Standing in front of her was Lu Feng, the nephew of a director of Royal Century Entertainment City. Royal Century Casino. This place is a very famous den of money in Haicheng. It covers a huge range of entertainment projects and the annual turnover profit is extremely terrifying. Even the Lu family, where Lu Yiran belongs, dare not offend him easily. Therefore, facing Lu Feng, who has a close relationship with Royal Century Entertainment City, Lu Yiran is still quite troubled. Fortunately, by this time Lin Fan had solved his own troubles and was walking towards him. Lu Yiran's eyes rolled, and she immediately took Lin Fan's hand and said to Lu Feng, "Let me introduce you, this is my new boyfriend, Lin Fan." Lin Fan glanced at Lu Yiran with some surprise, but did not refute. Chapter 52 Lamborghini Hurricane. After all, he was a discerning man and quickly saw the relationship between the two people present. A goddess and a dog, a classic relationship. It was obvious that Lu Yiran wanted to use me as a shield, so I would just do her a favor and help her. Lin Fan naturally put his arm around Lu Yiran's shoulders and introduced himself generously. "Hello, I'm Lin Fan, Yiran's boyfriend." When Lu Feng heard this, he was shocked at first, then he clenched his teeth. The fashionable girl Lu Kur, who was just about to leave, saw this scene and felt both amused and helpless. "Why do you choose a small courier as a shield? Isn't this a shield made of plastic?" Lu Kur shook her head and smiled. As a high-level green tea, she could see the relationship between everyone present at a glance. She was not surprised that Lu Yiran asked Lin Fan to be a shield. After all, although Lin Fan's family is poor and he's just a courier, he's still a very handsome guy. It's reasonable that girls would ask him for help. But this bootlicker obviously won't give up, as you can tell from his angry expression. "I'm afraid that Lin Fan is bound to be humiliated." Lu Kur sighed. As expected, Lu Feng's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan's hand that was around Lu Yiran's shoulder. He smiled wryly and said, "Yiran, when did you get a new boyfriend?" "I didn't even know." Lin Fan took over the conversation and said, "We just established our relationship in the past few days." Lu Feng was immediately angry. "I have been pursuing Lu Yiran for so long, but I couldn't even touch her little hand. You, the third party who just appeared, actually won her over in just a few days, and even put your arm around her shoulders. This is simply intolerable. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be called Lu Feng." Lu Feng came today well prepared. He specially drove a newly bought silver-white sports car, the Lamborghini Bat, which was worth 4.7 million. Therefore, Lu Feng deliberately gestured to the driver outside the cafe to turn on the car lights. Lu Yiran and Lin Fan also looked through the glass window of the coffee shop and immediately saw a silver-white supercar parked outside. It was Lu Feng's Lamborghini Bat. "Hey, I drove an ordinary car here today. I wonder what kind of car this little brother Lin Fan drives, or did he take a taxi or even walk here today?" Lu Feng spoke in a neutral tone. It was obvious that he wanted to intimidate Lin Fan and show off his wealth on the spot. "I drive a luxury car, the Lamborghini Batman supercar. What can you compare with me?" Facing Lu Feng's provocation, Lin Fan calmly reached out his hand and pulled up his sleeves, revealing the silver-white smart bracelet that had been worn on his wrist. When everyone present saw this smart bracelet, their eyes widened. Because this smart bracelet is inlaid with hundreds of gorgeous diamonds and is full of jewels, it is obviously a good thing worth a fortune. Lu Kur was shocked. She looked at the bracelet on Lin Fan's wrist and immediately showed an expression of disbelief. "No way, this bracelet, could these diamonds be fake, made just to look fancy for today's blind date?" Lu Kur was doubtful. She originally just wanted to laugh at Lin Fan's joke before leaving, but this time she was shocked by Lin Fan's sudden move. But at the same time, she was a little suspicious whether this diamond-studded bracelet was just a counterfeit, so she stopped and watched how the situation would develop next. Only Lu Yiran snuggled in Lin Fan's arms quite calmly, and at the same time, with a blushing face, she quietly raised her head to look at Lin Fan's profile. But Lu Feng was no pushover. After his initial surprise, he quickly calmed down and fought back. "Your bracelet is quite unique, but I don't think anyone would carry a bracelet with so many diamonds with them. Is it so that you can show off your wealth at any time? Yiran, you are such an unsophisticated boyfriend," Lu Feng said sarcastically. Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately laughed. "Sorry, this is not a bracelet, but my car keys," Lin Fan said calmly. "Car keys?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Fan curiously. This diamond-studded bracelet is actually a car key. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he raised his bracelet. At this moment, an extremely cool supercar outside the cafe suddenly lit up. The overall body is streamlined. Through lightweight design, the body uses carbon fiber material to improve the flexibility of the car.
The exterior design is extremely aggressive and impactful, especially the rear end uses full LED taillights, which is extremely cool.
It's the Lamborghini Huracan. Coincidentally, this is exactly the higher-end model of Lu Feng's Lamborghini Bat.
Not only is it more expensive and more beautiful in appearance, but it is also equipped with more advanced in-car equipment.
The gap between the two is undoubtedly huge.
Lin Fan's Lamborghini Huracan completely beats Lu Feng's Lamborghini Batavia in terms of style, appearance, speed, power and practicality.
Ding. Surprise value plus 200. 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 Ding. Surprise value plus 200.
Lin Fan shook the smart bracelet on his hand and said, "This smart bracelet is the latest car key. It can control the car remotely."
But I think your car doesn't have this function.
Sorry, I said something you don't understand. Faced with Lin Fan's counterattack, Lu Feng was so angry that he gritted his teeth.
Lu Kor was incredulous and murmured to herself, "Is this a rental car?"
No, who would rent such an expensive car with car keys? Today, Lu Feng brought his new Lamborghini Bat, intending to show off in front of Goddess Lu Iran. But he never expected that before he could finish pretending to be powerful, Lin Fan showed up and destroyed everything.
Lamborghini Huracan.
And it also comes with a valuable smart bracelet. The sum of these two would be close to 10 million at least. Even though Lu Feng relied on his uncle to get a good job and made a lot of money in a place in the Royal Entertainment City, he was not so arrogant. The most infuriating thing is that he also drives a Lamborghini, but it's a lower-end model than Lin Fan's. Women are afraid of wearing the same clothes as others when they go out, but they end up wearing the same clothes as others, and they are the one in the lower position.
This makes me look very funny.
What's more, this happened in front of his beloved Goddess Lu Iran, and the car he was driving was suspected to be a lower-end model of her boyfriend's.
This was simply unbearable. Lu Feng looked at Lin Fan with an even more unfriendly look.
The things he valued most were his face and women.
And Lin Fan had actually snatched both his woman and his face, how could he not be angry? Chapter 53 Despicable Rich Second Generation. Is the Lamborghini Huracan so great?
My uncle is the chairman and he drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth more than 10 million.
Lu Feng thought unwillingly.
Thinking of his uncle, his confidence immediately returned.
My uncle is one of the directors of Royal Century Entertainment City. With such a powerful backer, who should I be afraid of? Lu Feng narrowed his eyes and said to Lin Fan in an extremely cold tone, "Mr. Lin, right? I have to kindly remind you that there are some things you'd better not meddle in. You may be very proud now, and even a little happy inside, right?
But I have to tell you with regret that there are some people you cannot afford to offend.
I'm going to be frank. My uncle is actually Mr. Lu from Royal Century Casino."
Lu Feng's mouth was like a machine gun, spitting out 3 sentences continuously. Each sentence was louder than the previous one, and it was obvious that he was very confident in his uncle's ability. After saying this, he put his hands behind his back, his face full of pride. In fact, when the passers-by around heard the words Royal Century Entertainment City, their expressions suddenly changed drastically.
Is Royal Century Entertainment City the most prestigious entertainment and money-spending destination in Haicheng? No wonder he speaks so arrogantly, it turns out his uncle is the chairman.
Then he does have the capital to be so arrogant.
His uncle is actually the director of Royal Century Entertainment City. This identity is simply overwhelming for ordinary people. Let's keep our voices down.
If we say something wrong and he gets on top of it, we might end up in big trouble. This young man named Lin Fan is going to suffer this time. Alas, although this young man drives a luxury car, this is precisely the reason for his bad luck. He made others lose face, which is no small matter.
Even when Lu Kor heard about Mr. Lu from Royal Century Entertainment City, she was secretly shocked.
She had also heard from her girlfriends about the strength of Royal Century Casino. In Haicheng, it is almost impossible to find any pan-entertainment supporting enterprises that can compete.
This is a monopoly-type supergiant with a huge capital chain.
For ordinary people, if they offend this super enterprise that is like a steel torrent, it would be a disaster.
To everyone's surprise, Lin Fan heard the name Royal Century Entertainment City.
Instead of showing any timid look, he suddenly thought of something.
Isn't this Royal Century Entertainment City one of the companies whose shares I won in a lottery?
Lin Fan suddenly showed a half smile on his face and said, "Then what exactly do you, a big shot, want to do?" Lu Feng said firmly, break up with Iran immediately and apologize to me immediately, otherwise if my uncle intervenes, you will be in trouble.
Lin Fan said oh and was a little curious, I want to apologize to you, can you tell me the reason?
Of course.
Lu Feng replied.
First, she is still the woman I like. I suggest that if you are sensible, you should break up with her immediately. Second, your car is nice, but you shouldn't drive it in front of me.
It's an eyesore.
Third, I don't like you. I really don't like you. If you kneel down and apologize to me, maybe I will like you a little better. Hearing this, Lin Fan was almost amused by this man's overbearing and bandit logic.
Lu Iran is not your girlfriend.
Even if I really get together with her, what does it have to do with you?
Why do you want me to break up?
The last two reasons are even more ridiculous, they are just to find fault with myself for the first reason.
He even had to kneel down on his own. A man's knees are made of gold.
He kneels to heaven, earth, and his parents.
Should he kneel to you, a useless rich second generation?
This despicable second-generation rich person not only relies on his family connections to do whatever he wants but also acts tyrannically. Even looking at his expression, it seems like he is trying to rob a woman.
He is so shameless.
Then Lu Feng turned to look at Lu Iran and threatened, Iran, this coffee shop that you like the most is actually also under the jurisdiction of Royal Century Entertainment City. If you continue to protect this kid, the consequences will not be pleasant. When Lu Iran heard this, she immediately felt the strong threat in the other party's words, and couldn't help but look down on Lu Feng even more. The passers-by around couldn't stand it anymore and felt that Lu Feng was really taking advantage of his power to bully others.
This rich second generation is too much. How is he any different from the rural gentry bullies of ancient times?
I've seen a lot of hard-working and motivated rich second generations, but I didn't expect there would be people like this. Since this man has no ability to make that girl like him, what right does he have to rely on his family connections to force her to like him? Passers-by spoke up one after another, standing up for Lin Fan and Lu Iran. But at the same time, they felt a little sad in their hearts. Because they felt that Lin Fan would suffer this time. If I agree to apologize, it would be too humiliating. But if he doesn't agree to apologize, what Lin Fan will face may be even more terrifying. This is undoubtedly a dead end. However, Lin Fan's face did not show the slightest sign of humiliation or unwillingness as they expected. Lin Fan, on the other hand, looked at Lu Feng calmly and said, I can give you a chance. If you apologize to me right now and apologize to Iran, I can let you go. When Lu Feng heard this, he almost laughed out loud, feeling it was a bit absurd.
You'll let me go? Come on, I beg you not to let me go, beat me to death.
When Lin Fan heard this, he sighed. This guy is really weird. This is the first time I have heard such a weird request. He actually wanted to torture him to death. Then just satisfy his needs. Lin Fan calmly took out his cell phone and made a call.
Royal Century Casino. An internal board meeting was being held at the moment, and the atmosphere in the meeting room was somewhat tense.
The content of the meeting was about their new largest shareholder, Lin Fan. A few days ago, a large number of shares in our entertainment city were bought by a man named Lin Fan at a sky-high price, but he has not contacted us yet. According to our internal rules and regulations, Lin Fan, as the largest shareholder, has absolute say.
But if he doesn't contact us soon, many decisions won't be made, which will seriously affect internal decision-making. This meeting was somewhat silent.
After all, although they wanted to contact Lin Fan, they did not have any contact information of Lin Fan, and Lin Fan was the most powerful shareholder in the entire board of directors.
This is embarrassing. Many important internal decisions must be personally approved by Lin Fan.
If Lin Fan doesn't show up for a day, many of their important internal projects will not be able to be carried out, which is undoubtedly a waste of manpower and material resources.
Finding Lin Fan was immediately listed as one of the most important matters. Chapter 50 for the real boss.
But at this moment, a strange phone call suddenly came into the board of directors. The directors' eyes lit up and they picked up the phone. A clear male voice came from the phone. Hello, I'm Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, the current largest shareholder of Royal Century Casino, finally appeared.
The directors looked at each other, their brows full of joy that could not be concealed. After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort. Lin Fan finally took the initiative to contact us.
On the phone, Lin Fan asked again, "Excuse me, is Director Lu here?"
In the board of directors, a short and fat middle-aged man immediately trembled and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. As the largest shareholder of the board of directors, Lin Fan actually came to see him specially.
Could it be that Director Lin has something for me to do?
If I could accomplish my task, I would be able to climb up to Lin Fan's high position, and I would be able to soar onto the scene. The other directors had basically similar ideas, so they all looked at Director Liu with envy. Director Liu shook his fat body and immediately trotted to the phone, saying in an extremely flattering manner, "Hello, Director Lin, is there anything I can do for you?" Lin Fan simply recounted what had happened to him. Director Liu on the other end of the phone looked uglier the more he listened. "Liu Feng, this little beast is really tired of living. Director Lin, don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." The other directors around looked at Director Liu with puzzled expressions in their eyes.
What's going on?
However, Mr. Liu did not say much, but immediately made a phone call. On the other end of the phone, after Lin Fan hung up,
Liu Feng was still yelling, "Have you finished your call? You asked some kind of heavenly soldiers and gods to come to help you, right? I suggest you call the hospital or funeral home to collect your body."
Lin Fan was very calm, looking at Liu Feng's face as if he was looking at a cold corpse.
About a minute passed. Liu Feng's phone suddenly rang. When he looked, he found that it was his uncle calling, Mr. Liu from Royal Century Entertainment City.
But when he picked up the phone, he was immediately scolded by his uncle.
"You little bastard, you are really tired of living. Do you really think that I found you a good job and you can do whatever you want?
You even dared to offend Lin Fan.
You really don't know how to live or die. Do you think I really don't know about the little things you did behind my back? I usually turned a blind eye to them.
I didn't expect that my tolerance of you turned into indulgence.
You are doomed today. I'm telling you, you're done. Don't work at Royal Century Casino anymore. I'm no longer your uncle.
You'd better cut off all ties with me.
Let's end it once and for all." Liu Feng felt like an idiot.
As soon as he picked up the phone, he was stunned by his uncle's rapid-fire angry curses.
What is going on?
He felt his brain was blank and he hadn't reacted at all. My uncle, who was so powerful that he could cover the sky with one hand, can no longer protect me this time. The reason for all this is because of Lin Fan's background, which seems to be extremely complicated. Moreover, his uncle claimed that not only would he be fired from Century Entertainment City, but that he would also cut off all ties with him from now on.
Liu Feng, Omega Omega. What the hell is going on? However, even though Liu Feng was as stupid as a pig, he was woken up by being scolded by his uncle.
Suddenly, his expression changed when he looked at Lin Fan. It turns out this is the big boss.
The real boss.
The passers-by around were somewhat puzzled. In total, Lin Fan only made one call, and then Liu Feng also received a call. But then Liu Feng's face changed drastically, and his whole body shook like a sieve. The look he gave Lin Fan was filled with fear and terror, as if his own death was imminent.
What's wrong with this person? Why did he get so scared after receiving a phone call? What was said on the phone call? Wasn't this rich second generation so domineering just now? Why is he acting like a mouse meeting a cat now?
Under the watchful eyes of the public, Liu Feng, who has always been very concerned about his reputation, could not care about much at this moment. He quickly begged Lin Fan humbly, "I'm sorry, Master Lin, it's all because of my blindness that I offended you, it's all because of my lowliness.
I see that you are so handsome and heroic.
Only a woman like Louis Ran who is both classy and beautiful can be worthy of you. It's all my fault, please forgive me." Liu Feng, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, was now like a drowned dog, constantly begging Lin Fan to forgive him.
Everyone was shocked. Ding. Surprise value plus 300. 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 Ding. Surprise value plus 300.
Especially the blind date girl Lu Kor, her jaw almost dropped in shock.
Who is this Lin Fan?
He made a phone call and made all the relatives of the director of Royal Century Entertainment City obey him.
Lu Kor was stunned.
She really couldn't understand why Lin Fan could control this rich second generation who was so arrogant just now by just making a phone call. You have to know that the uncle of that rich second generation is the director of the famous Royal Century Entertainment City, an absolute big shot. The only one who can defeat a big boss is the one who is richer, more powerful, and influential.
This is a very simple logic. Could it be that the true identity of this Lin Fan is really very extraordinary, an existence that even the directors of Royal Century Entertainment City dare not provoke? Could it be that I missed the chance to marry into a wealthy family and missed out on a big boss? If I hadn't been late today because of my bad temper, would Lin Fan have talked to me seriously instead of talking to that woman? A flash of regret and sorrow flashed through Lu Kier's heart. But before she had time to think about it, the phone rang. When she picked it up, she found it was her best friend calling. Kor, tonight Haicheng's richest man, Mr. Zhou, is having his daughter's birthday party. I can take you with me. Do you want to go? When Lu Kor heard this, her face immediately lit up with joy. She quickly packed her things and headed to her best friend's place. Rich Zhou. The recognized richest man in Haicheng is holding a birthday party for his youngest daughter today. Then wouldn't everyone who comes at that time be high-ranking officials and dignitaries? Lu Kor's purpose of coming for a blind date is essentially to find a rich husband. But now it seems that there is no hope for him and Lin Fan. Lin Fan and the girl next to him are obviously very compatible, and he was the one who proposed to end the blind date first. She had obviously lost the chance to be with Lin Fan. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. However, although Lu Kier felt a little regretful about missing out on the big shot Lin Fan, she had a strong psychological quality and quickly adjusted herself. Chapter 55, Mr. Zhou's Banquet. There is no shortage of rich men in this world, what is lacking is the opportunity to meet them. Now that the rich Zhou's youngest daughter is holding a birthday party and her best friend can take her to attend, this is undoubtedly a very good opportunity to meet those high-quality wealthy men. She hurried over to join her best friend. In front of Lin Fan, Lu Feng's face was ashen and he was trembling like a chicken pecking at rice. I am blind and dare to compete with you for a woman. I beg you to be magnanimous and let me go. My uncle has already told me, Director Lin, please don't bother with a third-rate person like me. Some people look noble, but that's just because they have a glamorous halo around them. When this halo was ruthlessly shattered, their extremely ugly nature was revealed. Lin Fan looked speechlessly at Lu Feng, the rich second generation who had been so arrogant just now, and felt that this man was really hopeless. Wasn't he very arrogant just now? If you didn't know, you would have thought he was one of those ancient country gentry bullies. As a result, he easily exposed his backer, and Mr. Lu from Royal Century Entertainment City no longer protected him. He even scolded him and wanted to remove him from his position. Lu Feng was immediately frightened and kept begging for mercy like a coward. This rich second generation is too spineless. He was so irritable just now, but when he met someone with a stronger background than him, he became as wilting as an eggplant hit by frost. Why do you think he became like this after making a phone call? He was scared. Maybe someone threatened him over the phone. Maybe it's because even the uncle behind him is afraid of this young man. After all, he knew that the reason his uncle was angry with him was because he had offended Lin Fan. At this moment, Lu Feng had no choice but to try his best to beg for Lin Fan's forgiveness, so that his uncle could change his mind and withdraw the punishment order against him. In other words, Lin Fan is now his only life-saving straw, and he is willing to pay anything to please Lin Fan. Even the goddess Lu Iran, whom he had always dreamed of, could be given to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and said to him, I can spare you, but everything has a price. Cost? Lu Feng was confused. What price will I pay? Lin Fan's face gradually became stern, and he said word by word, Today, Iran and I could have had a wonderful afternoon and a romantic encounter. But it was your appearance that ruined the scenery, ruined Yining's good mood, and made me feel not so good either. Do you think you should pay a certain price to atone for your sins? I heard Lin Fan's tone gradually become colder. Lu Feng quickly said, Yes, I am willing to do anything as long as it can make you happy. Lin Fan smiled slightly, Then how much are you willing to pay? Lu Feng immediately replied, Any price is fine. Then you should prepare a gift for Iran as compensation to her. Before Lu Feng agreed, Lu Iran's eyes lit up and she said, Lu Feng, I heard that you secretly got a cheongsam made of brocade. Is that true? When Lu Feng heard this, he immediately showed an expression of wanting to cry but having no tears. This is indeed his secret. Not long ago, he got a cheongsam made of brocade at a very low price through an extremely secret channel. It is extremely valuable. Originally, he planned to secretly sell this cheongsam at a sky-high price and make a fortune. But Lu Iran obviously wants it now, and I can't help but give it to her. Faced with Lin Fan's punishment, Lu Feng didn't dare to disobey at all.
He knew that Lin Fan had shown great mercy and was only asking him to pay a price to atone for his sins. If he continued to offend Lin Fan, he was afraid that his own uncle, Mr. Lu, would be the first to come out and make him bleed heavily. In the end, Lu Feng could only agree to this request with tears in his eyes, and apologized to Lu Yiran with great grievance. He ordered his subordinates to go back home and bring over the brocade cheongsam that he treasured at home. Then, he handed it to Lu Yiran respectfully. But when he gave it out, Lu Feng's heart ached as if it was bleeding. Lin Fan couldn't help but be curious. What is this? Lu Yiran was a little excited. This is a priceless treasure. Yunjin is the highest grade silk fabric in ancient times, supplied exclusively to the royal family. Clothes made of Yunjin have extremely high collection value and practical value. Lin Fan secretly sighed that Lu Yiran was worthy of being from an antique business family and knew a lot. Unexpectedly, Lu Yiran then handed the cheongsam to Lin Fan. What are you doing? Lin Fan was a little surprised. I didn't want it originally, but I got it specially for you. It's very valuable. I'll give it to you. Lu Yiran blushed. At some point, Tian Meiwei also got out of the car. She walked up to Lin Fan and said, "Boss, the daughter of Zhou Fuao, the richest man in Haicheng, is holding a birthday party tonight and has invited us to attend." The richest man in Haicheng, Mr. Zhou? Hearing this name, Lin Fan's face couldn't help but look a little strange. He was actually not unfamiliar with this name, having heard it mentioned by many people. He had a lot of friction with his son Zhou Jiatsong. And Zhou Wanting, the beautiful daughter of rich man Zhou, even asked for his number. In fact, on the day he moved into the Lishan Villa district, the wealthy Zhou had already sent someone to deliver a valuable gift to him. It's just that Lin Fan has always forgotten about this matter. The exchange of gifts is a normal thing. But it's not too late to make up for this opportunity now. Lu Yiran's eyes lit up and she asked, "Is it the birthday of Mr. Zhou's daughter?" Lin Fan looked at her and smiled. "Are you interested?" Lu Yiran nodded. "Mr. Zhou's little daughter is called Zhou Qingqing. I met her once. She is a very cute little girl. She even helped me with a favor." Lin Fan asked with interest, "Since you are interested, why don't I take you with me and we go together?" Lu Yiran blushed a little and said, "Then what is our relationship?" Lin Fan leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Any relationship is fine." Lu Yiran became even more embarrassed. As for Lu Feng, who had been hiding nearby, Lin Fan waved his hand and sent him away. He was just an insignificant person, and Lin Fan was too lazy to continue wasting his energy on him. Lin Fan stroked his chin and asked, "If I go to Mr. Zhou's banquet, what gift should I give?" Lu Yiran immediately said, "Why not give this brocade cheongsam to the little daughter of the Zhou family?" Lin Fan didn't care. "This cheongsam was originally given to you by me. You can do whatever you want with it." The brocade cheongsam is indeed precious, but Lin Fan has so many precious things around him that he doesn't care about just one or two things. The key point is that since Lu Yiran likes the beautiful little daughter of the Zhou family very much, there is nothing wrong with giving a gift to the Zhou family. Chapter 56 is so good. Besides, since Mr. Zhou had already given me a platinum watch as a gift, it would not be nice for me not to give him a gift in return. Lin Fan and Lu Yiran discussed for a while, then got on the Lamborghini Huracan and drove to Zhou's house with Tian Meiwei driving. At the Zhou family, a grand birthday party is being planned in full swing. There was a constant stream of traffic and people in front of Zhou's house, and it was very lively. The second daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Wanting, was wearing a noble and elegant red evening gown and was skillfully entertaining the guests. That's the second young lady of the Zhou family. She's so pretty. She is Zhou Wanting. She has a perfect body. If she participates in a modeling competition, she will definitely win a prize. And her face is so pretty. Her looks are at least at the level of a school beauty. It is said that Zhou Wanting is still unmarried. I wonder which man is lucky enough to marry such a beautiful and powerful woman. My goodness, if I marry Zhou Wanting, I can really save 10 lifetimes of hard work. That's the daughter of the rich man Zhou. Which man wouldn't want to marry her? Not to mention that Zhou Wanting is so beautiful and has such a good figure. Even if she is ugly, there are still countless men who want to marry her. Many young men present, especially those who have achieved some success in their careers, actually covet Zhou Wanting. One reason is that Zhou Wanting is top-notch in terms of both appearance and figure, a true goddess. The second reason is that she is the daughter of the wealthy Zhou. Once he marries her, it would be like reaching heaven in one step. Generally, if a man finds a rich woman, he will have to work 10 less years. If he marries Zhou Wanting, he will have to work 10 lifetimes less. Such a goddess who possesses all the advantages is undoubtedly a star in the eyes of all the men present. Zhou Jiatsong was also wearing a suit and was communicating politely with the guests. It's just that he was obviously thinner and a little more mature, not as domineering as before, but more restrained. Because he was defeated by Lin Fan last time, and after returning home, he was severely punished by his father Zhou Fuao for using his private guards without permission. He was punished by being confined to his house for many days to reflect on his mistakes before being released. Now, whenever he thought of Lin Fan, he would shiver involuntarily and pray that he would never see Lin Fan again in the future. The loss he suffered from Lin Fan was really too great. And looking at the boys around her, all their eyes seemed to be directed towards her second sister Zhou Wanting. Zhou Jiatsong was quite accustomed to this kind of thing. After all, he had been used to this kind of scene since he was a child. Zhou Wanting had always been a popular girl and had never lacked suitors. The fact that Zhou Wanting was the focus of all the men present also aroused the jealousy of many girls. Especially Lu Kur. She originally went to her best friend to bring her here just to meet high-quality opposite sex. But unexpectedly, all the men's attention was firmly attracted by Zhou Wanting. It was as if I was competing with the bright moon with the light of a firefly, and was completely ignored. Lu Kur was very angry. Her best friend asked with concern, "How was your blind date today? Is the man named Lin Fan the Emperor Fan Lin?" When Lu Kur heard the name Lin Fan, she recalled in her mind the domineering attitude of Lin Fan, who made the rich second generation beg for mercy with just a phone call. There is no doubt that this domineering attitude and this fierce means like thunder and lightning. Maybe Lin Fan really is the wealthy and lavish Emperor Fan Lin. But after all, it was Lu Kur who was blind today and did not recognize Lin Fan's true identity. She even mistook Lin Fan for a pauper, and was the first to propose ending the blind date. It would be so embarrassing to say that I missed out on such a gifted child because of my stupidity, and I would definitely be laughed at by my best friends. Therefore, she naturally couldn't tell the truth, otherwise it would be extremely embarrassing. If I tell my besties everything that happened today, I will look like a clown. So Lu Kur pretended to say, "No, he's just an ordinary boy who looks like you. I chatted with him for a while and then I got your call and hurried over." My best friend nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Lu Kur's best friend is called Song Yen, a complete green tea gold digger. She has no interest in ordinary boys and only has eyes for those who are tall, rich and handsome. Like Lu Kur, she is also a returnee from overseas. Because she has received foreign education since childhood, she looks down on ordinary boys from Longwa from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, when she learned that Lin Fan was not the Fan Lin Emperor, she felt a little bored and simply did not ask any more questions. For the sake of her own face, Lu Kur would of course not take the initiative to bring the topic back. The two girls' attention was simultaneously focused on Zhou Jiatsong. Zhou Jiatsong. He is the most beloved son of Zhou Fuao, the richest man in Haicheng, no doubt about it. Recently, it was rumored that Mr. Zhou has gradually handed over his business to him, and his career is booming. He is a rich second generation with a truly promising future. Once he takes a fancy to you and you marry into a wealthy family, there is no doubt that you will become a phoenix on the royal tree. The two green tea girls waited for their chance, constantly waiting and looking for opportunities to get close to him. The Lamborghini Huracan is very fast. Lin Fan and Lu Iran, who was carrying a brocade cheongsam, soon arrived at Zhou's house as agreed. As soon as the security team at the door saw this luxury car, they immediately became extremely alert. They welcomed Lin Fan and Lu Iran in with great respect. They looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of envy and longing. That car is so luxurious. Among the guests coming today, this car will definitely rank first. I don't know who the owner of this car is. He looks unfamiliar. The beautiful lady next to him looks so familiar. She has the temperament of an aristocratic lady. She is so pretty. This handsome guy is so lucky. As soon as Lin Fan entered the Zhou family, he immediately noticed Zhou Wanting, who was wearing a red evening dress and was regarded as the social center. Zhou Wanting had a graceful figure, and her tight clothes outlined beautiful lines, which really attracted the attention of almost all the men present. I took a quick glance last time and didn't have time to take a closer look, but Zhou Wanting is indeed very pretty and has a good figure. Lin Fan gave this comment with some appreciation in his heart. However, just as he was about to step forward and say hello, he noticed Lu Iran beside him. She pursed her lips in anger, looking unhappy. "Why, are you unhappy?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "No." Lu Iran started to act like a spoiled brat, looking jealous. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. He naturally knew that Lu Yiran was jealous because he noticed Zhou wanting. This time he was not in a hurry to go up and say hello to Zhou wanting. Just as Lin Fan turned his head and looked to the side, he met the gaze of Lu Kur, who was a little surprised. Why is it him? He actually came here too. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the atmosphere became a little stagnant. Chapter 57, The Plan to Persuade the Dog to Quit. However, this atmosphere only lasted for a moment. Lin Fan and she nodded slightly to each other at the same time as a greeting. Lu Kur was somewhat shocked at Lin Fan's appearance here, but at the same time she felt it was reasonable. There is no doubt that anyone who can come here to attend the banquet held by the richest man in Haicheng needs to have a certain status. However, considering that Lin Fan had just tamed the domineering rich second generation with just one phone call, she didn't feel so surprised. But I happened to meet this handsome little brother Lin Fan again. Could it be a blessing from God? But I didn't seem to cherish it. Lu Kur couldn't help but feel a little dazed, and the feeling of regret in her heart flashed away. Best friend Song Yan felt something was wrong. She noticed that Lu Kier seemed a little absent-minded. What's wrong with you? Who is that handsome guy? She pointed at Lin Fan and asked. Lu Kur answered subconsciously, that's my blind date today. But as soon as she said this, she realized she had said something wrong and quickly covered her mouth. As expected, when her best friend Song Yan heard this, she immediately raised her eyebrows. The blind date you're talking about is that ordinary boy who looks a bit like Fan Lindy? Why is he here? Could it be that he is looking for trouble because he was rejected by you on a blind date just now? Or is he obsessed with you and is a licker, so he secretly followed you here? Such a person is really shameful. Lu Kur was stunned. She knew that Song Yan had misunderstood. But she didn't know how to explain it. After all, she was the one who chose to conceal the truth for the sake of face in the beginning. It would be really embarrassing if I told him everything about Lin Fan now. On the other hand, her best friend Song Yan stood up for the injustice. Don't worry, Kur, I will help you deal with this kind of dog licker. I have a special plan to persuade the dog licker to quit. Song Yan did not lie. As a senior and experienced green tea girl, she often encountered some lickers who were abandoned after being toyed with by him. As the saying goes, long illness makes a good doctor. After being pestered by the dogs for a long time, she just let things take their course and summed up a set of solutions to persuade the dogs to leave. Solution 1: Quit when you know it's difficult. Song Yan patted Lu Kur's chest enthusiastically and assured her that she would take care of the matter. Lu Kur opened her mouth, but she hesitated and didn't say anything. Song Yan walked up to Lin Fan and started talking. Handsome guy, I heard that the Zhou family's banquet today specially invited more than 30 chefs from Chen Mansion Banquet to prepare dishes according to the standards of a state banquet. If you are not an invited guest, then if it is found out, you will have to pay the bill yourself. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan didn't even raise his head and said calmly, I was invited. You little guy, you're quite good at pretending. Song Yan frowned slightly, feeling that this was not an ordinary dog licker, but a dog licker with excellent psychological quality and thick skin. She had to remind him, this kind of bill starts at least in the 6 figures. Who would have thought that Lin Fan didn't take it seriously at all and simply replied, yeah, it's only 6 figures. Lin Fan really didn't care about this little bit of money, so he answered casually. This really embarrassed Song Yan. She thought that if she mentioned a specific number, a sky-high price of hundreds of thousands, Lin Fan would give up. But who could have imagined that Lin Fan actually treated hundreds of thousands as if they were just a few dozen dollars, making her move so ridiculous, like a heavy punch hitting a ball of cotton. Song Yan's persuasion plan 1, retreat when faced with difficulties, obviously a complete failure. Song Yan was very angry. His own plan to dissuade the lickspittles from joining turned out to be a failure. No, we must teach Lin Fan a lesson. Lu Kur held Song Yan and said with a guilty conscience, forget it. Don't bother him anymore. Let's just pretend we can't see him. Song Yan was so angry at this time that she would not listen to such words. She had to expose Lin Fan's true colors. Dog licking persuasion plan 2, 5 confusions and 3 paths. Song Yan has dealt with many cases of dog licking, the most common of which are men who are easily bewitched. This type of boys often have very weak wills, and therefore become bootlickers. But if he meets a prettier girl who shows interest in him, he will quickly change his attitude and gradually become someone else's bootlicker. This type of people are just central air conditioners and cloud bootlickers. She was quite confident about her looks, so she shook her hair, moved closer to Lin Fan, held Lin Fan's hand, and spoke in a sweet voice.
Handsome guy, can we get to know each other? Although Song Yan is a green tea girl, she also has considerable assets. Her appearance is at least 9 points and above. Although her figure is not as hot as Zhou Wanting, she is also a leader among ordinary women. Therefore, she was confident that she could make Lin Fan her slave. Who would have thought that Lin Fan would calmly shake off her hand and said in a somewhat cold tone, "Please respect yourself. I don't know you." Are you kidding? The ancient-style beauty Louis Ran next to me is much more attractive than you in terms of looks, figure and temperament. What's more, Lin Fan is surrounded by all kinds of beauties these days, whether it's the housekeeper Tian Meiwei or several beautiful chefs, they are all very beautiful. In terms of figure, our own Xiao Xian is really big. After staying among a group of beauties for a long time, Lin Fan easily became numb to the beauty and developed a considerable resistance to it. With Lin Fan's current concentration, perhaps only a beauty like Zhou Wanting could make him lose his mind even slightly. As for this Song Yan? Too weak. Her beauty has absolutely no killing power to Lin Fan. Besides, there is a jealous girl named Louis Ran by your side. She was just a little unhappy because of Zhou Wanting. You'd better not get close to her. Seeing that Lin Fan rejected her so decisively, Song Yan had only 2 words in her mind. Shame. A bloody shame. She had never suffered such a feeling of being despised. I have to teach this bootlicker a lesson today. Song Yan was very angry. But just when she was about to carry out the next plan, which was plan 3 to persuade the dog to quit, she found that Zhou Jiatsong's eyes were glancing towards her not far away. It was obvious that Zhou Jiatsong noticed the situation on his side and seemed to care about it very much. Moreover, Zhou Jiatsong's condition was very abnormal. He looked towards him quietly, but seemed a little hesitant to come over. His appearance immediately made Song Yan imagine something. Could it be that Zhou Jiatsong saw me chatting up other men and got jealous? Song Yan's heart felt like it was wrapped in honey for a moment. That's Zhou Jiatsong. He is the most beloved son of Zhou Fuao, the richest man in Haicheng, no doubt about it. In the future, all the Zhou family's businesses will most likely be handed over to him. This is undoubtedly a child of destiny and the future heir to a billionaire. Such an outstanding, tall, rich and handsome man actually seems to care a lot about his appearance. Song Yan's heart was suddenly filled with happiness. Chapter 58. It's too late to regret. I didn't expect that I would turn a disaster into a blessing. I found out that Zhou Jiatsong has a good impression of me. Song Yan thought happily in her heart. What is even more outrageous is that Zhou Jiatsong's glances towards him were becoming more and more frequent and faster. After a while, it seemed to have made up its mind and started to move towards him. Song Yan's heart suddenly started beating fast. She felt very nervous and a little happy. In an instant, she thought of a lot of things, and gradually her mind formed the picture of herself joining the Zhou family and enjoying a luxurious life, which made her feel extremely happy in her heart. After 30 seconds, she even thought of what to name the child she and Zhou Jiatsong would have. But to her surprise, after Zhou Jiatsong came over, he didn't even look at her. He walked quickly past her, completely ignoring her. Zhou Jiatsong walked up to Lin Fan respectfully and spoke in an extremely careful, even flattering tone. "Director Lin, long time no see, I hope you are well. Last time, there were some misunderstandings and unpleasantness between us, which caused my father to punish me. You are a magnanimous person, please don't be mean to me." Lin Fan turned around and found that it was Zhou Jiatsong. However, his attitude of admitting his mistake was okay, so he responded with a faint hum. Ding. Surprise value plus 500. Ding. Surprise value plus 500. Seeing Zhou Jiatsong's humble attitude, he is like a dignity-less bootlicker. Song Yan was petrified on the spot, at a loss for a moment. That was Zhou Jiatsong, the most beloved son of Zhou Fuao, the richest man in Haicheng, but his attitude towards Lin Fan was so humble. Who exactly is this Lin Fan? Lu Kor couldn't help but be a little stunned. Even though she knew that Lin Fan was no ordinary person, she didn't expect that his power was so great. Even the son of the richest man in Haicheng was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw him, and could only show such a humble attitude to please him. I seem to have underestimated him, Lu Kor thought in surprise. Song Yan, oh. Song Yan was confused, and felt like this was like a tiger licking a cat. But she was not stupid, and she quickly came to her senses. She quickly walked to Lu Kor's side and hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Who is this person? Tell me the truth." Now Lu Kor knew that she could no longer hide it, and no longer cared about her own face, so she had to tell him everything about Lin Fan.
Song Yen was somewhat shocked when she heard that Lin Fan tamed the nephew of the director of Royal Century Entertainment City with just one phone call. Thinking of Zhou Jiatsong's humble attitude towards him just now, Song Yen immediately had the urge to kill her best friend Lu Ke.
Lin Fan, ISNT, this definitely a super golden bachelor. Even Zhou Jiatsong can't compare to him. This is the real top male god, the best person I have always dreamed of. But I just acted like a clown and implemented a persuasion plan in front of him. Oh my god, Song Yen touched her head in pain, feeling that she had missed a great opportunity. If she knew Lin Fan's information in advance, she guaranteed that she would use her many years of experience as a senior green tea girl and use various tricks to take down Lin Fan. But now, it's too late to regret. Lu Ke, we can't be best friends anymore. Song Yen said bitterly. Lu Ke also felt a little sorry for Song Yen because she missed the opportunity to hook up with Lin Fan, the ultimate male god, because of her face problem. Lin Fan chatted with Zhou Jiatsong calmly. However, although Lin Fan seemed indifferent, Zhou Jiatsong kept finding various topics to talk about, trying his best to avoid a dull moment. Director Lin, we have specially invited the chef of Chen Mansion banquet this time to ensure that the dishes for this banquet are absolutely of the standard of state banquet level. You will see the Buddha jumps over the wall and the lobster in a moment. They are guaranteed to be the most delicious dishes. The preparation of Buddha jumps over the wall is not simple. The chef this time definitely used the most authentic method. It is very nourishing. Zhou Jiatsong was extremely uneasy and felt very insecure. Ever since the last incident, he was severely punished by his father. However, the actual punishment was far from as simple as he said. Even the family business that Zhou Fuhao had intended him to take over was shelved due to his impulsive nature. He also knew a little about Lin Fan's true identity through the information obtained by the old housekeeper at home. The person in charge of Filistin Restaurant, the major shareholder of Royal Century Entertainment City, the owner of the core villas in Lishan Villa District, so many identities are also the reason why Mr. Zhou was furious. Business is all about personal relationships. To offend a top boss like this is simply not the way to do business. The mere identity of being a director of Royal Century Entertainment City made Zhou Jiatsong feel uneasy and like a thorn in his back. Royal Century Casino. This is a pan-entertainment superforce that has risen rapidly in recent years. Its brilliance has never been higher, bar none. On his side, although his father, Zhou Fuhao, is known as the richest man in Haicheng. However, the real estate business run by his family has actually been deteriorating in recent years, and it has become increasingly difficult to do real estate business. If he continues at this pace, his title of the richest family in Haicheng will be in jeopardy. If we cooperate with Royal Century Casino and reach a cooperation to develop our family business, we will be able to make the transformation. Then there is no doubt that he will become a hero in the family and be trusted by his father, Mr. Zhou. If he wanted to achieve this goal, there was no doubt that Lin Fan was the person he had to curry favor with. Zhou Jiatsong made up his mind that no matter what he said today, he must leave a good impression on Lin Fan, so that it would be easier for future cooperation. Mr. Lin, what do you think of my sister Zhou Wanting? Zhou Jiatsong asked meaningfully. Zhou Wanting. When this name was mentioned, Lin Fan became interested. After all, any man facing a top-notch beauty with a perfect figure would inevitably feel a little curious and expectant. This is a common problem among men. This time, Zhou Jiatsong really took risks. In order to gain Lin Fan's trust and favor, he even made the worst-case scenario plan and was willing to sell out his sister for fame. What's more, it is an honor for her sister Zhou wanting to be favored by a top male god like Lin Fan. Zhou Jiatsong pointed at Zhou Wanting not far away and spoke fluently. Director Lin, I know my sister Zhou Wanting best. My favorite animal is the cat, and its favorite thing to do is to watch Jay Chou's concert. I like men who are polite, gentle, and refined. I hate men who are arrogant and domineering. And she has a little secret. Chapter 59. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. At that moment, Zhou Jiatsong told Lin Fan everything about his sister. After all, everyone knows it. The right way to pick up girls is to please them. The more information you have about a girl, the greater the possibility of picking her up. A lot of information about Zhou Wanting was unknown to the outside world, and Zhou Jiatsong told Lin Fan everything. It is enough to show his sincerity. Lin Fan couldn't help but nod slightly. It seemed that Zhou Jiatsong really knew his mistake and corrected it. He no longer looked as domineering as he did that day. Zhou Jiatsong was also very smart. The two of them kept their conversation in low voices so that no one else could hear.
The purpose of this, of course, was to prevent Lu Ran from getting jealous. This rough yet delicate approach made Lin Fan feel somewhat favorable towards this boy. The scene of Zhou Jiatsong and Lin Fan whispering to each other was also seen by many people.
Who is that person next to Zhou Jiatsong? He looks unfamiliar.
I was not mistaken, Zhou Jiatsong actually looked very humble towards that person.
This guy must be a big shot. Is the woman next to him Lu Ran from the Lu family?
You know what, they really do look a bit alike. Many people are very curious about Lin Fan and are full of expectations. Zhou Wanting inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lin Fan and her good-for-nothing brother Zhou Jiatsong.
It's him. Zhou Wanting couldn't help but be a little surprised.
Ever since that stunning glimpse that day, for some reason, she would often think of Lin Fan's handsome face.
There is no way around it, Emperor Yan is just like that, leaving a very deep impression on people.
Just one glance was enough to make her look stunning. And she recalled the day when Lin Fan asked her for his contact information. She would unconsciously feel a little shy. In fact, Zhou Wanting had been waiting in her heart for Lin Fan to contact her actively. But unfortunately, the call she was expecting never came, and she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Fan would show up at his sister Zhou Qingqing's birthday party today.
Is this a fateful encounter? Zhou Wanting's thoughts were churning in her mind for a moment.
She glanced at Lin Fan secretly, and felt the urge to take the initiative to step forward. But as soon as this impulse arose, she suppressed it immediately. No, be reserved. Girls must be reserved.
This is what their mothers taught them since childhood. When Zhou Wanting thought of her mother's teachings, she stopped moving forward.
But she looked at Lin Fan, and then looked at Lin Fan again after 30 seconds. It was obvious that she could not hide her inner emotions. Naturally, her shy look caught the attention of many boys who had been secretly paying attention to her. Suddenly, countless young boys' hearts were shattered on the spot, making a crashing sound.
Who is that man? Why is Wanting so shy towards him? I'm so angry. Does this man have some secret relationship with Wanting?
This guy is just a little bit handsome, what's so great about that? In an instant, the relationship between Zhou Wanting and Lin Fan immediately became the most wanted thing in the minds of all boys. Many girls also noticed this scene. When they saw the handsome face of Lin Fan, they couldn't help but blush. They all started asking each other about Lin Fan's identity.
This little brother is so handsome. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome boy.
When Zhou Jiatsong is compared with him, he is immediately outclassed.
Ah, I'm dead. When Song Yan saw this situation, she immediately felt that something was wrong.
There were so many women around, and it was obvious that they were all interested in Yan Di Lin Fan. If they knew that Lin Fan was not only good-looking but also very capable,
wouldn't they instantly turn into swarms of bees and butterflies and overwhelm Lin Fan?
Then my chances are slim.
Lin Fan is the top male god that I fell in love with first. These people don't want to compete with me. I will be angry if anyone does.
Although because of the little misunderstanding just now, there was some friction between him and Lin Fan.
But this doesn't hinder too much.
But if there are too many competitors, the competitive pressure will be extremely great. Song Yan looked around and found that many girls seemed to be very interested in Lin Fan, the handsome guy.
Involution, this is too involutionary. Song Yan immediately mixed in with the group of women and spoke left and right. This person is just an ordinary man.
I heard that he loves to beat his wife and has violent tendencies.
He would resort to domestic violence if he disagrees with her.
And his family is very poor. I heard that he can't even afford to cook.
He even has wives, and more than one.
Song Yan spread rumors everywhere with only one purpose, which was to make these people have a bad impression of Lin Fan. In this way, no one can compete with you, and your competitive pressure will be much less.
The more precious something is, the more people will fight for it. This is a very simple truth. A top male god like Lin Fan will definitely fall into my, Song Yan's hands, Song Yan thought in her heart.
But what Song Yan didn't expect was that just after she finished telling these rumors, the situation did not develop as she imagined.
It doesn't matter. Beating is love and scolding is affection. When love reaches its extreme, I will kick him.
I just like being kicked by such a handsome little brother.
Maybe in the future, if he doesn't kick me for a few days, I will be unhappy. So what if I'm poor?
Marry a chicken and follow the chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog. I can be with such a handsome boy, even if I'm a little poor, I'll accept it. Even if he has a wife, since he has more than one, it wouldn't be too much to include me. When Song Yen heard these words, she staggered and felt a little unbelievable. The train of thought of these crazy fans is so strange. But Song Yen thought about it again and felt something was wrong. After a moment, she thought with some sudden enlightenment. The reason why these people said these things is probably because they saw Zhou Jiatsong's attitude around Lin Fan and roughly guessed that Lin Fan's status was not low. As a high-level scheming green tea girl, Song Yen quickly noticed the little thoughts of the women present. Just when Lin Fan became the focus of almost the entire audience, a somewhat cold gaze kept scanning Lin Fan. This cold gaze was undisguised, making Lin Fan feel as if a slippery little snake was moving around his body again and again. He couldn't help but frown and looked at the person who made that gaze. He found that he was a tall and strong man about 1.8 meters tall. Although he is a little handsome, he is obviously not as good as me. This man is called Wang Feng. He has been pursuing my sister for a long time, but my sister has never agreed to him. Zhou Jiatsong spoke very appropriately. Wang Feng, right? Lin Fan felt slightly unhappy in his heart. Being stared at by such cold and material eyes would make anyone feel unhappy. Chapter 60 Gift. And since this person has been chasing Zhou Wanting for so long, it is obvious that his attitude towards her will not be very good. Lin Fan immediately responded to Wang Feng without any hesitation, using the same strong gaze. His gaze was not cold, but rather open and straight, filled with a vast, magnanimous and heroic spirit, just like the morning sun in spring melting the white snow in winter. When their eyes met, Wang Feng immediately felt defeated. He felt that he couldn't look Lin Fan in the eye. Lin Fan has broadened his horizons in the past few days. Without exception, all the people he has come into contact with are big shots who have extremely strong auras by nature. Moreover, Lin Fan is now in a high position, and over time he has gradually developed a special aura. Even a simple look is not something a rich second generation like Wang Feng can resist. However, Wang Feng obviously would not let it go so easily. After receiving Lin Fan's response, he immediately became angry and embarrassed. After observing the people around him and seeing Lin Fan as the focus of the incident, he felt even more indignant, so he decided to save the situation in a roundabout way. He looked at a pretty little girl sitting near Zhou Wanting. She was about 16 or 17 years old, and already a pretty young lady with a graceful figure. She was not at all inferior to Zhou Wanting. Even though she looked a little childish due to the lack of years of refinement, she had already begun to show the beauty that she was. Today's protagonist is Zhou Qingqing, the youngest daughter of Mr. Zhou. Wang Feng clapped his hands and asked his men to deliver a small women's makeup box to Zhou Wanting and her sister Zhou Qingqing. When you open the lady's makeup box, you'll find it's full of expensive cosmetics. Especially perfume. When it comes to luxury brands like Hermès and Chanel, many people naturally think of bags first. After all, many famous and expensive bags are often linked to these luxury brands, or even almost equivalent to these luxury goods. But in fact, Hermès and Chanel are also big perfume manufacturers. And the price, naturally, continues the style of luxury goods. Chanel No. 5 perfume, this is one of the most famous perfumes in the world. A blend of lemon, orange blossom, jasmine, rose and lily of the valley, its scent is as strong and shocking as a slap in the face. But the corresponding price is also extremely expensive. Just a bottle of perfume the size of a small palm can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan. Chanel No. 5 is just one of the more affordable perfumes Wang Feng gave away. Shalini perfume, recognized as the best perfume brand, has an extremely unique scent and costs nearly 100,000. Jar perfume, one of the best perfumes in the world, costs more than 100,000 yuan just for a small bottle. Wang Feng confidently gave away the makeup cases filled with these top-notch perfumes. The purpose, of course, is to make the beauty smile. Once he leaves a good impression on Zhou Qingqing, then his relationship with Zhou Wanting will naturally have a chance to break through. It is said that this perfume only has 2 stores in the United States. They do not accept any online purchases and can only be purchased in the store. Due to the shortage, you need to make an appointment and queue up, which makes it very difficult to buy. At the same time, the price is extremely high. The design of appearance and taste is very elegant and of high style. It's not just jar perfume, there is also Shalini perfume, Chanel No. 5, so many kinds of luxury perfume. Wang Feng's family runs this kind of luxury goods business overseas, so he has the channels to get so many well-known and expensive perfumes. Things bought abroad are so good. So many of the world's top luxury goods are all from abroad. No wonder Wang Feng's family made a lot of money from this business. I would also like to find a husband like this if I have the chance. The green tea girls were immediately excited. Especially the group of returnees including Lu Qir and Song Yan, their eyes were shining as they stared at those precious foreign luxury brand perfumes. They all have experience studying abroad, but as dragon citizens, their treatment abroad has always been mediocre. As time went by, they became accustomed to the prosperity of foreign countries, and naturally developed a yearning for foreign life and culture, and developed a condescending attitude towards the dragon country. Seeing so many foreign luxury perfumes, their eyes immediately lit up. Wang Feng heard the exclamations from all around him. He felt very proud, but at the same time he looked down on these stupid women who worshipped foreign things. But this is not important. The key is whether Zhou Qingqing likes these things. Wang Feng looked in Zhou Qingqing's direction nervously, observing her expression carefully. Zhou Qingqing smiled, nodded politely and thanked for the gift. This attitude. I can't say it's a pleasant surprise, but it's not cold as ice either. It should be okay, just about the norm, Wang Feng thought. In fact, Zhou Qingqing was not too moved. Don't be fooled by her young age, she is only in high school, but her stunning looks are already showing, and she is a real beauty. There are quite a few boys pursuing her, and among them there are naturally some difficult second-generation businessmen. The gifts they gave to Zhou Qingqing were basically luxury items such as perfumes and bags. Zhou Qingqing had long been tired of seeing these things. Zhou Wanting also somewhat disapproved. As the most beloved daughter of Mr. Zhou, she grew up in an extremely privileged environment. She was no longer interested in these luxury goods and naturally would not be as surprised as those green tea girls. Seeing Zhou Qingqing's indifferent attitude, Wang Feng couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. These things were good stuff that he got through a lot of connections. Unexpectedly, even these top-grade perfumes failed to catch the eyes of the two young ladies of the Zhou family. Wang Feng felt a little unwilling and powerless in his heart. There is nothing I can do. Mr. Zhou is the richest man in Haicheng. I am afraid there is no gift that can impress his two daughters. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw Wang Feng, the bootlicker, suffered a loss. At the same time he took a gift box and placed it in his hand. Zhou Wanting glanced at Lin Fan and saw that he seemed to have a gift for his sister, so she immediately smiled and said, This guest seems to have a gift as well. Please bring it up." Lin Fan nodded and asked the people around him to take the things to Zhou Qingqing and her sister. A seemingly ordinary gift box, just like any gift you can find anywhere. After Zhou Wanting took the gift box, she looked at it with great anticipation. Because she knew that Lin Fan's move would be extraordinary and definitely not some ordinary thing. But her sister Zhou Qingqing disagrees. "What kind of gift is this? I haven't seen it before." Chapter 61 Yunjin. When the green tea fans saw this ordinary gift box, they also felt that it must not be something good. After all, even Wang Feng's world-class perfumes were defeated. What good things could be put in such an ordinary gift box? Seeing that her sister was not interested, Zhou Wanting took the initiative to open the gift box. After opening the gift box, I saw a cheongsam of quite grand and luxurious style lying quietly inside. Zhou Qingqing's eyes lit up and she said in surprise, "What a beautiful dress!" The design of this cheongsam is unique, with a modified phoenix collar and peepul lapel, which is completely different from any cheongsam I have seen before. The dark green color of the whole body makes it look luxurious and steady, and also shows wealth and prosperity. Zhou Qingqing reached out and touched the fabric of the cheongsam. She felt as if she was touching the skin of a beautiful lady, extremely smooth and firm. This fabric is of top quality, and after being carefully tailored by experts, it fully brings out the gentleness and elegance of traditional Longwa women. When Zhou Qingqing saw this cheongsam for the first time, her eyes lit up and she felt that she had fallen in love with it. Wang Feng's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. He found that Zhou Qingqing actually liked this cheongsam much better than his own top-notch perfumes. The green tea girls around also felt a little disapproving. "I thought it was a gift, but it turned out to be just a cheongsam. How much is a cheongsam worth? This gift seems to be far less valuable than Wang Feng's top-notch perfumes. I thought this handsome boy would give me some shocking gift, but I didn't expect it to be so ordinary." Facing the whispers of people around him, Lin Fan finally spoke. "In fact, when it comes to luxury goods, our country is not inferior to foreign countries at all. Have you heard of Yunjin? This is our traditional handicraft, and it is said to be worth every inch of it. Brocade." Hearing this somewhat unfamiliar name, these green tea fans are actually still a little confused. They simply could not comprehend how much a traditional craft luxury product from Dragon Country could be worth. In their eyes, only foreign luxury goods are good things. But after all, today is the banquet of Zhou Fuao, the richest man in Haicheng, and among the people he invited, there are naturally some people with extraordinary vision. At that time, a middle-aged man about 40 years old with a bald head came out and said excitedly,
Yunjin, it's actually Yunjin.
"It is the first of the 4 famous brocades of Longhua. It is made of extremely exquisite materials, has fine weaving skills, and has gorgeous and colorful patterns, as gorgeous as clouds, hence the name Yunjin." There were a lot of descriptions about Yunjin in the Dream of the Red Chamber. This is the top quality silk product used in ancient times to make dragon robes for the emperor.
Ding.
Surprise value plus 100.
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 Yunjin, this kind of fabric, was it specially used for making dragon robes in ancient times?
Hearing this, everyone present was slightly surprised. Although I didn't understand the description of Yunjin at all, when I heard that it was specially used to make dragon robes in ancient times, I immediately felt the weight of this fabric.
But, is this a bit too exaggerated? Is this Yunjin really that precious?
It is said that the material for the dragon robe is specially supplied by the emperor, so it should not be bad.
I still don't quite believe it. It's just a piece of clothing, how much can it be worth?
Hearing that some people around him still didn't believe it and even questioned the price of the brocade cheongsam, the bald man immediately became angry. With trembling hands, he pointed at the person who had just spoken and started cursing.
What do you, a bunch of foreign worshipping women, know?
As the first of the 4 famous brocades in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, Yunjin was once listed as an imperial tribute in 3 dynasties. It is an extremely precious historical and cultural heritage of our Dragon Kingdom. As a representative of the highest level of our brocade weaving skills, the craftsmanship is almost lost. The price of real authentic Yunjin is simply not comparable to those foreign perfumes.
The bald man shouted angrily with an extraordinary momentum.
Among the many people present, someone has already recognized the bald man and revealed his true identity. He is Professor Qin, a professor who specializes in studying the historical and cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom. Professor Qin is the real boss of the antique world in Haicheng. It is said that anything authenticated by him has never failed. His position in the antique world of Haicheng is almost equivalent to that of a leader. As soon as Professor Qin mentioned Yunjin, he seemed to be quite excited and talked incessantly. Yunjin is a good thing that our ancestors developed based on the excellent tradition of brocade weaving from past generations. It has a history of thousands of years. It thoroughly integrates the valuable experience of various silk weaving techniques and reaches the pinnacle of handicrafts.
The price of a piece of top-grade brocade is so high that you can't even imagine it. Can those foreign luxury goods have such a rich cultural heritage? Can it have such a high collection value? When it comes to luxury goods, our dragon country's luxury is much better than those foreigners.
Professor Qin spoke eloquently. His words were of course extremely weighty, and they made those Western worshipping green tea girls dare not say a word. As for Wang Feng, his expression became uglier and uglier as he listened, and it was almost so gloomy that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Where did this old man Professor Qin come from?
He actually boasted about the gift given by Lin Fan. Wouldn't that make me look like a clown?
After all, the top-quality foreign perfume that he had given to Professor Qin was as worthless as wastewater on the roadside in his mouth. But the brocade cheongsam that Lin Fan gave was as valuable as gold and diamonds. This contrast immediately made Wang Feng feel extremely unbalanced. Especially, when he saw that the sisters Zhou Qingqing and Zhou Wanning were looking at this brocade cheongsam with more and more appreciation, the jealous desire in his heart completely erupted. "Old sir, please wait a moment." Wang Feng interrupted Professor Qin's speech very rudely.
"I think we already know the value of Yunjin.
But since Yunjin is so precious, it must be priceless and extremely difficult to obtain.
So the Yunjin given by this guest may not be the real thing."
His words were extremely vicious and ambiguous, actually implying that Lin Fan might have deliberately sent a counterfeit item to make up the number. When Professor Qin heard this, he also felt a little hesitant. After all, he had never held the brocade cheongsam in his own hands to examine it carefully, so he didn't know whether it was real or fake.
Professor Qin immediately looked at Lin Fan with an inquiring look.
He wanted to authenticate this brocade cheongsam himself. Lin Fan just shook his head. Chapter 62, A Variety of Scenes.
Wang Feng immediately seized the opportunity and said in a very vicious way, "You don't want to? Are you guilty? Just now you exaggerated that this cheongsam was made of brocade. Is it all fake?" He spoke like a string of cannonballs, questioning Lin Fan repeatedly as if he wanted to pierce him. However, Lin Fan did not move at all, and said calmly, "What I mean is, since I have given this cheongsam to Miss Zhou Qingqing, it is hers. Whether to hand it over to Mr. Qin for appraisal is her business and has nothing to do with me." Facing the aggressive questioning, Lin Fan spoke very magnanimously and calmly, without any panic at all, and he was very respectful to Zhou Qingqing. His calm demeanor immediately brightened the eyes of everyone present. In contrast, Wang Feng's aggressive attitude, which is almost like a machine gun, makes him seem narrow-minded and petty. This is in stark contrast to Lin Fan. In an instant, Wang Feng was overshadowed by Lin Fan in everyone's eyes. Professor Qin then turned his inquiring gaze to Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Qingqing immediately nodded her cute little head. She agreed to Professor Qin's request for identification. She actually also wanted to know whether this cheongsam was a counterfeit. After getting permission, the professor felt as if he had found a treasure and hurried to the brocade cheongsam. He picked up the cheongsam and examined it carefully inch by inch, examining it very attentively, as if he was afraid of missing any information. Wang Feng watched the scene very nervously, praying in his heart, "This is definitely fake. If it is really Yunjin, and he can give it away as a gift, then this person's strength is too terrifying." Wang Feng kept praying to God. This was his last hope for a comeback today. As long as this so-called brocade cheongsam is not real, he can easily kill Lin Fan. Otherwise, he will be the clown. Zhou Wanning also looked at Professor Qin's appraisal nervously. After about half an hour, Zhou Qingqing became a little impatient. After all, she was young and impatient, so she asked, "What is this thing like?" Professor Qin took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and said, "My previous estimates were all wrong." When Wang Feng heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. It turns out the stuff is really fake. Unexpectedly, Professor Qin's next sentence was a very solemn expression. "The value of this cheongsam is far beyond my imagination. This cheongsam is called magnificent scenery, and is also called clusters of flowers. When it was made, more than 10 of the country's top experts in design, dyeing, weaving, sewing and other fields were gathered together. It took this group of experts in their respective fields nearly a year to complete it. This should have been collected in the Treasure Art Exhibition Hall, but unfortunately it was accidentally lost abroad in the past. I didn't expect it to be found again now. This is almost equivalent to the quintessence of the Chinese culture, the Yunjin cheongsam. It has a very high collection value. If it is auctioned outside, it will probably sell for hundreds of millions of yuan." Hearing Professor Qin's words, the faces of the people around him changed drastically. This brocade cheongsam called clusters of flowers is so valuable. A sky-high price of hundreds of millions. Everyone couldn't help but focus their eyes on Lin Fan's face. This random gift actually has a sky-high price of hundreds of millions. How terrifying are Lin Fan's real assets? Perhaps Lin Fan didn't know the real price of this flower arrangement? If most people knew that the gifts they gave were of such value, they would probably be regretting it deep down. But everyone saw that Lin Fan had an extremely calm look on his face, as if he had not heard the words hundreds of millions of dollars. Obviously, everyone thought that Lin Fan knew the price of this flower arrangement. But in fact, Lin Fan was just not very sensitive to the price figure. It only costs a few hundred million. If you're a little luckier, you can get it by just drawing 10 times in a row. Wang Feng's face became more and more ugly, almost deformed. His face was almost swollen from being hit, and he had just been shouting about the authenticity of this brocade cheongsam. It was identified in a blink of an eye that this was not only a genuine Yunjin cheongsam. Moreover, it was created by 10 top experts in their respective fields. It can be said to be the best among Yunjin cheongsams and is also known as a treasure among flowers. Wang Feng was so angry that he cursed in his heart, but he could only put on a Sima face. His emotions were almost out of control. Zhou Qingqing couldn't put down this brocade cheongsam. Now, after hearing Professor Qin's story about the origin and price of this cheongsam, she immediately became more fond of it. At the same time, she was also surprised that Lin Fan gave her this gift, and her face couldn't help but show a little embarrassment. Why did this little brother give me such a precious gift? Is it because she is the daughter of rich man Zhou? Or maybe he is actually interested in me, but he is about 7 or 8 years older than me. But it doesn't matter. As long as there is love, I can tolerate it. Besides, since this boy is so handsome, I can tolerate it. Zhou Qingqing instantly fell into a love brain state.
After all, Lin Fan is a handsome guy, and young ladies of any age can easily fall into his appearance trap. What's more, a girl's heart is always full of spring.
Girls are always passionate.
Seeing Lin Fan's handsome appearance and his generosity, Zhou Qingqing couldn't help but imagine an encounter she had with him. Her elder sister Zhou Wanting, who was standing beside her, also caught a glimpse of the expression on her younger sister Zhou Qingqing's face out of the corner of her eye.
As Zhou Wanting's elder sister, how could she not guess what Zhou Qingqing was thinking? She became alert immediately. My sister wouldn't want to snatch a man from me, would she?
Although she is still young now, she will grow up in 2 years, and her appearance will probably not be inferior to mine.
By then she will be young and beautiful, and I might lose to her.
No, this kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Zhou Wanting made up her mind to declare her sovereignty to her sister and give her a shot of prevention. She no longer cared about her reserve and mustered up the courage to say to Lin Fan, thank you for preparing such a good gift for my sister. We haven't seen each other for a long time since we last parted.
I miss you very much. Zhou Wanting's simple words are actually full of profound meaning.
On the surface, it seems to be just a polite remark, but it is actually a double entendre, and anyone who is attentive can immediately detect its meaning. Many of the men present who had originally coveted Zhou Wanting's beauty and wealth immediately showed extremely unwilling expressions on their faces.
Zhou Wanting's words were like a blockbuster bomb, hitting their hearts directly and then exploding with a bang. Chapter 63: One mountain cannot hold two tigers.
Their young hearts were blown into pieces.
Isn't this a clear sign that he has a crush on Lin Fan?
Although Zhou Wanting's words were a hint. But he said it directly in public, in front of so many people.
We are not stupid, this is a clear indication.
Wang Feng's face became even uglier, and he looked at Zhou Wanting in almost disbelief.
Damn it, I licked you for 6 years, but you, Zhou Wanting, not only didn't let me touch your little hand, you even refused to say a word to me, and you didn't even bother to look at me.
But now he is actually hinting at a kid who suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
I'm very angry.
Wang Feng was so angry that he was deformed, but he was helpless and looked like he was going to get hurt internally. When Zhou Qingqing heard her sister's declaration of sovereignty, she pursed her lips and felt very aggrieved. The man I like, my sister actually knew him first.
It's so difficult for me. Zhou Qingqing, TT.
After hearing this, Lu Yiran, who was beside Lin Fan, raised her eyebrows in displeasure, feeling that her position was challenged. It was clearly her, Lu Yiran, who met Lin Fan first in the coffee shop today.
It was supposed to be a romantic and wonderful day.
But I didn't expect that first the plan was disrupted by a stupid guy Lu Feng, and then it was disrupted by so many women at this banquet. Lu Yiran's eyes suddenly became sharp, and Zhou Wanting also noticed it very keenly.
She responded to Lu Yiran's sharp eyes in the same way. Lu Yiran and Zhou Wanting looked at each other unceremoniously.
On one side is the young lady of the Lu family in Antique Street, and on the other side is the daughter of Zhou Fuao, the richest man in Haicheng.
Whether in terms of wealth, status, or fame, they are all overseas Chinese in Haicheng.
Almost no man can ignore the existence of these two beauties, and there are countless men who bow down to their beauty and wealth. But no one expected that today, because of a little-known Lin Fan, a Shura-like situation would be formed on the spot. There can't be two tigers in one mountain.
Just when a storm was about to brew between Lu Yiran and Zhou Wanting,
a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked out with the gait of a dragon or a tiger.
Mr. Zhou, it's Mr. Zhou, the richest man in Haicheng. He finally showed up.
He is the elusive real estate tycoon of Haicheng, and the tycoon who has been the richest man in Haicheng for many years.
Today is the birthday of his beloved daughter. I am so lucky to have this opportunity to meet Mr. Zhou. Rich Zhou.
When he saw this man, Wang Feng immediately tidied up his appearance. In fact, the reason why he came here today, besides because of Zhou Wanting, was more for the purpose of meeting the rich man Zhou.
This is the richest man in Haicheng.
If I can establish a relationship with him, then I will be able to get whatever I want in Haicheng in the future. Wang Feng immediately took out another gift he had carefully prepared and planned to give it to Mr. Zhou in order to establish a friendship with him.
Uncle Zhou, long time no see, I am. Wang Feng began.
But the next scene made Wang Feng freeze in place. Mr. Zhou completely ignored him and walked quickly towards Lin Fan, as if he didn't see him at all. The daughter was like this, and her father was like this too, completely ignoring her, with only Lin Fan in his eyes. Wang Feng was so angry that he almost vomited 3 liters of blood, and died on the spot from high blood pressure. He clenched his fists, feeling extremely furious.
All of his limelight today was snatched away by Lin Fan.
Even the wealthy Zhou, whom he wanted to curry favor with the most, completely ignored him and went straight to Lin Fan. It was as if Lin Fan was a treasure full of gold in the eyes of Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou politely bowed to Lin Fan and said, "Brother Lin, today is just my daughter's birthday.
I am honored to have someone like you come to my house and give me gifts.
I have prepared some small gifts, please accept them." Mr. Zhou spoke at a steady pace, his voice rhythmic and full of the demeanor of a big boss. But what he said was extremely polite to Lin Fan, treating him like a distinguished guest.
Even, there is a hint of flattery in it.
Everyone present, including Professor Qin and other middle-aged men, all changed color and felt a little shocked.
Ding. Surprise value plus 500. 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 Ding. Surprise value plus 500.
This is Mr. Zhou, the real estate tycoon of Haicheng. Normally, others always fawned on him and were extremely respectful to him. But I didn't expect that today he would treat an unknown junior in such an attitude.
For a moment, a question kept lingering in everyone's mind. So who exactly is this Lin Fan?
Not only did he casually give away treasures worth hundreds of millions, he even managed to make Haicheng's richest man, Zhou Fuao, treat him in such a humble manner.
Lin Fan's strength is simply unfathomable, as boundless as the ocean.
The more they knew Lin Fan, the more they could feel how terrifying he was. After the initial shock, everyone began to communicate in low voices.
It's unimaginable that Mr. Zhou would treat a junior like this. This kid is probably about the same age as his daughter.
Mr. Zhou actually calls him Brother Lin.
Isn't this obviously an attempt to get close to him? Could it be that Lin Fan's background is extremely exaggerated, which is why even Mr. Zhou could only greet him with this attitude? It must be like this, otherwise there is no way to explain it all. If we can marry a big shot like Lin Fan, wouldn't we be able to rise to great heights?
Seize the opportunity and find a way to leave a good impression on this important person.
I wonder what the small gift Mr. Zhou just mentioned could be.
Mr. Zhou clapped his hands and ordered his men to take 3 small golden boxes. Lin Fan's eyes flashed, and he saw at a glance that these 3 boxes were not gold-plated, but were all made of pure gold. As expected of the richest man in Haicheng, the gift box alone is so glittering with jewels and extremely luxurious. Mr. Zhou politely picked up the first box and opened it, revealing a car key.
Some car lovers around recognized it immediately and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is the key to the Pagani Zonda."
It's a luxury car worth at least 10 million.
Mr. Zhou is actually a scheming man.
He has already sent all his subordinates to find out Lin Fan's information through various channels. Lin Fan's current cars include a Ferrari 500 and a cool-looking Lamborghini Huracan. These 2 cars are certainly good and have a high cost-performance ratio, but they are by no means the top luxury cars. As the richest man in Haicheng, Mr. Zhou naturally knows many car enthusiasts after years of networking. He immediately secretly bought 3 famous cars, and today he specially invited Lin Fan over, preparing to have a favor with Lin Fan.
Chapter 64: A Small Gift.
The second box and the third box actually also contain car keys. One is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth more than 20 million yuan. The other car was a Lamborghini Veneno, worth 42 million yuan. Lin Fan nodded slightly. He was indeed the richest man in Haicheng.
He was so generous and lavish.
The 3 luxury cars together cost more than 70 million. It seemed that this rich man Zhou knew his identity and came here specifically to spend money to make friends. Lin Fan was a smart man and he immediately understood. He didn't hesitate, just smiled and nodded and accepted the 3 car keys. Seeing Lin Fan being so straightforward, Mr. Zhou couldn't help but feel happy. After all, for people at his level, the pleasure of spending money on worthy people is actually very high. Having a big shot like Lin Fan accept the gift he had carefully prepared, Mr. Zhou felt very honored and couldn't help but smile. But then, his subordinate came to his ear and briefly mentioned the gift that Lin Fan had just given him. Lin Fan actually gave Qingqing such an expensive gift. Rich Zhou was shocked. What he didn't expect was that the 3 luxury cars he had carefully prepared were not as expensive as the piece of clothing that Lin Fan casually gave him. This is too discouraging. For a moment, Mr. Zhou felt that his vision was still too narrow. He originally thought that he was already very generous by giving away 3 luxury cars with a total value of more than 70 million. But no one expected that Lin Fan would actually give away a precious brocade cheongsam worth hundreds of millions of yuan, simply not treating the money as money. Brother Lin, I have no right to accept such a valuable gift from you. Please take it back, said Mr. Zhou politely. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. It is just a small gift. I am just returning the gift you gave me when I moved into Lishan Villa District. She actually called that cheongsam a small gift. When everyone heard this, they were choked up and felt their three perspectives were somewhat shocked. This brocade cheongsam called Clusters of Flowers is a top-quality treasure worth hundreds of millions of dollars. This kind of gift can actually be called a small gift. If someone else said this, people might just think he was exaggerating. But if these words came from Lin Fan's mouth, everyone would only sigh at Lin Fan's terrifying strength. But those who were attentive heard another key piece of information in this sentence: Lishan Villa District. Lin Fan actually also lives in Lishan Villa District, where billionaires from Haicheng gather. But on second thought, this was unexpected, but also reasonable. It might be reasonable for someone like Lin Fan to live in the Lishan Villa District. After hearing this, Mr. Zhou felt a little uneasy. He gave the gift today not only to establish a relationship with Lin Fan. The original intention was to compensate his son Zhou Jiatsong for his unreasonable behavior a few days ago through giving gifts. Zhou Jiatsong secretly mobilized his own people that day and tried to provoke Lin Fan in an extremely powerless manner. Although the result did not harm Lin Fan, and Zhou Jiatsong had already apologized, the matter seemed to have been over. But Mr. Zhou thought in his heart that even though Lin Fan didn't say anything about this matter, he wasn't stupid and he wouldn't just forget it. Lin Fan just didn't mention this matter deliberately to save his own face. But not mentioning it doesn't mean that people don't have any hidden grudges in their hearts. And it would be better to pay a certain price to eliminate this grudge. Today he originally wanted to use the opportunity of publicly giving 3 luxury cars to Lin Fan to eliminate this grudge. However, he did not expect that Lin Fan would be the first to give such a precious gift to his youngest daughter Zhou Qingqing, which made him a little at a loss as to what to do. But Zhou Fuhao was, after all, a real estate tycoon in Haicheng, and had been at the top of the richest man list for many years. He immediately calmed down and thought. He caught a glimpse of his daughter Zhou wanting out of the corner of his eye. There was something unspeakably wrong with the way she looked at Lin Fan. Mr. Zhou understood what he meant and came up with a plan. How could an old fox like him not know what others were thinking? He immediately said, Lin Fan, how about this? You young people can have some topics to talk about when you eat together. Come over here and let my daughter have dinner with you and treat you well. Come over here and sit down. As Mr. Zhou spoke, he pointed to a seat next to Zhou Wanting. That's a seat reserved for the Zhou family, and usually only female family members or their relatives can sit there. It's obvious that he's trying to bring his daughter and Lin Fan together. This old fox, Mr. Zhou, is really good at this. Could it be that he wants to marry his daughter to Lin Fan? If he offends Lin Fan, he will gain a powerful opponent, and if he makes friends with Lin Fan and gives each other gifts, he will gain a powerful friend. But a strong opponent and a strong friend are actually not as good as a strong son-in-law. How smart. No wonder he's the richest man in Haicheng. Zhou Fuao's words immediately made Wang Feng so angry that he clenched his teeth and white air came out of his nostrils. Wang Feng has been coveting that position for a long time. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water sees the moon first. It would be great if I could sit next to Zhou Wanting and attend this banquet together. Then there is no doubt that it is not only a supreme honor, but also many opportunities to show yourself. But now this opportunity was directly obtained by Lin Fan, and Wang Feng was so jealous that his teeth were itching. But Lin Fan didn't think too much about it. He heard Mr. Zhou taking care of him and taking a seat, and he was with Zhou Wanting, whom he had met once. He nodded and walked over with Lu Yiran. Although Lu Yiran's expression remained unchanged, she was already feeling a little unhappy in her heart. Women's minds are always delicate and sensitive. Lu Yiran realized that the old fox Zhou Fuhao was obviously trying to bring Lin Fan and his daughter together. She naturally felt that her position was challenged. Today was supposed to be a romantic encounter between him and Lin Fan, but he didn't expect to be disturbed by some irrelevant people. Now that the old fox Zhou Fuhao had intervened to disrupt the situation, Lu Yiran's eyebrows raised slightly. Although Lu Yiran was a little unhappy, she did not lose her composure. It's just about snatching a man, who is afraid of who? As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Yiran is born with confidence. Naturally, no one else can get involved with the man she likes. Lin Fan brought Louis Ran and sat at the special table where Zhou Wanting and Zhou Qingqing were. There were only 4 people at this table, and the dishes served were different from those at other tables. This was the most high-end banquet hosted by Mr. Zhou. As soon as Lin Fan sat down, he felt that the atmosphere was a little off. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama. Where there are many women, there will naturally be many disputes. Lin Fan has experienced the overt and covert competitions many times before. Lin Fan's ex-girlfriends in high school were all in the same class and would often go out and participate in activities together. The feeling now is somewhat similar to that time. Louis Ran sat down seemingly nonchalantly, then stretched out her slender hands to fiddle with the tableware. Chapter 65 Confrontation. In fact, the corner of her eyes kept touching Zhou Wanting, as if sparks could be created. But Zhou Qingqing was a little special. According to the sisterly relationship, she naturally hoped that her sister could win. But she didn't really want her sister to win. After all, she also wanted to have a chance to stage a romantic scene with Lin Fan. So at this table, except for Lin Fan who wanted to have a quiet meal, the other 3 women actually had their own ulterior motives. The first course was served promptly. Steamed butter crab. Butter crab, one of the most precious crab species in Dragon Country, has a very long production period and is very valuable. This type of crab is very special. During its growth period, the crab roe breaks down into golden oil and spreads throughout its body. Once the crab is steamed, it is filled with all kinds of fragrant butter, which is very delicious. However, the butter crabs on Lin Fan's table were a little different. The butter crabs at other tables were only the size of an adult's palm at most. But the butter crabs on his table were 3 times the size of those on other tables. Obviously, this butter crab is not ordinary. Its size alone is extraordinary. Zhou Wanting smiled and explained, "This is the first-hand top-quality butter crab. Only less than 0.01% of the butter crabs every quarter may be of this top quality." After Zhou Wanting's explanation, Lin Fan also learned about this special butter crab. Butter crab is famous in the south and is known as the king of crabs. However, the production areas are extremely limited. Even the varieties that have been scientifically cultivated are far less flavorful than pure natural butter crabs. Pure natural butter crab, also known as sea oil crab. The top quality crabs are so delicious that the crab oil seeps into every joint of the body. However, these top grade butter crabs are extremely rare and precious, and sometimes only a few may appear in a quarter. What was in front of Lin Fan and the other 3 was the best of the top grade butter crabs. Not only did the crab oil perfectly penetrate every inch of the crab meat, but the crabs were also very large in size. The price of this premium butter crab is extremely outrageous and is often out of stock. Even if you have money, it is extremely difficult to buy them on the market. Only the rich man Zhou, who has many years of connections in Haicheng, was able to get a few for him. At this moment, the plate of butter crab in front of Lin Fan became a problem. The 3 women glanced at each other in tacit understanding. Lin Fan pretended not to notice their strangeness and said, "Since today is Qingqing's birthday, I'll give you this butter crab." Zhou Qingqing raised her lips, feeling happy in her heart, but on the surface she said, "How can I feel embarrassed? Brother Lin Fan, you have given me such a precious gift, so I'll give you this crab shell." As she spoke, she peeled the largest butter crab. Snap! As the crab shell separated from the crab body, the orange-yellow ointment overflowed, filling the air with fragrance. Zhou Qingqing smiled and placed the crab shell filled with thick buttercream in Lin Fan's hand. However, when Lin Fan smelled the fragrance, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that Louis Ran had indeed started competing with Zhou Wanting. The 2 women's eyes involuntarily drifted towards the crab shell, and it was obvious that both of them wanted it very much. The 2 of them, one is the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and the other is the daughter of the wealthy Zhou. Naturally, they would not lose their dignity because of a crab. But the right to distribute the crab shell of this crab is in Lin Fan's hands. Then the flavor of this matter has changed. Whoever Lin Fan gives it to represents who Lin Fan cares about more. This is what women value most. For example, the classic question, if your mother and I fell into the water, who would you save? The key to this question is actually to see which woman the man cares about more in his heart. So the biggest problem for Lin Fan at this moment was whether to give the crab shell in his hand to Louis Ran or Zhou Wanting. But before Lin Fan could speak, the 2 women started competing with each other. Louis Ran smiled wryly and said, "I think it's better to give it to Miss Zhou. I heard that the butter of butter crab is not only nutritious but also beautifies the skin. I think it's very suitable for Miss Zhou." Zhou Wanting could tell that she was trying to tease her, so she said, "No, no, the oil from the crab is said to be very good for the brain. Miss Lu should eat more of it." The two women were confronting each other, with a tit-for-tat momentum. This was just the beginning. The two women became more and more excited as they talked, and they only had eyes for each other. Miss Shou is indeed a lady from a noble family. Her hospitality is first-rate. How can I compare to Miss Lu, who is so kind and thoughtful, and even as a guest, she is so knowledgeable and interesting. Lin Fan felt overwhelmed. The two women, Lu Yiran and Zhou Wanting, were bullying each other, which made the meal full of the smell of war and gunpowder. Zhou Qingqing took the opportunity to walk to Lin Fan's side. She took advantage of the fact that her sister and Lu Yiran were bullying each other, and she benefited from it. "Brother Lin Fan, I am very interested in the brocade cheongsam you gave me. Can you tell me more about the history of this cheongsam?" Zhou Qingqing is actually a scheming girl, and she has inherited the scheming of her father, Zhou Fuao, very well. Just now, she deliberately took the crab shell and gave it to Lin Fan, with the purpose of making her sister Zhou Wanting and Lu Yiran fight for it, so that she could reap the benefits and get close to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was also a discerning man, and he noticed this as well. The smiling Zhou Qingqing in front of him was actually a little devil. The trouble she would bring him would probably be no less than that of the other two women. These people are really... Lin Fan was helpless. The scene of the three women at their table acting, competing with each other, and scheming against each other also caught the eyes of some people who were interested. Wang Feng was so jealous that he almost bit his teeth off. His beloved goddess Zhou Wanting, at this moment, lowered her attitude for Lin Fan and competed with another woman. Song Yan's face was also full of jealousy. She was envious of Lin Fan, the emperor of Yen. What's more, Lin Fan is not only a handsome man, but also a wealthy man. This kind of man simply makes Song Yan unable to stop. Lu Kor lowered her head somewhat dejectedly. Today was originally a blind date arranged by her family, but due to her own ignorance and stupidity, all the subsequent changes happened. Now Lu Kor was filled with regret, great regret. And just at this moment, a phone call came. "Kor, how's the blind date going? Is the Lin Fan I introduced to you suitable?" It turned out to be Lu Kira's own second aunt. Today's blind date between Lu Kor and Lin Fan was arranged by her. After hearing what her second aunt said, Lu Kor glanced in the direction of Lin Fan again, and suddenly only a bitter smile was left on her face. "I am extremely and exceptionally satisfied with Lin Fan. But the question is, do I still have a chance?" Lu Kor felt a little sad, a little jealous, a little regretful and helpless. Chapter 66 Inappropriate. In the end, I could only say with a somewhat helpless tone, "He's a nice guy, but he and I are not suitable." Not suitable. These three words are also a true reflection of Lu Kir's inner thoughts. How could I be worthy of Lin Fan, who is a top handsome guy and a top rich man? Lu Kor felt that she was really too humble. But her unintentional words had a different meaning when they fell into the ears of her second aunt. When her second aunt heard this, she immediately thought that maybe Lu Kor felt that Lin Fan had good looks but no money, so she said he was not suitable. After all, these days when it comes to blind dates, if the woman says the guy is not suitable, there are usually two meanings: either she dislikes the guy because he is ugly, or she dislikes the guy because he is poor. Her second aunt didn't know what to say anymore. She said a few symbolic words and hung up the phone. Lu Kor looked at Lin Fan and felt very uncomfortable. How could I miss such a good brother? Just as Zhou Wanting and Lu Yiran were bullying each other, Lin Fan finally couldn't stand it anymore. He just wanted to have a quiet meal. He hadn't expected these women to be so dramatic, it was really beyond his expectations. "I have a solution, stop making trouble," Lin Fan said. As he spoke, he picked up a knife from the dining table and gently stroked the blade and the edge. He felt it was very sharp and smiled with satisfaction. Then he swung his knife swiftly and steadily, cutting the crab shell in half. Not a cent more, not a cent less, it was cut completely and neatly into two parts. He gave it to Zhou Wanting with his left hand and to Lu Yiran with his right hand. Lin Fan said, "Is this okay?" Zhou Wanting raised her eyebrows, smiled to Lin Fan's face, and said, "Not bad, not bad." Lu Yiran also restrained her temper, smiled sweetly, and said, "This is a great idea." However, there was still a cold light flashing in the eyes of the two women, and they were secretly competing with each other. Lin Fan was too lazy to watch their intrigues, so he turned around and told Zhou Qingqing the origin and history of the Yunjin Cheongsam. This somewhat special battlefield on the dining table also calmed down temporarily. But the good times didn't last long.
problems arose again when the second course, bluefin tuna, was served. Tuna itself is an extremely precious food ingredient, and wild tuna is listed as a critically endangered species by the World Conservation Union, making it even rarer and more precious than giant pandas. 7 years ago, Haicheng's Tiangong auction house auctioned a 222-kilogram premium bluefin tuna for a whopping 11 million yuan. Mr. Zhou also spent a lot of effort to purchase several of these top-quality tunas. The texture and taste of different parts of tuna are very different. The belly is plump, the back is strong, the head and neck are thick, and the meat at the tail is the leanest. The most expensive part of a tuna is the small piece of light pink fish meat between the middle and front abdomen of the fish. It has a rich and tender taste and is the most delicious part of the whole fish. It is also commonly known as big fat. In fact, there is an unwritten rule that only the woman with the highest status at the table can be the first to pick up the fish at this position. Zhou Qingqing, Zhou Wanting and Lu Yiran looked at each other and chose to remain silent tacitly. They gave the choice to Lin Fan, letting him decide who should get the big fat part of the tuna. However, Lin Fan thought that although he had never eaten pork, he had always seen pigs run. He had heard before that the best part of a tuna is the cheek. Rumor has it that in the past, after bandits captured a child, they would starve the child for 3 days and then put a steamed fish and a pair of chopsticks in front of the child. If the child picks out large pieces of meat from the back of the fish and eats them first, then let it go. If a child comes up and starts digging into the fish's belly, he will be detained for a few days. If he starts by picking meat from the fish face, then he is undoubtedly the most favored child in a wealthy family. Lin Fan naturally didn't know that the tricks of cooking tuna were different from traditional fish. It was Zhou Qingqing who reminded him, Lin Fan, the most precious part of the tuna is the belly. Only the woman with the highest status at the table can touch this part first. Who among the three of us should touch it first? A fatal question. When Lin Fan heard it, he immediately understood the trick. Zhou Qingqing could have taken the initiative to order the butter crab dish earlier because today was her birthday. But now this tuna dish is obviously for the woman with the highest status. Then the question is, in Lin Fan's mind, which of these three women has a higher status? They are the eldest daughters of the Lu family and the 2 daughters of Zhou Fuao, the richest man in Haicheng. Even if they have 2 daughters, whether they are the older sister or the younger sister is more important in Lin Fan's mind. In an instant, Lin Fan became a battleground force. And Lin Fan's reaction speed is also very fast. He answered simply, in fact, there is a rule in my hometown that only women of the lowest status can eat this part of the fish. So do you want to follow the rules of my hometown? Lin Fan cleverly solved this problem with just a few words. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. If you want to become Lin Fan's partner, you must undoubtedly abide by the rules of his hometown. Once this rule is followed, the fatal question they raised will lose its meaning. Lu Yiran and Zhou Wanting showed unwillingness in their eyes. He escaped danger again, quite clever. At this moment, Lu Yiran spoke again and said, Lin Fan, can you help me pick up the tuna meat? I can't quite reach it. Hearing this, Zhou Wanting raised her eyebrows and said, I can help you with it. I'm closer to you. Lu Yiran smiled but didn't smile at all, and immediately said, how can I bother you? Zhou Wanting sneered and said, then do you have the nerve to trouble Lin Fan? Lu Yiran turned her head and asked Lin Fan, do you think it's troublesome to help me pick up the food? Another fatal question. Lin Fan felt a little overwhelmed for a moment and held his forehead. It seems that my wish to have a quiet meal today is impossible to realize. These 2 women only bring trouble to themselves. Various life-threatening questions appear frequently, and I cannot solve every one of them cleverly. At this time, Mr. Zhou came over with several bottles of expensive red wine. Brother Lin, this is my personal collection of Romanée Conti Grand Cru red wine, a famous wine known as the king of wine in the world. Let's not go home until we are drunk today, said Mr. Zhou generously. Lin Fan finally found a chance to get away. He no longer wanted to be caught between several women and watch their intrigues. He immediately raised his glass and said, Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. Let's have a few drinks. As the scarlet wine is poured into the goblet, a strong aroma of wine fills the heart. Lin Fan took a sip and felt the lingering fragrance on his teeth and cheeks. It was a fine wine that could not be compared with ordinary wine. Chapter 67 God-level driving skills. With 3 stunning beauties by his side and a glass of wine in his hands, Lin Fan was in a very good mood. He couldn't help getting drunk. He held up his glass and kept toasting with Mr. Zhou, chatting and laughing. Lin Fan was drinking and chatting happily with the richest man in Haicheng, having fun like brothers.
If this were to get out, it would probably shock a lot of people. And Mr. Joe's private collection is truly worthy of the title of the world's wine king. Lin Fan admits that he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but he is much better than the average person. But at this moment, just drinking one more bottle made him feel a little unconscious. This wine is really strong. Lin Fan also took advantage of his good mood and simply immersed his consciousness into the system's space. Let us take advantage of the good mood today to draw the lottery. Lin Fan was very direct. He immediately exchanged all the surprise points he had accumulated over the past few days for blind boxes. He had gained a lot in the past few days, and had accumulated a lot of points without realizing it. Remaining points, 7,235. All of a sudden, the space in front of me was filled with about 70 blind boxes. There may be an amazing surprise in every blind box. It could be real estate, an expensive luxury item, or some unique skill. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel full of anticipation. I wonder what can be found out. Lin Fan said with some hope. If possible, I would really like more gold rewards, preferably the rarest skill types. Lin Fan couldn't wait and immediately used his right index finger to stroke the 10 blind boxes. Bite. What a pity, the sky is blue and the clouds are white. Reward, 1 million yuan. 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 Reward, 10 million yuan. 1 blue and 9 white. The total is 19 million yuan. It turned out to be a failure. Lin Fan frowned. This is the most unlucky time I have ever had since I started drawing lotteries. There was only one blue light in the 10th company, and the rest were all white lights. Lin Fan even suspected that this only blue light was because there was a guaranteed minimum of 10 consecutive draws. Otherwise, if all 10 consecutive draws are white light, it means cardiac arrest and high blood pressure. But before he had time to feel depressed, another idea immediately came to Lin Fan's mind. Wait, there will always be a big O after a big non. Could it be that today is not actually my day of big non, but the day of big O? Lin Fan guessed. The matter of drawing cards is extremely metaphysical. Lin Fan had encountered this situation before, where he was unable to ship the goods despite seeming to be in a very unlucky situation. But the next 10 pull series is often a sign of great luck. Is this the routine? With this thought in mind, Lin Fan immediately ran his fingertips across the 10 blind boxes. Reward, 1 million yuan. 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 It's actually 10 whites. The total amount is only 10 million yuan. Lin Fan was angry. I feel very high. No, if the goods are not shipped today, I just don't believe it. Lin Fan accumulated the flames of anger and immediately crossed out 10 blind boxes. Finally, there was a flash of golden rainbow light, so bright. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 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 million yuan. Critical hit reward, a graph diamond watch. Note, the value of this reward is approximately 1.5 billion. 5 blue, 4 white and 1 gold. A total of 54 million yuan. The goods were finally delivered, but looking at the golden reward for the critical hit, Lin Fan was a little dissatisfied. He glanced at the detailed notes about the watch. The watch made by Graph, the world's largest diamond brand, is made up of 153 carats of white diamonds, with a 38.13 carat flawless pear-shaped diamond in the middle. Looks pretty good. But Lin Fan knew that this kind of luxury reward was undoubtedly a very ordinary one among the golden critical rewards. Among the golden rewards, the company's shares certainly do not bring as much short-term benefits as such luxury rewards. But there is no doubt that it is a long-term investment, with substantial dividends every quarter. In the long run, it is much better. Rewards for personal skills are relatively rare. Even after the draw started so far, Lin Fan has only obtained one skill. The value of this reward is immeasurable. In comparison, this golden reward that directly rewards luxury goods is obviously a bit pale in comparison. Lin Fan became even more excited. No, I don't believe it. How can you be so stubborn today? Lin Fan's fingertips trembled slightly, and it was obvious that he was extremely uneasy. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 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 million yuan. Critical hit reward, a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. 7 blue, 2 white and 1 gold. The total is 72 million yuan. When Lin Fan saw this kind of direct luxury reward, his first reaction was average. However, after carefully examining the luxury car, he was slightly surprised. This is actually one of the most expensive sports cars in the world? Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost is recognized as the world's top luxury car. This car was specially produced for the Eagle country's royal family, and there are no more than 10 of them in the entire world. If we talk about the value, it will probably not be less than billions. This is a magical car that is no less than a luxury villa. Although the luxury rewards are the lowest tier among the golden rewards, there is no doubt that this luxury car is already the top reward in this tier. I don't know whether this is European or European. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. He felt a little unwilling in his heart, as he had been looking forward to today's lottery. But luck doesn't seem to be that good. Lin Fan took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. Calm down, calm down, at worst I can smoke later, there's no need to get excited. After making up his mind, Lin Fan actually relaxed and no longer had such a strong obsession with the lottery. As the saying goes, if you try to plant flowers, they may not bloom, but if you plant willows by accident, they may grow into a shade. Lin Fan finally adjusted his mentality, passed 10 blind boxes across his hand, and drew 10 in a row. This time, there were 3 colorful lights. It's actually a triple yolk egg. Reward, 1 million yuan. 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 Reward, 10 million yuan. Critical hit reward, become a director of Lawrence International High School. Critical hit reward, Airbus A380. Note, the most expensive private jet in the world, worth about 3 billion yuan. Critical hit reward, God-level driving skills. Note, the host will master all driving skills related to vehicles and aircraft, and all of them are God level. Chapter 68 Super Big Harvest. In 10 consecutive draws, there are 3 yellows, which means 3 golden critical hit rewards come at once. Lin Fan looked at the triple yolked egg carefully and felt it was a little unbelievable. After the big non-tradable shares, there is indeed a big European stock, and the European energy is overflowing. It's very nice and comfortable. Lawrence International High School is an extremely famous private school for aristocrats in Xiamen. Xiaqing's economic strength is much stronger than Haicheng, and it has many more rich people than Haicheng. This school is undoubtedly ranked first in Xiamen. It not only has rich teachers but also top-notch equipment. The students who are able to attend this aristocratic school are undoubtedly the second generation of some big shots. The average annual personal school expenses alone are no less than 1 million. This aristocratic school not only has extremely terrifying revenue. More importantly, he was able to get many well-known wealthy businessmen to give him gifts and curry favor with him, which meant that his power was enormous. The value of being a board member of this school is self-evident. What attracted Lin Fan's attention even more were the other 2 rewards. It's actually a private jet and the corresponding driving technology? Lin Fan was shocked. Airbus A380. The most expensive private jet in the world, worth about 3 billion yuan. The reason why it is expensive is not only because of its excellent flying ability, but also because its interior is decorated to be no less than that of a luxury villa and has ample entertainment facilities. Rather than being an aircraft with excellent performance, it is more like a large entertainment castle that can fly in the sky. This is something that would be enough to shock any wealthy person. God-level driving skills. Note, the host will master all driving skills related to vehicles and aircraft, and all of them are God level. This is amazing. Not only can it allow the host Lin Fan to have the ability to fly a private jet, he can also drive any kind of luxury car and reach a level that many professional racing drivers cannot reach. Great harvest. Super big harvest. Lin Fan felt a sense of happiness and dizziness in an instant. He didn't expect his luck to be so good today. 5 golden prizes, this was the most prizes he had ever received at one time since he started drawing the lottery. It's really generous. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel even happier. He exited the system space. Then he continued drinking with Zhou Fuhao and others, until he got drunk and lost all memory. In a daze, he seemed to be sent back to the room by the 2 women. When he regained consciousness, he was woken up by a phone call. Son, the once-in-a-decade ancestral worship ceremony is about to begin. Remember to take time to come back. Take good care of yourself when you are out there, and everything will be fine at home. Your childhood friends will all be back by then, so remember not to be late. The voice that came to his ears was his mother's, and Lin Fan gradually regained consciousness. He was still drunk and his head was aching, so he answered subconsciously, "Yeah, okay." Lin Fan spoke a few more words to his mother and then hung up the phone in a hurry. He continued to touch his head, which was swollen due to drunkenness, and was a little dazed. Because he was drunk, he didn't notice any details. That was his mother. Why didn't she ask him about his blind date with Lu Kor? According to my mother's personality, she should ask this question after the blind date. On the other end of the phone, Lin Fan's mother just sighed in disappointment after hanging up. She had just received news from Lu Kor's second aunt, saying that Lu Kor looked down on Lin Fan. Therefore, she deliberately did not mention this matter, for fear of hurting Lin Fan's self-esteem. In fact, Lin Fan's mother Lin Yuehua was not surprised by this result. She had also heard from several elderly people from her hometown that Lin Fan was a courier. After all, there are many young people working in Haicheng, and news spreads quickly. Lu Kor is a beautiful, wealthy woman who studied abroad, while her son is just a courier. It's normal for the girl to look down on his son Lin Fan. Well. But no matter whether he has a promising future or not, he is still his son after all. Lin Yuehua thought gently as she cleaned the room for Lin Fan again. During the days when Lin Fan was away from home, his mother would go to her room and clean it every day. Even if there is no one living in this room. When a mother misses her child, she will always go to his room and clean it up. Over time, this became a habit. Lin Fan's hometown is Qinghe Township, Y County. This is a place with simple folk customs, outstanding people, and great emphasis on customs. A ceremony to worship ancestors is held every 10 years, and any young person working away from home will come back to participate in the ceremony. Although this place is small, it is full of spiritual energy. The children are very smart and many of them have passed the exam. Many of Lin Fan's fellow countrymen are now working in some large enterprises or in important positions. Lin Fan's mother, Lin Yuehua, went out a few days ago and heard many neighbors discussing with each other. Mr. Zhao's son was admitted to a foreign university and is now the vice president of a large company. It is said that he is worth hundreds of millions. This kid has been really smart since he was young. He looks like he's going to be successful. And Xiao Lu's daughter. I heard that girl has grown up to be very beautiful. She is a teacher in an aristocratic school in Xiaoqing, and her monthly salary is tens of thousands. I heard that Lao Zhu's son and Lao Li's son have started a company together. Now they can get whatever they want in Haicheng. What about old Lin's son? I remember that Lin Fan was very smart when he was little. Oh, that Lin Fan has become a nobody. He's just a courier now. Is this true or false? How could it be false? My grandson told me that he works in Haicheng, and it was Lin Fan who personally delivered the package to him last time. When Lin Yuehua heard this, she felt helpless in her heart. Other people's children are so competitive. They were admitted to study abroad, became vice presidents, or became teachers in good schools, or started a company and made a lot of money. It's a pity that my son is just an ordinary courier. For this ancestor worship ceremony, all the young people will return to Qinghe Township. I hope Xiaofan won't be too self-deprecating by then. He is so ambitious. If he sees his childhood playmates doing much better than him, I'm afraid he won't be able to bear it. Lin Yuehua thought worriedly. Lishan Villa District, Lin Fan's home. Lin Fan rubbed his swollen head and still felt some aftereffects of a hangover. Tian Meiwei, the housekeeper, carefully brought a bowl of ginger tea and said, "Please drink it. It's very effective in sobering up." Lin Fan took the ginger tea and drank it down with his head tilted back. After about 5 minutes, I finally felt that the headache was no longer so severe. He also remembered that his mother called him and asked him to go back to attend the ancestral worship ceremony. I have to be low-key this time when I go back. I can't be too ostentatious so as not to make others feel too inferior.
Lin Fan thought.
Lin Fan has always been a very sentimental person and has a very good relationship with others.
Chapter 69 Memories.
This ancestor worship ceremony only takes place once every 10 years, which means Lin Fan will meet up with his childhood playmates whom he hasn't seen for nearly 10 years.
He has a very good relationship with most of his childhood playmates.
They are all good friends who have grown up together and are almost like brothers. Lin Fan naturally didn't want them to feel inferior because of his publicity, which would be bad.
Your own happiness cannot be built on the inferiority of others.
The happiness that Lin Fan pursues is a kind of happiness with positive energy, a kind of happiness that is better shared with others than to be enjoyed alone. So Lin Fan would not do anything like showing off his wealth in front of his old friends.
Lin Fan hesitated for a moment again and said to Tian Meiwei beside him, "You can come back to my hometown with me as my friend. Remember, don't expose my identity unless it is absolutely necessary."
When Tian Meiwei heard this, she immediately became curious and asked, "Where is your hometown?" Lin Fan replied, "Qinghe Township, Y County." Tian Meiwei's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said, "This is a great place with many talented people."
Lin Fan hummed and asked curiously, "You also know my hometown?" Tian Meiwei nodded immediately and said, "Our Haicheng is close to this place.
I've heard many people say that this place has produced many famous academic masters."
Lin Fan nodded. Many of his childhood playmates were indeed outstanding and had a very good relationship with him.
However, because it happened so long ago, the people who impressed him the most were a girl named Lu and a boy named Zhao, who had the best grades. Lin Fan shook his head. "I don't know what they are like now.
I haven't seen them for a long time. I miss them a little."
Thinking of this, he wanted to return home even more. He ordered Tian Meiwei, saying, "Hurry up and pack your things.
We'll drive out this afternoon." Tian Meiwei immediately replied, "Okay, I'll follow your instructions."
Haicheng, branch of Tianqi Game Company. This is a game company that has risen rapidly in recent years. In terms of development speed and scale, it is second only to Yuanmei Game Company. At this time, on the rooftop of the game company's office building, stood a man in a suit and tie with a tough face. He looked down at Haicheng from the top of the building, feeling quite heroic. His name is Zhao Tianming, one of Lin Fan's childhood playmates. As a true academic master, Zhao Tianming graduated from the world-renowned Stanford University when he was less than 20 years old. After graduation, he returned to Longbo and co-founded Tianqi Games Company with 6 other founders. Now, he is in his early 20s and has become the vice president of this well-known game company. An annual salary of tens of millions may be an unattainable dream for other people of the same age.
But for Zhao Tianming, it was just an easy thing and nothing to brag about.
An hour ago, he also received a phone call asking him to return to Qinghe Township to attend the ancestral worship ceremony.
So many years have passed without me noticing. Zhao Tianming sighed. I wonder how that brat Lin Fan is doing now. I asked someone about his situation, and it doesn't seem good. He's just a courier running a business.
Alas, I'd better try not to reveal my identity this time when I go back, so that he won't feel too inferior. I'll help him if I get a chance.
How can a young man in his early 20s be content to be a courier? When Zhao Tianming thought of Lin Fan, a look of disappointment gradually appeared in his eyes.
When they were young, they had a very good relationship and even joked about doing something big together when they grew up. Zhao Tianming did it, and now he is the vice president of a well-known company and can get whatever he wants.
Unlimited elegance.
But Lin Fan degraded himself and became an ordinary courier.
This made Zhao Tianming extremely sad and regretful.
I'm going to examine Lin Fan carefully this time and test his abilities. If he passes, he might be able to come to work in my company.
Zhao Tianming thought. If you don't pass, you can come to my company and be a security guard. At least it's much better than being a courier. How much money can you make as a courier?
The security guards in our company can earn tens of thousands of dollars, so it's okay for him to be the security captain. While Zhao Tianming was thinking about how to arrange for Lin Fan to enter his company, he looked at the blue sky.
After a long moment, he sighed.
Lin Fan has such a strong sense of self-esteem, I don't know if he will accept my help. Zhao Tianming hesitated for a while and finally made up his mind. If the time really comes, he might have to show off his strong financial resources in front of Lin Fan. Only in this way can he break Lin Fan's self-esteem, make him accept his help, and enter his company to enjoy superior treatment. Otherwise, with Lin Fan's self-esteem, he would never agree to help me. Xiao Fan, don't blame your brother when that time really comes. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhao Tianming murmured to himself. When necessary, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep a low profile and will have to show my strength in front of you, Lin Fan. After a while, his memory became vague again and he recalled a delicate and pretty little girl. This little girl is as beautiful as a porcelain doll, and her facial features are so delicate that one would think they were painted stroke by stroke with a brush. When she smiled, the whole room seemed to brighten up and be filled with fresh air. And if her lips pursed and she looked like she was about to cry, the whole air would seem to freeze. Every frown and smile can touch people's hearts. In particular, her eyes were particularly large, full of a lively and clear look. These are a pair of eyes that are hard to forget once you have seen them. I wonder how Lu Shishir is doing now. I heard that she has become a famous and beautiful teacher now. I don't know if she can still remember me. I'm really looking forward to seeing her again. In order to keep a low profile, Lin Fan had no plans to drive a Lamborghini Huracan, let alone a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Instead, he chose to drive the most plain-looking Feitua 500 back home. The brand of this car is not as famous as luxury cars like Lamborghini or Rolls-Royce. At the same time, because it is a pure performance monster, its appearance is not particularly refined and people will not think it is expensive at first glance. This kind of low-key car is naturally Lin Fan's first choice. Tian Meiwei was driving while Lin Fan dozed off in the passenger seat. The vehicle was driving smoothly on the highway until it was halfway, when it started to get a little bumpy. The road construction in Qinghe Township has not been completed yet, and the mountain road is a bit rugged. However, Tian Meiwei's driving skills are pretty good. In order to ensure Lin Fan's comfort as much as possible, she carefully controlled the vehicle's movement. Fortunately, the distance between Haicheng and Qinghe Township is not far, and the driving distance is not long, so the bumpy ride only lasted for more than half an hour. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at his destination. Qinghe Township Reception Office. As the ancestor worship ceremony is about to be held, many young people outside have returned here. The reception desk, which used to be deserted, is now a bit crowded. Chapter 70 Cool Car. Many young people have returned here, and some are excited to see the changes in their hometown. A respected old man was waiting here, surrounded by a dozen middle-aged people. Some young people who returned home looked at him with envy and jealousy. The village chief is already quite old, why is he waiting here today? Lin Fan's group of young people will be back today. The village chief loves them the most and has been waiting here since early in the morning to welcome them back. I heard that among Lin Fan's group, the little kid Zhao Tianming is the most promising and is now very successful. That's right. I heard that Zhao Tianming started his own business after graduating from a foreign university. Not only that, he is more than just starting a business. He is now the vice president of a large company. That's amazing. When they were young, Lin Fan and Zhao Tianming were the two people most favored by the village chief. They were almost the apples of his eye. Alas, but I heard that Lin Fan is not doing very well. He is just a small courier. He should be the worst among this group of people. Yes, I heard that Lin Fan's family arranged a blind date for him. The girl had just returned from studying abroad and she didn't like Lin Fan at all. Same person, different fate. When they were young, they were the most intelligent too. I didn't expect there would be such a big difference between them when they grew up. Just as everyone was whispering to each other, a Porsche Cayenne stopped at the door. Zhao Tianming stepped down gracefully from the Porsche. The young people and villagers around him looked at him with great envy. That car logo is a Porsche, and he actually drove a Porsche back home. This car is obviously a luxury car worth millions. Zhao Tianming is really rich. Zhao Tianming also noticed the looks from other people and couldn't help feeling helpless. This Porsche Cayenne is already the most mediocre car in his garage, but unexpectedly it still attracted so much attention. If I had known this, I would have rented a cheap ordinary car. Zhao Tianming originally wanted to keep a low profile, so he deliberately drove the cheapest car back, but he didn't expect the opposite to happen. However, before Zhao Tianming could take a few steps, another black car stopped behind him. The logo of this car is very rare. If you are not a car expert, you may not be able to recognize it at all. But the appearance of this car is extremely domineering and flamboyant, and it has the flavor of a performance monster. What car is that? I don't know, but it looks so cool. I wonder how much this car costs. I also want to own such a cool car. When Zhao Tianming saw the car, he was immediately surprised. This seems to be a Felipe series car. Even the basic model costs over $1,000,000 yuan. Who owns this car? The car door opened, and Lin Fan's figure slowly emerged from the car. At the same time, a beautiful girl with a graceful figure also followed him down. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, everyone recognized Lin Fan at a glance. There is no way Emperor Yan's appearance is so unique that it will be remembered in people's hearts. After all, this kind of beauty is really rare. Is this car Lin Fan's? It should be Lin Fan who rented it. After all, it is unlikely that a courier can afford to buy a car. It does look like it was rented. Look, Lin Fan got out from the passenger seat. He might not even know how to drive. Although I don't recognize the brand of this car, I subconsciously feel that this car should not be cheap. Lin Fan spent a lot of money to rent a car. It seems that he did it to avoid embarrassing himself in front of old friends like Zhao Tianming. The girl next to him is so pretty, she must be Lin Fan's girlfriend. This guy relies on his good looks, but his girlfriend is really pretty. Zhao Tianming recognized Lin Fan at a glance and immediately greeted him with a big laugh. You little brat, you haven't changed at all after all these years. Zhao Tianming laughed and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Lin Fan also looked at him happily. It was always a pleasure to meet an old acquaintance. While Zhao Tianming was reminiscing about the past with Lin Fan, he glanced at Lin Fan's car and saw that it was flying 500 meters. He also had some guesses in his mind. Xiao Fan may have heard about my current status from others and was afraid of not being able to hold his head up in front of me, so he spent a lot of money to rent this car. Zhao Tianming sighed secretly. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would become so proud now. Lin Fan was not like this before. It seems that this society has indeed changed him. After entering society, people tend to become materialistic and competitive. But with Xiao Fan's strong self-esteem, he must have been forced to do something like renting a car to save face. Zhao Tianming sighed. Thinking of this, he became even more determined to help Lin Fan. We must not let Lin Fan continue to degenerate like this. A rented car is, after all, rented and will have to be returned sooner or later. Zhao Tianming immediately opened his mouth, wanting Lin Fan to work with him, and he promised to help him make money. At worst, being a security captain can earn you a good monthly salary. Isn't that 100 times better than being a courier? But at this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd. It's bad. There are too many young people coming back this time, so we temporarily arranged for them to stay in the old houses. But our old houses are all dangerous. One of them collapsed. Many people were injured. When the village chief heard this, he was immediately shocked and rushed to check on the injured. Lin Fan and Zhao Tianming also frowned and followed the village chief. Fortunately, no one died. But the situation of two women is not optimistic. The two women were seriously injured and lost too much blood and urgently needed blood transfusions. More importantly, they are sisters and both have the relatively rare O blood type. The medical clinic in Qinghe Township does not have much of this blood type in stock. If they cannot be sent to a medical clinic in a nearby town in time, their condition will probably be dire. I'll take them to the hospital in town for blood transfusion, Zhao Tianming said immediately. But one car obviously cannot accommodate two injured women. After all, they are still wearing oxygen devices. These devices take up a lot of space, and one vehicle can only carry one woman at most. One car can't accommodate both of them, so I'll send one as well, Lin Fan said. When they heard that Lin Fan was also going to transport a woman to the town, many people were a little nervous. It's obvious that this car was rented by Lin Fan. Can he drive it well? The main thing is that his car is definitely not as fast as Zhao Tianming's Porsche. The Porsche is a luxury car worth millions, it must be faster than Lin Fan's. But now we only have Lin Fan's car here, so let's try it out. At the critical moment of life and death, the two girls urgently needed to be sent to the town for treatment. If you can get on a fast car, there is no doubt that your chances of survival will be greatly increased. Everyone felt that Lin Fan's car was definitely not as good as Zhao Tianming's. After all, none of them recognized Lin Fan's car logo. In their opinion, this might just be a no-name car that just looks good on the outside. But they did know that Zhao Tianming drove a Porsche Cayenne. This kind of luxury car will never be slow. Chapter 71, Try it out. The situation was urgent at the moment, and Zhao Tianming immediately carried an injured woman into his car.
Then, he turned his head and looked at Lin Fan seriously. Xiao Fan, I believe in you. You must catch up and don't fall too far behind me. This is a life at stake. Zhao Tianming said very seriously. After all, he is the vice president of Tianqi Company and has extraordinary insights. He knew that Lin Fan's car was actually very special, and was a model from the Fightery series. But what Zhao Tianming is worried about is, can Lin Fan drive a car of this performance well? The more powerful the performance of the car, the more powerful the driving skills required to match it. But Lin Fan, a courier, how could he have such strong driving skills? I'm afraid Lin Fan usually rides a motorcycle to deliver express packages and doesn't even have the chance to touch the steering wheel. But now only he and Lin Fan have cars here. We can only try our best to save the situation. Zhao Tianming didn't say much and drove quickly on the mountain road carrying the injured woman. Lin Fan also moved quickly, and the other injured woman was quickly carried into the car. The people around were a little worried. Is Lin Fan really okay? If he drove slowly, the girl might have lost too much blood, which could have been fatal. The road from here to the town is all rugged and mountainous, and requires very high driving skills. Can he really get there in time? I hope everyone is okay, and that they don't fall too far behind Zhao Tianming's car. In fact, everyone is a little worried, but it is a special situation after all. We can only try our best to save the situation. But Lin Fan actually didn't think too much about it. Only he himself knew the terrifying power of the Fichui 500 he was sitting in. This is a true performance monster. Not to mention the Porsche Cayenne, even your own Lamborghini Huracan might not be able to completely surpass it in terms of speed performance. Lin Fan inserted the car key into the hole and started the engine. Along with the roar of the engine starting, Lin Fan's adrenaline was also awakened. This was the first time he had used the God-level driving technique since he had drawn it. Lin Fan immediately stepped on the accelerator, and the whole car shot out like an arrow. For a moment, everyone felt that Lin Fan's black car was like a flash of black lightning, rushing into the mountain road. Am I old and blind? This speed is terrifying. What on earth is this car? It feels like it's much faster than Zhao Tianming's Porsche. Could it be that when Lin Fan came back this time, he specially spent a lot of money to rent a particularly good car? It should be like this. This car may just look inconspicuous, but it actually performs quite well. Lin Fan must have spent a lot of money to rent it. But his driving skills, can he handle this kind of car? I think it's hopeless. I hope Lin Fan doesn't lag too far behind Zhao Tianming and can get the injured to the hospital in time. Just when people were in panic and everyone was praying with their hands folded. Lin Fan, however, looked relaxed because he had discovered something. My speed is simply too fast. The scenery outside the window kept receding at an alarming speed. He stepped on the accelerator and swept across the rugged mountain road like a hurricane. If someone saw Lin Fan's behavior at this moment, they would definitely comment that this was an act of seeking death. Only a car god with a car that is more than 20 years old would drive like this, and dare to drive like this. If others did this, they would undoubtedly be seeking death. Such bad road conditions do not allow driving like this. But with the blessing of God-level driving skills, Lin Fan's current driving skills are no less than any driving god in the world. An extremely rugged mountain road may be like struggling through a quagmire for others. But for Lin Fan, it was like walking on flat ground, no different from playing bumper cars in an amusement park, very easy and with a very low degree of difficulty. Zhao Tianming was also driving very nervously, after all, this was about a life. But due to the rugged mountain road, even he didn't dare to drive too fast. Otherwise, even I might be in danger. Just as he was accelerating carefully, he found that a black car had caught up with him. The black car seemed to have no fear of the dangerous road conditions and drove forward at full speed. The speed of the car was so fast that Zhao Tianming was left far behind before he even had time to react. Fuck! Zhao Tianming was so surprised that he cursed. Having received higher education and served as vice president of the company for a long time, he has always attached great importance to his personal image and almost never swears. But at this moment, because he was too shocked, he opened his eyes and mouth wide, and couldn't help but say, "Awesome." The person who can drive at such a terrifying speed in such dangerous road conditions is undoubtedly a god. Wait a minute, why does this car look so much like the one Lin Fan drives? Zhao Tianming's eyes gradually revealed an expression of disbelief and shock. Could it be that Lin Fan is actually not as simple as he imagined? Ding! Surprise value plus 100.
Lin Fan's Fichui 500 was speeding along the mountain road like a black meteor. It quickly disappeared from Zhao Tianming's field of vision and turned into a small black dot. Lin Fan's car was within sight but out of reach. After a brief moment of confusion, Zhao Tianming swallowed hard and gradually adjusted his emotions. In fact, Zhao Tianming could see the extraordinariness of the car. But Lin Fan's amazing driving skills were far beyond his expectations. Even though Zhao Tianming is not a professional driver, he could see some clues. With such a rugged mountain road and such terrible road conditions, even some professional drivers would not dare to drive faster. But Lin Fan dared to use such terrifying speed, and he did it with ease and familiarity. This kind of driving skill can probably only be seen in some very good drivers. It turned out that Lin Fan not only spent a large sum of money to rent a luxury car, but also practiced his driving skills frequently. Could it be that Lin Fan was delivering couriers while also working part-time as a driver? Or maybe Lin Fan has a personal hobby of driving. I practice regularly and I am very talented. After more than 10 years of hard work, he has acquired excellent driving skills. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Zhao Tianming felt a little surprised that Lin Fan had this hobby, but it was reasonable. After all, who doesn't he have a hobby? That's great. Maybe I can get Xiao Fan to be my private driver. Zhao Tianming was delighted. Originally, he wanted to test Lin Fan's leadership ability and see if he could be qualified for some important positions in the company. If possible, everyone will be happy. If that doesn't work, Zhao Tianming naturally has other plans to help Lin Fan. If it really doesn't work, just recruit Lin Fan to be a security guard or security captain, which is much better than being a courier. But now it seems that my worries were completely unnecessary. Chapter 72, Amazing Driving Skills. Just relying on this amazing driving skill. Maybe I can let Lin Fan be my own private driver, to pick me up and drop me off. This kind of driving skills really made him very satisfied. However, Zhao Tianming was a little worried in his heart and hoped that Lin Fan would not fail. In such bad road conditions, there is a possibility of rollover. Even though Lin Fan's driving skills are extraordinary, he still needs to be careful. Zhao Tianming continued to drive carefully. It was nearly an hour later that he finally arrived at the hospital in a nearby town. After safely escorting the injured woman in his car to his destination, Zhao Tianming finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, because she was sent to the hospital a little late, the girl may need a longer time to recover. Zhao Tianming asked the nurse casually, "Before me, there should have been a similar wounded person sent here, right?" The nurse nodded and said, "A girl was indeed sent in 40 minutes ago." What? Lin Fan arrived 40 minutes ago. Zhao Tianming was shocked again. Ding. Surprise value plus 300. Although he was mentally prepared that Lin Fan would arrive here much earlier than himself. But I never expected that we would be leading for a full 40 minutes. That black flying trolley and Lin Fan's amazing driving skills were simply too amazing. In terms of speed, it completely beat his Porsche Cayenne. Leading by 40 minutes was an unimaginable concept. Zhao Tianming felt a little confused again. Even though he knew that Lin Fan was much faster than him, he didn't expect him to be so much faster. He immediately wanted to find Lin Fan to find out what was going on. In the hospital ward, Zhao Tianming quickly found Lin Fan. Lin Fan was standing by, calmly peeling an apple for the injured girl. At this time, the injured woman underwent preliminary treatment, and the blood on her face was washed away, revealing her complete face. Clean and bright skin, delicate facial features, and a quiet and well-behaved temperament. Lu Mengmeng, is that you? Zhao Tianming recognized the injured girl at a glance. When it was being transported just now, he didn't have time to take a closer look because time was urgent. Second, because his face was covered in blood and he hadn't seen him for many years, he didn't recognize him at first sight. But now Lin Fan and Zhao Tianming both recognized that the two injured women were named Lu Mengmeng and Lu Tiantian. Both of them were his childhood playmates. In an instant, Lin Fan's memory was awakened. Two cute little girls, the size of beans, were playing behind him. And the pair of cold yet spiritual eyes behind them. That is Lu Mengmeng's cousin, Lu Shishir. Lin Fan was delighted to recognize his old friend. It's a pity that Lu Tiantian was sent to the scene too late and is now in a coma due to excessive blood loss. Fortunately, his life is not in danger, he just has to stay in bed for a few more days. But Lu Mengmeng is luckier. Because Lin Fan drove very fast, he sent her to the hospital in a short time and she received sufficient blood transfusion immediately. This greatly alleviated her injuries, and her condition was much better than her sister. Lu Mengmeng had not been unconscious for long and was gradually waking up. And when she woke up with a moan and her eyelids twitching, Lin Fan's face immediately appeared in her pupils. She recognized Lin Fan the first time.
"It's you, brother Lin Fan. Did you save me?" Lu Mengmeng was surprised and happy.
Lin Fan smiled and nodded, and at the same time touched her head lovingly, just like he did when they were little.
Kill by patting the head.
Lu Mengmeng's cheeks turned red immediately, but she did not resist. In fact, she also enjoyed the feeling of being touched on the head by brother Lin Fan.
"Mengmeng, are you okay?" Zhao Tianming spoke. Lu Mengmeng only noticed him at this time, and immediately said in surprise, "Tianming, is it you?"
Zhao Tianming also nodded and said, "Thanks to Lin Fan this time, he sent you to the hospital right away, so your injuries are not as serious as your sister's. But it doesn't matter, she will be fine after a few more days of rest." Lu Mengmeng breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that her sister was fine. The three of them were old acquaintances who hadn't seen each other for many years, so they started chatting immediately.
"We talked for about half an hour."
Lu Mengmeng suddenly smiled playfully and said, "You two saved my sister, and we have nothing to repay you with, so I'll just give you a piece of information."
Zhao Tianming asked curiously, "What's the news? It's so mysterious."
Lin Fan didn't say anything, but just looked at her quietly, waiting for what to come next. Lu Mengmeng said mysteriously, "It's about my cousin Lu Shishir."
"I guarantee you will be very interested."
Lu Shishir. When Lin Fan heard this name, he had some impression, but it was not deep.
On the contrary, Zhao Tianming was somewhat interested and immediately asked, "What is the news?" Lu Mengmeng covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "Have you heard of a name, Lu Tianyun?" Lu Tianyun?
Lin Fan shook his head.
He had no impression of this name.
On the contrary, when Zhao Tianming heard the name, his face changed drastically.
He lost his voice and said, "Lu Tianyun, the insurance tycoon Lu Tianyun from Xiamen City, the one who claims to be the billionaire of Xiamen City?"
Hearing the title of billionaire, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. In Haicheng, there are many billionaires, and there is even a road to becoming a billionaire. But there are only a handful of billionaires, and they are very rare.
A person with such assets is definitely a tycoon-level boss, a real estate tycoon like Zhou Fuao.
Lu Shishir actually got involved with such a person. Lu Mengmeng didn't keep the secret any longer and started talking about Lu Shishir. It turns out that Lu Shishir has a second grandfather who ran away from home after having a falling out with his family decades ago.
This second grandfather had a sharp vision. He went to Xiamen to start a business and invested in the insurance industry.
After decades of hard work, he actually built an insurance empire. However, due to years of hard work, his body could no longer support him and he was just a spent force. On the 12th of last month, Lu Shishir's second grandfather passed away in Xiamen First Hospital.
Lu Shishir's second grandfather is the insurance tycoon Lu Tianyun.
Lu Tianyun had no children in his life, so Lu Shishir was his only heir.
In other words, Lu Shishir is a woman who is about to inherit a multi-billionaire fortune.
Using the word rich woman to describe her is extremely pale and powerless. Whoever could win her heart and marry her would undoubtedly save himself hundreds of years of hard work.
No way. Zhao Tianming swallowed in disbelief. She just inherited the assets of a billionaire like this?
His eyes were full of shock. Even though Zhao Tianming was a top student and graduated from Stanford University, he started his own business after returning to China and became the vice president of Tianqi Company. Behind all those brilliant resumes, Zhao Tianming deeply understood one thing. Personal struggle is always limited. Even though he is very talented, after all his hard work, his assets today are only worth a few $100 million.
The road to becoming a trillionaire is still a long way off.
Zhao Tianming also knew in his heart that in the domestic game market, there were giant companies like Yuannei Company that always had a head start over him.
Chapter 73: A Word of Awakening.
Even if his Tianqi Company develops for another 10 years, it is probably impossible for his assets to reach the level of a billionaire.
An idea involuntarily emerged in Zhao Tianming's heart. But if I can be with Lu Shishir, wouldn't it be possible to reach the sky in one step?
As soon as he had this thought, he secretly cursed himself for being useless. Instead of working hard on his own, he relies on women.
But deep down he couldn't help but look forward to it. What kind of boys does Lu Shishir like? Will you like yourself like this?
I am probably the best boy in my hometown, Qinghe Township. Maybe he just likes this kind of thing? Maybe. When Zhao Tianming's thoughts were a little wandering. Lin Fan, however, looked calm, as if he had not heard the news. Lu Mengmeng secretly admired Lin Fan in her heart. This kind of composure was extremely rare. Even an outstanding boy like Zhao Tianming couldn't help but feel shaken after hearing about this. But Lin Fan was not affected at all, which was enough to show that he had a very good character. Lu Mengmeng then fanned the flames and jokingly said, "My cousin called me yesterday and told me that she will be in Qinghe Township tonight. If you want to prepare, you'd better do it early. A word can wake a dreamer up." Zhao Tianming came to his senses immediately, and he couldn't wait to go back and make some preparations. After he said a few words hurriedly, he immediately prepared to return to Qinghe Township. Lin Fan just continued to peel the apple with an indifferent look on his face. Lu Mengmeng couldn't help but feel a little curious and asked, "Aren't you interested in my cousin?" Lin Fan didn't even raise his head, and continued to peel the apple without distraction, saying, "Why are you interested?" He carefully handed an apple to Lu Mengmeng and started to eat an apple himself. "He's a billionaire, aren't you tempted?" Even Zhao Tianming can't resist such temptation. Lu Mengmeng was a little surprised. Lin Fan took a bite of the apple and said nonchalantly, "Is being a billionaire very prestigious? This doesn't mean he's arrogant or self-righteous. Ever since he won shares in quite a few giant companies, his total assets have already exceeded 100 billion. A billionaire is indeed not worthy of his excessive attention." Ding! Surprise value plus 100. Lu Mengmeng was a little shocked. Lin Fan's tone was so loud that she found it hard to believe. "Brother Lin Fan, are you serious?" Lin Fan nodded. There was a sly glint in Lu Mengmeng's eyes, and she lowered her voice and spoke to Lin Fan. "Brother Lin Fan, I actually concealed a crucial thing and deliberately didn't tell Zhao Tianming. Because it was you who saved me, not him, so I wanted to help you, so I said that in front of him just now so that he would return to Qinghe Township. If Sister Shishir hears that something happened to Tian Tian and I, she will definitely rush here and stay in this hospital to take care of us. Then, you will have a chance." After hearing this, Lin Fan looked up at her in surprise. I didn't expect that Lu Mengmeng, who seemed innocent and looked cute on the outside, actually had such little thoughts in her heart. But it seemed that she had good intentions. She wanted to do this because I saved her and she wanted to repay me for my kindness. Lin Fan didn't say much, just said, "Don't do this kind of thing next time. Tianming is not that kind of person. He just couldn't resist the temptation for a while." Lu Mengmeng looked at Lin Fan's face and was a little confused about him for a moment. If an ordinary man heard this news, he would probably have been ecstatic. But Lin Fan was completely different, showing an unimaginable calmness. For a moment, Lu Mengmeng only felt that Lin Fan's face was covered by a mysterious and unfamiliar shadow. She couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lin Fan, what kind of job are you doing now?" Lin Fan said without thinking, "Courier." Lu Mengmeng staggered and almost fell to the ground. "Courier? The courier. I didn't expect Brother Lin Fan to be in such a miserable state." Lu Mengmeng felt a little sympathetic. But maybe Brother Lin Fan still has a chance to turn things around. Lu Mengmeng deliberately sent Zhao Tianming away in order to help Lin Fan and bring him together with her cousin Lu Shishir. No one else knew, but she was the only one who knew that her cousin had actually had a crush on and longing for Lin Fan since she was a child. However, this feeling has always been hidden deep in the heart of my cousin Lu Shishir and has never been easily revealed. If Lin Fan was willing to put aside his pride and actively pursue Lu Shishir, based on her understanding of her cousin, he might have a great chance of success. However, judging from Brother Lin Fan's current situation, he might not take the initiative. It seems like I have to create opportunities and help Brother Lin Fan, Lu Mengmeng said to herself. Since Brother Lin Fan saved my life, I must repay him even if I have to work like a slave. What's more, it was just to help him and bring him together with his cousin. He knew that Brother Lin Fan had a strong sense of self-esteem and couldn't let go of his pride. This requires you to take action yourself. Even if there is no opportunity, we must create it. Lu Mengmeng made up her mind to match Lin Fan with her cousin. He hopes to repay Lin Fan for saving his life, and at the same time hopes that his cousin can be with her lover. She looked at Lin Fan's handsome face with burning eyes and started to make plans in her mind. After Lin Fan dealt with the hospital's medical expenses and related matters, he immediately planned to drive back to Qinghe Township and return to his home. But at this moment, Lu Mengmeng spoke.
Brother Lin Fan, can you accompany me to meet my cousin tonight?
Lu Mengmeng suddenly said.
Why?
Lin Fan was a little confused. I heard that my cousin got into a big trouble recently, and you should be the only one who can help her. Lu Mengmeng lied casually and made up an excuse to let Lin Fan meet her cousin. Sometimes there may not be a need for too much matchmaking. Maybe the two of them will fall in love at first sight and become a perfect match.
Maybe.
But the prerequisite is to be able to meet her once, especially to meet her before other men. Only in this way can Brother Lin Fan have a chance of winning, Lu Mengmeng thought. So she told a little white lie, saying that Lu Shishir was in big trouble and needed Lin Fan's help. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded.
Since Lu Shishir is in trouble, I can't just stand by and watch. He didn't mind doing his old friend a small favor.
He took out his cell phone and called his mother, briefly telling her what happened today and saying that he would not be home until tomorrow. Lu Mengmeng also called her cousin and told her that a landslide occurred in the dilapidated house in her hometown today and she is now in the hospital. As expected, when Lu Shishir on the other end of the phone heard about this, she immediately said that she would come over tonight.
That's great. Now we just have to wait until evening. Lu Mengmeng was secretly happy. In fact, her injuries were not serious. Chapter 74 Uninvited Guests.
It was just that she fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss, and Lin Fan was driving so fast that he sent her to the town hospital in time for a blood transfusion. In fact, if she just rests for a few more hours, she can be discharged from the hospital immediately. It was only for Lin Fan's future and her cousin's happiness that she deliberately chose to stay in the hospital and create opportunities for Lin Fan and Lu Shishir. Then I'll go park the car first. Lin Fan stood up and prepared to park the car. Because he was in a hurry to send the injured Lu Mengmeng home, his car was still parked downstairs.
Car?
Only then did Lu Mengmeng remember that Lin Fan seemed to have used an extremely fast car to bring her here.
Moreover, the interior of the car was very luxurious and it didn't look cheap at first glance. Could it be that Brother Lin Fan was joking with me when he said he was a courier?
Lu Mengmeng had a sharp intuition and she vaguely sensed that something was wrong.
Brother Lin Fan, why don't you take me with you?
My injuries are not too serious and I can barely walk.
Let's have a meal together.
Lu Mengmeng said immediately. She wanted to take another look at the Ferrari 500 to find some clues.
That's fine.
Lin Fan nodded in agreement. But Lu Mengmeng had just been injured and lost too much blood. Even though he had just received a blood transfusion, his face still had a sickly paleness. It was difficult for her to walk alone. Lin Fan had no choice but to put one hand around her slender waist and the other hand on her shoulder, supporting her down the stairs step by step. The two people's actions were somewhat intimate, and to outsiders, they looked like a couple in love. Even though Lin Fan thought this was normal, he was just taking care of the patient. But Lu Mengmeng felt Lin Fan's strong arms and the warmth coming from his body. Her cheeks immediately turned red with embarrassment. She secretly glanced at Lin Fan's profile, and her heart began to beat like a deer.
Brother Lin Fan is so handsome.
Lu Mengmeng couldn't help but become infatuated with him. If my cousin doesn't like him and Brother Lin Fan doesn't end up marrying her, why don't I? As Lu Mengmeng thought about it, her face became redder and redder, like a small red apple. But Lin Fan didn't think as much as she thought. After a long journey of racing, he was a little hungry and just wanted to have a good meal quickly. When the two of them walked downstairs, several onlookers were staring at Lin Fan's Fichui 500 and talking about it. This car looks really cool, but the logo is a little unfamiliar. I wonder if it's expensive. You are so blind that you don't recognize the real thing. This is the Feitua 500, a car that is known as a performance monster in the Feitua series. How could you actually see such a car in such a remote place? You are really well informed. You even know this unpopular car.
Humph, this car is a mass-produced one, so it's normal that you don't recognize it. If I hadn't worked in a 4S shop for several years, I'm afraid I wouldn't recognize it either. I didn't expect to be recognized.
Lin Fan pretended not to hear the discussions of the people around him, took Lu Mengmeng into the car, and prepared to park the car in the parking lot. Lu Mengmeng looked at Lin Fan's profile suspiciously. She heard clearly what those people said just now.
Brother Lin Fan, are you really a courier? Lu Mengmeng couldn't help but ask.
Yeah. Lin Fan answered simply with one word. But Lu Mengmeng immediately raised her right hand and pointed at a watch in the corner of the car.
She said loudly, Brother Lin Fan, there are so many diamonds on this watch, can you tell me how much it is worth?
Oops. Lin Fan forgot to put the graph watch away and just threw it in the car casually. Unexpectedly, it was discovered. The graph watch, made up of 153 carats of white diamonds, is extremely luxurious. However, once Lin Fan received the reward, he thought it was too ordinary and threw it into the car. I didn't expect Lu Mengmeng to have such sharp eyes that she actually discovered this diamond watch immediately. This is just a toy model. You can buy 3 watches like this for $1. Lin Fan lied casually. What about this car? Oh, I rented it. I finally got home, so I rented it to save face. Lu Mengmeng became even more suspicious. The woman's intuition told her that this matter must not be that simple. But she didn't continue to ask, because Lin Fan would definitely not tell the truth anyway. I'll talk about everything after I meet my cousin tonight. But unknowingly, Lu Mengmeng's mentality gradually changed. From time to time, she would secretly glance at Lin Fan's handsome profile, and suddenly she felt her heartbeat involuntarily speed up. Especially when Lin Fan was driving the Felipe 500 and saw the graph diamond watch. Well, her heart beat faster, her face flushed and her breathing quickened. There is no way. Emperor Yen's appearance is like a dragnet that makes it difficult for women to escape. Lu Mengmeng couldn't help herself and unknowingly became Lin Fan's little fangirl. Lin Fan supported Lu Mengmeng and walked to the hospital cafeteria and ordered a patient meal for her. Lu Mengmeng pretended that she couldn't lift her hands and said to Lin Fan without strength, "Brother Lin Fan, I can't lift my hands, I have no strength, can you feed me?" Lin Fan? Didn't you just say that your injuries were minor and that you could even walk with your own support? How come you don't even have the strength to use chopsticks to eat? However, Lin Fan still kindly picked up the chopsticks and fed her a piece of braised pork with rice and put it into Lu Mengmeng's little mouth. Lu Mengmeng took a bite of the food that Lin Fan brought over and felt very happy. She couldn't help but reveal a shy smile on her face. I don't know if it's because the food is delicious, or because the food Lin Fan picked up himself is delicious. Just when the atmosphere was gradually becoming sweet, 2 uninvited guests suddenly arrived. 2 young men who looked somewhat similar approached with malicious smiles on their faces. Lin Fan, Mengmeng, long time no see. Do you still remember us 2 brothers, Luo Shoucheng and Luo Shui? Seeing these 2 people, Lin Fan's brows gradually frowned, feeling a little unhappy. One reason is that the smiles on these 2 people's faces were too hypocritical and vulgar. The second reason was that Lin Fan recognized both of them. These 2 people are not childhood playmates that I know. They are just my classmates who went to school with me in elementary school. Moreover, these 2 people are notoriously shameless and notorious. Not only did he often collude with seniors to bully and beat his classmates at school, he also often committed petty thefts. And after doing it, he would put the blame on other students, causing everyone to complain and feel miserable. Deep down, Lin Fan had no good feelings towards this pair of brothers. How did you know we were here? Lin Fan asked with a frown. Luo Shui chuckled and said, Lin Fan, who bravely stood up for justice, has such a big thing happened. How could we not know about it? Lin Fan was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with them, so he got straight to the point and asked, "What do you want me to do?" The Luo brothers looked at each other and said shamelessly, "We would like to ask you to do us a favor." Chapter 75 Big Fat Job. Just say that you were almost in despair when you were sending Lu Mengmeng home today, but you happened to meet us 2 brothers, and in the end we 2 brothers saved Mengmeng. As long as you cooperate with us, we can give you a lot of money. You name a price and we can afford it. Hearing this, Lin Fan said lightly. After understanding the thoughts of this shameless pair of brothers, it feels a bit ridiculous. It turned out that they wanted to claim the credit and make me cooperate with them in lying. He lied that Lin Fan encountered danger on the road today and almost cost Lu Mengmeng's life. But fortunately, at the critical moment, the Luo brothers descended from the sky and lent a helping hand to save Lu Mengmeng. These 2 shameless Luo brothers still do things the same way as before. Lin Fan smiled. You asked me to lie for her cousin, right? The 2 brothers of the Luo family looked at each other, nodded directly, and admitted frankly, yes, Lu Shishir will naturally look up to the benefactor who saved Lu Mengmeng. The 2 brothers actually admitted it so directly that Lin Fan couldn't help but look at them with some surprise. Then can I ask a question? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. If I want money, why don't I just let Lu Shishir give it to me instead of cooperating with you guys in acting? When the Luo brothers heard this, they couldn't help laughing anymore. What kind of money does Lu Shishir have? My brother and I have made a lot of money in business over the past few years. You name a price that we can both be satisfied with. Hearing this, Lin Fan's mind became clear as a mirror. It turns out that this pair of stupid brothers didn't know that Lu Shishir was about to inherit her second grandfather's hundreds of billions of assets. In other words, the purpose of this pair of brothers should be simply for Lu Shishir's beauty. Lin Fan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you doing this for Lu Shishir?" The Luo brothers were also very calm. "You don't know, Lu Shishir now looks like a big star, and her temperament is particularly graceful. Both my brother and I really want to get to know her, but unfortunately there has never been a good opportunity. As long as brother Lin Fan is willing to help us, we can at least give you tens of thousands." Especially when they reached the end of their conversation and said the words tens of thousands, their voices were particularly loud. Before coming, they did some research and found out that Lin Fan was just a courier. Tens of thousands of dollars, this is already Lin Fan's annual salary. Therefore, the Luo brothers looked at Lin Fan confidently, not afraid that he would not agree. At the same time, they looked at Lu Mengmeng and said, "Mengmeng, you can name any price, we can afford it." Seeing the two of them acting like local tycoons, Lu Mengmeng immediately frowned in displeasure. Lin Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense. He stood up, took out his cell phone, and opened an electronic banking account with the smallest deposit. Then he looked directly at the two stupid brothers. Originally, the two brothers didn't take it seriously. But when they took a quick glance, their eyes widened immediately. Ding! Surprise value plus 500. Ding! Surprise value plus 500. So much money. Fuck. Do you think I'm short of money now? Lin Fan smiled. Do you think I will cooperate with you in acting just for a little money? The Luo brothers looked at each other, unable to conceal the shock in their eyes. Although they have developed very well in the past few years, they think they are very successful and look down on others. Relying on the interpersonal relationships of an uncle of his family, he managed to get a good job in the Royal Century Entertainment City in Haicheng, mainly responsible for the purchase of beverages. This is a very lucrative job. The Royal Century Entertainment City's cash flow in all aspects is the best in Haicheng, and it tops various entertainment venues. Even if there is only one venue, the purchase volume of alcohol and beverages alone is extremely terrifying every quarter. After all, almost every winery is competing for orders from Royal Century Casino. Therefore, the Luo brothers naturally received a lot of small benefits from these wineries. The money I receive privately every year is more than 6 figures, which is very comfortable. This kind of income is enough to make them look down upon their peers. There are basically few young people in Xinghe Township who can earn more than them. Therefore, the two brothers of the Luo family could not help but feel somewhat proud and inflated, and they looked down upon the people of their hometown Xinghe Township in their hearts. After they accidentally saw Lu Shishir's beauty on WeChat Moments, they naturally started to have some ideas about her. But they never expected that the bank account balance that Lin Fan casually showed off was already beyond their reach. At the same time, their hearts skipped a beat as they thought of a rumor that had been circulating in the scene recently. The largest shareholder of our company is also called Lin Fan, and he is very young. Could it be that? The Luo brothers were somewhat confused and doubtful. Recent rumors say that the person in charge of Royal Century Entertainment City is a young man named Lin Fan. Originally, the two of them didn't take it seriously. After all, the emperor was far away and the boss was far away from them, so it had nothing to do with them. Even if the car tires run over the ants, they will only slip through the gaps in the tires. They are not on the same level at all. Originally, they thought that this Lin Fan might just be a person with the same name. There are so many people in this world with the same name. If you go out and throw a brick on the overpass, you might hit 3 or 5 people named Lin Fan. Same name, but different fates. One is a powerful and influential hero, and the other is just a courier who can't even afford food and clothing. But when they saw Lin Fan's sky-high account balance, they suddenly became uneasy. No way, could it really be him? It may not be him, but Lin Fan is definitely not that simple. Let's not get into trouble. She's just a woman. Yes, it's not worth it to offend the boss for a woman. Why don't we just give up Lu Shishir and even help Lin Fan pick her up to curry favor with this big boss? Good idea, let's do it. I hope boss Lin Fan can lead us. After the Luo brothers made up their minds, the way they looked at Lin Fan immediately changed. Full of awe and flattery, as well as an indescribable fear. Lin Fan said calmly, "We still have to eat, you guys go first, I won't see you off." When the Luo brothers heard this, they said goodbye immediately. "We'll leave first, please enjoy your meal." After the Luo brothers left, Lu Mengmeng couldn't help but ask, What did you show them? Lin Fan simply said, "Oh, I photoshopped a picture of my electronic bank balance. It showed a fake account balance of about 1 billion yuan. I didn't expect them to actually believe it." PS picture? Lu Mengmeng was suspicious. Although these two brothers don't look very smart and seem easy to fool. But is it really that easy to fool? Is it really that easy to send them away just by relying on a photoshopped picture? Perhaps, there are many key factors that I don't understand. Lin Fan became more and more mysterious in her eyes. Chapter 76. This is a fairy. So pretty. When she was lost in thought, Lin Fan's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Open your mouth and eat. Lu Mengmeng finally came back to her senses, blushing as she opened her little mouth and ate the food that Lin Fan fed her. Lu Mengmeng's heart beat faster during the meal, and her face almost turned red as if she was cooked. After the two finished their meal, they returned to the ward to rest. The Luo brothers were also shamelessly in the ward. We are both Lu Shishir's elementary school classmates. We just want to meet up. There's nothing else to it. Yes, we just want to see our old classmates. Lin Fan glanced at them indifferently and didn't care too much in his heart. After all, they were just two people who were not worth your attention, so Lin Fan just let them be. In fact, the Luo brothers were planning in their minds to find an opportunity to bring Lin Fan and Lu Shishir together, so that they could curry favor with Lin Fan and allow him to promote them more. It was soon evening. A young girl came. She was wearing a bright red off-shoulder camisole and a light green skirt, which wrapped around her almost perfect figure that was enough to drive any man crazy. Just looking at her figure is enough to tell that this is a woman who can captivate everyone. It's a pity that she was wearing a black mask, which covered most of her face, leaving only a pair of lively eyes exposed. And her long straight black hair makes people feel itchy. The Luo brothers were stunned. Fuck, this is a fairy. This is even more beautiful than the picture. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lu Mengmeng met her cousin whom she hadn't seen for many years, and her eyes accidentally turned red with emotion. Sister. Lu Mengmeng immediately threw herself into Lu Shishir's arms and burst into tears. After crying for about 10 minutes, she finally remembered something and said it to Lu Shishir. Sister, today, thanks to Lin Fan, I am fine because of his help. Lu Shishir then turned to look at Lin Fan and said politely but with a hint of distance, thank you. Lin Fan also nodded politely, his eyes clear. Then, several people, who were actually old acquaintances, started chatting about other old friends. Lu Shishir vaguely mentioned, I heard that Zhao Tianming graduated from Stanford University and is doing well after returning to China. The Luo brothers were immediately unhappy and immediately joined in. That Zhao Tianming is a bookworm. If you are ugly, you need to study more. No wonder everyone says that Brother Fan is not a good student. Yes, everyone in our old family says that if there is a woman who doesn't like Brother Fan, she should donate her eyes to someone in need. Lin Fan. Listening to the brothers' support, Lin Fan felt a little amused. Their current attitude is a 180-degree turn from when they first met. I'm afraid that even if I fart now, they will say that it is the spiritual energy sent down from the gods. Lu Shishir was also a little surprised and glanced at the Luo brothers. In her impression, the two brothers were notoriously bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and were unruly. Not only does he have a bad temper, but he also has a bad personality. And when they heard that Lin Fan was just a courier now, he was able to impress them so much. It seems Lin Fan is still so popular, and his personal charm can even impress the two brothers, Lu Shishir thought. Lu Mengmeng also struck while the iron was hot and said, since we are here, why don't we go to the Blue Tears Lake tomorrow? We haven't been there for more than 10 years, and the ancestor worship ceremony will not start for a few days anyway. Blue Tears Lake is a famous landscape in Qinghe Township. At the end of summer every year, when the temperature is about 25 degrees Celsius, many light blue not-to-look scintillants will appear in the lake. At this time, the entire lake will be covered with a layer of gorgeous light blue, which is beautiful like a dream. From a distance, it looks like a drop of deep blue tear, extremely beautiful and moving. Such a romantic landscape is naturally the place where many lovers establish their relationships. Lu Mengmeng wanted to take advantage of this wonderful atmosphere to bring her cousin and Lin Fan together. When the Luo brothers heard this proposal, their eyes lit up immediately. Especially when they heard about the Blue Tears Lake, they immediately patted their chests and said, this place is managed by our uncle. If you go there, we guarantee that you will be satisfied. Lin Fan didn't have any objection. In addition to returning to the countryside for his mother's reasons, he also wanted to walk around and relax and have a rest. Since there is such a beautiful scenery to enjoy, why not do it? Lu Shishir also nodded in agreement. She had not been back to the Blue Tears Lake for many years and was somewhat interested. So a tentative travel plan was set. Except for Lin Fan, everyone has their own thoughts. Only Lin Fan had a simple idea. He just wanted to see the beautiful scenery and have some fun. In order to repay Lin Fan's kindness and for her cousin's happiness, Lu Mengmeng wanted to create an opportunity for her cousin and Lin Fan to be alone. The two brothers of the Luo family wanted to get close to Lin Fan, hoping to perform well in front of the big boss Lin Fan, or even make some great contributions so that the big boss Lin Fan would take a new look at them. After all, the person who actually controls the Blue Tears Lake is their uncle, so the Luo brothers have found a good opportunity to curry favor with Lin Fan. Lu Shishir had some inexplicable thoughts about Lin Fan in her heart. Early the next morning, the Luo brothers immediately contacted their uncle and told him that they wanted to visit the Blue Tears Lake temporarily. But the answer they got left them dumbfounded. No, absolutely not. You two youngsters don't know anything. You don't even know Lu Shishir's true identity. She has been spotted by a big shot. You guys, listen to my advice, the water here is very deep, you can't control it at all. It's better not to get involved in this mess. Stay away from these people. The Luo brothers looked at each other, feeling a little overwhelmed. This Uncle Luo is a real big shot. Not only had he helped the two idiots many times, but he also helped them find a place in the Royal Century Entertainment City in Haicheng and got a lucrative job. If nothing unexpected happens, the two brothers can spend the rest of their lives in peace and stability under the protection of Uncle Luo. This Uncle Luo is very mysterious and powerful, and it is rumored that there is a big background behind him. Even such an extraordinary person as him said that the water here is very deep. That situation might indeed be somewhat dangerous. The Luo brothers still did not give up, and added something to Uncle Luo, saying, "But we have an old classmate named Lin Fan, he also wants to go with us." The other end of the phone. A middle-aged man with a mustache and smoking a cigar was sitting cross-legged on a chair. He was talking nonchalantly to his two younger brothers, reminding them not to get into trouble. Chapter 77 It's really Lin Fan. Although Lu Shishir is a great beauty and has quite a lot of luck, she has already been reserved by a big shot. That big shot is not someone they can afford to offend. If anyone else dares to get involved, it would be tantamount to seeking death. But when he suddenly heard Lin Fan's two words in his ears, he immediately trembled all over and stood up from the chair. Lin Fan? Which Lin Fan? Uncle Luo was a little nervous. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. What if it's really that Lin Fan? The Luo brothers complained bitterly, "We don't know if it's Lin Fan. How can we recognize such a big shot? It's just that he is very young and very rich. Do you have any photos? Send them to me so I can see them." The Luo brothers secretly took a picture of Lin Fan's profile and sent it to their uncle. About 30 seconds later, a very handsome profile suddenly appeared on Uncle Luo's phone. And he widened his eyes when he looked at the profile. Fuck, it's really Lin Fan. Uncle Luo was shocked. He and the director of Royal Century Entertainment City were old friends, almost sworn brothers, and any information would be passed on and shared with each other. Naturally, it is impossible not to know the new person in charge of Royal Century Entertainment City. It's just how could such a super boss suddenly come to a small place like ours? Could it be that boss Lin Fan is here for a tour? If I spoil the interest of such a big shot, I will be dead without a burial place. Thinking of this, Uncle Luo's heart slowed down. Car, prepare a car for me quickly. I want to personally welcome an important person. The Luo brothers were worried. After they sent the photos, their uncle never replied. So now, what is the situation? But it was beyond the expectations of the Luo brothers. More than 10 minutes later, their Uncle Luo drove over in a Rolls-Royce to greet them personally. At the same time, Uncle Luo, who seemed so majestic in their eyes, changed into a respectful and extremely humble look. Uncle Luo glanced around but didn't see anyone, so he couldn't help but ask, "Where is Lin Fan? Has he arrived?" When the Luo brothers saw their uncle's appearance, they suddenly realized one thing very clearly. It turns out that Lin Fan is really that big shot. He just went to have breakfast and will be back soon. The Luo brothers' voices trembled. This Lin Fan, is he really that person? How can it be false?
Uncle Luo said with certainty. He is a big shot in Haichang. If we don't mess with him, we will be doomed. When the Luo brothers heard this, they immediately lowered their heads guiltily. Their original purpose of coming here was to get Lin Fan to cooperate with them in acting and grab the credit for Lin Fan's work. He even acted arrogantly in front of Lin Fan, saying that he could name any price he wanted. This attitude is really too bad. Boss Lin Fan, you won't bear a grudge against us, right? I don't think so. But what if he holds a grudge against us and leaves a bad impression on us? That would be a capital crime. When Uncle Luo saw how guilty these two idiots were, he immediately figured out what was going on. His expression changed drastically immediately. Have you two offended Boss Lin Fan? Uncle Luo was so angry that his voice changed a little. These two things are more likely to cause trouble than to help. I finally found them a good job at the Royal Century Entertainment City in Haichang. They had brought this kind of trouble upon themselves. If Boss Lin Fan gets unhappy, he could just snap his fingers and make the entire Luo family members suffer. We didn't go too far. The Luo brothers swallowed hard. They immediately told their uncle everything. This included their plan to bring Lin Fan and Lu Shishir together in order to please Lin Fan. After hearing what they said, Uncle Luo's expression eased slightly. At least it's not irreparable. But he said firmly, but if you can't handle this matter well, let me do it. The Luo brothers looked at each other and said in unison, Uncle, are you trying to show off your achievements in front of Boss Lin Fan? When Uncle Luo heard this, he was so angry that he yelled, it's all because of you two. If we don't serve Boss Lin Fan well, how can we live a good life? The Luo brothers said stubbornly, we can also help with suggestions. You can't take all the credit. Uncle Luo was helpless. These two idiots, even at the critical moment, are still not stupid. And know how to seize opportunities. So what are you going to do? Uncle Luo pinched his philtrum and asked casually. He didn't expect these two pig brains to be of any use, he just asked casually. We two brothers discussed it for a whole night and came up with a plan. The Luo brothers said confidently. Let's find a few little hooligans to tease Lu Shishir, and then let Boss Lin Fan come to the rescue. I guarantee that Boss Lin Fan will get the beauty. When Uncle Luo heard this, he immediately shook his head and sighed, you guys are the ones who came up with this old-fashioned tactic of a hero saving a beautiful girl. It's deliberate, artificial, and nothing new. Trashy routine. This was Uncle Luo's only comment on the brothers' plan. This kind of lousy trick is just like a few low-class hooligans swinging their fists. Not only is it disorganized and superficially exaggerated, but it also has little effect. Only these two guys could come up with such a bad idea. I didn't expect that our small Luo family would produce these two crouching dragon and phoenix chick at the same time. It's just a bunch of idiots. Uncle Luo cleared his throat and immediately put forward his opinion. Listen to me, both of you. What women believe in most is fate. What kind of fate is this? It's a chance encounter destined by God, full of romance. No woman can refuse a destined Prince Charming. The Luo brothers were a little confused after hearing this. How can we control something as illusory as fate and destiny? Uncle Luo talked about something with a look of disdain on his face. 2 years ago, there was a couple in love in Xiamen who lived a loving life. But the young man's girlfriend had to go abroad for 2 years due to a job change, so she broke up with him. The man didn't say much, just nodded. But on the day of going abroad, the woman was unexpectedly stuck in traffic on the way to the airport. And there was a long queue blocking the way, and there was nothing we could do. Crying to the sky will get no response, and calling to the earth will get no help. Just at this moment, the man miraculously appeared and expressed his willingness to take the woman to the airport. The woman was extremely moved by the young man's miraculous appearance and immediately regarded him as her destined man. At the end of the story, the woman quit her job and lived happily with the young man. But after hearing this, the Luo brothers were still confused. What does this story have to do with the plan we talked about? Uncle Luo smiled and said, of course there was, because the traffic jam that day was specially staged by that young man at a high price. Chapter 78, Big Failure of Pretending to be Cool. It is said that the guy is actually a rich second-generation man who hired a large group of people to race and then let him appear miraculously at the end. What is this? This is the power of money. Fate is something that exists if you believe in it, but not if you don't. The key is how to make people believe in it, and that's the benefit of having money. When the Luo brothers heard him talk about the sky being the sky and golden lotuses emerging from the ground,
they immediately felt deep admiration. If we imitate them, wouldn't that be unethical? You two are such idiots. Uncle Luo looked disappointed. We have no morals to begin with, so who can hold us morally hostage? The Luo brothers suddenly understood. That's the reason. At that moment, the three of them began to discuss the plan. Lin Fan, Lu Shishir, and Lu Mengmeng had a simple breakfast and then took a walk in the town. But the three of them really attracted too much attention. Passers-by around them couldn't help but look away from them. Lu Mengmeng is a soft and cute girl next door, just like a well-behaved and cute little rabbit following Lin Fan. Lu Shishir was wearing a black mask that covered most of her face. But just her breathtaking figure and a pair of lively eyes exposed were enough to make many men feel dry in the mouth. As for Lin Fan, his looks are so handsome that no matter where he goes, he is the beetle in the field or the brightest star in the night sky. There is no doubt that Lin Fan is the most handsome guy on the street. The trio caused a stir because they were too eye-catching. Lin Fan, is that you? A tall woman, about 21 years old, scantily clad and heavily made up, approached. Lin Fan glanced at her and for a moment couldn't remember who she was. I'm your elementary school classmate, Zhou Ru. Lin Fan thought for a while and suddenly remembered. It seems that there was such a woman who had actively pursued me for 5 years. But because I was too young at that time, I rejected her. This person's name seems to be Zhou Ru. But the woman in front of him has obviously changed a lot compared to before. Heavy makeup and revealing clothes. This is obviously quite different from the somewhat conservative Zhou Ru in Lin Fan's impression. Girls change a lot when they grow up. It seems that not only their appearance changes, but their mentality also changes a lot. When Zhou Ru met Lin Fan by chance, she was overjoyed. The man of her dreams finally appeared in her life again. In an instant, her mind was filled with imagination. Including how he and Lin Fan met, fell in love, got married, and had children, and even thought about growing old together. She was filled with a huge sense of happiness and blurted out, Lin Fan, let's bury them together. Lin Fan? Zhou Ru also realized that she had lost her composure, and quickly shook her head with a blushing face, no. I mean, we haven't seen each other for a long time, how are you doing now? That's it, I'm just a courier. Lin Fan said simply. Courier. Hearing that her male idol is now a courier, Zhou Ru couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Doesn't this mean that I have a chance? A courier should have a monthly salary of 3,000, right? Probably very poor. It's easy to be tempted by money. Then you just need to seize the opportunity and take action when it is time to do so. Wouldn't it be possible to take it down in one fell swoop? Zhou Ru's mind was full of calculations. But when she caught a glimpse of Lu Mengmeng and Lu Shishir beside Lin Fan, she immediately felt something was wrong. Although Lin Fan is a courier, he is still a handsome guy. He doesn't have a girlfriend now. And, there are two of them? This scumbag. Zhou Ru glanced at Lin Fan suspiciously, and a hostile look gradually appeared in her eyes. Love and hate always change in a flash, and it is very common to turn hate from love. Besides, Lin Fan had rejected him for 5 years. Do you know how you have been spending these 5 years? All of a sudden, Zhou Ru had a small idea of revenge. Lin Fan, you guys are back to play, right? Zhou Ru said with a smile. Yes, we want to visit the Blue Tears Lake. Lin Fan nodded. That's perfect. I'm now the scenic area manager of the Blue Tears Lake. I'll personally take you around. She pulled Lin Fan and the other two over enthusiastically, looking very hospitable. When Lin Fan and the other two heard that she was the person in charge of Blue Tears Lake, they naturally asked her to act as their guide. However, Zhou Ru's little tricks were soon exposed. She took Lin Fan and the other two to the parking lot, pointed at a Mercedes SUV and said, let's get in the car and talk. This car was given to me by my boss. Lu Mengmeng recognized the car immediately and said in surprise, a Mercedes of this model costs at least 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. Your boss is really willing to spend that much. Zhou Ru smiled shyly and said, it's just that our big boss is very generous. This little money is nothing to him. Lu Mengmeng was a little surprised and said, your boss is really rich. Zhou Ru smiled shyly and said, our big boss has a big background. He drives a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions. He also developed some scenic spots nearby. He is very rich. She also added, and the big boss seems to have a special feeling towards me and often gives me gifts. She is hinting that she has a better man pursuing her now.
And this man is extremely rich. Pretending to be cool. Blatantly pretentious. Jo-Roo never thought that one day she would be able to show off in front of her male idol. All of a sudden, she felt very proud. The humiliation of pursuing Lin Fan for 5 years was suddenly somewhat relieved. Jo-Roo was secretly delighted. But when she secretly glanced at Lin Fan's face, she found that Lin Fan's face was calm. Lin Fan was barely moved. Big failure in pretending. Jo-Roo felt like she had punched cotton and felt a little discouraged. Logically speaking, aren't boys of this age the most competitive? After hearing about such a wealthy boss, wouldn't Lin Fan feel a little inferior? Jo-Roo was not convinced in her heart. Lin Fan must be holding on, for sure. Then Jo-Roo took out a Denton watch and said, "This was given to me by our boss on my birthday last year. I don't know how much it cost." Lu Mengming's eyes widened and she said, "This is Denton. It must be worth hundreds of thousands. Your boss is really arrogant." Jo-Roo smiled secretly in her heart. This little girl's effect was exactly what she wanted. But Lin Fan still had no expression. He just looked at the scenery of his hometown outside the window, not knowing what he was thinking. Jo-Roo felt a little hurt. All the moves she made were ineffective. Just as she was about to continue her moves, her phone rang. When I picked up the phone, I found it was my boss calling. "Xiaoru, we are going to receive a special VIP guest today. His name is Lin Fan. You have to be careful and smart. We must meet all his requirements. Also, you must serve him comfortably. If you make him feel uncomfortable, you will be fired immediately. Special VIP guest, Lin Fan." Chapter 79. It turns out that the clown is me. Her body stiffened when she heard her big boss words. Did I hear it wrong? When the big boss mentioned the name Lin Fan, he almost spoke it in a trembling voice. In all the years I've worked under the big boss, I've never heard him make such a sound. And in this phone call, could the Lin Fan mentioned by the boss be the person in his car? Maybe it's the same name. The person in my car is a courier. Jo-Roo thought. But there was always a vague feeling of uneasiness in her heart. She always felt that this was all too coincidental. It just so happened that Lin Fan, who was in his car, was going to visit the Blue Tears Lake today. And his boss also said that a special VIP guest, Lin Fan, was coming to Blue Tears Lake. The more Jo-Roo thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She asked with some concern, "Lin Fan, are you really a courier now?" "Yes, I'm a courier." Lin Fan replied. He certainly didn't lie. "I haven't officially quit my job as a courier, so I do still have the identity of a courier. But I didn't say that I didn't have any other identities, so it wasn't considered a lie." After hearing this, Jo-Roo felt relieved. She drove the car, taking Lin Fan and the other two to the Blue Tears Lake. Why hasn't boss Lin Fan come back yet? The Luo brothers waited for a while and felt a little anxious. Uncle Luo was also waiting with a frown on his face. Fortunately, Lu Mengmeng called and explained the situation to them. Lin Fan has already headed directly to the Blue Tears Lake? Upon hearing the news, Uncle Luo immediately said solemnly, "Then start the plan early and notify all personnel to take their positions immediately." It turned out that Uncle Luo and the Luo brothers had discussed and planned to let Lin Fan perform well. In order to bring Lin Fan and Lu Shishir together, Lao Luo naturally put in a lot of effort. In psychology, there is a suspension bridge effect. It means that when a person walks across a dangerous bridge, his heartbeat will involuntarily speed up. If a person of the opposite sex approaches at this time, your heartbeat will accelerate, and you will mistakenly believe that this person of the opposite sex is your true love. Uncle Luo planned to create a dangerous environment so that Lu Shishir and Lin Fan would be alone. Then, naturally, let boss Lin Fan do whatever he wants. Uncle Luo and the Luo brothers looked at each other tacitly, and then burst into laughter at the same time. As long as I help boss Lin Fan accomplish this, it would be a great achievement. If I could get the favor of boss Lin Fan, he would look at me differently. Then, in the future, wealth and success will be just around the corner. Get ready right away. Uncle Luo and the two Luo brothers excitedly began to prepare. On the other side, Lin Fan and his group had arrived at the Blue Tears Lake. Jo-Roo didn't know why she felt a little uneasy. She felt that Lin Fan was so calm as a god. When I was showing off my wealth to him, if I were a normal person, even if I was trying to pretend to be calm, I would never have the same look as Lin Fan. It was a look that was detached from the world, as if it didn't take these things seriously at all.
It's like a big shot who was high above, overlooking all luxury goods. Joe Rue had only seen a few of these things from the eyes of some top bosses. Even if ordinary people want to disguise themselves, they can never fake this kind of look. No way, does Lin Fan have some backer? Joe Rue thought in doubt. Just after Joe Rue led Lin Fan and the other two into the Blue Tears Lake. She was immediately transferred away urgently. Moreover, he was transferred personally by the scenic spots specialist. Not long after, Joe Rue met her boss, Uncle Luo. Her boss looked anxious and helpless, and warned her seriously about the truth about Lin Fan. What she heard next was so unbelievable that she couldn't believe her ears. You are risking your life, daring to walk side by side with Lin Fan. That's Boss Lin Fan, the man who was at the peak of his career in Haicheng. He is the owner of Filistin Restaurant and the person in charge of Royal Century Entertainment City. It is rumored that he also has a close relationship with a very well-known domestic gaming company. He even has a close relationship with the daughters of the Lu and Zhou families. Boom! Joe Rue suddenly felt as if thunder rang in her ears. The amount of information was too overwhelming, and for a moment she found it hard to take it in. But when she recalled that she had just shown off her wealth in front of Lin Fan with a proud look on her face, and even seemed a little arrogant, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and felt a little scared. It's over. These two Lin Fans are actually the same person. Moreover, he was extremely rude and showed off his wealth in front of someone like him. I didn't expect that after not seeing Lin Fan for a few years, he has become a divine dragon. It turns out that the clown is actually me. Joe Rue suddenly panicked and her body couldn't help but tremble. Then, what should I do? Joe Rue asked tremblingly. You just need to cooperate with us next. Uncle Luo said very seriously. Joe Rue nodded in panic. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was having fun in a very relaxed manner. The Blue Tears Lake and the surrounding scenery are extremely beautiful. Although the blue tears will not appear until the evening, the air here is pleasant. It is a pleasant thing to escape from the hustle and bustle of the big city and come here to rest for a while. What's more, this is the place where Lin Fan and his two friends often played when they were young. Full of emotion, Lu Mengmeng looked at Lin Fan and her cousin, and her eyes suddenly turned, revealing a cunning look. Sister, do you still remember the Blue Tears Lake and the story about the dragon in the sand here? Lu Mengmeng said. Legend has it that a dragon living alone in a lake without any restrictions would never shed tears. But Jialong is always lonely, with no one to accompany him. It was not until the dragon encountered the sandstorm that irritated his eyes that he learned to shed tears and knew the feeling of crying. But he doesn't hate the wind and sand, because with the company of the sand, he doesn't mind shedding tears. Lu Mengmeng briefly told a legend about the Blue Tears Lake. She couldn't help but feel a little proud in her heart. Such a romantic story must make the two of you feel something. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan laughed out loud. What kind of third-rate romance story is this? When I was a kid, I would help my parents buy newspapers on the street and hear old men on the street make up hundreds of them. Lu Mengmeng, Sigma A. Straight man. Straight man of steel. Lu Mengmeng secretly complained in her heart that Lin Fan was so straightforward. On the contrary, Lu Shishir burst out laughing after hearing what Lin Fan said. She is extremely beautiful, so naturally there is no shortage of men pursuing her. Lu Shishir had heard too many romantic words from those greasy men and felt that such words were disgusting, hypocritical, artificial and exaggerated. On the contrary, she found Lin Fan's straightforward tone very interesting. Hearing her cousin's laughter, Lu Mengmeng was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at Lin Fan with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Chapter 80, Inhumanity. It turns out that brother Lin Fan has figured out cousin Shishir's mentality very clearly and knows exactly what she likes. This straight male tone should be deliberately pretended by him. It turns out that brother Lin Fan's tricks are so sophisticated. It's so scary. Lu Mengmeng's imagination suddenly made her mistake Lin Fan for a girl-chasing expert. In fact, Lin Fan didn't think that much. It's a rare opportunity to return to my hometown and see the original scenery of my hometown, so I naturally fell into an extremely relaxed state. I just said whatever was on my mind without giving it much thought. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a good thing, and it made Lu Shishir feel more favorable towards her. Lu Mengmeng also made him imagine that he was a young man with very deep tricks. In fact, Lin Fan does have some tricks, but he basically doesn't use them. Just relying on Emperor Yan's good looks, he is basically invincible, and these tricks are basically useless. Just as the three people were having fun,
a small accident happened nearby. A girl is missing. Moreover, he disappeared inexplicably even though he was here with his family. How could a living person suddenly disappear? Have you conducted a thorough investigation? I don't know. I heard that he just went to the toilet and then disappeared inexplicably. That's terrible. Maybe he was kidnapped by some bad guys. Be careful. The security here is so good, yet something like this can still happen. It's hard to say what will happen in this kind of situation. We should be careful. Such a weird situation. Lu Mengmeng couldn't help but hold Lin Fan's hand with some worry. Brother Lin Fan, it seems very dangerous here. I'm so scared. Her heartbeat involuntarily quickened several beats, and she looked at Lin Fan for a sense of security. Creating an atmosphere of panic is naturally the purpose of the Luo family's uncle and nephew. The plan of the three uncles and nephews of the Luo family is to let Lin Fan act as a savior. As long as they create some dangerous situations and then let Lin Fan perform, they will naturally form a suspension bridge effect, making Lu Shishir feel that Lin Fan is her destined person. But the effect doesn't seem to be very good. Lu Shishir's eyes were clear and she was extremely calm. It seemed that nothing was disturbed at all. She showed an extremely strong mental quality and was not at all weak like a little girl. Instead, her cousin Lu Mengmeng directly clung to Lin Fan, her face full of anxiety. I saw Lu Mengmeng holding Lin Fan's arm and trembling continuously, her little mouth pouting because of fear, looking so pitiful. She was like a drowning person, and Lin Fan was like her only lifebuoy. She was so panicked that she hugged Lin Fan tightly. Lin Fan had no choice but to pat her back gently and comfort her softly. The three members of the Luo family gnashed their teeth and felt a little frustrated. Plan 1 failed. Get that little girl out of the way first. Execute Plan 2. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. In fact, they prepared multiple plans. At this moment, Zhou Ru came back to Lin Fan. She wanted to take Lu Mengmeng away, saying that she had something to talk to Mengmeng about. But Lin Fan simply grabbed her. Can you take me to see the big boss you just mentioned? Lin Fan said directly. Zhou Ru was stunned, a little at a loss, and subconsciously started to imagine. Could it be that Lin Fan is so smart that he can see through everything? He only revealed some clues, but was caught by Lin Fan, who then found out everything. This IQ is too terrifying. Zhou Ru was suddenly caught in a dilemma. She didn't dare to disobey Lin Fan's orders, but on the other hand, it was the orders of her boss. For a moment, she was stuck in a quagmire and couldn't make a choice. But when she looked at Lin Fan's profile and thought of all the things about Lin Fan, she made up her mind immediately. On one side is his boss, and on the other side is Lin Fan. Is there any need to think about it? Then Lin Fan is definitely more important. So Zhou Ru immediately agreed to Lin Fan's request and took him to meet her boss, while the Lu Shishir sisters were left where they were for the time being. Soon, under the guidance of Zhou Ru, Lin Fan came to an office. Met Uncle Luo of the Luo brothers. As soon as Uncle Luo saw Lin Fan, he immediately and respectfully offered him a cup of black tea. This is the Da Hong Pao specially supplied by Mincheng. Please enjoy it. Lin Fan was slightly surprised. I don't seem to know this person. Moreover, he seemed to have quite a bit of assets in the local area. I didn't understand why he was so respectful to me. However, Lin Fan did not refuse and raised his head to drink up the whole cup of De Hong Pao. This kind of tea was exclusively provided to the royal family in ancient times. The taste is extremely smooth and has a very unique aroma. It tastes really good. Uncle Luo also smiled and raised his glass. However, after Lin Fan finished drinking the tea, he immediately said something that made Uncle Luo want to spit out the tea. I want to acquire your scenic spot. Lin Fan said calmly. Uncle Luo almost choked on his tea when he heard Lin Fan's words. It seems like he's going to use his ultimate move right from the start, and he's not even prepared to argue with me. This is landlord, the first move is a king bomb. This caught Lao Luo off guard. What? Uncle Luo was so scared that he almost jumped up from his chair. Why do you want to acquire us? Lin Fan said, I'm actually quite interested in what happened in this place. How about selling it? In fact, Lin Fan really likes some mysterious events. He is now very interested in the Blue Tears Lake. Snap. Uncle Luo's forehead was covered with sweat when he heard Lin Fan's words. This is not easy to sell. How much are you willing to pay for it?
Lin Fan didn't say much, he just took out his mobile phone and opened his electronic account. Then he casually posted the balance.
More than $1 billion. Lao Luo swallowed hard.
Looking at the sky-high balance in front of him, it was difficult for him to say no. But this scenic spot is actually a cash cow, and he didn't want to sell it to Lin Fan. Originally, he just hired some people to artificially create a tense atmosphere and then cooperate with the implementation of his next plan. In the end, Lin Fan successfully won the beauty, and then he took the opportunity to take credit and get on Lin Fan's good side. But Lin Fan didn't expect that he misunderstood and really thought that something was happening in this place, so he wanted to directly acquire this place.
This time I wanted to give Uncle Luo a big surprise. How could anyone be so arrogant?
When something goes wrong in a place, instead of thinking about solving the problem, they simply spend a huge amount of money to buy it directly and take over it themselves.
Is this a human? This must be a god. Uncle Luo is about to cry.
Although he knew that Lin Fan was rich, he didn't expect him to be so rich.
This is more than just arrogance, it's already a waste of money.
Any decent person would be cautious before acquiring an industry, and no one would spend a huge amount of money to acquire an industry without a proper business plan. Without seriously calculating the gains and losses, he directly proposed the acquisition. This Lin Fan really doesn't play by the rules. He killed himself by surprise.
It's so inhumane.
The world of the rich is so scary.
Can you give us some time to think about it? Uncle Luo looked almost bitter.
Well, it's up to you guys to decide.
I'll come back later,
Lin Fan said.
Chapter 81, Trouble.
As soon as Lin Fan left, Uncle Luo gasped for breath as if he had used up all his strength. His face was full of helplessness. Lin Fan's way of handling things was really beyond his expectations. When Lin Fan returned to his original place, he just happened to hear a piece of news.
The matter has been investigated and it was just a misunderstanding. The missing girl has been found.
Lu Mengmeng patted her chest gently, looking relieved. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel that it was a bit of a coincidence that the problem was solved just after he came back. But he didn't think much about it. After all, there are so many coincidences in the world. Then he continued to stroll around the various scenic spots beside the lake with the two sisters of the Lu family. Lu Mengmeng pointed to a scene not far away and said excitedly, "Let's go and see what the ancient plum tree is like now. We used to play there when we were little."
The soil next to the Blue Tears Lake is extremely rich and has a long history.
Ouyang Xiu once planted a plum tree here himself, which is 1,000 years old.
This plum tree is also regarded as a treasure of the town.
This plum tree is priceless and has a high collection value. Even in a country as big as Dragon Kingdom, there are only a few dozen 1,000-year-old trees. There are only 4,000-year-old plum trees left, which are extremely precious.
This one is one of them.
When this ancient tree was mentioned, Lin Fan's eyes lit up and his thoughts began to surge.
Every year on late summer nights, the Blue Tears Lake creates a spectacular sight under the influence of Noctiluca scintillans.
Under the dark night sky, there is a dreamy blue light, which sets off an ancient tree that looks great and solemn. This ancient tree is about 8 meters long and has a canopy area of 50 square meters. Not only can you enjoy the coolness, the tree also emits a slightly bitter, sour and sweet apricot scent that makes you feel refreshed.
Let's go. Lu Shishir couldn't help but feel tempted.
She also wanted to take another look at the 1,000-year-old plum tree.
Lin Fan nodded and was about to move.
But I found that there was a couple behind Lu Shishir. A handsome guy with round frame glasses, accompanied by a pretty girl of about average appearance. Lin Fan felt that the boy looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was for a moment. In addition, Lu Mengmeng urged, "Brother Lin Fan, hurry up, let's go and see the plum tree." Lin Fan had no choice but to take them away first. When the man with round frame glasses saw Lin Fan leave, he stopped hiding his anger and a look of gnashing teeth gradually appeared in his eyes.
"Lin Fan, it's you, kid.
I pursued Zhou Ru for 5 years, but she ignored me and was always thinking about you.
This world is so small. I actually met you again now." "Yeah, but that's normal.
The ancestor worship ceremony is about to begin, and those of us who were outside have returned.
I just didn't expect to run into you here."
This handsome boy with glasses is called Zhou Chen, and he is a classmate of Lin Fan and Zhou Ru. It's just that his presence has never been very strong, and Lin Fan has even completely forgotten his name.
When he was in school, he pursued Zhou Ru for 5 years and acted as Zhou Ru's bootlicker for 5 years. In wind and rain, he was always licking Zhou Ru.
But unfortunately, although he is handsome, Lin Fan is the emperor of looks. Back then, Zhou Ru rejected him without a second thought, saying that Lin Fan was the only one in her heart. This time when Zhou Qin came back, he specifically came to the Blue Tears Lake because he heard that Zhou Ru worked here. He came here specifically to see Zhou Ru. He brought his new girlfriend here, ready to show off his current strength inadvertently. This made Zhou Ru extremely regretful for rejecting him. However, he didn't expect that he hadn't met Zhou Ru yet, but met Lin Fan instead. In his eyes, Lin Fan was the root of all evil. If it weren't for Lin Fan, the emperor of looks, Zhou Ru would have been in her pocket. If it weren't for Lin Fan, why would he have been Zhou Ru's bootlicker for so many years? Brat, now that we meet again, let's have some fun. Zhou Qin smiled secretly. He took his girlfriend and followed Lin Fan secretly, preparing to find an opportunity to trick Lin Fan. At this time, Lin Fan had already brought the two Lu sisters to the vicinity of the plum tree. However, since this is a very popular scenic spot, there are crowds of people coming and going and it is extremely crowded. I haven't been back here for many years, and the plum tree hasn't changed at all. Lu Mengmeng said excitedly. There are so many people here, let's squeeze in and take a look. She is straightforward by nature and a bit cute and adorable, so she immediately decided to ignore the crowd and walk closer to take a look. Lin Fan felt helpless and was speechless at Lu Mengmeng's silly look. Lu Mengmeng mentioned it again, intentionally or unintentionally. Brother Lin Fan, there are so many people here, you have to hold my and my cousin's hands tightly. When she said this, a hint of scheming inadvertently flashed in her eyes. In fact, she just wanted to create opportunities. In order to give Lin Fan a chance to hold his cousin's hand, he specifically expressed his desire to squeeze into this crowded crowd. There were so many people here, and in order to avoid the three of them getting lost in the crowd, there was naturally a reason for Lin Fan to hold their hands. Hee, I'm so smart. Lu Mengmeng was secretly proud of herself. Hearing this, Lin Fan thought it was quite reasonable, so he took the initiative to hold the hands of Lu Shishir and Lu Mengmeng. When Lin Fan took Lu Shishir's hand, her whole body trembled slightly, but she didn't say much. Her hands were slightly cold, but extremely soft, and had a faint scent of cool orchids. The touch was quite good. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little distracted. Lu Mengmeng's pair of soft and boneless little hands were warm, like a white little rabbit, making people want to bully it. Brother Lin Fan held my hand. Lu Mengmeng couldn't help feeling a little shy. Originally, she wanted to create an opportunity for Lin Fan to hold her cousin's hand, but in order to make things go smoothly, she had to make a small sacrifice. But when Lin Fan really took her hand, she suddenly felt a dizzy feeling of happiness. Brother Lin Fan's hands are so broad. So warm. It feels so safe. Lu Mengmeng was so happy that her mind became a little confused. The three of them held each other's hands and walked closer to the 1,000-year-old plum tree. But accidents always come suddenly. Suddenly, a foot stretched out from the crowd and tripped Lu Mengmeng. Lu Mengmeng was startled and fell forward with a cry. It hit right on a young branch of the plum tree. With a creaking sound. Although Lu Mengmeng just fell down, she still felt a little pain. But the branches of the precious plum tree were damaged and looked somewhat ugly. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Lu Mengmeng was so scared that her face turned pale. Zhou Qin smiled proudly. He patted his girlfriend's head lovingly and then hugged her shoulders tightly. The kick that tripped Lu Mengmeng just now was done by him asking his girlfriend to do it. The crowd was so crowded that no one noticed the outstretched foot. Chapter 82. This tree is actually fake. But Lu Mengmeng did knock down the branch of the plum tree, and everyone could see it. This 1,000-year-old plum tree is equivalent to a living historical treasure. Even when ordinary tourists come to visit, they only watch from a distance and not touch it. Because everyone knows that if you accidentally damage this 1,000-year-old plum tree, you will face a huge compensation. Lu Mengmeng was brought here by Lin Fan, and when the incident happened, it was Lin Fan who was holding her hand. Lu Mengmeng got into such a terrible mess. Lin Fan is naturally to blame. Lin Fan, I'll be waiting to see you guys shirking responsibility. Zhou Chen was extremely gloating. Zhou Chen was secretly delighted and almost laughed out loud. When something like this happens, it causes big trouble. When faced with huge compensation, people tend to blame each other. This is commonly known as passing the buck. This is a very hurtful thing. Zhou Chen's mentality is extremely sinister. In order to take revenge on Lin Fan, he not only wanted Lin Fan to pay a huge amount of compensation. Moreover, Lin Fan and the pair of beautiful sisters would be forced to accuse each other, abuse each other, and shift the blame to each other. It can be said to be extremely vicious. Next, I'll just wait and watch the show. Zhou Chen hugged his girlfriend and watched the show proudly. And just after Lu Mengmeng destroyed the plum tree, Lin Fan helped her up. Is he okay? Lin Fan asked with concern. I'm fine, but I damaged the 1,000-year-old plum tree. Lu Mengmeng's body was trembling. She was scared. This is a 1,000-year-old plum tree, the treasure of the town. But he accidentally damaged the branch because of his own carelessness. If only I had been more careful just now. I knew there were so many people around, but I was still so careless. Lu Mengmeng felt extremely regretful. How she wished now that everything could happen again, how she wished that everything was just a nightmare. But everything in front of her was reminding her that she had really gotten into big trouble. But to her surprise, Lin Fan just touched her head. It's okay, it's just a tree. As long as you're okay, it's okay. Lin Fan comforted. Woo woo woo, brother Lin Fan is so gentle. In an instant, Lu Mengmeng's eyes turned red with emotion, and she couldn't help but want to throw herself into Lin Fan's arms. Lu Shishir was also very calm and patted her back gently. Something bad has happened. A tourist has damaged that plum tree. The plum tree? The one that Ouyang Xiu planted himself. Oh my god, they will lose everything, they have to pay for it. Who is so unlucky? Let's go and see what's going on. It's so tragic that this happened to a handsome guy and two beautiful girls. It's such a shame that two beautiful women have to face this kind of thing. But that handsome guy is really handsome, let's go and watch the fun. The staff of the scenic area quickly rushed over after hearing the news. All the onlookers looked at Lin Fan and the other two and couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. I don't know how much money I will have to pay for damaging such a precious thing. Definitely a lot. Maybe you will have to pay for the rest of your life. But to everyone's surprise, the two scenic spot staff members did not get angry. There is no intention to blame. Instead, they showed some panic expressions on their faces. Are you okay, young lady? You didn't get hurt by the tree? Passers-by were somewhat confused. How could these staff have such an attitude? If an ordinary person damages such a precious ancient tree, shouldn't he be severely reprimanded and then demanded a huge amount of compensation? But they were respectful and asked if anyone was injured. This is too abnormal. Zhou Chen's girlfriend couldn't help but remind him. This tree is so precious, shouldn't we pay for it if it's damaged? Lin Fan also nodded and said, indeed, we broke something, so we should pay for it. But what was unexpected was that when the two staff members heard it, they immediately spoke loudly to Zhou Chen's girlfriend with some displeasure. Why should I pay compensation? This tree is just an ordinary tree. The saying that Ouyang Xiu planted the tree himself is just a gimmick. It's all fake. That's right. The trees here caused this young lady to be injured. This is entirely the responsibility of our scenic spot. When the passers-by heard this, they immediately showed shocked expressions. Damn it. They didn't have to pay any compensation for damaging such a precious ancient tree. Even the staff looked like they were ready to apologize. What is wrong with this world? Ding. Surprise value plus 300. 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 I understand. This young lady may be of a special status. Even the staff at the scenic spot didn't dare to ask them for compensation. This shows that they don't dare to ask these three people to pay. A big shot, definitely a big shot. The identities of these three people are not simple. Zhou Chen's smug expression gradually solidified on his face. He couldn't help but hold his girlfriend's arms a little tighter, causing his girlfriend to let out a cry of pain. The development of things was far beyond his expectations. This tree is actually fake. Damn it. He put in so much effort just to make Lin Fan fall. Not only did he fail to make him pay compensation, but he even failed to achieve his goal of making them blame each other. I'm very angry. Lu Mengmeng was also stunned. I made a mistake, but I don't have to take any responsibility for it. And according to what this staff member said, it was their fault? This matter is a bit too weird. Lu Mengmeng secretly glanced at Lin Fan's profile. She had a hunch that the abnormal attitude of these staff members might be related to brother Lin Fan. Only the uncle and nephew of the Luo family who were not far away broke out in a cold sweat. Even if they had a dozen courage, they would not dare to ask Lin Fan for compensation. This 1,000-year-old tree is of course real, and all the rumors about it are also true. But as long as he has a relationship with Lin Fan. So what if you call a horse a zebra and insist that it is fake? Even if Lin Fan did make a mistake, it was not wrong. After all, even if Lin Fan really threw the money in front of them, they would not dare to take it. If you offend Lin Fan, you might as well commit suicide. This 1,000-year-old tree is indeed precious, but compared to Lin Fan, it is garbage. The more Zhou Chen thought about it, the angrier he got. He finally got a chance and secretly created an accident to harm Lin Fan. This kind of opportunity is rare, and if you miss it, you will never get it again. In the end, because the tree was fake, Lin Fan was fine. I don't know when I will get this kind of opportunity next time. There aren't many opportunities to trick Lin Fan, especially such a dirty trick. What a crappy tree. It's actually fake. Zhou Chen cursed angrily. He walked straight to the plum tree, stretched out his right foot and kicked hard, to vent his unwillingness and resentment in his heart. Chapter 83, Inestimable Value. The old tree was already very old and was facing aging and being attacked by pests and diseases. Some of the main trunks have been hollowed out and dried up, facing a life and death disaster. After being kicked by Zhou Chen, the tree trunks began to shake immediately. Some of the tree trunks that were originally tied with bandages and pulled with wires now fell down. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. How can this be? The staff of the scenic spot glared at him and immediately rushed to him and asked sternly, "Sir, you deliberately damaged the ancient trees in our scenic area, please compensate us." Compensation? Zhou Chen became even angrier. He pointed at Lin Fan and asked, why doesn't he have to pay? But when he looked over, he saw that Lin Fan had already left with the two Lu sisters. Lu Mengmeng fell down just now and sprained her foot slightly. She is now on her way to see a doctor. The staff member said righteously, that gentleman made an unintentional mistake, so we will naturally forgive him. But you intentionally caused harm, so this is a different situation. Zhou Chen snorted with great disdain, I'll compensate you, it's just a fake tree, I'll pay whatever it costs. Zhou Chen looked nonchalant and fearless. A fake tree pierced the sky. How much compensation can I get? What's more, his girlfriend is a rich second generation, and his father-in-law is an executive at a well-known game company in Haicheng. When they go out, they usually drive a Mercedes-Benz sports car and live in villas worth tens of millions. The daily expenses for entertainment are calculated in tens of thousands. Ever since he hooked up with this rich woman, Zhou Chen has been living his life as he pleases. You get what you want. The purpose of coming back this time was to show off my current superior life in front of Zhou Ru. I have plenty of capital. Besides, how much money can you get in compensation for just a fake tree? Unexpectedly, the staff's expressions were extremely serious. Their eyes were filled with hatred when they looked at Zhou Chen, as if they were looking at an unforgivable sinner. Notify Boss Luo immediately. Soon, Uncle Luo appeared in front of Zhou Chen with the two Luo brothers. These three are not easy to deal with. Strictly speaking, these three people are all evil people with a long history of bad deeds. Especially Uncle Luo, who was feeling angry and had no place to vent. Lin Fan and the other two accidentally damaged the 1,000-year-old tree, which was a treasure of the town and was priceless. The damage to the branches alone would amount to incalculable losses. But he didn't dare to ask Lin Fan for compensation, so he could only admit that the tree was fake. And this Zhou Chen was just a random person who appeared out of nowhere. He actually dared to commit a crime so blatantly. He was simply courting death. It seems that we have to teach him a lesson. Uncle Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, like a smiling tiger. Sir, since you have damaged the ancient trees in our scenic area, please pay 74 million yuan in compensation according to the regulations. Zhou Chen didn't hear clearly at first and thought he had misheard. How much? 7,400. The Luo brothers sneered and said in unison, no, it's 74 million yuan. 74 million? This time Zhou Chen heard it clearly, but his face froze. The rich girlfriend next to him also suddenly opened her eyes wide with an expression of disbelief. Their family is certainly very rich compared to ordinary people. But 74 million is not a small amount. For her, this was enough money to break her bones. Zhou Chen shouted in disbelief, this is a fake ancient tree.
You are taking the opportunity to blackmail me. I can't possibly pay you. I'm going to sue you. Fake tree, huh? Uncle Luo was so angry that he laughed. He clapped his hands. Staff from the 3 scenic spots carefully brought over several documents. County Annals. Plant Identification Book. World Cultural Heritage Property Rights Statement. Longway Intangible Cultural Heritage Appraisal Certificate. Each of these documents is a piece of evidence. The evidence is irrefutable. This tree is absolutely genuine, authentic 1,000-year-old tree, planted by Ouyang Xiu himself. The value is immeasurable. Uncle Luo laughed. Do you still think this is a fake tree? The Luo brothers also chimed in. You want to sue us, right? Guess who will win the lawsuit with all the evidence and surveillance footage we have? Zhou Chen's face finally changed drastically and he broke out in a cold sweat. This tree is actually real. And now you have to face a huge compensation for taking it out on yourself. Zhou Chen's rich second-generation girlfriend also felt dumbfounded. The situation changed so suddenly that I couldn't cope with it. Zhou Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. Zhou Chen shouted, "Didn't that man just now also damage the tree? We have to pay compensation together with him, half each." It's not relevant to bring up this issue. The faces of the uncle and nephew of the Luo family all changed immediately. I wouldn't dare to ask Lin Fan to pay the money even if I had 10 guts. That gentleman is so noble that even one of his fingers is worth more than this tree. Do you think he needs to pay compensation? Ridiculous, what a joke, it's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Mr. Lin's mood is as valuable as gold. Do you think we would risk disturbing his mood to ask for money? Suddenly, Zhou Chen's heart felt like a basin of cold water was poured over it. Only then did he suddenly wake up. The reason why these people said that the tree was fake was to avoid offending Lin Fan. It turns out that Lin Fan is not an ordinary person, he is a real big boss. But now the big mistake has been made. What awaits him will be a sky-high debt compensation. But I don't have that much money. I have always made my money by hanging out with rich women. Xiaoting, can you help me? Zhou Chen said to his girlfriend shamelessly. Your family is so rich, this 70 million. Unexpectedly, husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes. His girlfriend immediately distanced herself from the matter and said, "You are the one who caused this, it has nothing to do with me, and I think we may not be suitable for each other, please break up with me immediately." If you lose your boyfriend, you can always find another one. How long will it take to earn back so much money that is gone? This is not a small amount of money, it is more than 70 million. You can't just change a boyfriend, but can you earn more than 70 million easily? Zhou Chen cried. He was stunned and felt regretful. This time he lost both his money and his life. Not only did he lose his girlfriend, but he also had to face a huge debt. I wouldn't have thought of harming Lin Fan earlier. But it was too late to regret now. The 3 uncles and nephews of the Luo family looked at Zhou Chen with ill intentions and said, "Please pay the money back as soon as possible, otherwise we will sue you legally." Zhou Chen suddenly wanted to die. Lu Mengmeng just fell and sprained her foot. Considering the previous injuries, Lin Fan was a little worried, so he sent her back to the hospital to rest. Lu Mengmeng also felt a little panicked about the trouble she had caused. Even though she happened to survive the disaster, she still felt a little guilty. In addition, she felt that it might be better for her cousin and Lin Fan to be alone together, so she deliberately asked them to go out for a walk. So Lin Fan and Lu Shishir started strolling around the town. Chapter 84. Only consider the men of Dragon Country. This is the nearest town to Qinghe Township. When they were young, the biggest thing they did was to go from the countryside to the town to play. This place is full of childhood memories for both of them. But Lu Shishir was a little silent. When she came back this time, Lin Fan clearly felt that she was worried. But I don't feel comfortable asking proactively. The 2 people were only half a meter apart, but Lin Fan had an illusion that the distance was not as close as he imagined. However, Lu Shishir's profile made Lin Fan feel his heartbeat slightly faster. Even though he plays among beautiful women all day long, Lin Fan's vision has changed a lot. Tian Meiwei, Zhou Wanting, Yi Iran, each of them is a beauty who is above the school bell level. But Lu Shishir has an intellectual beauty that is very unique and profound. Maybe this also has something to do with the fact that she is a female teacher. And Lu Shishir couldn't help but look at Lin Fan secretly.
Yen Dia's appearance is too attractive, like a whirlpool in the deep sea that constantly attracts girls. Even though Lu Shishir tried her best to remain reserved in her heart, and was a little hesitant because of her current situation,
but she couldn't help but secretly look at Lin Fan.
At this moment, a small team holding cameras suddenly stopped Lin Fan and the other two. A pretty female host greeted politely, "Hello, handsome men and beautiful women, this is the Town and Village Street interview program.
May I take a few minutes of your time to answer a few questions?"
Lin Fan and Lu Shishir looked at each other and nodded at the same time.
It's nothing anyway, and the other party's attitude is pretty good. Just have a casual chat with them. The hostess asked politely, "What are your occupations?"
"Courier."
"Teacher."
When the female host heard about Lin Fan's profession, a hint of contempt flashed across her eyes, but she hid it well.
And she was obviously more interested in Lu Shishir's identity as a teacher.
The female host turned the camera to Lu Shishir and gave her a close-up, while at the same time, intentionally or unintentionally, reducing Lin Fan's presence in the camera.
"Which school are you a teacher at, number 3 middle school, number 1 middle school, or the affiliated middle school?"
The female host asked questions about several famous middle schools in Haicheng.
After all, there are no good schools in this small town, and Lu Shishir's temperament and conversation are extraordinary.
The female host has guessed that she is not ordinary, so she deliberately asked.
Lu Shishir shook her head and said, "Neither. I go to Lawrence Middle School in Xiamen. Lawrence High School."
When the female host heard this, she was immediately shocked.
This is an extremely famous international high school.
Even in Xiamen, a city with abundant educational resources and strong teaching staff, this school can surely be ranked first.
More importantly, this is an aristocratic private school. The requirements for students' quality are extremely high.
There are even rumors that the unspoken rules of admissions have high requirements for students' family conditions. Students who can attend such schools are almost always rich or noble. The requirements for teachers at Lawrence Middle School are extremely stringent.
Not to mention 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000.
To be precise, it would not be an exaggeration to say that 1 in a million is the best. Lu Shishir was actually a teacher at this super aristocratic middle school.
Awesome.
The female host's attitude immediately became better, and the smile on her face became obviously brighter.
She asked the next question, "So what do you think are the requirements for choosing a spouse?"
Mate selection requirements.
This question is obviously a gossip-type question. Many people are obviously interested in gossip about beautiful women.
Some passers-by gathered around and watched with interest.
That girl is so beautiful. She must have very high standards for a partner.
She either has to be very handsome or very rich.
I want to be her boyfriend, too.
I would be willing to live 10 years less if I could marry such a beautiful woman.
Dream on.
You won't be able to marry a goddess like this even if you live 50 years less. As for this gossip question, Lu Shishir didn't think much about it and said, "I have a feeling."
"So do you have feelings for ugly boys?" "No." The female host continued to ask, "So if you ignore appearance, what kind of boy do you like?"
Lu Shishir was silent for a moment, then tried hard to think seriously.
After about 3 minutes, she gave up and said, "I can't get rid of it." Phew. Everyone around couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fan couldn't help laughing.
I didn't realize that Lu Shishir is also a face lover. And at this moment, the female host finally used her ultimate weapon.
"So do you think Jack from our show meets your requirements for a partner?"
As she spoke, she pointed at a foreign man who was about 1.8 meters tall. This foreign man named Jack is indeed quite handsome, with sharp facial lines and distinct features. Although he is not as handsome as the handsome Emperor Lin Fan, he is also a rare handsome guy. Lu Shishir shook her head directly and said, "I only consider men from Longhua." As soon as these words were spoken, the foreigner named Jack became somewhat dissatisfied, and his brows furrowed in extreme dissatisfaction.
The female host also said with a puzzled look, "Why do you only consider dragon men?"
You know, many foreign men are also very good now. I think they are more attractive than dragon men." At this time, Lin Fan couldn't listen anymore. He frowned and suddenly said, "I think that for dragon country women, dragon country men are the most attractive." Hearing Lin Fan's voice, the female host immediately cast her eyes on his face. A flash of contempt flashed across the female host's eyes as she looked at Lin Fan. "My dear brother, although you are quite handsome, you are indeed very good looking. But please pay attention to your identity, you are just a courier. No matter how fast a pig runs, it is still just a pig. No matter how handsome a courier looks, he is still just a courier. This is a very simple truth. Just based on your status, are you qualified to say that dragon men are the most suitable for dragon women? Joke. In fact, the reason why this column brought up Jack's foreign man and raised this somewhat sharp question. The fundamental purpose is to profit. Almost all the investors of the program Town and Village Street Talk are foreigners. The fundamental reason why they spend a huge amount of money to invest in this program is because they have a business related to foreign sons-in-law. The business of the foreign son-in-law is to package some foreign men with ordinary conditions and then introduce them to the women of Longwa. Not only can you collect money from men, you can also collect money from women. The profits are huge. Those foreign trash who are not doing well abroad will be packaged as social elites by these investors as long as they pay money. He lied that he came to Dragon Country in search of love. However, some ignorant and Western-worshipping women from Longwa thought they had picked up a treasure and paid money in vain. As long as they used this online program to promote the benefits of foreign sons-in-law, their business will naturally become more profitable. Chapter 85, No one can humiliate the Dragon Kingdom. This foreign man Jack is a counterfeit that has been carefully packaged by them and has only a good appearance. In fact, all that glitters is not the beauty. Educational background, family background, and abilities are basically all fake. But when everything is exposed, it is already too late and the die is cast. This is a completely unscrupulous business. Naturally, this female host sold her conscience for money, making her just like a dog they raise. As long as the program is well organized, the foreign son-in-law's business prospers, and these foreign investors are made happy, they will naturally reward the female host with a lot of dog bones. And the natural way to do this is to promote the advantages of foreign men. Label foreign men with gold. This will naturally attract many ignorant dragon women to become interested in foreign men. Then the foreign son-in-law business of these investors will naturally bring in a lot of money. The popularity of this program has been quite high recently. The female host also received a promotion and a raise, with the bonus alone being in the 6 figures. The female host has a very good feeling about herself and believes that she has a bright future, and she is quite arrogant. Especially towards the men from Dragon Country, she already had a natural disdain for them. If the men of Longwa were really that outstanding, would they be able to do this kind of business well? Now there is a courier boy who dares to obstruct a good thing. It seems that we need to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. The female host smiled and said, "Oh, this guy's thinking seems a bit outdated. Nowadays, many foreign guys are indeed better off financially than dragon boys. This is an indisputable fact." Lin Fan shook his head. "You are the one with outdated ideas. Long Country is no longer what it used to be. Now Long Country is no worse than many countries in terms of development. The conditions of Long Country boys may not be inferior to those of foreigners." The female host said "oh" in a long tone. Then she casually stretched out her right hand and pointed at Jack, saying, "Let's make a comparison. Our Jack is a top student who graduated from Stanford University, and his family runs a well-known listed company. Who do you think is more suitable for this beautiful lady, you or our Jack?" The female host's words were extremely naked and revealing, almost like pointing at Lin Fan's nose and telling him that he was not worthy. Faced with this provocation, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. This has almost touched Lin Fan's bottom line. "It doesn't matter if you insult me, but if you insult my fellow countrymen in Dragon Country, then I will have zero tolerance for that." For the sake of his own petty personal interests, he openly declared that foreign men are more worthy of dragon women. It's absolutely shameless. The passers-by around couldn't bear to watch it anymore. This show crew is rotten from top to bottom. I feel sick every time I see them praising these foreign men. It is despicable that these clowns are openly promoting such values in our dignified Dragon Country. Alas, this delivery guy spoke very well, but he was humiliated. It's hateful. These people who worship foreign things are so shameless. It's a pity that the host is from Long Country. He actually sold his conscience for money. It's not a big deal for me alone, but if it brings shame to my compatriots, then wouldn't I become a sinner for all eternity? No one can humiliate the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Fan immediately stopped trying to hide his identity. He took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. The female host couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lin Fan's expression gradually turn cold and he started to make a phone call. She turned her head and looked at the handsome guy Jack, her eyes full of confidence and arrogance. They have someone above them. There are big shots. The investors of this program are all well-known figures in Haicheng. Drive a luxury car, live in a luxury house, have connections, and be able to plan and strategize. Could it be that with their enormous power, they are unable to suppress a small courier? He is just a courier, yet he dares to confront us directly. He really doesn't know his place. Ignorance is fearless. Are you still planning to call? Even if you call the great Luo immortal, what can he do to us? Lu Shishir, who had always been calm and composed, couldn't help herself at this moment. These people's attitude towards Lin Fan is really bad. And the language is extremely uncomfortable. I should have ignored these people. But now that things have come to this, don't blame us for being cruel and ruthless. Daring to say such words to brother Lin Fan is an unforgivable crime. Lu Shishir's personality is gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. A fierce look flashed across her eyes, and she was immediately ready to teach these people a lesson they would never forget. In fact, the three uncles and nephews of the Luo family never went far. After they dealt with Zhou Chen, they immediately sent someone to follow Lin Fan quietly. They have been quietly keeping an eye on Lin Fan's situation. They knew everything that happened. Hearing the female host provoking Lin Fan so arrogantly, they were all filled with indignation. How dare a mere foreign production crew speak to Master Lin Fan like this? Court death. They are just some clowns doing shady business, yet they dare to challenge boss Lin Fan. I will make them regret their decision today forever. They are just a few foreigners who dare to run wild in our territory. We must teach them a lesson this time. Haicheng. In the conference room on the 13th floor of Century Building, 17 investors sat in a circle for a meeting. These investors are the investors of the Street Talk program and the investors of the foreign son-in-law's business. They are discussing this quarter's financial report. I am honored to announce that our financial report for this quarter is very good. It's up 36 percentage points over the same period. If we continue to develop in this way, we will achieve greater success next quarter. Let us applaud each other as success. The atmosphere in the venue was extremely cheerful. The whole room was in an uproar as the financial report was announced. The crowd was bustling and the applause was as loud as thunder. The entire huge conference room was filled with long-lasting, thunderous applause. Every investor had an unconcealable smile on his face. This is the third significant increase this year, and the growth during the same period is even more fierce than last year. Making this money is almost as easy as printing money. If this trend continues, the profit of each of their investors will reach an extremely terrifying number. Great, it was a wise decision to choose this investment. It's really easy to make money from the dragon people. This sentence is the voice of almost every investor. But just when almost everyone was excited and jubilant, suddenly, a piece of bad news came. Someone anonymously reported that we concealed the real information of the target and suspected fraud? And they knew our object paperwork was incomplete. We were also ordered to send the people back to their country immediately. In an instant, the entire conference room fell into deathly silence. The sudden news plunged them into a state of hell. Chapter 86, This retribution comes too quickly. Once these foreign men are deported back to their home countries, all their businesses will be ruined. Even if the real information of these people is disclosed, they will undoubtedly be involved in lawsuits or even suspected of fraud. Several founders forced a smile on their faces and said, "Don't worry, we have a way to solve it and we will definitely suppress this matter. Even if this business cannot be done, we still have a lot of business to do, and the financial report for the next quarter will still be booming." When the other people around heard this, they forced a smile, feeling a little guilty. After all, no one can say for sure about this kind of thing. Everyone knows that they are just making empty promises to stabilize the morale of the troops. Without this crucial business, I'm afraid the financial figures for next quarter will not look good. The people who made the anonymous report were naturally the three uncles and nephews of the Luo family. In terms of absolute hard power, it is naturally impossible for them to go head-on with these well-known investors in Haicheng. But it does not stop them from doing their part. They tried to gather information indirectly through various channels and handed over some evidence. Even though he couldn't injure these people, it was still a relief for Lin Fan. You dare to mess with our boss Lin Fan, you must be tired of living. Now let's see how your business will continue. Not to mention catching you all in one fell swoop, at least you will lose a lot of money. The three members of the Luo family were determined to cling to Lin Fan's thighs, and immediately treated Lin Fan as their boss. It is my duty as a younger brother to vent my anger for the boss. But all this is just the beginning. Lin Fan made a phone call and got in touch with manager Wang of the Fish Carlton restaurant. Lin Fan briefly explained the situation. Manager Wang is a very experienced person and he understood it immediately. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I promise to give you a satisfactory result." Manager Wang immediately contacted all his connections. At the same time, it relies on the huge funds provided by Lin Fan, as well as his extremely strong appeal and influence. He wanted to teach these ignorant people a lesson they would never forget. Tianming Group refuses to repay the loan. Is our funding chain about to break? The cooperative enterprise that we have signed a contract with for 7 years is actually going to cut ties with us. Our internal supply capacity simply can't keep up, and our business is ruined. In the conference room of Century Building, almost everyone was going crazy. Everyone's face was filled with anger, fear, and disbelief. No one expected that, just a short while ago, they were still dreaming of a big increase in the next quarter's financial report. But in the blink of an eye, problems arose in various businesses. Almost all the cooperating companies and groups turned against us. The capital chain is facing a break. Production capacity will die immediately. They are like a plague, and no one dares to continue cooperating with them. It was as if there was an invisible hand in the dark, determined to kill their business. And all of this happened in less than an hour. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and everyone felt confused and frightened. All these signs indicate that there is a very powerful person who is trying to kill them. But they had no idea who they had offended. Investigate immediately. Who did you offend? Who on earth has such great power? Investigate immediately. After their exhaustive investigation, they immediately noticed Lin Fan's situation. This is undoubtedly the only possibility. There must be something wrong here. At this moment, Lin Fan was confronting the program crew. The female host still looked arrogant and domineering, not taking Lin Fan seriously at all. But the arrogant Jack and the female host received a call at the same time. "Are you guys sick? It's over, it's all over, all of us have been killed by you two brainless idiots. Kneel down immediately and kowtow to apologize to the person you have offended." Listening to the almost crazy roar in my ears. The female host was stunned, and the foreign man Jack was completely dumbfounded. For a moment, they couldn't accept this fact. What's going on? Immediately afterwards, a feeling of fear and trepidation rushed straight to the top of my head. They all looked at Lin Fan at the same time. Could it be that this courier is actually a big boss? However, before they had time to think about it, a car carrying investigators from relevant departments rushed to the scene. "We are now arresting you for endangering public opinion security. You have the right to remain silent, but please cooperate with our work." The female host opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Jack also looked ashen. And this step was naturally the work of Lu Shishir. Ding. Surprise value plus 500. 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 After the entire unscrupulous program crew was caught on the spot, passers-by were shocked. Emma. This retribution comes too quickly. The program team that seemed to have the upper hand just now collapsed in the blink of an eye. This courier guy is so aggressive. Crushing this group of people to death is no different from crushing a group of ants. Is the courier so awesome? It makes me want to deliver a package myself. The delivery guy might have someone behind him. What do you mean by maybe? This guy probably has a big background. It is said that there are big shots behind this program. But it's obvious that he's vulnerable, which means that this courier boy's background is much more powerful than theirs. However, passers-by were first filled with shock and suspicion, and kept looking at Lin Fan secretly. But when they recalled how this unscrupulous program crew openly promoted foreign men and belittled the values of dragon men, they all felt a sense of relief. Then there was a burst of applause. Well done. Good deeds will be rewarded and evil deeds will be punished. How can our great dragon nation tolerate these foreign clowns making trouble? It's very satisfying and well received. Lin Fan watched as the people around him kept looking at him secretly, and some even took out their cell phones to take pictures of him. On the one hand, I wanted to take pictures of such hot events that I witnessed and post them online. On the other hand, he wanted to preserve Lin Fan's handsome looks forever.
Lin Fan didn't want the photo to go viral on the internet the next day. He took Lu Shirshi's hand and walked towards the parking lot.
After this incident, Lin Fan has undoubtedly become famous in this small town.
Next, I'm afraid no one will not know him.
Lin Fan simply wanted to go back to Qinghe Township to see his mother. Lu Shishi came back this time to attend the ancestral worship ceremony. After Lin Fan asked her some questions, he prepared to take her back to Qinghe Township. Lu Mengmeng still needs to rest for a few days, and I will come to pick her up then. The news of the unscrupulous program team's downfall spread quickly.
Chapter 87 Super Thigh.
This town is not big and is closest to Qinghe Township. One person tells 10 people tell 100 people. The news soon spread to Qinghe Township, Lin Fan's hometown.
Neighbors in Qinghe Township are also discussing the issue.
Oh my, this kind of rubbish program group should have been killed long ago. That's right, it's ridiculous to openly promote that foreign men are more suitable for our dragon country women. While the people of Qinghe Township were continuing to discuss, some people quietly changed the topic.
What do you mean by unworthy of a dragon country woman?
Our child has only graduated for 2 years and has already become the company's vice president.
Now he can easily earn $1 million a year. How can this be called unworthy of a dragon country woman? Ah, who says it's not true? These people just like to generalize.
My child bought a car and a house a few years after graduation, and I didn't spend a penny. Now he runs his own company and doesn't have to worry about money at all. My child is also very promising. Not only is he doing well in his career, his girlfriend is the daughter of a famous family.
She is beautiful and has a good family background. They are going to get married at the end of the year.
They are taking the opportunity to show off and constantly brag about their children's achievements.
Who doesn't want to tell others how awesome their kids are? How face-saving would that be?
On the surface, they were attacking the values of the program team. In fact, it is telling others how promising your children are.
Take the opportunity to compete with each other.
Lin Fan's mother also wanted to participate in the discussion of this topic and say a few more words. Her children have not been with her for a long time, and her husband works away from home and can only come home once in a long time.
She actually really wanted to chat with more people. But when other people changed the topic,
after they all started showing off their children's achievements,
Lin Fan's mother couldn't help but fall silent in awkwardness. Other people's children are so promising.
I started a company and also did my own business. Some have even found extremely high-quality girls and are getting married at the end of the year.
But what about Lin Fan? Lin Fan's mother couldn't help but sigh helplessly.
The other neighbors also started gossiping as they chatted. I heard that Lin Fan, the kid from the Lin family, is still a courier even though he's already old. I finally found him a blind date, but he didn't like her.
That's too tragic. Why don't we ask our own children to help out? How can I help? Lin Fan is just a courier. He can't even be the general manager.
And among this group of gossiping and chattering neighbors,
the mother of the Luo brothers played the flute the most enthusiastically.
Everyone knows that when the Luo brothers were in school, they were the last and second to last in the class. They can be described as a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix. It would be so embarrassing if news got out that my child was at the bottom of the class. Luo's mother often felt ashamed for this reason and lived a very depressed life.
But times are different now. Leaving the campus and entering the society.
The Luo brothers now, thanks to a relative, are engaged in the wine and beverage purchasing business in the Royal Century Entertainment City in Haichang.
Life is very comfortable.
Not only did he buy a car and a house, but he also wanted to find a girlfriend, and he could just find one randomly.
An attitude of coming when called and going when waved away.
This made Luo's mother very proud. When he was in school, Lin Fan had the best grades. Back then, Luo's mother was always extremely jealous of Lin Fan's mother, wondering how she could have such a smart son.
But things are different now. The Luo brothers have become successful and are making money. And Lin Fan is just a courier. This sharp contrast is truly heartbreaking.
Mother Luo almost laughed to the point her jaw dropped.
Wasn't Lin Fan ranked first in grades back then?
My children's grades were at the bottom, but they are now doing 1,000 times better than Lin Fan.
Now, Mother Luo found the opportunity and was ready to take advantage of her. Are you kidding? If not now, when?
Mother Lin Fan, I heard that your child is not doing very well these days.
Mother Luo approached with pretending kindness. Would you like to ask my child to help him find a good job?
Lin Fan's mother was silent for a moment, then said, "It's Lin Fan's business to do whatever he likes. No matter who he is or how much money he makes, in my heart, he is the best. I'm his mother, I just hope he's safe and sound." Hearing this, Mother Luo sneered and was about to say something when she saw through the window that two cars returned to Qinghe Township. One was Lin Fan's Fichui 500, and the other was the Luo brothers' Mercedes-Benz. In Qinghe Township, the Luo brothers followed behind Lin Fan's car. When the two brothers heard that Lin Fan was going back home, they immediately followed him all the way. There is no way Lin Fan is the super thigh in their eyes.
Lin Fan is their fellow townsman.
He was also a classmate who I went to class with when I was a child. Now Lin Fan has become a super boss.
If you don't seize the opportunity to hold on to her thighs now, wouldn't you be a fool? Besides, the two brothers have been relying on Uncle Luo and got a lucrative job. Now that's a taste of the sweetness.
It is not as good to work hard on your own as to rely on others. If you strive on your own, it would be like pedaling a tricycle at best, which is both laborious and ineffective. But if you cling to someone powerful, it's like taking a ride on a speeding car, or even developing at the speed of a rocket.
Save time, effort, and worry.
Therefore, it appeared that Lin Fan was driving the car in front, and the car of the Luo brothers was behind.
A before and after picture. The car arrived at the destination quickly.
Lin Fan did not get out of the car immediately, but instead instructed the Luo brothers to do something. Having not eaten for several hours, he and Lu Shishir were both feeling a little hungry.
After consulting Lu Shishir's opinion, both of them wanted to eat the Qinghe crabs from their hometown.
Qinghe crab is a specialty of Qinghe Township, a kind of crab with a very special appearance. Its body is smaller, but its claws are stronger and its body has more spikes than that of ordinary crabs. The meat of this crab is very delicate and has a natural aroma, which is very special.
Once you have tasted it, you will never forget it.
Even though the crab roe and crab yellow are not as delicious as some famous crabs, such as butter crab, but the texture and fragrance of crab meat also have a unique flavor. Lin Fan and Lu Shishir were eager to return home, and the first thing they did when they got back to their hometown was to try the Qinghe crab. But when the Luo brothers heard this, they immediately felt a little embarrassed. This season is not the time when Qinghe crabs are in abundance. Qinghe crabs are relatively difficult to catch, so their numbers are quite rare. The Luo brothers were stumped for a moment. And Luo's mother was quite a distance away. But she still recognized her child's car at a glance. That's a Mercedes, a famous luxury car. Her eyes rolled, and she immediately prepared to take Lin Fan's mother to see her son. She wanted to brag about her son in person and show off in front of Lin Fan's mother. But Lin Fan's mother had no choice but to accept it. Chapter 88, Failing to Recognize the Great Master. Luo's mother was so eager to show off that she dragged Lin Fan's mother along without saying a word. It was like forcibly taking her there. But just as Luo's mother was excitedly taking Lin Fan's mother there, from a distance, they came across a scene that surprised them. The two brothers of the Luo family were seen walking one after the other, almost nodding and bowing, asking a person in the car for his request. In the car in front of them was a young man with an extraordinary appearance. But because the distance was too far, neither Lin Fan's mother nor Luo's mother could see the man's face clearly. Just looking at the attitudes of the two Luo brothers, it seems that the young man in the car is of very unusual status. All of a sudden, Luo's mother felt very embarrassed. Originally, she had brought Lin Fan's mother here hypocritically to brag about her child's achievements. But unexpectedly, I came across such a scene. His two sons were nodding and fawning to please someone. However, Luo's mother's thought only lasted for a while. The next second, she changed her mind. My son now drives a Mercedes and lives in a villa. The person who even they want to please must be a big boss. Luo's mother immediately seized the opportunity and started bragging to Lin Fan's mother. My son must have found an important person to attend the ancestor worship ceremony this time. There has always been a tradition of inviting some big names from outside to attend the ancestor worship ceremony. My son works for a large entertainment company in Haicheng. He must have brought in one of the executives. On the day of the ancestral worship ceremony, it is likely that this great man will take the first place. Mother Lin Fan, you must seize the opportunity. My son has finally brought such an important person here. If you just behave a little better, I might be able to ask my son to beg for a favor and help Lin Fan get a good job, so that he can rise to prominence from now on.
Luo's mother talked like a machine gun, chattering non-stop.
At the same time, her face was full of superiority, as if she was the best. Lin Fan's mother was a little upset, but there was nothing she could do.
There's nothing I can do.
Their son has made great achievements, there is such a saying here.
And look at this posture.
The Luo brothers seemed to have really brought back a great figure. From a distance, they could see the flattering expressions on the faces of the Luo brothers and their extremely respectful and humble actions.
These are the infamous Luo brothers.
On weekdays, everyone is arrogant and unreasonable, and they often speak ill of others. In the past, he was a famous village bully.
And now, it has become even worse.
After making money in Haicheng, they became more and more rampant.
Very defiant attitude. Someone who can make these two brothers with bad personalities show a flattering attitude.
Then this young man must be a big shot of extraordinary status.
Lin Fan's mother was suddenly caught in a dilemma.
On the one hand, she knew that Luo's mother was not so kind to help her, and she just wanted to show off in front of her.
On the other hand, change your mindset. If I can really help my son find a good job, then my life as a mother will be worth it. Just when Lin Fan's mother showed hesitation,
the two brothers of the Luo family saw their mother from a distance, and they immediately ran over in big strides.
Mom, is there any way to get some Qinghe crabs? Any amount is fine.
When Luo's mother heard this, she immediately looked at Lin Fan's mother. Coincidentally, knowing that Lin Fan was about to return home, Lin Fan's mother had prepared a few plump river crabs several days ago for her son to try.
No, that's what I prepared for my son.
I won't sell it no matter how much money you give. Lin Fan's mother immediately shook her head.
The Luo brothers also didn't know Lin Fan's mother.
I heard that she had Qinghe crabs, but she was unwilling to hand them over.
They immediately showed a bad look on their faces and said, I won't sell it no matter how much money you pay?
Please be careful with your words, old man.
I am reminding you to be careful not to be ignorant of your own limitations. Just when the Luo brothers were preparing to take tough measures,
Lin Fan drove over.
Who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is?
Lin Fan's cold voice came from the car. Lin Fan's mother felt that the voice sounded very familiar and immediately showed a look of hesitation on her face. The Luo brothers immediately changed their tone and said flatteringly, she is just a countrywoman. Lin Fan said coldly, that's my mother.
Ding. Surprise value plus 500. Ding. Surprise value plus 500.
The Luo brothers were dumbfounded. Lin Fan's mother and Luo's mother were also dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, everyone's expressions changed drastically. I heard that this middle-aged woman was Lin Fan's mother. The Luo brothers were so frightened that their pants got wet. My legs were shaking so much that I almost fell to my knees. In order to complete the task assigned by Boss Lin Fan, they were determined to do so at all costs. Boss Lin Fan said he wanted to eat Qinghe crabs, so I had to dig 3 feet into the ground to dig out a few for him to taste. When I heard that this middle-aged woman had Qinghe crabs, she was unwilling to hand them over.
They immediately wanted to use force. Just now, the two of them had arrogant expressions, rough movements, and aggressive voices. He is completely a vicious and evil bully.
If they disagree, they will fight. But Lin Fan drove over and said in a cold voice that this was his mother. When the two heard it, it was like a bolt from the blue, like thunder and lightning hitting the earth. I never expected that this was Boss Lin Fan's mother.
They hadn't been back to their hometown for many years, so how could they recognize Lin Fan's mother? It's over. It's over.
What the hell was such a stupid thing I just did? The two of us actually treated Boss Lin Fan's mother with such a shameless attitude. If she knew that this was Boss Lin Fan's mother, she wouldn't dare to be so arrogant even if she had the courage of a leopard.
Shit, I'm dead now. The Luo brothers couldn't help but wail in their hearts.
I was even more impulsive and just knelt down and admitted my mistake.
Strive for leniency. Just do it when you think of it. Thump.
The Luo brothers immediately knelt on the ground without any dignity.
I'm sorry, we both offended each other just now.
We are short-sighted and can't recognize the real treasure.
We don't know what's good for us. Please forgive us.
I saw that my two sons looked trembling with fear, as if they were treading on thin ice. It was as if he was a prisoner who had committed a death penalty. Not only was he trembling with fear from the bottom of his heart, but he also begged for mercy in a low voice. Luo's mother was completely stunned. Originally, she brought Lin Fan's mother here just to show off that her son can get whatever he wants.
But the current situation is completely the opposite.
At this moment, his two sons knelt down without saying a word.
How humble. The most shocking thing is,
the big shot that his two sons had been fawning on for a long time turned out to be Lin Fan. The two of them were now kneeling on the ground begging for forgiveness because they had offended Lin Fan's mother.
Luo's mother immediately pulled her two sons and said, "What are you doing? It's so embarrassing. Get up quickly." Chapter 89 Lin Fan, boss?
But the Luo brothers did not move at all, and said with trepidation, "We will not get up until we are forgiven." Luo's mother looked at her two sons and felt extremely strange for a moment.
Are these still his two sons who drive luxury cars, live in villas, spend money like water and have domineering personalities? How come the tiger that acts like a tiger on normal days is now scared into two cats?
No matter how hard he tried and how much he persuaded them, the two brothers just knelt on the ground with their heads down, almost lying on the ground.
Could it be that Lin Fan has something on my son? Luo's mother wondered.
The Luo brothers have done a lot of bad things in recent years. Maybe Lin Fan had found something wrong with her and was blackmailing her, Luo's mother guessed. The person who was most surprised was Lin Fan's mother. When she heard her son's voice coming from the car, her mind went blank for a moment.
The big shot that the Luo brothers were fawning on was actually their own son Lin Fan? Isn't my son just an ordinary courier?
How could he be such a big shot that these two wealthy brothers could curry favor with him?
What on earth is going on? Is there some misunderstanding?
Lin Fan's mother couldn't accept her son's huge change in identity all at once and was stunned. But when she saw the Luo brothers kneeling in front of her, she immediately said in a panic, You get up first, be normal." The Luo brothers were extremely stubborn and said in unison, "We will not get up until we are forgiven." Lin Fan's mother hurriedly said, Forgive me. Please get up. It would be embarrassing if someone saw you in broad daylight." However, the Luo brothers were still unwilling to get up and said, "We mean to get the forgiveness of boss Lin Fan."
Lin Fan, boss? Hearing them calling Lin Fan like that, Lin Fan's mother and Luo's mother were both shocked. But they didn't have time to think about it.
Lin Fan's cold voice came from the car, saying, "Considering that this is your first offense and you didn't know about it beforehand, I will punish you to kneel for half an hour."
Half an hour.
When Luo's mother heard this, she immediately became anxious. The weather is so hot that the ground has been scorched by the scorching sun like a baking tray.
Aren't you heartbroken after kneeling for half an hour?
But before she could say anything, she saw the Luo brothers heaving a sigh of relief as if they had been pardoned. Both of them showed relieved smiles on their faces.
That's great.
Boss Lin Fan is willing to punish us, which means he is willing to forgive us.
It's only half an hour. We just need to be patient.
Seeing his two sons behaving in such a humble manner, Luo's mother almost doubted whether she was dreaming.
Is this a dream? Or did Lin Fan give his two sons some drugged potion?
This is more than just being obedient, it is simply following orders and complying with everything. In the end, it was Lin Fan's mother who spoke.
Please forgive others when you can. You are going too far.
Lin Fan was silent for a while after hearing his mother talking, then he said, I'll record the account for this half hour first, you guys get up. Upon hearing this, the Luo brothers stood up without saying a word. Luo's mother bit her lower lip and looked at her two sons in great confusion. I tried to persuade my son for a long time, but he still wouldn't listen to me. But as soon as Lin Fan opened his mouth, his two sons became so obedient.
Let them kneel. Let them stand.
He was just like a lowly servant in Lin Fan's family.
What is going on here? I'll have to ask them about this later.
Lin Fan also opened the car door and got out.
Mom, you look more beautiful after not seeing you for a few days.
Lin Fan said with a smile. He immediately smiled and gave his mother a big hug. After not seeing each other for many days, Lin Fan's mother missed him a little. But what puzzled her was that at this moment, Lin Fan exuded a kind of nobleness.
It is an indescribable temperament. This kind of temperament is often only found in wealthy and powerful people.
Although it is not clear what exactly happened to Lin Fan. But her longing for her son made her eyes red with emotion at this moment, and she scolded him with a smile, Stinky boy, you only come back once in such a long time. Lin Fan laughed and changed the subject, Mom, I finally got back home, let's go to Jufulu for a meal. Jufulu was one of the few good restaurants in Xinghe Township. It is said that when the owner of this restaurant was young, he was a well-traveled senior chef. She is particularly proficient in the famous dishes of 3 cuisines, and the meals she cooks are very delicious. But relatively speaking, the consumption at Jufulu is higher. However, since she hasn't seen her beloved son Lin Fan for such a long time, Lin Fan's mother will naturally not be stingy. She agreed immediately. But Lin Fan's mother immediately thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and said, Xiao Fan, the girl that mom introduced to you last time, you. Hearing his mother hesitantly mentioning the blind date girl Yi Kur, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little confused. Isn't she just a random girl? Last time, I was in a hurry to go on a date with Yi Ran, so I sent her away. Little did people know that Yi Kur was in a low mood that day because she knew that she was not worthy of Lin Fan. She casually said to the relative who introduced the blind date, "It's not suitable." This turned out to be a misunderstanding, and everyone thought that it was an excuse that Yi Kur looked down on Lin Fan. Lin Fan's mother also misunderstood and thought that her son was looked down upon because of his blind date. Because of this incident, Lin Fan's mother was just about to speak to comfort her son. But just at this moment. But he saw a stunning beauty with a face as beautiful as a fairy and skin as white as cream slowly getting out of Lin Fan's car. It was Lu Shishir. She smiled politely and said, "Hello, Auntie. I am Lin Fan's friend, Lu Shishir. I saw the most beautiful woman in the world, Lu Shishir, getting out of Lin Fan's car." Lin Fan's mother was slightly stunned, and then she was delighted. There was a hint of smugness and pride in her eyes as she looked at Lin Fan. "You little brat, I didn't expect you to be so good at tricking such a beautiful girl back." Lin Fan was a little surprised and said, "This is just an ordinary friend of mine, don't think too much about it." "I understand. You young people are too embarrassed to admit it." Lin Fan was helpless and was about to say something to explain. "It doesn't matter if I am thick-skinned, but Lu Shishir is a thin-skinned single woman." But he saw Lu Shishir standing quietly aside with a shy look on her face, neither objecting nor showing any displeasure. There was even a hint of joy on his face. It's like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. Lin Fan. Seeing this, he wisely shut up and said nothing more. He just asked his mother and Lu Shishir to get in the car. The 3 of them went to Jufulu for dinner. Luo's mother was standing by, helping her 2 sons brush off the dust on their knees. A look of extreme jealousy gradually appeared in one of his eyes. "Son, has Lin Fan caught anything wrong with you too? Tell Mom." Luo's mother asked in a low voice. The Luo brothers were at a loss for words and said, "No." After hearing her 2 sons' denial, Luo's mother became more determined. Most likely, his son didn't want to make him worry, so he refused to tell him. Chapter 90: A good opportunity to hug thighs. Luo's mother was a little indignant and whispered, "What's there for Lin Fan to be proud of? He was even looked down upon by girls when he went on a blind date. This matter has spread and everyone knows it." I was shocked to hear that my mother actually dared to speak ill of boss Lin Fan behind his back. The Luo brothers' faces changed immediately and they quickly covered their mother's mouth. "Don't dare to say anything nonsense, don't dare to say anything nonsense. This is going to be trouble. If boss Lin Fan finds out, we'll all be dead." Looking at his 2 sons' useless appearance, he was almost afraid of Lin Fan as if he were a jackal or a tiger. Luo's mother was a little annoyed. But when she glanced at Lin Fan out of the corner of her eye, she found Lu Shishir standing gracefully beside Lin Fan. What a beautiful girl. Luo's mother was surprised and confused. She originally wanted to make a big deal out of Lin Fan's embarrassing blind date and gossip about him behind his back. But when she saw Lu Shishir, she immediately gave up the idea. Damn it! Such a beautiful girl was actually brought back by Lin Fan. This girl's appearance is even unmatched by many big stars with makeup on. In terms of appearance and figure, she simply crushes most women. Such a stunning beauty should not be something that an ordinary man can possess. Tell me in detail, what's going on with this Lin Fan? Luo's mother was puzzled. The Luo brothers immediately began to explain. They talked endlessly about Lin Fan's multiple identities, the various industries under his name, and the various legends about Lin Fan. With every additional thing that was said, Luo's mother's expression changed and she was shocked. And what comes with it is a deep regret and fear. Lin Fan's strength is so terrifying. Luo's mother murmured to herself. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and catch up with boss Lin Fan's car. Let's go hug his thigh. Inside the Jufulu building. Due to the holding of the ancestor worship ceremony, many young people returned to their hometowns. Having not seen each other for many years, they naturally gathered in groups of 3 or 4 in Jufulu. At the same time, they also brought their parents to have dinner in this restaurant. After all, many young people have made considerable achievements outside, and this is an opportunity to show off. And it's also a good opportunity to curry favor with someone. Naturally, many people's attention was focused on Zhao Tianming. As a top student who graduated from a prestigious foreign university, after returning to China, he founded Tianqi Game Company with several founders. In the domestic gaming field, it is second only to Yuanmei Game Company. As the vice president of Tianqi Company, Zhao Tianming undoubtedly became the focus of all the girls in the audience. "Brother Tianming, let me toast you." "I'll toast to you, too." One after another, beautiful and graceful beauties held wine glasses and toasted Zhao Tianming. On the surface, of course, the reason is that we haven't seen each other for many years. But the looks in their eyes that kept giving Zhao Tianming crazy hints had already exposed their little thoughts. If they were noticed by a rich man like Zhao Tianming, wouldn't they be so successful? She immediately became a phoenix and enjoyed wealth and glory. But some people are eager to curry favor with others, while others are quite resentful in their hearts. Their careers are not as successful as Zhao Tianming's, and they are still single. But the eyes of most of the women at the scene were focused on Zhao Tianming. Many people were unhappy. A bunch of mediocre women who only know how to cling to powerful people. That's right, there's no way Zhao Tianming would be interested in girls of their looks. Many boys are quite disdainful. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman came in from the entrance of Jufulu. As soon as she came in, the whole room seemed to light up. Any man who sees her can hardly take his eyes off her. Even Zhao Tianming was dazed for a moment. Inside the Jufulu building, as soon as the stunning Lu Shishir appeared, she immediately stunned the whole audience. Beauty is undoubtedly a weapon with extremely powerful lethality. Any man present who saw Lu Shishir's beauty with his own eyes would feel dry mouth and hot heart. This is a nature that comes from deep within and is irresistible. It is impossible to look away even a little bit. Her every move seemed to touch people's hearts. Even Zhao Tianming, who had seen many beautiful women in his daily life, couldn't help but feel his blood boiling at this moment, and he could hardly control himself. Especially when he thought of the news he had received from Lu Mengmeng before, his heart became even more heated. And it's not just the younger generation of men who are influenced by Lu Shishir. Many elders also stared at Lu Shishir with admiration in their eyes. This girl is really good. I wonder if our child has a chance to marry her. This seems to be the little girl from the Lu family. She is really pretty. I don't know if she is single and if our child has any chance. With Zhao Tianming here, it might be difficult. Just when everyone's attention was focused on Lu Shishir, something happened that no one expected. As soon as Lu Shishir stepped in, Lin Fan appeared from behind her and entered the building side by side with her. The two of them were talking to each other in whispers, and were quite close to each other. As they were both good-looking, they looked like a perfect match. To outsiders, they looked like a perfect match, just like a couple. Snap! The sound of countless young boys' broken hearts. The appearance of Lin Fan undoubtedly proves that Lu Shishir may have a boyfriend. The goddess might actually have a master. This is really too discouraging. However, as soon as Lin Fan appeared, many people recognized him. "Lin Fan, it's you. Stinky boy, I haven't seen you for so long, you look handsome again. Come on, sit down, let's have a few drinks." Many old friends approached Lin Fan with laughter and punched his chest. Lin Fan had always been very popular, and many people immediately gave him a warm welcome. After Lin Fan seated his mother and Lu Shishir at the reserved table, he smiled and started reminiscing with them one by one. They were all old acquaintances, and Lin Fan drank happily with his good friends. After all, they are all young people, and they don't have such a strong sense of boundaries and identity between acquaintances. But when their parents saw Lin Fan, they frowned slightly. "That's Lin Fan, just a courier. How can our child be associated with him? Nonsense, just fooling around. What future can he have by hanging out with a courier? He should try to curry favor with Zhao Tianming now. Cynical and childish, our children have not grown up yet and don't understand anything. Zhao Tianming is clearly the most valuable person here. They actually went to drink with that courier. How stupid and ignorant. Many older people are extremely savvy." When he saw his child drinking and chatting with Lin Fan, he immediately looked displeased. However, when they saw Zhao Tianming also went to find Lin Fan to drink a few glasses and laugh heartily, their brows relaxed a little. But the contempt for Lin Fan in their brows still remained. In the world of fame and fortune, identity and status determine everything. A courier naturally made them disdainful. Chapter 91, Supporting Hometown. Many old friends were hanging out with Lin Fan and drinking happily. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask, "Lin Fan, is that most beautiful girl your girlfriend?" The most beautiful girl is undoubtedly Lu Shishir. At the scene, her appearance and figure were undoubtedly the best among all the other girls. Lin Fan shook his head and said, "Ordinary friends." The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Lin Fan's simple words put the broken hearts of countless boys back together again. Since she is not Lin Fan's girlfriend, it means they still have a chance. The famous flower has no owner. Yay! At this moment, the elderly village chief also came into Jufulu. He looked around with a smile, his eyes full of satisfaction and appreciation. These are the children he watched grow up. When the village chief saw Lin Fan and Zhao Tianming, he couldn't help but reveal a loving look in his eyes. However, he came here to do something. Let us do business first. The old village chief coughed and signaled the people around him to be quiet. He was already highly respected, and this cough. The surroundings gradually became quiet and no one spoke anymore. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry to bother you for a moment. Let me say a few words. The old village chief spoke. Jufulu is the best restaurant here. I believe that everyone who comes here to eat is a wealthy person. Most of you here are top students who graduated from Qinghe Township. You should know how tight our educational resources are. I hope you can raise funds through crowdfunding to build a Qinghe Hope Primary School for us. The old village chief spoke eloquently, but his purpose was very simple. He hopes to get everyone to raise funds through crowdfunding to build a Hope Primary School and invite some reliable teachers to teach there. Qinghe Township is a place of outstanding people and has produced many high-quality products. But each of them has to walk a single plank bridge, and behind it is the problem of shortage of educational resources that cannot be ignored. Jufulu is the #1 restaurant in Qinghe Township. Most of the people who eat here are not rich or noble, but at least they are well known and have made a name for themselves. Therefore, the old village chief chose this place to raise funds. I hope to gather everyone's strength to build a Hope Primary School. The village chief's purpose is simple and beautiful. He hopes that more children can pass the exam and see the outside world. After hearing the village chief's words, many young people applauded at the same time. Since this is Project Hope in my hometown, I will take the lead in donating. This is a great thing. I will definitely participate. Many young people expressed their willingness to raise funds. The form of fundraising follows the custom of Qinghe Township. Fundraisers need to come on stage to introduce themselves, their business, and finally announce the amount of their donation. Many young people who have achieved some success working hard outside suddenly become active in their thinking. There are 4 major benefits to donating money. First, publicly announcing one's achievements over the years of hard work would naturally help one's parents to gain face. At this moment, almost all the prominent elders in the local area have gathered in Jufulu. This long face is not just a little bit. Very face-saving. Secondly, the goddess Lu Shishir is still single, so wouldn't it be a chance for me to show off in front of her by taking this donation opportunity? Announce your career achievements in public and let the goddess know your strength directly. Maybe the goddess will be attracted to her. Comfortable. The third reason is of course to show off in front of old friends. Who doesn't want to save face? Especially in front of old acquaintances, let them know how well you are doing now. That taste is so refreshing. As for the fourth point, it is to contribute to my hometown sincerely. Their achievements today are naturally inseparable from the education they received in their hometown. With these 4 benefits, many young people's minds are naturally active. Immediately, several young people who were doing well took the lead in participating. Zhao Tianming's eyes also flashed and he glanced in the direction of Lu Shishir. Then, he took another look at Lin Fan's profile. Xiao Fan, I have long wanted you to join my company. Zhao Tianming thought. I'm going to show you my strength now, lest you distrust me and think that there's no future in working with me. Moreover, he naturally did not want to lag behind in this kind of charity. The old village chief was quite pleased to see the young people so enthusiastic. He simply set up a podium in the center of Jufulu. Everyone's eyes were focused on the podium. Many young women were also staring at this place. They were very interested. It will soon be revealed who is the most promising person among the younger generation. However, while these women were looking at the podium, they couldn't help but secretly glance in Lin Fan's direction. Yendi's appearance was so dazzling that it was difficult for them to look away. But after watching for a while, they couldn't help but sigh slightly. It would be great if Lin Fan wasn't a courier. Since he is so handsome, I would be willing to marry him if he was just an ordinary white-collar worker. But he's just a courier, I just can't accept that. Many girls actually have very similar thoughts. On the one hand, they were somewhat envious of Lin Fan's body, but on the other hand, they were somewhat disgusted with Lin Fan's identity. The extremely contradictory psychology made their eyes full of complex emotions when they looked at Lin Fan. As for their gazes, Lin Fan remained calm and ignored them. He was stared at by women so often that he had become immune to it and knew how to ignore their gazes. And watching the makeshift charity podium, Lin Fan smiled slightly, raised his glass of wine and took a sip. He wanted to see how these people were doing over the years. A young man wearing round frame glasses and a simple white t-shirt was the first to come on stage. The man introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Yi Ming, graduated from Haiqing Jiaotong University." Yi Ming was one of the old acquaintances who had just warmly entertained Lin Fan and invited him to drink. Lin Fan had a pretty good impression of him. He remembered that he was a smart and helpful friend when they were in school. Yi Ming continued, "I am currently working at Jiayuan Game Company in Haicheng as the technical director." When he introduced himself, he especially emphasized the word technical director. The whole sentence sounds rhythmic. Technical director. When hearing about this position, many young people changed their expressions. If young people of their age work in technical positions, they can at best become mid-level technicians. Senior technical personnel are already quite rare. Technical director is a position that only people with outstanding talents and hard work can hold at this age. And the salary is far higher than that of their peers. The lowest level technical director is also a highly sought after talent in many companies, and the salary is at least 50,000 yuan. This time I plan to donate 100,000 yuan to support the construction of a Hope primary school in my hometown, said Yi Ming. Chapter 92, with a son like this, what else could I ask for? One shot costs 100,000 yuan. Awesome. Many elders present cast approving glances. Old man Ye's son is really promising. He actually spent so much money at once. 100,000 yuan, this is already a year's salary for many people. You don't understand. This young man is very hardworking. The position of technical director is very prestigious, and the salary is much higher than that of ordinary people. I heard from my child that the position of technical director can only be awarded to people with more than 10 years of work experience. Old man Ye's son is so promising. Others have to be in their 30s to get the award, but he is only in his 20s. He has a bright future. Listening to the discussions of people around him, Yi Ming couldn't help feeling a little proud. He even glanced in the direction of Lu Shishir, hoping to catch the beauty's attention. But unfortunately, Lu Shishir was only busy chatting with Lin Fan's mother. He didn't even look at him. He couldn't help but walk off the stage with some disappointment. Yi Ming took the lead, and the effect was undoubtedly very good, which boosted the atmosphere of the scene. Then, the competitive spirit of several young people was aroused. Also joined the preparation team to go on the podium. They were quite disdainful of Yi Ming. He's just a technician, what's so great about that? I'm just a worker, I can only deceive the elders. 50,000 a month, that's all? I can make much more than this amount of money from negotiating a deal. The next to come on stage were a pair of twin brothers. They look remarkably similar, and even their body shapes are almost identical. If you are not very familiar with the two of them, you will not be able to tell the difference at all. Those are the Lin brothers. They have jointly established a chain restaurant company in recent years. It is said that their assets have exceeded 10 million. They are very rich. Just after the Lin brothers came on stage, Zhao Tianming also tidied up his appearance slightly. It was his turn next. But Zhao Tianming looked around but didn't see Lin Fan. "Xiao Fan, you are not even going to participate in this kind of charity to build your hometown?" Zhao Tianming frowned. He might be too proud to admit in public that he is a courier. At this moment, Lin Fan naturally sat casually in a position and watched. When the elders around saw Lin Fan's expression, they immediately shook their heads.
I feel a little sad and helpless. Some of the same young generation have become directors, some have started companies, and some have become vice presidents. Look at this Lin Fan. He was the smartest when he was little. How come he has become like this when he grew up? Alas, this is the real-life version of the story of Zhang Yang. What's the point of being smart when you were young? Now you are just an ordinary courier. This Lin Fan is really outrageous. Even if he is too stingy to donate, he shouldn't just stand there and watch the show like nothing happened. Charity Podium. The twin brothers of the Lin family talked incessantly about their entrepreneurial journey. They then gave their donation amounts. After our discussion, we finally decided to donate 500,000 yuan to help build a school in our hometown, the two brothers said in unison. 500,000. As soon as this number was spoken, many young people were shocked. Those of them who are a little better off only earn a salary of just over 10,000 yuan. This 500,000 is equivalent to their salary for several years. But such a huge amount of money was donated just like that. These two brothers are really capable. Isn't this much more powerful than the previous technical director? The director in front kept nagging for a long time and only donated 50,000. The two brothers donated a total of 500,000 yuan. This is a full 10 times difference. As expected of an entrepreneurial boss, awesome. Even many elders couldn't help but look sideways and take a few more glances at the twins. 500,000 yuan is a huge amount of money, and he just took it out and donated it directly. This proves that the total assets of the two brothers may have exceeded the 30 million rumored by the outside world. The old village chief couldn't help but feel comforted by seeing such a promising pair of brothers. Pia. In the entire Jufulu, there was a continuous and prolonged applause that could not be stopped. Many young people looked at the Lin brothers with admiration. Enjoying the attention like the moon surrounded by stars, the two brothers couldn't help feeling a little elated. Especially since most of these people are of the same generation, and many of them are elders who are familiar with each other. Receive praise, recognition, and even admiration from these people. That would be so honorable. This feeling is so refreshing. Even many young women looked at them with a strange light in their eyes. This is the rhythm of crazy suggestion. But it is obviously too easy to win the favor of these vulgar fans. It's not very exciting. The Lin brothers' main focus is still the most beautiful goddess in the audience, Lu Shishir. Even if it only makes the goddess look sideways, it is a big achievement. Unfortunately, the donation of 500,000 yuan seemed to have no effect on her at all. Lu Shishir still looked as if nothing had happened and chatted with Lin Fan's mother. The Lin brothers couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. And when Zhao Tianming, who was not far away, stood up and slowly walked towards them, the two brothers immediately put on their composure and nodded towards Zhao Tianming politely and respectfully. Zhao Tianming's status is much higher than that of the two brothers. Almost everyone who works and lives in Haicheng knows about Tianqi Game Company. As a rising star in recent years, this game company has produced several high-quality games with extremely exaggerated and terrifying monthly revenue. According to the latest financial report, Tianqi's net profit in one quarter reached a staggering 10 billion. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a money-printing machine. As the vice president of the company, he controls almost all power, including financial power. Zhao Tianming's net worth has probably already exceeded hundreds of millions. And in the next few years, there is still huge room for growth. It is already an honor to be able to stand on the same stage with Zhao Tianming. As soon as Zhao Tianming came on stage, everyone immediately quieted down. All his peers looked at him with complicated expressions, a mixture of admiration and jealousy. But more than that, it is a deep sense of powerlessness. At the age of just over 20, Zhao Tianming has already reached a level that many people would find unattainable even after 20 years of hard work. As the vice president of a top domestic company, this identity and status completely crushes his peers. All the elders couldn't help but look at Zhao Tianming's parents with great envy. To have a son like this, what more could a husband ask for? After Zhao Tianming came to the stage, he didn't say much nonsense. He doesn't like formalism. He simply introduced himself and gave his title of vice president. Finally, gave his own donation. I am willing to donate 10 million to support the construction of my hometown. His casual words caused a huge uproar. 10 million. The crowd immediately became excited. The crowd could not help but whisper to each other. He's willing to spend so much money? Chapter 93, 300 million for charity?
He's the vice president, so his perspective is different from ours. It's so scary. This is definitely the first time among our young generation that this has happened. Wow, he's only in his 20s and he has so much money. He really has a bright future. The sounds of praise, admiration, and worship are endless. Zhao Tianming looked around and surveyed the scene, his demeanor unmatched. But no matter how much praise he gets from people around him, he doesn't really care. The only thing he cared about most was whether Lu Shishir could look at him. Unfortunately, Lu Shishir still turned a deaf ear to the number 10 million. As if he didn't care at all. Zhao Tianming laughed at himself in his heart. My stuff may not be worthy of others' attention at all. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment, and Zhao Tianming looked in Lin Fan's direction again. He was ready to meet Lin Fan's admiring and submissive gaze. Then, according to his plan, he extended an olive branch to Lin Fan. Let him join your team and work for you. But surprisingly, Lin Fan's eyes were calm. It was like a calm spring water in an ancient well. Even after hearing the number 10 million, there was still not the slightest ripple. Xiaofan, there's something wrong with him. Zhao Tianming couldn't help but feel a little confused. Is he pretending to be calm? Coincidentally, at this time, the two brothers of the Luo family and their mother also rushed to Jifilu. And looking at the charity stand, the old village chief, and Lin Fan not far away. They immediately ran to Lin Fan's vicinity. What? Boss Lin Fan wants to donate money, then we will donate too. The Luo brothers said immediately. We will donate as much as Boss Lin Fan donated. Lin Fan rolled his eyes and said, I'm going to donate 300 million yuan, will you follow me? What? The Luo brothers were shocked. Ding. Surprise value plus 300. Ding. Surprise value plus 300. Hearing that Lin Fan was going to donate 300 million yuan was undoubtedly like a thunderclap in his ears. Boss Lin Fan, are you serious? It's not necessary. It costs so much. Looking at the two brothers, Lin Fan shook his head. Then, Lin Fan stepped onto the charity stage. Everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. Lin Fan, what is he doing on stage? Are you ready to show off and donate a few $100s? Unexpectedly, Lin Fan spoke directly, and immediately scared a group of people to the ground. I'm a courier, so I'll donate 300 million yuan. Ding. Surprise value plus 500. 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 Many young people were so frightened that their whole bodies trembled. Oh shit. I am a courier and I am prepared to donate 300 million yuan. Lin Fan's simple words made many young people go crazy immediately. The first reaction of all the young people was that they couldn't believe their ears. Then, there was horror, shock, and complete disbelief. Brother Fan, was he drunk and went on stage to brag, right? Impossible, Lin Fan is not the kind of person who likes to brag, and he doesn't drink much. Lin Fan can drink a lot. He doesn't seem to be joking. He is very clear-headed. How could Xiaofan say such nonsense? He is serious. They grew up together and naturally knew Lin Fan's character. He keeps his word and never brags. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. There is no way that what comes out of Lin Fan's mouth is false. But if Zhao Tianming said that he donated 300 million yuan, it might be credible. But Lin Fan is just a courier. Even if we sell him, we won't be able to raise 300 million. If you deliver express, you can earn 300 million. Then I'll deliver the express too. For a moment, shocked, confused, and bewildered looks were cast on Lin Fan. Having grown up together, they naturally trust Lin Fan 100%. But this matter is really outrageous. 300 million. This is money that countless people cannot earn in their entire lifetime. Is Lin Fan really capable of this? What on earth is Brother Fan planning? 300 million for charity, how can you just say such a thing casually? Or, did he win the lottery? Zhao Tianming was also stunned. But he immediately thought of Lin Fan's flying 500 and amazing driving skills. Could it be that Lin Fan is an underground professional racer who has made a lot of money? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable this guess seemed to him. But Zhao Tianming couldn't accept this matter all of a sudden. This underground professional racing job is extremely dangerous. It's almost like making money by putting your head on your belt. Although it does make more money. But they are generally short-lived. If this is true, then this is the money Lin Fan earned from his life. This seems to be a fairly reasonable explanation. Zhao Tianming immediately felt anxious. He wanted to talk to Lin Fan alone as soon as possible. But it is different from the shock of young people. Many elders burst into laughter. Their laughter was unbridled, and they were not afraid of being heard by Lin Fan. In other words, they were making noises on purpose to laugh at Lin Fan. You can deliver 300 million yuan by delivering express? This Lin Fan must have hit his head while delivering a package, and his brain must be damaged. If he can really donate 300 million, then I will donate 3 billion, no, 30 billion. Some even pointed to a roasted red suckling pig and said, if the courier can donate 300 million yuan, I will immediately perform a 3-person pig show. You said it, don't regret it. I will never regret it. If he can really donate 300 million yuan, what's wrong with me performing a show about a family of 3 and a pig? Lin Fan's mother was also stunned. I can't help feeling a little overwhelmed. 300 million? Xiaofan, is he kidding me? This is not funny. Suddenly, she was a little confused. There was also a strange light in Lu Shishir's eyes. Lin Fan, it seems that he is not as simple as he thought? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan's face. Facing everyone's doubts. Lin Fan was calm and composed, and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. You may be a little surprised, but please listen to me. In fact, I have loved antiques since I was a child, and I secretly studied antiques without telling my family. And in the past few years that I have been working, by chance, I was fortunate enough to get a valuable ancient scripture by chance. This ancient scripture has recently been purchased by a wealthy businessman, so I have some money now. But I know that this money should obviously be used to open a path into the world for the children back home. I was once a confused child in Qinghe Township. Without the educational support from my hometown, how could I have had the opportunity to go to a big city? Therefore, I decided to donate all 300 million today. Identify antiques, find something good, and sell it for a sky-high price? After hearing what Lin Fan said, everyone suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. This explanation is reasonable. Chapter 94 Naked Jealousy. After all, there is no shortage of wealthy people in this world who love collecting antiques. There have been people who became rich overnight by chance after finding famous antiques. Could it be that Lin Fan is one of them? But he actually planned to donate it all. Lin Fan's words were sonorous, powerful, and rhythmic. The emotions are sincere and full, and it makes people cry when they smell it. He described his donation of 300 million yuan as both selfless and fearless. Although he knew that he had to be a little luckier to get the 300 million back with 10 consecutive draws. But there are so many people here, so I have to say some polite words. That's not too much. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan's serious nonsense would make many people feel the same way. I didn't expect Lin Fan to be so capable, and he doesn't forget his roots. He doesn't indulge in pleasure after having money, but instead thinks about the development of his hometown. What he said is very good. If there were no schools in our hometown, we might have to stay in the countryside for the rest of our lives. Lin Fan's ideological awareness is really too high. Lin Fan was also surprised that his words had such a good effect. All of a sudden, young people of the same generation couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Moreover, as he looked at Lin Fan, there gradually emerged a kind of respect that came from the bottom of his heart. But the most embarrassing thing was the elders who were just laughing at Lin Fan. Didn't you say that if Lin Fan only donated 300 million, you would donate 3 billion or 30 billion? I was just kidding, just kidding. And you, didn't you say that if Lin Fan really had 300 million, you would perform a 3-mouthed pig show? I was just saying that, don't take it seriously. All of a sudden, many elders burst into laughter, looking embarrassed. As for these elders, Lin Fan didn't want to care too much. After all, if age can prove everything, then the most awesome place in the world might be a nursing home. Can you get a chance to pick up a priceless antique while delivering a package? I would have delivered the package too. Brother Lin Fan, please take me with you. I want to deliver the express, too. Forget it, that's Lin Fan's ability. If it were you, even if I put a treasure in front of you, you wouldn't be able to recognize it. I don't care, I'm just going to follow Brother Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan is awesome, take me with you. Lin Fan's righteous nonsense made many people believe it. One reason is that Lin Fan's acting skills are so good. A simple word. He spoke with great emotion and tears. The atmosphere at the scene has been brought up by him. The second reason is because of Emperor Yen's appearance. People with good looks always speak in a very persuasive way. This is called stereotype. He accidentally obtained an antique and sold it for a high price, preparing to donate a huge amount of money to his hometown. This kind of legendary thing happened around us. It immediately refreshed many people's views. The shock value came like a tide. Ding! Surprise value plus 500. 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 Lin Fan's mouth corners slightly raised. This is exactly the effect we want. The most embarrassed people at the scene were the elders who were still criticizing Lin Fan. The words criticizing Lin Fan for being useless are still ringing in my ears. The reason they do this is partly because they are disappointed with their children and partly because they are simply taking advantage of their seniority. Among the younger generation, Lin Fan is just an average person. But he is not the only ordinary person. After all, promising young people are only a minority. But they just stared at Lin Fan and scolded him. It was simply because Lin Fan was too eye-catching in the past. Not only is he handsome, but he also has good grades, and he almost crushes his peers. Naked jealousy. But now he is not doing as well as his younger generations. Naturally, these people will take advantage of the situation. But when the news that Lin Fan donated 300 million came out, the attitudes of these people changed. Even a fool knows that Lin Fan will definitely not donate all the money he earns. He must have kept a lot of money privately. Moreover, if Lin Fan really knows the skills to identify antiques, if I find one or two more little treasures for him in the future, then sell it outside. Be good. Money will come rolling in soon. From this perspective, this young man Lin Fan is really awesome. All of a sudden, the elders looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. Lin Fan is a courier, but who says couriers don't have a bright future? What's wrong with being a courier? Isn't being a courier a decent job? Every profession deserves our respect and equal treatment. And I think this job is very hard. It's a rare opportunity for Lin Fan to come back this time, so we must treat him well. The elders are very thick-skinned as they get older. It's really easy to change the way of speaking. The passers-by around couldn't help but reveal expressions of contempt on their faces. This is a bunch of people who only know what to eat. Change with the times. The person who shouted and criticized Lin Fan the loudest just now was a pot-bellied uncle named Qian. But Uncle Chen was now all smiles, and he took his daughter beside him and walked to Lin Fan's mother. Mrs. Lin, let me introduce you. This is my daughter Qian Xiaotong, Uncle Chen introduced. She is 21 years old, has just graduated from Xiamen University of Science and Technology, and is currently working as an accountant in a large company. Mrs. Lin. This title immediately surprised Lin Fan's mother. But before she had time to think about it, Lin Fan's mother's attention was immediately attracted by Uncle Qian's granddaughter. A little girl with red lips, white teeth, and a dignified and elegant temperament. Her facial features are small and delicate, with cherry lips, willow-shaped eyebrows, and bangs. Very gentle and well-behaved. This kind of well-behaved young wife is usually very popular with the elders. However, Lin Fan's mother was a little hesitant and asked, "What are you doing?" Uncle Qian spoke quickly, saying, "Look, your son Lin Fan is already old and still unmarried. My daughter is also single, so why don't we introduce them to each other? Blind date. Uncle Qian, now you are preparing to introduce your precious daughter to Lin Fan for a blind date." The passers-by around couldn't help but hold back their laughter. Just now, the one who kept belittling Lin Fan was this Uncle Chen, with the loudest voice. But when Lin Fan showed his extraordinary qualities, Uncle Qian immediately liked the aroma. He went straight to Lin Fan's mother on the spot and tried to make some arrangements. "I want to let my daughter and Lin Fan get to know each other and improve their relationship." That is blind date. But Qian Xiaotong heard about her father's plan. Her face couldn't help but turn red, all the way to her ears. Emperor Lin Fan, which woman doesn't he love him? Besides, Lin Fan has shown off his skills now.
Emperor of looks plus super rich. This configuration is simply in love. However, when she glanced at Lu Shirshir, she couldn't help feeling a little inferior. This woman is so beautiful, with a beauty that astonishes the world. If she had that kind of relationship with Lin Fan, then there is definitely no hope for me. Think of this. Xian Xiaotong's expression changed slightly, and she lowered her voice and said to her father, "Dad, look at that beautiful woman over there, do you think I still have a chance?" Chapter 95, Isn't it nice to be a happy salted fish? Uncle Chen was also helpless and said, "Have confidence and try hard, maybe you will succeed. You have to seize the opportunity and look behind you." Xian Xiaotong was slightly stunned, and saw that several pairs of fathers and daughters had appeared behind her without her noticing. Almost all of them came to look for Lin Fan's mother. "Mother Lin Fan, this is my daughter Zhao Xiaoqing. She is still in college this year. How about trying to be with Lin Fan? This is my daughter Lu Wen. She also wants to talk to Lin Fan. Why don't we arrange it on a later date? This is my daughter, Li Wanxiu. She graduated 2 years ago and is now a yoga teacher. I think she and Lin Fan are a good match." All of a sudden, more and more people came to Lin Fan's mother to propose marriage. After all, Lin Fan is now a mysterious rich man. The fact that he was willing to donate 300 million yuan shows that the actual amount of money he controls must be greater than this number. So how much money exactly is this? Immediately became something that almost everyone wanted to know. Besides, which woman doesn't covet Emperor Yan's body? All of a sudden, Lin Fan became a super hot commodity. But it was the first time that Lin Fan's mother encountered such a thing, and she couldn't help but be a little stunned. In the past, when she wanted to help Lin Fan find a blind date, she had to ask for help from various connections. After much persuasion, it took a long time to finally find someone who was willing to go on a blind date with Lin Fan. But now things are different. Because of Lin Fan's little showdown, many people lined up to send their daughters to the door. It was almost the same as the ancient emperors choosing concubines, standing in a row and letting the selection take place. Wow, the gap is so huge. However, Lin Fan's mother glanced at Lu Shirshir next to her. She immediately said, "This matter still depends on Lin Fan's opinion. I don't have the final say." When everyone heard this, they immediately took their daughters to look for Lin Fan. But at some point, Lin Fan had disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, Lin Fan had already quietly walked out with Zhao Tianming. Reminisce alone. The sky outside is endless blue. Unlike big cities, the blue here is particularly pure and has almost no impurities. It's like a friendship without any conflicts of interest. The two of them walked together on the country road, feeling happy. Zhao Tianming walked beside Lin Fan, laughing and saying, "Xiao Fan, I didn't expect you to have such an experience. It's really hard to understand." Lin Fan shook his head and said, "It's just luck." Zhao Tianming patted his shoulder vigorously and said seriously, "Xiao Fan, why don't you work with me in the future? I will protect you, and we brothers can do great things together." After hearing what Zhao Tianming said, Lin Fan couldn't help but fall into silence. It would be bad to reject this outright. How disrespectful to his brother. But working with my own brothers, forget it. My life now is so free and happy. He has money, a house, luxury cars, and beautiful women. He has everything. Still want to struggle and fight? It's so tiring to worry about that. Isn't it nice to be a happy salted fish? In an instant, Lin Fan thought of 7 or 8 euphemisms and excuses for rejection. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tianming seemed to have noticed something and said, "Don't be so hasty to reject me. Wait until the ancestral worship ceremony is over in a few days and then you can give me your answer, okay?" There seemed to be a deeper meaning in Zhao Tianming's words. It seemed that as long as the ancestral worship ceremony was over, Lin Fan would definitely not refuse his request and join his team. Lin Fan's heart moved slightly. Ancestral worship ceremony. As is the custom every year, we try to invite some big names to attend. This is to ask for good luck. The more noble a person's status is, the more likely they are to have extraordinary luck and can bring good luck to the entire Qinghe township. Although Lin Fan was dismissive of this, after all, almost everyone here believed this statement. This is the rule passed down from our ancestors. But there is such a rule. But for a mere Qinghe township, at most they could invite some ordinary businessmen with small assets to participate. Those who are higher up will naturally look down on a small village. But judging from what Zhao Tianming said, he seemed to have invited some extraordinary people here. Lin Fan's mind moved, and he thought, how about I find a few people to come over? When I think about it carefully, I realize that I know quite a few people. It would be a good idea to find a few people to come and show off. Lin Fan walked and stopped with Zhao Tianming along the way and had a very pleasant chat. But it was scorching hot outside, so the two of them finally returned to Lin Fan's air-conditioned 500-mile flight to rest. However, as soon as Zhao Tianming entered the car, he immediately caught a glimpse of something that shocked him. A diamond watch that sparkled with a bright luster immediately attracted his attention. "Xiao Fan, is this watch yours?" Zhao Tianming was shocked. This is a Graph diamond watch, a limited edition that is unique in the world. I've heard people mention it before. It's worth at least 1 billion. As the vice president of Tianqi Company, Zhao Tianming has traveled all over the country over the years and met many treasure collectors. His vision and knowledge about these luxury goods are simply incomparable to that of ordinary people. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhao Tianming's eyes are like a magic mirror. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. He had a hunch that Zhao Tianming was not as easy to fool as Lu Mengmeng. Even if I told him it was a toy, I'm afraid he wouldn't believe it. Just as Lin Fan was thinking about how to answer, Zhao Tianming, however, had a look of extreme grief and anger on his face, and told Lin Fan not to speak. "Forget it, I understand. Don't say any more. I have probably guessed what happened." "Lin Fan? I haven't said anything yet. What do you know?" In fact, Zhao Tianming's heart was broken. Such luxury items worth up to 1 billion yuan could appear in Lin Fan's car. What else does this mean? This means that Lin Fan has most likely hooked up with Lu Shishir, the super-rich woman and perfect goddess. This Graph diamond watch was obviously a gift from Lu Shishir to Lin Fan. Zhao Tianming imagined that while he was away, a lot of romantic things might have happened between Lin Fan and Lu Shishir. The more he thought about it, the more sad and angry he became, and he felt like he didn't want to speak anymore. It was obvious that I was the first one to have a crush on Lu Shishir since we were young. How come Lin Fan got the advantage in the end? But when I think about it carefully, I think this makes sense. Lin Fan is so handsome, every woman would like him. Zhao Tianming felt so upset that tears were almost coming out of his eyes. But he resisted the urge and simply said, "I'm a little tired, I'll just take a nap in your car, don't disturb me." Lin Fan was confused. He felt that Zhao Tianming seemed to have misunderstood something and looked very uncomfortable. But let him be alone. I have things to do too. Just now at Zhufiulu, I seem to have accumulated a lot of points in one wave. I wonder what I can get. Lin Fan's mind moved. His consciousness sank into the system space. Lin Fan was very direct. He immediately exchanged all the surprise values he had obtained in the past few days for blind boxes. Remaining points, 9,105. More than 90 draws. With so many opportunities, perhaps some valuable skills or very rare rewards can be revealed. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel full of anticipation. Chapter 96. Very satisfied. Lin Fan couldn't wait and immediately used his right index finger to stroke the 10 blind boxes. Bite. This time, my luck seems to be surprisingly good. A rainbow-colored flame was so intense that it instantly shone on Lin Fan's face with a dazzling golden light. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 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 million yuan. Critical hit reward, a limited edition Marcus motorcycle. Note, one of the fastest motorcycles in the world, it adopts the design concept, technology and materials of F1 racing cars, improves aerodynamic efficiency and significantly reduces the weight of the car body. The maximum speed can reach 380 km per hour. All materials are purely handmade. There are only 3 limited editions in the world, with a value of about 1.2 billion. 1 gold, 7 blue, and 2 white. The total is 72 million yuan. But this little money is not important. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He looked at the golden reward and was very satisfied. Lin Fan looked at the cool motorcycle in front of him with bright eyes. The car body is painted black, and the metallic texture reflects a shiny luster. The streamlined design combines beauty and practicality. The overall design presents a feeling. Sexy, trendy, and handsome. Fuck, No man can resist this kind of mecha-looking motorcycle, right?
Lin Fan was a little amazed.
A man remains a boy until he dies.
No man can resist such a cool motorcycle. Lin Fan fell in love with this Marcus limited edition motorcycle at first sight. I imagined myself riding it on the road with great pleasure. Facing the wind, riding this motorcycle that is like a road monster, watching the surrounding scenery flying backwards.
It's very nice.
It's very comfortable.
It seems like today's luck is pretty good.
Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction.
There are still many opportunities for 10 consecutive draws today. This is just the first appetizer.
Lin Fan rubbed his hands with some anticipation and excitement.
Then, he made a sudden and powerful move with the tip of his right finger. Directly opened 10 blind boxes. Bang bang bang. The cool rainbow-like light exploded again.
Lin Fan's pupils were shining brightly.
As expected, his luck today did not disappoint him at all. The next batch of 10 was successful again.
Beautiful, what good stuff is this time? Lin Fan was overjoyed.
Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 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 million yuan.
Critical hit reward, 70% of the shares of Tianqi Shangshi Media Company.
Critical hit reward, Century Gold Giant Cruise Ship. It's another double yolk egg. So European?
And when Lin Fan took a closer look, he found that the pair of yellow eggs were actually pretty awesome. Lin Fan was shocked.
Apocalypse Media Company.
The 4 new singing queens in the entertainment industry are Tang Qinshin, Sun Yunj, Ouyang Shooting, and Zhou Yu.
3 of them came from this entertainment company. This entertainment company has numerous powerful composers and lyricists.
Most of the Rookie Award, God of Song Award, and Queen of Song Award every quarter come from the gold medal songwriters of this media company.
And that's just the songs.
Almost all the new actresses nowadays are trained by a media company.
The performing arts resources are also firmly controlled by this company. Lin Fan had heard about this company's interviews on TV or the internet a long time ago.
This company is not only full of beautiful women, but also full of goddesses with both beauty and talent. Especially those who are into art, they have a special intellectual temperament.
Good job. At one point, Lin Fan even planned to join this company. But unfortunately, it didn't happen in the end.
But I didn't expect that by chance today, I would actually acquire so many shares of this company.
He directly became the boss of these people.
If it were sold to the outside world, the shares of this media company would probably be impossible to buy even at a sky-high price.
Because once you own this media company, it means that you will have half of the entire entertainment industry in your hands. A classic TV series, a movie, a song. Who are the biggest beneficiaries?
Generally speaking, according to the contract, the company can get 80% of the profits.
The remaining 20% is divided between artists and composers.
In other words, Lin Fan just needs to lie down,
watching these people write songs and make movies. The final profit will be divided into most of them. Copyright fees, agency fees.
Every day, countless amounts of money flow into my pocket.
It's very comfortable.
It's very comfortable. And, those 4 little singing queens, each of them is both talented and beautiful. Not only is he gifted with talent, but his abilities are also unprecedented. Moreover, each of their looks is comparable to the 4 beauties in ancient times. Some are charming, some are youthful and beautiful, and some are delicate and moving. And now, Lin Fan has directly become their boss.
Possess the greatest power to directly command them. This feeling seems to be pretty good.
Lin Fan was happy.
He couldn't help but want to go to Shaman immediately.
After this ancestor worship ceremony is over, I must go to Shaman and see with my own eyes how hard the female artists under me work to make money for me. Lin Fan thought to himself. Lin Fan was also somewhat interested in another large cruise ship. The richness and beauty of the sea also have a lot of charm. But there's no rush. Then the lottery. Lin Fan once again crossed out 10 blind boxes.
Bite.
Blue sky and white clouds. 10 consecutive draws, all with normal amount of rewards. Normal, stay calm. Lin Fan took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down.
Another 10-shot burst. As expected, the goods were shipped again soon. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 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 million yuan. Critical hit reward, director of Shaman Roca Law Firm. Roca Law Firm? Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little confused. He didn't know much about the law firm. After all, he has never worked in a related industry. And why the director? Lin Fan touched his head, picked up his phone to check, and then he found out. It turns out that the person in charge of a law firm is called the director. This should be useful, right? Lin Fan guessed. If I run into a scammer while driving in the future, I will send someone to sue him and make him pay a huge amount of money. The identity of the director of the law firm was far less attractive to Lin Fan than the shares of the media company that was full of beautiful women. But what he didn't know was that the status and weight of this law firm in Xiamen was almost as heavy as Mount Tai. In Xiamen, Roca Law Firm has another nickname, called the Eternal Victory Law Firm. There is almost no possibility of losing a case handled by this law firm. Invincible in battle and victorious in every attack. This law firm has been through a lot, but has never been defeated. He has a god-level team of lawyers under his name, who are not only experienced but also uniquely qualified. Chapter 97 Great Harvest. The team of lawyers in this law firm is almost all-powerful in Xiamen. There were countless people from outside who wanted to acquire this law firm and gain control of this team of lawyers. Because once you get it, not only can you pay the huge fees for the lawsuit, but you can also make a steady profit. Even in many unclear cases, with the help of this team of lawyers, even the dead can be brought back to life. Very arrogant and overbearing. A great harvest. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just the shares of Tianqi Shangshur Media Company are already priceless. Lin Fan was even a little impatient and wanted to go to Xiamen to meet those famous singers and actresses. They are all his subordinates. He usually looks high and mighty in front of the screen, and is sought after and admired by countless people. But in front of yourself, the rim of the cup must be 3 inches lower. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Fan said happily. Lin Fan casually fired the remaining few 10 rounds. As for the blue and white monetary rewards, Lin Fan was too lazy to even look at them. Now, the quarterly profits from the Philist and Restaurant and Yuanmei Company alone are enough for him to spend money like water. Lin Fan still remembers the content of the earnings text message from last quarter. Hello Mr. Lin Fan, your launching account with the last 4 digits of 9,527 initiated a transfer of 4,700,500,100 renminbi. Please check it carefully. This message is not used as a receipt. Note, Longhua Bank. This is just the revenue from Philist and Restaurant. Yuanmei Game Company has higher profits, but the money has not been received yet. But it will only be in the next few days. Not to mention, there are the latest quarterly earnings from Apocalypse. The entertainment industry is a money-making pit. As a leading media company among them, the profits will definitely not disappoint you. Lin Fan set his eyes directly on the golden reward. Critical hit reward, Heinz Crystal Piano. Note, this beautiful piano made entirely of crystal was once played by the world's #1 pianist and is worth 3.2 billion. Critical hit reward, Moonstar High Heels. Note, this masterpiece was designed by a famous Italian designer and is known as the world's most high-quality high-heeled shoes. It is estimated to be worth about 1.4 billion. Critical hit reward, Antilla Villa. Note, this top luxury house located in the center of Xiamen City is worth 10.2 billion. Critical hit reward, Aurora Diamond Pen. Note, the commemorative fountain pen for Aurora's centenary is worth 700 million. Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. In the next few days, Lin Fan enjoyed a pleasant vacation in Qinghe Township. Go fishing, have a drink, and spend time with family. Occasionally, he would flirt with girls and have fun with Lu Shishir. Life is so enjoyable. Steal a half day of leisure from busy life. What people want is a comfortable and free life. Lin Fan took a good time to relax and unwind after these days. The ancestor worship ceremony came soon without anyone noticing. This is a rather grand ceremony. Led by the old village chief, the older generation of people all changed into clothes specially used for sacrifices.
and they bowed with great respect to a bead the size of a pigeon egg. Lin Fan looked at it from afar and felt that the bead looked a bit like jade, but also a bit like a smooth glass bead. However, he knew that this was the treasure of Qinghe Township, an unnamed bead passed down from ancestors. It's worth a lot of money. This bead has been passed down for hundreds of years, and no one knows exactly what it is. I'm also curious. Every time there is a ceremony to worship the ancestors, the old village chief and his men would kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times before this bead. What do you know? This is priceless. It is rumored that this is an antique left over from the war-torn times of ancient times. Someone once asked several well-known experts to come and appraise the price. This treasure is worth at least tens of millions. Lin Fan listened and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just tens of millions of beads, what's so rare about this? A single draw by yourself can be a luxury product worth hundreds of millions. However, when Lin Fan looked at the bead from afar, he also felt its extraordinariness. The antiques of Longhua all have a sense of vicissitudes in history. After all, this is our own cultural heritage. In Lin Fan's mind, no matter how valuable those foreign luxury goods are, they cannot compare to the treasures of our dragon country. While the ancestor worship ceremony was going on, Zhao Tianming was late. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little confused. Tianming is actually late, is there something important that delayed him? And his doubts were soon resolved. About 7 minutes later, Zhao Tianming came with a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with sharp eyes. Tianming, you won't blame me for being late, right? Said the middle-aged man. No way, it's already a great honor for us that someone like you can come to a small place like ours to attend the ceremony. Zhao Tianming said respectfully. Hearing what Zhao Tianming said, the middle-aged man couldn't help but say him with some satisfaction, with some arrogance and conceit between his brows that could not be concealed. Zhao Tianming introduced, let me introduce you to everyone. This is Lu Qinghao, a financial professional from Haicheng. You can call him Master Lu. Lu Qinghao. When hearing this name, many people's faces changed drastically. The Luo brothers also felt that it was a bit exaggerated and couldn't help but let out a low cry. Lin Fan turned his head to look at them and asked, is this person very powerful? The Luo brothers hurriedly smiled and said, of course he is not as good as you, but this guy is known as the Little Stock God. Almost everyone who plays stocks in Haicheng knows him. Little Stock God? Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer. This title is quite famous and loud. Compared with the simple introduction of the Luo brothers, the other young people became uneasy. Especially the twins from the Lin family, their eyes almost popped out of their heads. The Little Stock God is here. How did Zhao Tianming get to know such a big shot? This Little Stock God accurately predicted almost all of the major bear and bull markets in Dragon Country's history. When others are greedy, he is not afraid at all, and when others are afraid, he is extremely greedy. This person is extremely skilled in the stock market. It is said that his assets have already reached 1 billion. He is a real big shot. This person's stock market forecasts are extremely accurate, so to outsiders, he is no different from a god. He actually came to a small place like ours. All of a sudden, the appearance of the Little Stock God immediately attracted almost everyone's attention. Many young people took the initiative to come forward to say hello. But he was turned away. Lu Qinghao's temperament is not only arrogant, but also a little frivolous. He snorted slightly and didn't want to pay any attention to those young people. If Zhao Tianming had not accidentally saved his life in the past, he would not have bothered to come to such a remote place to attend some ridiculous conference. But Zhao Tianming kept asking him for help, and he couldn't refuse his savior. That's why Lu Qinghao came here reluctantly. However, in the face of the enthusiasm of almost all the young people in the audience, there was one person who remained unmoved. That is Lin Fan. Chapter 98, Picking Up Sesame Seeds and Losing Watermelons. When Lu Qinghao glanced at Lin Fan's face, he couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. This person, I seem to have seen him somewhere before? Lu Qinghao frowned slightly and began to think. But after a moment, he shook his head. What kind of heroes can there be in such a remote place? They are probably just people with similar looks. His relaxed brows were filled with arrogance and sharpness. He became famous at a young age and his name spread all over the world. As a small stock god, he doesn't take people from such small places seriously at all. More and more young people came to compliment him. In addition to the Luo brothers, the Lin twins and others had already gathered near Lu Qinghao. I've heard of the Little Stock God for a long time.
It's really better to meet him in person than to hear about him. He is so charming and impressive. Master Lu, would you be so kind as to have a meal with us? Master, you have been famous for a long time, and we all want to talk to you.
Surrounded by a large crowd, it seemed that this little stock god Lu Qinghao was the center of attention. It was as if his position was unique and he held great power. Even many elders were smiling. According to custom, the more outstanding the invited person is, the better the effect of the ancestor worship ceremony will be. This Lu Qinghao is not only famous, but also has real talent and knowledge. If he could get his younger generation to follow him, then their future would be limitless. Only the old village chief disliked this person a little bit in his heart. As our ancestors taught, a person who relies on his talent and becomes unrestrained is not a good person. The more talented a person is, if he develops an arrogant and conceited character, then he is not a good person worthy of praise. Face the enthusiasm of others around you. Lu Qinghao kept silent and just crossed his arms. His attitude naturally showed that he didn't want to associate with these country people. But his unreasonable attitude did not stop the flattery from the people around him. After all, if you can get close to such a person, it would undoubtedly be a great fortune. The more talented a person is, the more temper and personality he naturally has. Others, far from reducing their heated rhetoric, have in some cases intensified it. The Luo brothers laughed secretly in their hearts. These ordinary people have no idea that Lin Fan is the real big shot here. Ignore Lin Fan. Instead, he went far away to curry favor with Master Lu. It's like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Lack of vision. Lin Fan simply ignored Master Lu. He walked straight to Zhao Tianming, frowned and asked, "Tianming, today is such an important day, why are you late?" The old village chief not far away was also a little unhappy in his heart. The ancestor worship meeting is a major event held every few years in Qinghe Township. Zhao Tianming is a cautious and steady person, so he shouldn't be late. He is a leader among the younger generation in Qinghe Township, but he failed at such a critical moment. This is totally unlike him. Faced with Lin Fan's question, Zhao Tianming couldn't help but smile bitterly. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. At this time, the little stock god Lu Qinghao, who had been silent, spoke up. "Oh, Zhao Tianming was late because he came to pick me up," Lu Qinghao said casually. This kind of small gathering in the countryside doesn't seem to be worth getting up early for. He was unexpectedly late for the grand ancestor worship ceremony held once every few years. The reason for being late was just to sleep in. Moreover, he acted nonchalantly and didn't take others seriously at all. Lin Fan looked slightly displeased. This person's arrogant attitude really makes it difficult for people to have a good impression of him. Zhao Tianming saw that the atmosphere in the venue was a little subtle, so he hurried out to act as a peacemaker. Master Lu is usually very busy with work, so it's normal for his rest time to conflict with ours. We should be more considerate of him. For Zhao Tianming's sake, Lin Fan nodded lightly and was unwilling to waste any more words. But Lu Qinghao became unhappy. "I came to your countryside to attend some crappy conference. Haven't I already given you enough face? You're actually complaining here just because I was a few minutes late." He simply doesn't take me seriously. He was a bit petty by nature, and with the smooth sailing he had experienced over the years, he became quite arrogant. Lu Qinghao's expression changed slightly immediately. "Zhao Tianming, I don't seem to be very welcome here?" Lu Qinghao's attitude was a little cold. "Then I'd better go back as soon as possible." After saying that, he suddenly turned around and was about to leave. This. Hearing that the young stock god was suddenly leaving, many young people were immediately surprised. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. We all welcome you here. Please don't leave in such a hurry." Zhao Tianming quickly pulled him back and whispered, "Let's talk it over." Lu Qinghao said coldly, "Then ask this person to apologize to me." As he spoke, he extended his index finger and pointed it directly at Lin Fan. This suddenly made Lin Fan feel a little absurd and he felt both amused and sad. "You are late and you still want me to apologize to you. Do you really take yourself too seriously?" Lin Fan laughed angrily. He held his stomach and laughed so hard that tears almost came out. He stretched out his index finger and shook it, his eyes no longer disguising his contempt, and said, "You're late, and you want me to apologize to you. Can you tell me how such a ridiculous thing could come out of your mouth? Everyone knows it well. It is neither moral nor logical for Lin Fan to apologize. But in this world, there are only a few people who are reasonable.
For most people, they only care about identity and status. Lu Qinghao looked arrogant and said with a smile, "You young man, you don't know anything at all. Well, I will be merciful today and let me teach you a lesson. Listen carefully." He pointed at himself and said proudly, "I am a world-famous stock god. I have rarely failed in my 14 years of debut, and I have countless assets under my name." Then, he pointed at Lin Fan and said, "And you are just an insignificant country bumpkin. So it's only natural that you apologize to me. No reason is needed." The words were overbearing and arrogant. Combined with Lu Qinghao's strength, it does have a certain momentum. The young people around couldn't help but be silent for a while, and then spoke. "Lin Fan, why don't you just apologize to him? Master Lu has finally come to our place, so we can't just let him go back like this. Yes, it's so tiring to travel through mountains and rivers." Even Zhao Tianming's expression changed for a while, and he finally lowered his voice and said to Lin Fan, "Xiao Fan, this man is really extraordinary. Just give your brother some face and apologize to him." Lin Fan sighed slowly and shook his head. "I didn't expect that in the end it would still come down to a contest of strength." At this moment, a Ferrari also arrived in Qinghe Township. A fat middle-aged man got out of the car. When he saw Lin Fan from afar, he immediately walked over with a big laugh. This fat middle-aged man is naturally manager Wang of the Fish Carlton restaurant. "Mr. Lin, I heard that there was a big celebration in your hometown today, so I came here specially with gifts to express my greetings." Manager Wang walked forward with a big laugh. He was holding a precious gift box in his hand. The things inside seemed to be priceless and had an overwhelming sense of nobility. Chapter 99. Xiaofan, who are you? Manager Wang's sudden appearance left everyone around him confused. They didn't know this fat guy, and had no idea who he was or why he was called Lin Fan and Director Lin. But the Ferrari logo is known to everyone. This kind of luxury car is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford. The boss driving the Ferrari turned out to be Lin Fan's subordinate. Everyone looked at Lin Fan in shock. Ding! Surprise value plus 300. 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 Is this really a courier who is a little luckier? Lin Fan must have hidden something crucial. When Lu Qinghao saw the Ferrari, his expression changed. This is a limited edition Ferrari Sergio, and the price is at least around 30 million. This fat guy actually drives this kind of car. Lu Qinghao was surprised and puzzled. And this fat guy seems to be the manager of Fish Carton Restaurant? Lu Qinghao was a little uneasy. The Fish Carton Restaurant in Haicheng is a restaurant frequented by real celebrities. The cash flow every quarter is extremely terrifying. Anyone who can hold an important position in such a place must have assets that are no less than mine. Although Lu Qinghao has the title of Little Stock God. But in the essential sense, he is just a retail stock trader after all. Although he predicted the stock market situation accurately many times based on his unique vision and extraordinary luck, and made a lot of money from it. But even if he wanted a super high-quality stock like Fish Carlton Restaurants, it was simply a pipe dream. But manager Wang is different. As an executive of the Fish Carlton Restaurant, he must hold a certain amount of shares. Just based on these shares, manager Wang is already on par with me. In stock trading, there are wins and losses. But for the big guys in this kind of physical industry, it is absolutely guaranteed to make a profit. Lin Fan also looked at manager Wang with some surprise. Although I did talk to manager Wang about this matter a few days ago and asked him to send a few people over. But Lin Fan didn't expect that manager Wang would come here in person. And he was also carrying some obviously expensive gifts. This was beyond Lin Fan's expectations. Manager Wang perked up and proudly waved the gift in his hand. As a veteran of his time in the battlefield, he can do everything in a flawless and thorough manner. What's more, this was something Lin Fan said himself. Naturally, he did not dare to slack off at all and kept it in mind secretly. After finishing his conversation with Lin Fan, he immediately ordered his men to conduct a detailed investigation into the ancestral worship ceremony in Qinghe Township. I immediately understood the importance of this matter. So he was extremely excited, not only coming in person, but also taking out a treasured gift from his collection to give to Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, this is Dolmore 62 vodka from my personal collection. I specially brought it to your hometown to liven up the conference today," Manager Wang said respectfully.
As he spoke, he took out a bottle of extremely valuable wine from the precious gift box. Lu Qinghao looked at the bottle of wine and was immediately stunned. Is this the rare wine that was once auctioned at a sky-high price of 46 million yuan in Newtown, which is considered the most ideal investment in the world? Gulp. Swallowed. Lu Qinghao found it a little unbelievable. This kind of wine cannot be obtained even at double the price unless one has extremely special channels in the high-end catering industry. And they actually gave this kind of wine as a gift. The purpose is just for some ancestor worship ceremony in this village? Lu Qinghao felt confused. Hearing that manager Wang brought famous liquor, Lin Fan nodded. There is a custom of offering fine wines as sacrifices at ancestor worship ceremonies. It seems that Xiao Wang had done some preliminary investigation. Very attentive. Lin Fan was somewhat satisfied and said, Xiao Wang, you are so thoughtful. I will talk to other executives of the restaurant and let you take charge of more business. Manager Wang was overjoyed when he heard Lin Fan's promise. His fat face was smiling brightly and with a look of great satisfaction. The sudden appearance of manager Wang interrupted the confrontation between Lin Fan and Lu Qinghao. Just now he kept saying that he wanted to teach Lin Fan a lesson. But with the coincidental appearance of manager Wang, Lu Qinghao hesitated. He felt like something was not right. His idea was originally very simple. This place is in the countryside and is full of country bumpkins, so you can bully them at will. But even a figure like manager Wang came with generous gifts. Could it be that this country bumpkin has some status? Lu Qinghao took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. Although this Lin Fan seems to have some background, I shouldn't be too afraid of him. Lu Qinghao thought to himself. Or I can just find a way to get out of this matter. Zhao Tianming will definitely help me anyway. I feel like there's something wrong with Lin Fan. Lu Qinghao coughed lightly and immediately wanted to find an excuse to step down. But before he could finish his words, someone else came. A pink BMW driven by a lady had stopped in Qinghe Township at some point. A girl dressed as an urban office lady stepped out of the car. She has a hot body and a charming appearance. She has a capable temperament and walks with a resounding voice. But when he walked in front of Lin Fan, he lowered his proud head and said respectfully, Director Lin, I heard that there is a big celebration in your hometown today, so I came here specially to give you a gift. Lin Fan nodded. This is Yi Yuyao, the female secretary of Yuan Mei Company. Not only does she have an amazing appearance, but her figure is also so perfect that it is almost enchanting. This immediately made many young people swallow their saliva. But Zhao Tianming's expression changed completely. Is this Secretary Yi, the one from Yuan Mei Company? Zhao Tianming was shocked on the spot. Ding! Surprise value plus 1,000. The gaming community isn't that big. Especially for a domestic leader like Yuan Mei Company, any employee there is a target of competition in the industry. Yuan Mei Company is a giant that has easily crushed Tianqi Game Company. But this Secretary Yi actually called Lin Fan Director Lin. Zhao Tianming could no longer remain calm and asked in a lost voice, Xiao Fan, who are you? Yuan Mei Games Company. Only those who are truly in the gaming industry can truly realize the terrifying power of this company. With strong R&D capabilities and broad publicity and promotion channels, it has gathered and established a talent network covering nearly half of Longhua. One after another, this company has released high-quality, popular and entertaining high-quality games. With the unanimous recognition and rising enthusiasm of the players. The turnover for one quarter has already exceeded tens of billions. This is a money-making company that is equivalent to a money-printing machine. A well-deserved leading enterprise. Even though Zhao Tianming is conceited in his life, he has to admire the strong power of the company's decision-makers. He was also very clear that no matter how rapidly his Tianqi company developed, it would never be able to catch up with Yuan Mei. This is recognized as a legend in the industry. This is the goal that Zhao Tianming has been looking forward to. Chapter 100 Tribute. But now, Zhao Tianming discovered that his childhood friend Lin Fan from the same hometown had a special identity. He actually has a close relationship with this leading company. How could he not be surprised and suspicious? Beads of sweat gradually flowed down Zhao Tianming's forehead. His eyes were full of shock and surprise. However, Lin Fan did not answer him immediately, but just looked at him quietly. Just now, Zhao Tianming also asked Lin Fan to apologize to the arrogant little stock god Lu Qinghao, which made Lin Fan feel a little disappointed. Zhao Tianming's loss of composure immediately made others confused. They all looked at Zhao Tianming in confusion, then looked at the hot OL secretary Yi. For a moment, I was at a loss. Lin Fan helped Secretary Yi up with one hand and said with a smile, "No need to be so rigid." Yi Yuyao felt Lin Fan's hand on her arm and said immediately, "I have come here specially to present a gift to Director Lin. Please accept it." Lin Fan said with interest. His subordinates are quite loyal. I know that today is a grand ceremony in my hometown. Qinghe Township also has the custom of inviting outstanding people from other places to visit. So I came here specially to offer my gift. He is quite sensible. What did you bring? Please look. Yi Yuyao took out an exquisite and small square crystal box. 10 cigarettes were quietly placed in the box. But there was something special about this cigarette. Each one is wrapped with a tiny diamond chain. It's quite unique. Lin Fan smiled. Although he didn't smoke very often, this was the first time he had seen cigarettes with such exquisite appearance. This crystal box of diamond chain cigarettes is quite beautiful and pleasing to the eye. And there were far more than one crystal cigarette case. From a distance, it seemed that Yi Yuyao was ready to give Lin Fan dozens of crystal cigarette cases. When Lu Qinghao, who was standing by, saw the box of crystal cigarettes, his eyes almost popped out of his head. This is actually the Qigar diamond chain cigar. Lu Qinghao exclaimed. Each cigarette is decorated with a diamond chain. This is a luxury gift that only the extravagant people in Harlem can enjoy. One cigarette costs about 600,000 yuan. I can't believe I can see it in Dragon Country. Lu Qinghao loves traveling in his life. He has seen this kind of luxury when he traveled to some luxurious small countries. Even though he has a lot of assets, most of them are cars, houses, and the like. The actual cash flow was not much. Lu Qinghao would never consider smoking a cigarette with a diamond chain, let alone giving it to someone else. He's not at that level yet. But now, this strange woman of unknown origin actually gave out such a lavish gift at such a high price. How extraordinary must this woman be? What's even more terrifying is that this kind of woman is so servile to this man named Lin Fan. She looks like a well-behaved girl who obeys you. Then isn't Lin Fan's identity even more special? Lu Qinghao quickly pulled Zhao Tianming over and asked in a low and short voice, "Who are they? Where exactly are you?" That lady should be the secretary of Yuanmei Company, and Lin Fan. Zhao Tianming explained. I'm not sure about the details. I'll ask him later. Ask again later? When Lu Qinghao heard Zhao Tianming's answer, he was so anxious that his pants were almost wet. He wanted to know everything about Lin Fan right now. The country bumpkin who was so willing to be bullied and scolded by others just now might actually be a super boss who concealed his identity. This is bullying the wrong person. You tried to kick a wooden board but ended up hitting an iron board. Wait, what did you just say, Yuanmei Company? Lu Qinghao was anxious and his reaction was slow. Only then did he react and his face changed drastically. But as a stock trader, there is no way he doesn't know this extremely well-known listed company. Over the past 5 years, the shares of any company have risen and fallen. But only Yuanmei Games shares have been rising steadily and rarely fall. This is an extremely excellent blue-chip stock. The reason is that the capital market has extremely high confidence in Yuanmei Company. After all, Yuanmei Company's historical performance is really great. Other similar companies are simply not capable of competing with it. Lu Qinghao gradually felt guilty. Originally, if only manager Wang came, he might have been able to bite the bullet and remain reserved, letting Zhao Tianming act as a peacemaker and resolve the matter peacefully. But now a giant like Yuanmei Company is involved. Super behemoth. This is not an existence that I can afford to provoke. I'm afraid that the person in charge of this company can cause me to be killed with just one word. Lu Qinghao couldn't help but become more and more scared the more he thought about it. No matter how in-depth his research on stocks is, what good can it do? At most, he is just one person, alone. Once you provoke a force that you shouldn't provoke, it's all over. Lu Qinghao thought about it again and again, and finally gritted his teeth and walked up to Lin Fan. Lu Qinghao opened his mouth, but no words came out. He is such an arrogant person, yet he took the initiative to apologize and ask for forgiveness. This was tantamount to torture for him. The people around him who had been flattering him just now also felt that something was wrong. They wisely stepped back a few steps to make room. Although they didn't know the fat man and the OL beauty, they knew that Lu Qinghao was scared. His body was shaking uncontrollably.
But Lin Fan didn't even look at him. Because after Yi Yuyao, another Rolls-Royce exclusively for ladies also arrived. And from the car, a beautiful ancient woman in a light blue dress walked down. Lin Fan, we meet again. The ancient beauty lowered her head and smiled. The myriad of styles at this moment were so stunning that even the elder's eyes lit up. It turns out to be you, Yi Yiran. Lin Fan chuckled. I didn't expect you to come. Yi Yiran was wearing a light blue long dress, which not only outlined her hot figure in a touching way, but also made her already quaint temperament more charming. When she appeared, all the colors around her seemed to become dim. Her charming style is even enough to compete with Lu Shishir. Lin Fan was also a little surprised. He did not specifically notify Yi Yiran. After all, he only casually mentioned the matter of the ancestral worship ceremony to a few of his men. But he didn't expect that not only several of his own subordinates were knowledgeable and understanding, but also came to congratulate him with valuable gifts. Even Yi Yiran came here from afar. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Yi Yiran hadn't seen Lin Fan for many days and couldn't help but miss him and worry about him. She finally saw the person she had been thinking about again, and she felt a little embarrassed at that time. However, she remembered her father's instructions and immediately frowned. I heard that today is a special day in your hometown. This is a gift from our Yi family to you. Yi Yiran took out a box specially used to store valuable antiques. She handed it to Lin Fan with a smile on her face. Chapter 101, Rich and Inhumane. Lin Fan opened it and found a precious purple jadeite inside. The purple jade is surrounded by many colorful gems and is extremely gorgeous. Yi Yiran smiled and said, "This is a gift from our Yi family. The name of this jade is Stars." Stars. Hearing this name, Lin Fan nodded. The gems surrounding this piece of jade look a bit like stars chasing each other, so it is most appropriate to name it Stars. Even though Yi Yi still didn't say the price of this antique. But Lin Fan felt that this piece of jade was extremely rich and luxurious after just one look. I think considering the Yi family's generosity, they wouldn't be too stingy. Lin Fan immediately accepted it with a smile. Lu Qinghao on the side was completely confused. Is this the jade star that appeared at the shaman auction 3 years ago? Lu Qinghao couldn't believe it. The original transaction price was a full 600 million, but today it was given away as a small gift. He felt that his 3 perspectives had been refreshed. Rich and inhumane. Damn, to be able to give a gift worth 600 million, how rich must he be? Lu Qinghao has been able to get whatever he wants for so many years, but the total estimated value of his assets is only over 1 billion yuan. This strange woman casually gave him a gift that was equivalent to half of his wealth. It's really too arrogant. And there was constant discussion among the crowd. The girl in the light blue skirt is so beautiful. She looks a bit like a band beauty. That person seems to be the daughter of a family that runs an antique business. Antiques, Yi family, is it the Yi family in Haicheng Antique Street? Fuck, that's one of the most powerful families in Haicheng. Lin Fan is actually related to such a wealthy family. Could it be that he has a special relationship with the daughter of the Yi family? I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Looking handsome really allows you to do whatever you want. As expected of Lin Fan, he easily accomplished something that we have no way of doing. It's amazing. Here's some words from people around you. Lu Qinghao was so frightened that his legs went limp and he almost fell to his knees. It was as if there were 10,000 wild horses galloping in his heart. The Yi family on Antique Street. That is a super wealthy family. The beautiful lady in the blue dress turned out to be the daughter of the Yi family. And when she was talking to Lin Fan, her brows were full of shyness and charm of a little girl. Anyone with eyes can see that she is most likely interested in Lin Fan. And the person he offended was actually suspected to be the future son-in-law of this super wealthy family? I'm simply tired of living. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have been so arrogant. Lu Qinghao regretted it deeply. He now wished he had a pill of regret in his hand so he could take it with his head held high. Damn it, now I am just waiting to die. How about kneeling down and apologizing in the hope of leniency? Lu Qinghao no longer hesitated. He even felt a little regretful and blamed himself for not being more decisive just now. Just give Lin Fan a humble apology, there won't be so many problems. Lin Fan, there may be some misunderstandings between us. Lu Qinghao said tremblingly. His face was twisted with fear, like a flower that was about to wither.
He stuttered and spoke incoherently. Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at him indifferently, unable to deny it. Honestly speaking, Lin Fan was quite happy about the arrival of his subordinates in Yi Iran, and he didn't want to pay much attention to this so-called little stock god or big stock god. This was originally an insignificant ant, and Lin Fan did not take him seriously. But just now some people were willing to ignore justice and morality for this person. He actually asked me to take the initiative to settle the matter and apologize. This inevitably made Lin Fan feel a little chilled. At this moment, those people have already become silent as a cicada, not even daring to fart. Only then did they realize how stupid they had been. Lin Fan was actually asked to apologize to this little stock god. It's like asking a ferocious tiger to apologize to a weak sheep. It's really ridiculous. These people all showed extremely ashamed expressions. But at this time, what surprised others was that another car came. And this time the car is a Rolls-Royce. That's the Rolls-Royce Dawn. I saw it in a Foreign Time magazine. It's a rare luxury car worth 60 million. Fuck, a luxury car worth 60 million? This is still an underestimation. This type of car has long been out of print. There are no more than 5 in the world. If it were auctioned, the price would probably be much higher than this. Who is this? Why is he here in such a grand manner and in such a car? In everyone's shocked gaze, a father and daughter slowly got out of the car. The girl is tall and graceful, with an extremely beautiful appearance, like a swaying lily. The middle-aged man walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, looking down from above, like a king who commanded all the wealth and power in the world. He has a high nose bridge, a full forehead, solemn eyebrows, and a somewhat thick and round chin. This person's appearance was somewhat special and everyone was familiar with him. After all, he has been interviewed by many celebrities and has been sought after by major media outlets around the world. It has topped the list of Haicheng's wealth for many years. The recognized richest man in Haicheng is Mr. Zhou. Lu Qinghao was so frightened that he trembled and said in a lost voice, "The richest man in Haicheng is here. Where is this place? Who are you?" Rich Zhou, a very famous real estate tycoon in Haicheng. In Haicheng, real estate development and transactions are basically handled by him alone. Especially in recent years, the value of the properties under his name has skyrocketed along with the market appreciation, and his wealth has also increased rapidly. His assets have reached an incredible figure. He is recognized as the #1 hero in Haicheng, with unparalleled assets in the world. It is impossible for ordinary people to even talk to a big shot of this level. Even seeing him in person is extremely difficult. But today, Mr. Zhou actually drove himself and brought his daughter to Qinghe Township. And he didn't come alone. Behind his Rolls-Royce Dawn, there were more than a dozen luxury cars of various shapes and sizes. Aston Martin, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Bentley, Maybach, Maserati. There are almost all kinds of luxury cars that ordinary people can afford. People came and went, vying for the first place. They all came here with Mr. Zhou. This scene is really beyond imagination. Suddenly everyone fell silent. The whole audience fell into a tacit silence. There was complete silence. Zhao Tianming and Lu Qinghao were stunned on the spot. The scene was so quiet that one could hear even a pin drop. The richest man is here in person. This is truly an unprecedented event. When Mr. Zhou heard about Lin Fan, he immediately dropped everything he was doing and came with his daughter Zhou wanting to congratulate him. "Brother Lin, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are still as charming as ever." Mr. Zhou laughed and walked forward. He shook hands with Lin Fan warmly, and then gave Lin Fan a big hug. Although there is a big age gap between the two. But to outsiders, this pair of friends, regardless of age difference, behaved very intimately. Just like a pair of brothers. Hiss. Chapter 102. He is so scary. Everyone in Qinghe Township stood there in a daze, as if they were petrified by a spell. The surprise that Lin Fan brought them today was really huge. The richest man in Haicheng is actually on equal terms with Lin Fan. Even looking at the attitude of Mr. Zhou, there was a bit of flattery in his attitude, as if he was marrying above his station. Everyone was completely shocked. Ding. Surprise value plus 1,000. 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 And this is just the beginning. Mr. Zhou ordered his men to carefully take out the gift he had carefully prepared. The gift presented personally by the richest man in Haichang was naturally completely different from all the gifts given by everyone before. Soon, 12 men in suits and leather shoes came forward carrying an antique that was about 10 meters long and carefully wrapped in white cloth. This antique seems to be extremely heavy, and even with so many people moving it together, it would be very difficult. Brother Lin, this is the jade carving along the river during the Qingming festival that I prepared specially for you. Rich Zhou laughed. Amid his heroic laughter, the white cloth was unveiled. A piece of incredibly large and exquisite jade carving appeared before everyone. What is engraved on this jade carving is the famous painting along the river during the Qingming festival. Could this be the jade carving that won the special gold prize at the last Dragon Country Jade 100 Flowers Award? The exquisite details and vivid expression of the jade carving are simply amazing. The artist of this jade carving is really crazy. The Qingming Shinhatu is a famous painting handed down from generation to generation, but he actually reproduced it on the jade carving. The beauty of this jade carving is like being in a fairyland. It is truly breathtaking. This is definitely a treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation. Countless people are fighting to get it. Someone once estimated its value to be at least over 1 billion. Lin Fan looked at the exquisite jade carving and nodded with satisfaction. Perfectly reproduced the famous paintings handed down from generation to generation on jade carvings. The difficulty of this is really bizarre. He must be a top master in the sculpture world. What's more, the original embryo of this jade carving is probably worth a lot of money. Adding the two together, this gift is so valuable that it is unimaginable. Thank you. Lin Fan bowed. Mr. Zhou laughed and held Lin Fan's hand. At the same time, his daughter Zhou Wanting was also looking at Lin Fan with great energy. Having heard about Lin Fan's situation, her younger sister Zhou Qingqing also clamored to come. However, she forcefully refused on the pretext of going to school. Zhou Wanting was wearing a light-colored suspender mini-skirt. She was as beautiful as a poem, like a little fairy. She looked at Lin Fan and smiled, long time no see. Lin Fan also nodded and smiled in response. Zhou Wanting saw Lu Ran from a distance. She couldn't help but hum softly. She still remembers everything that happened last time. Lu Ran's appearance is not inferior to hers at all, and she is an opponent worthy of serious consideration. Zhou Wanting walked up to Lu Ran, raised her head and smiled. Today is a very important matter for Lin Fan. I didn't expect you to come alone? It seems that the Lu family doesn't take Lin Fan seriously. She fanned the flames while observing people's expressions. As expected, Lu Ran immediately became anxious and whispered to Lin Fan, "Originally, our Lu family's patriarch wanted to come, but something happened in our family recently." Before she could finish her words, Lin Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. The two women had just met and they started fighting again. It's really noisy. Lin Fan didn't like other women arguing for him. He immediately interrupted the conversation to avoid this situation. Following Zhou Fuao, he was followed by many Haicheng bigwigs. Financial tycoon Zhou Zicai, e-commerce king Zheng Tingsheng, catering emperor Lu Wangji. They all came after hearing the news, and followed Mr. Zhou to visit Lin Fan, hoping to leave a good impression. To put it bluntly, it's just about getting to know each other. It is a great honor to be able to become familiar with a super boss like Lin Fan. And there are more and more big guys, and they are becoming more and more dense. They presented their carefully selected gifts. Lin Fan received more and more gifts. Lu Qinghao and Zhao Tianming were both completely stunned. My jaw dropped to the ground in shock. The old village chief was also completely stunned. The ancestral worship meeting in Qinghe Township has always had the habit of inviting some outstanding figures to attend. But he had never seen a scene like today in his entire life. There are talented people everywhere, and big guys are as numerous as dogs. This is definitely the most unimaginable ancestor worship ceremony in history. No doubt about it. Lin Fan's childhood friends and the elders in Qinghe Township were all furious. That's the financial tycoon Zhou Zicai, a godlike figure, my idol, and he actually came to our little place in person. You who don't work in e-commerce have no idea how capable Zheng Tingsheng is. He is the real leader in our field. Lu Wangji is not only the emperor of catering, he is also a philanthropist. In the past 10 years, he has donated at least billions of dollars to charity. Nah. These people are all top experts in their respective fields, and they all came to our small country town. It's all because of Lin Fan. He's so scary. Lu Qinghao didn't dare to speak. There are so many big guys here, and they are so powerful, but he has no right to speak at all. Now he just felt that he was no different from a circus clown. What a great thing that happened today. He took advantage of Zhao Tianming's opportunity and had the honor to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony with so many bigwigs. The big guys here, any name you mention, will be well known and resounding throughout the sky. If I come here honestly, once I have the opportunity to meet one or two big guys, I take off right away? Such a good, precious opportunity. If it were out there, countless people would fight for it at all costs. But not only did I not cherish it, I was late because I overslept. Because of this incident, he even had a conflict with the mysterious superboss Lin Fan. Damn it! I wasted such a good opportunity and even offended boss Lin Fan. I am as stupid as a pig. Lu Qinghao was filled with remorse and wished he could slap himself a few times. He wished he had a time machine in front of him so he could go back to the past and lick Lin Fan's ass. But now, it's too late. He had had several chances before. Perhaps as long as he apologized on the spot and Zhao Tianming interceded for him, maybe nothing would have happened. But because of his pride and self-esteem, he chose to hesitate, to procrastinate, to be indecisive and waver. Even if he wanted to apologize now, he had no chance at all. There are so many big guys here, how can a crappy little stock god like him have the right to speak? I hope boss Lin Fan won't hold a grudge against me. I'm just a useless guy with better luck. Don't bother with me. Lu Qinghao was completely terrified. He pulled Zhao Tianming beside him, swaying his body, and said, "Brother Tianming, you have to save me. Please help me put in a few good words with boss Lin Fan, and tell him not to take a small-time jerk like me seriously." Chapter 103 Rare in the World. He knew that if Lin Fan wanted to take revenge on him, it would be no different from crushing an ant on the ground. And Zhao Tianming was still in a daze and had not recovered yet. The surprises that Lin Fan brought him today were really too many. Ever since Zhao Tianming realized that Lin Fan had a close connection with Yuanmei Company, he felt that he didn't know Lin Fan very well. Lin Fan's strength was so strong that it seemed unfamiliar to him. Until the richest man in Haichang arrived in person, followed by a large group of top bosses. They all presented Lin Fan with lavish gifts worth a fortune just to make him smile. This terrifying card situation completely shocked Zhao Tianming. Because he was so shocked, his mind went blank and he was in a frozen state, unable to say anything. Bigwigs from all fields in Haicheng came one after another. The entire ancestor worship ceremony was an unprecedented grand occasion. The old village chief was smiling happily, and his face seemed to be 20 years younger. There seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. The ancestor worship ceremony is a custom passed down from ancestors, and he cherishes it. But unfortunately, I have the will but not the strength. He never thought that Lin Fan, his most beloved junior, would not disappoint him. Almost all of the top bosses in Haichang came to Qinghe Township to attend the conference because of Lin Fan. This kind of card surface has never been seen before and will never be seen again. It is truly rare in the world. The old village chief will probably never forget this year's ancestral worship meeting. The old village chief looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of satisfaction and admiration. The elders were silent for a while, then looked at each other and sighed deeply. Initially we thought Lin Fan was just a useless courier who couldn't even find a wife and was looked down upon when he went on blind dates. But later we realized that we were wrong, very wrong, so we wanted to introduce our daughter to Lin Fan, hoping that she would find a good home. But it was not until this moment that we realized that we had underestimated Lin Fan. With Lin Fan's status, it's simply out of reach. How can our daughter be worthy of her? He was able to drive so many big shots crazy and send so many expensive gifts. I'm afraid he has a real identity that we don't even know about. Alas, every generation has its own talented people, each of whom leads the trend for hundreds of years. This Lin Fan is more than the most promising young man in Qinghe Township. I'm afraid that looking at the world today, there are not many young people who can reach such a terrifying level as him. Lin Fan's childhood friends were also stunned and whispered to each other. "Brother Fan is so awesome, is there any hope for us to curry favor with him now? Xiao Fan is not the kind of ungrateful person. He didn't put on airs when he came back this time. He still mingled with us. I didn't expect Lin Fan to have other experiences. No, it seems that what he said last time might not be true. There are so many big guys, covering almost all the money-making industries in Haicheng. Who on earth is Lin Fan to have such a presence that so many big guys come to pay him a visit? This is completely beyond our ability to speculate, so why should we think too much about it? Brother Fan is so awesome.
Lu Shishir looked at this astonishing spectacle and couldn't help but fall into silence.
There was a gleam in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Lin Fan with a strong curiosity.
If it's Lin Fan, maybe he can help me solve this problem. Just at this moment, her phone rang.
A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone.
Have you thought about it?
Faced with this cold question, Lu Shishir said firmly, I refuse.
I already have a lover now.
Okay, just wait. Beep, beep, beep. After Lu Shishir hung up the phone, she felt a sense of relief all over. She looked at Lin Fan not far away and felt very safe.
Perhaps only Lin Fan can protect me. And after the initial intense shock, Lin Fan's mother's eyes gradually showed a look of relief.
Although she didn't know everything about Lin Fan, she felt comforted in her heart when she saw that Lin Fan was living such a good life now.
The ancestor worship ceremony lasted a whole day and night. This is the largest and most powerful one in history. Any one of the big guys present is a famous figure.
And because of Lin Fan, they all gathered in this small Qinghe township. The event was unprecedented. What makes many people curious is what will be the end of the little stock god who was so arrogant and aggressive at the beginning. The more he thought about Lu Qinghao ordering Lin Fan to apologize in person, the more scared he became.
The more I think about it, the more guilty I feel. Death is not scary, what is scary is the process of waiting to die.
In the end, he was so worried that he begged Zhao Tianming to plead for him.
Zhao Tianming also did as he was told.
Lin Fan was very generous and directly put forward his request. He pointed to a pile of red wine that had been prepared earlier. Lu Qinghao felt relieved. Lin Fan's action was naturally to ask him to drink and apologize.
It's pretty simple and easy.
But the next second, after hearing Lin Fan's words, his heart skipped a beat.
You keep asking me to apologize to you. Since you're so arrogant, I guess you can drink a lot, right?
Lin Fan chuckled.
Drink it.
I'm very curious about how much alcohol you can drink.
This is a rare opportunity. Since Boss Lin Fan has made a request, how dare I disobey him? Without further ado,
Lu Qinghao directly picked up a bottle of Amarone, which is a strong red wine with an alcohol content of 17%.
Hold your head high. Tons of tons. He just became a wine drinker.
A 17-degree red wine is already a very high-proof red wine. Lu Qinghao gritted his teeth and forced himself to drink the whole bottle. Suddenly I felt a burning pain in my throat, as if it was on fire. But when he looked at Lin Fan looked at him with great interest, smiling. Seeing this, Lu Qinghao's face turned slightly pale, and sweat appeared on his forehead.
Look, it seems like this is just the beginning.
Lin Fan's gaze was as sharp as a knife, staring at him quietly.
Lu Qinghao swallowed hard, then took a bottle of Ripasso, raised his head and started drinking. Ripasso is also a high-proof red wine. But the taste and aftertaste are much stronger than the Amarone just now.
The young people around also drank a lot of wine because of the grand occasion of the ancestor worship ceremony.
Watching Lu Qinghao drink huge amounts of wine.
Taking advantage of the atmosphere, they started to stir up trouble.
Okay.
The little god has an amazing alcohol tolerance.
I admire him. This is a strong red wine. I'll just drink 2 bottles. It's quite interesting. Oh wow, that's awesome. He actually drank 2 bottles of strong red wine in a row. Is his alcohol tolerance that good?
Come again. Today I will not leave until I am drunk, and I will not stop until I die. Many people took out their mobile phones and started taking photos and videos. The little stock god drinks the strong liquor right out of the bottle.
It's so exciting. The second bottle of liquor was quickly finished. Chapter 104, Every failure makes you smarter.
But Lin Fan still looked at him quietly. Lu Qinghao was almost on the verge of tears.
Drink too much, drink too hard.
He now felt his stomach and urine were cramping. His face had already turned completely pale. But Lin Fan obviously didn't intend to let him off so easily. After all, Lu Qinghao was prepared to severely humiliate Lin Fan in front of the entire Qinghe township. If it weren't for Lin Fan's strong strength, he would have been embarrassed and humiliated by this little stock god.
Lu Qinghao also knew the seriousness of this incident.
He gritted his teeth and began to force the wine into his mouth.
If you want to force it in, just force it in. Chateau Conrad dry red wine, Langwek dry red wine, Lifeng dry red wine.
Lu Qinghao didn't know how much he had drunk. He just poured liquor into his mouth like a madman. Until he felt dizzy and dazed. He felt like he was almost having alcohol poisoning. Only then did Lin Fan applaud in satisfaction. Great, great. Lin Fan chuckled. It seems that you can drink quite well. Since today is a good day, let's write off the matter between you and me. Lu Qinghao was almost in a coma, but when he heard Lin Fan's words, he walked to Lin Fan in a daze. Bow, a 90-degree salute. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your magnanimity. I will be a good person in the future. Lu Qinghao said. He was really scared. Even though he was nearly drunk, he continued to apologize to Lin Fan. Every failure is a learning experience. This time, he learned one thing. Even a country bumpkin in his eyes could be a super boss. The water in Qinghe Township was too deep for him to control. After the ancestor worship ceremony, Lin Fan returned to Haichang. As soon as he got home, Zhang Tingting immediately threw herself into his arms. Brother Lin Fan, where have you been? Why have you been gone for so many days? Zhang Tingting pursed her lips slightly. I've missed you so much these past few days. Lin Fan touched her cute little head lovingly. Kill by patting the head. The effect is very good. Zhang Tingting squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Lin Fan also felt a little apologetic in his heart. I had originally promised to take care of Zhang Tingting for a few days, but because of the ancestral worship meeting in my hometown, I left Zhang Tingting at home for a few days. After Lin Fan came back, he learned that Zhang Tingting's father's illness had been initially cured. Just because of helping her father to treat his illness, Zhang Tingting's family has lost everything. Thinking of this, Lin Fan asked, Tingting, how have you been these years? Zhang Tingting's face darkened and she said, it was okay. I took the teacher qualification exam after graduation and was teaching in a middle school. But after what happened to my father, I borrowed money everywhere and lost my job. After hearing about Zhang Tingting's experience, Lin Fan nodded. Then, Lin Fan said, I can introduce you to Lawrence Middle School in Xiamen for an interview. Are you willing to give it a try? When Zhang Tingting heard this, she immediately lost her voice and said, really? Lawrence Middle School, where do I really have a chance to interview? Hearing the words Lawrence Middle School, Zhang Tingting was shocked. Ding! Surprise value plus 300. She simply couldn't calm down. This is the most famous international middle school in Xiamen. There are not only luxurious equipment but also abundant funds here. The students are 1 in a million with excellent talents and qualities. The teachers are carefully selected and are all very strong. However, the selection of teachers is extremely cruel. The elimination rate is extremely high. Zhang Tingting couldn't help feeling a little unconfident and said, Brother Lin Fan, do you think I can look good? Lin Fan smiled and replied, believe in yourself, you can do it. Lin Fan encouraged her. What he didn't say was, with him here, who would be so blind as to let you be eliminated? Lin Fan took Zhang Tingting to Xiamen. On the one hand, he was very interested in Tianqi Shengshi Media in Xiamen and wanted to see with his own eyes the female artists signed by his company. By the way, I can introduce Zhang Tingting to Lawrence Middle School. On the other hand, he also wanted to go to Lawrence Middle School to meet Lu Shishir. For some reason, Lin Fan always felt that Lu Shishir was worried about something but didn't tell him. Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, galloping on the highway. This time, Lin Fan is not going to hide any of his strength. Just take out the best car. Otherwise, leaving it at home to gather dust would be a waste of God's gift. Tian Meiwei was responsible for driving the car, while Lin Fan and Zhang Tingting sat in the back seat to rest and enjoy the scenery outside the car window. Other drivers on the highway outside saw this silver-white Lamborghini Silver Ghost. The drivers were all shocked at once. Ding! Surprise value plus 500. 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 What the hell, what kind of luxury car is this? Why is it so cool? I don't recognize it either. Judging from the logo, it looks like a Rolls-Royce, but it's much more refined and luxurious than an ordinary Rolls-Royce. Let's stay away from this luxury car. I think if we just scratch it, we'll have to pay a sum we can't even imagine. I wonder what kind of big shot the owner of this car is. I'm so envious that he can drive such a luxury car. Let's not discuss this anymore. Let's stay away from this car.
This kind of guy is not someone we can afford to offend. I'm so envious. If I could get a luxury car like this and live 10 years less, I would be happy with it. The Lamborghini Silver Ghost is not only an idol, but also has an extremely cool and stylish appearance. Its strength is extraordinary. The distance between Haicheng and Xiaocheng is such that even the fastest sports car would take about 3 hours to reach the destination. But this Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost completed the task in just 1 hour and 17 minutes. After arriving at the destination, Lin Fan and Zhang Tingting separated temporarily. Lin Fan prepared to go directly to Tianqi Shengzhi Media Company. Zhang Tingting is going to Lawrence International School for an interview. After sending her to Lawrence Middle School, Lin Fan gave her some more advice and encouragement. "Come on, you can do it," Lin Fan said with a smile. Zhang Tingting also clenched her cute little fists, indicating that she would do her best. Then she turned and walked into Lawrence Middle School. As soon as she entered the middle school, Zhang Tingting started to get nervous. The little heart was beating violently. This school is really too luxurious. There are brand new and exquisite buildings all around, huge flower gardens, and every student and teacher is well dressed and elegant. Zhang Tingting followed Lin Fan's instructions and came to a special interview room, waiting for the interviewer to arrive. The interviewer this time was named Chen Yuhua. Before the interview even started, Chen Yuhua received the news. One of the interviewees this time has a huge background. Be sure to take extra care. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Chen Yuhua smiled slightly. Chapter 105. This is definitely cold violence. In fact, she had already received the news that there were 3 interviewees this time. One of them is the daughter of Zhao Juanhe, a wealthy businessman in Xiamen. Zhao Juanhe runs 7 well-known advertising companies under his name. In Xiamen, he is a well-known celebrity. But his daughter was unwilling to inherit her father's career and chose to become a teacher instead. This so-called interviewee with a huge background is obviously her. As for the others, just find some excuse to send him away. There is only one admission spot for this interview. Chen Yuhua quickly entered the interview room. She met Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting was a little nervous. When she saw the interviewer coming, she immediately stood up from her seat. "Hello, my name is Zhang Tingting, and I'm today's interviewee." Chen Yuhua's attitude was a little cold, and he didn't want to pay much attention to Zhang Tingting. She just hummed. Then she picked up Zhang Tingting's resume. "Take a quick glance. You are only 22 years old?" "Yes." Chen Yuhua frowned and said, "You are so young, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to take on our heavy teaching tasks. You know, the backbone of our school's teachers are mostly around 30 years old. You're still young, maybe you need more training." Hearing this, Zhang Tingting said quickly, "Although I am young, my attitude is very serious. I will definitely complete the task well and hone my skills." Unexpectedly, she was interrupted by Chen Yuhua before she could finish her words. "I don't think we need an untested teacher at Lawrence High School. Let's move on to the next question," Chen Yuhua said calmly. Seeing the interviewer's cold attitude, Zhang Tingting felt a chill in her heart. "I'm afraid today's interview is going to be bad." Chen Yuhua took another look at the resume, then said without looking up, "You seem to have worked in the education industry before, but you don't have much experience, right?" Zhang Tingting's heart almost jumped out of nervousness as she listened to the interviewer's cold voice. She stammered, "I don't have much experience, but I will study hard." "Study hard?" Chen Yuhua laughed contemptuously. "You are a teacher hired by our school, and you don't seem to be a student. I find it funny to hear you say study hard." Zhang Tingting felt very aggrieved. This female interviewer seemed to be targeting me everywhere. In the end, Chen Yuhua issued an order to expel the guests. "Well, I guess we don't have to continue." Generally speaking, even if the interviewer rejects the interviewee, he or she will say some polite words, such as "go back and wait for news." Chen Yuhua rejected Zhang Tingting so bluntly and directly, which obviously showed a very bad attitude. Zhang Tingting had no choice but to leave with some sadness. And after Zhang Tingting left the room, "But I saw that one of the directors of Lawrence Middle School, Mr. Lin, came in person." Chen Yuhua dared not be negligent and quickly stood up to receive him. Unexpectedly, Director Lin asked directly, "Where's Zhang Tingting? Hasn't she come yet?" "Zhang Tingting?" Chen Yuhua was confused. "I just let her go," Chen Yuhua said subconsciously.
But as soon as she said it, she immediately regretted it.
Because Director Lin was furious and said, she was introduced by Director Lin. How dare you drive her away? Hurry up and get him back.
If you can't catch up with her, you should pack up and leave. Chen Yuhua was completely dumbfounded.
Principal Lin is the most senior principal at Lawrence Middle School.
On weekdays, he is always kind and calm to everyone. But today, he was furious just because he rejected a new interviewer. Not only were veins bulging, but he was also furious. He even threatened to tell me to pack up and leave.
This was the first time that Chen Yuhua had seen such blatant resentment.
She was not stupid and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter.
You said that this new interviewer was introduced by President Lin. Are you referring to the newcomer in our school? Chen Yuhua asked cautiously. Lin Fan.
As soon as Chen Yuhua said this name, he was scolded again. Director Lin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He shouted angrily, Director Lin is of such high status, and you dare to call him by his name.
Hurry up and find him back for me.
If we're a step too late, Zhang Tingting and Director Lin will complain and we'll all be dead.
Go to me right now.
Chen Yuhua shuddered all over when he heard the angry curses that sounded almost like thunder in his ears.
But, what about Zhao Ju and his daughter? Chen Yuhua hesitated. Director Lin was so disappointed that he almost shouted, what a piece of shit Zhao Juanha, how can he compare with Director Lin?
You're worried about whether his daughter will be admitted or not, you might as well worry about whether the eunuch can have children.
Go quickly. Chen Yuhua understood completely.
She rushed out of the door and chased frantically in the direction Zhang Tingting left.
Be good.
It turned out that I had made a big mistake.
The interviewee with a powerful background is not Zhao Juanha's daughter.
It was the mysterious new school director, Lin Fan.
But in fact, Chen Yuhua had only heard of Lin Fan's name a few times, and he was far less famous than advertising tycoon Zhao Juanha.
It's just that even the scheming old fox, Director Lin, has revealed his true colors and is in a very irritable state.
That means this Lin Fan is indeed extraordinary.
At least in terms of strength, he is definitely not inferior to Zhao Juanha.
And I actually mocked the interviewee who was recommended by such a big shot. Cold violence. This is definitely cold violence.
If Zhang Tingting told Lin Fan about it with a wronged look on her face, then Lin Fan will definitely stand up for him.
Wouldn't that be a huge mess for me?
The more Chen Yuhua thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he ran for his life with all his might. Her mind went blank and she just wanted to catch up with Zhang Tingting as soon as possible and make up for the mistake she had made. In an instant, her hurried and panicked appearance immediately became a strange scenery in the school.
Isn't that Director Chen? Why is she so anxious? What happened? She seems to be in a hurry. Look at her face full of sweat.
If you don't know her, you would think she was robbed. Fortunately, Zhang Tingting was a little depressed due to the failure of the interview, and walked very slowly.
Chen Yuhua quickly caught up with Zhang Tingting. Wait a minute, you, don't go.
Chen Yuhua was panting so hard that he almost breathed out his heart.
You're hired. Zhang Tingting was confused.
She looked strangely at the interviewer in front of her who was breathing heavily.
I just feel my head is full of question marks. Didn't I fail the interview? How come the interviewer suddenly rushed out and told me that I was hired? Did you make a mistake? Zhang Tingting asked hesitantly. Didn't you just say that I was too young to take on the teaching duties? No.
Chen Yuhua immediately shook his head, shaking it like a rattle.
Chapter 106 Happy and Comfortable. Everything has two sides.
I changed my mind and realized that being young actually has its advantages. You are young, which means you are highly adaptable, have a bright future, and have unlimited potential. Chen Yuhua seemed to think that these few words were a bit thin, and added, besides, being young means being energetic. We, who are already old, need new forces like you to join our team and add some vitality and energy to our team.
The puzzled look on Zhang Tingting's face became even more intense. But didn't you just say that I have too little teaching experience and am unable to handle difficult teaching problems?
Chen Yuhua shook his head again and said firmly, everyone has no experience.
Who can be born with experience? When we recruit teachers, what we value most is potential and talent. I think you have unlimited potential.
With our short-term training, you can be fully qualified for this position.
This. Zhang Tingting was shocked by the shamelessness of this woman. Well, your mouth is on your body, and you can hear all kinds of good and bad things coming to you. You're too free with your mouth. During the interview just now, he clearly looked aloof, unruly, and arrogant. Looking at the posture, it's almost obvious that he is telling himself you don't deserve it. But now, he looks so eager to recruit talents and is humbly begging to be hired. Zhang Tingting was very confused. Is there something wrong with this middle-aged woman? How come the attitude changed so quickly and so completely? Could this be the legendary split personality? But before Zhang Tingting could say anything more, Chen Yuhua warmly held her hand and said, "Come on, I'll take you to complete the employment procedures." Zhang Tingting didn't react for a moment. He was almost dragged back to the interview room by Chen Yuhua. Then, an employment agreement was placed in front of her. The sudden surprise touched Zhang Tingting's heart immediately. Is this true? Zhang Tingting covered her little mouth in surprise. I am not dreaming. Lawrence High School, the interview was as difficult as hell, but I passed it without any effort. And there were two girls next to them who seemed a little depressed. Apparently they were all eliminated. In particular, one of the girls named Zhao frowned in dissatisfaction, as if she didn't understand why she was rejected. And I actually won without any effort. Zhang Tingting is not stupid either. After her initial joy and excitement, she immediately realized what was going on. Could it be Lin Fan's fault? Zhang Tingting guessed in shock. The last time he helped, I just knew he seemed to be very capable. But now it seems that I have underestimated him. He is so capable that even the people at Lawrence Middle School are so afraid of him? All of a sudden, Zhang Tingting wanted to meet Lin Fan and ask him in person. However, at this moment, Lin Fan was about to arrive at Tianqi Shangshi Media leisurely. He was somewhat interested in those female stars whom he could only see on TV and the internet before. However, a phone call came to his cell phone unexpectedly. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am a new employee of Tianqi Shangshi Media and your exclusive secretary, Zhang Jiaya. You can call me Xiao Zhang. It turned out to be his secretary calling. Lin Fan asked, "Why did you call me suddenly? What's the matter?" It's like this. Our company's rookie auditions for this quarter are in full swing, and the company's top management would like to invite you to come and give us your advice and guidance in person. Auditions for the rookie season? When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately became interested. Every summer, well-known media companies hold auditions. According to the newcomers' talents and appearance, they will join different mentor camps to compete. The winner will get a rare chance to debut. The contestants of this kind of competition are almost all beautiful women with both talent and beauty. All kinds of fairy sisters may appear. And now I can actually serve as a judge and play on the spot. Okay, I'll go. This job hunting season is really lively. Lin Fan smiled. I just sent Zhang Tingting to an interview, but I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I would be the interviewer myself. The auditions held by Apocalypse Media during the new talent season in midsummer are an extremely grand event. After all, whether a media company can attract high-quality new blood and sign potential artists is extremely critical. Therefore, the auditions for this rookie season are very large in scale. They even took over an entire building for selection and assessment. This is also a hot topic on the entire internet. This place brings together people from all corners of the world, and new people with potential are carefully selected based on their appearance and talent. They have passed the initial test and are about to face more rigorous assessments. At this time every year, the hot searches will always be dominated by news about the rookie season. For example, there appears a goddess with great looks and figure, someone as singing voice is stunning, and so on. The accompanying video is, of course, a short video of these goddesses. In the past, Lin Fan could only admire these talented and beautiful goddesses through the screen. He also thought that one day he might be able to participate in the competition and meet these gods in person. But unexpectedly, my wish came true, and I went to the scene to play as a judge. Mei Wei, turn around. Lin Fan gave the order. Let's go to the Apocalypse building. Okay, boss. The Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost arrived at the Apocalypse building at lightning speed. But when Lin Fan and the others arrived, the auditions had already begun. The competition is in full swing. Tian Mei Wei suggested, "Boss, why don't we contact the organizer and ask them to come out and pick us up?" Lin Fan shook his head and rejected the proposal directly. The competition has already begun, don't make such a fuss, we should be more low-key. Low profile?
Tian Meiwei complained in her heart and turned her head to take a look at the shiny Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, this top luxury car is already out, but he still calls himself a low-key person. But she only dared to complain secretly in her heart. It was obviously impossible to retort to Lin Fan face to face. Lin Fan casually ordered, "Go park the car first."
Yes. Tian Meiwei accepted the order.
She immediately prepared to park this priceless car carefully. But she didn't dare move too quickly, for fear of making any mistakes. If she scratched even a little bit on this luxury car, she wouldn't be able to afford the compensation even if she sold it. Lin Fan wandered around the building with great interest.
The game progressed very quickly.
The first batch of people who have successfully qualified have already stood out and stepped forward.
Lin Fan took a quick glance. He immediately spotted a goddess-like beauty with a cold temperament and a stunning beauty. This appearance, I'm afraid it's on the same level as Lu Shishir's?
Lin Fan smiled slightly.
He didn't have any other ideas. Just looking at beautiful women makes me happy. Happy and comfortable. Chapter 107 Master, an absolute master. Around this ice goddess, several boys were hesitating. Gu Jianing is the number one in their venue. Of course I need to say that.
With her looks and fighting ability, she will surely win as soon as she goes on stage.
Unfortunately, her attitude is so cold.
The last time I tried to chat her up, she responded with cold violence.
That's right.
Last time I tried to flirt with her, guess what? She told me to get lost.
This kind of goddess may not even pay attention to ordinary men like us.
And these guys happened to see Lin Fan. Lin Fan was enjoying himself as he admired the beauty.
So they kindly reminded him, "Brother, give up. This kind of woman doesn't like us. Although you are kind of handsome, it's useless."
After hearing the reminders from these young men, Lin Fan immediately became interested.
"Do you think I will fail in my attempt to strike up a conversation?"
Lin Fan chuckled. "Then I'll have to show you some of my skills." Lin Fan straightened his clothes slightly and walked in front of the icy beauty Gu Jianing.
Gu Jianing was looking down at her phone and chatting with her best friend.
But I heard a strange man talking in my ear.
"Hello, I would like to get to know you. Can you give me your contact information?"
Lin Fan said.
The voice is hearty and sincere. Be open and aboveboard. Gu Jianing didn't even want to raise her head.
After all, she was used to men coming up to her for flirtations. It's nothing more than a few cliched routines.
Boring.
But Lin Fan's voice was very pleasant, like pearls falling on a jade plate.
And their attitude is very friendly and generous.
Gu Jianing felt a little relieved and was about to look up and refuse. But when she saw Lin Fan's face, she was shocked.
Ding. Surprise value plus 300. Emperor Yan's looks are unreasonable.
Those men will never realize how terrible the lethality of a good-looking man can be to women.
Gu Jianing opened her mouth, but no words came out. After seeing Lin Fan's appearance,
her words of refusal were stuck in her throat, unable to come out.
I can't even say it. Is it okay?
Lin Fan smiled slightly. Wow, when this little brother smiles, it seems like the whole world becomes brighter.
Gu Jianing's face turned red.
Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and she whispered, "Give me your phone."
Lin Fan pretended not to hear and asked, "What did you say?" "Give me your phone." Gu Jianing's voice rose a little.
Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction.
He handed his cell phone to Gu Jianing.
The boys standing by were immediately shocked.
Ding. Surprise value plus 300. Ding. Surprise value plus 300. Ding. Surprise value plus 300. The iceberg goddess just melted like that? Cheating. What on earth did he say?
We can't hear him from such a distance. I'm going to ask this girl chasing master for advice later. This is a big guy, so awesome. He chatted up the ice goddess the first time they met, and even asked for her contact information. After Lin Fan got the phone number of the ice beauty Gu Jianing, he raised his cell phone and smiled at a few boys not far away. Just now, those boys were trying hard to persuade Lin Fan not to get close to this woman, but it was impossible. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan actually got what they had always dreamed of. This technique of picking up girls is simply God level. These boys were almost prostrated with admiration.
God, please lead us.
Wait for him to come over and let him teach us a few tricks.
This guy is so awesome.
When Lin Fan turned around and was about to leave, he was stopped by Gu Jianing.
You should be a contestant this time, right? Gu Jianing asked shyly. Lin Fan couldn't deny it.
I can't just tell her that I'm actually a judge. And he is the judge with the most power.
That would be too scary. It's easy to scare people.
When Gu Jianing saw that he didn't say anything, she thought he agreed. She immediately said with some joy, then maybe we will have a chance to meet in the next game. Unexpectedly, the next moment Lin Fan shook his head and explained, I'm not here to compete. It turns out that he wasn't participating in the competition.
Maybe he's just an ordinary audience.
Gu Jianing felt a little disappointed in her heart. But she still hesitated and said, I will play in the S7 stadium later.
Lin Fan smiled and said, okay, I'll go watch your game later.
Hearing Lin Fan's affirmative answer, Gu Jianing immediately smiled with satisfaction.
The ice goddess actually smiled.
The guys not far away almost popped their eyes out of their heads.
Guys, Sigma.
Ever since they met Gu Jianing, they have heard that she is a serious goddess. No matter how rich a young man pursued her, Gu Jianing always acted indifferent and cold. But today, facing a strange man, she actually laughed and took the initiative to hand over her contact information.
This is simply an incredible thing.
All of a sudden, they were filled with curiosity and deep admiration for Lin Fan's skills in picking up girls. When Lin Fan came over, they all surrounded him.
Master, how did you do that just now? Can you teach us a thing or two?
That's awesome.
This is the first time I've seen Gu Jianing laugh. Boss, you must teach us a few tricks today, otherwise we won't let you go. Faced with the enthusiasm of these curious young men,
Lin Fan told the truth, as the saying goes, simplicity is the best way to get straight to the point. I just said directly that I wanted to get to know her and asked if she could give me her contact information.
The young men looked at each other and asked hesitantly, is it really that simple? You didn't lie to us, did you?
Lin Fan patted their shoulders and gently encouraged them, believe in yourself.
It's not as difficult as you think.
As long as you are as sincere and confident as I am, there will be no problem. When the young men saw that a senior like Lin Fan had such a gentle attitude, they immediately felt a warm current flowing through their hearts. And after receiving Lin Fan's teachings,
they were all eager to try it. After Tian Meiwei parked the car, she immediately found Lin Fan.
You're a little slow, Lin Fan commented.
Tian Meiwei stuck out her tongue playfully and said, the car is so expensive. If it gets scratched even a little bit, I can't afford to pay for it.
I have to be careful and slow. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly.
The price of this Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost is indeed an astronomical figure, and it is not convenient to carry it out often. The young men standing by were filled with envy that even a top goddess like Tian Meiwei appeared next to Lin Fan.
This proves that the tricks of this master at picking up girls are definitely not fake.
Master, absolutely a master. Someone suggested, how about we find someone to experiment with now?
Several young men nodded. They searched around and suddenly found a girl in a red dress.
Chapter 108 Same person, different fate.
This fiery red girl is as beautiful as a fairy, and there seems to be a flame burning in her eyes.
She is so charming and beautiful that it takes your breath away. Zhang Jing, it's the red fairy Zhang Jing. This is one of the seeded players in this competition.
It is rumored that she has an abnormally bad temper, but she is also beautiful like a fairy from heaven, so she is privately nicknamed the Red Fairy. When the young men saw Zhang Jing's charming face, they were immediately blinded by lust. Immediately, they rushed forward. In the end, a tall young man got the chance. He followed suit. Imitating Lin Fan's expression and movements, he said politely, "Hello, I would like to meet you.
Can you give me your contact information?"
I have to say, he imitated Lin Fan very well.
The voice is hearty and generous. It is equally upright and full of tenderness.
But Zhang Jing sneered when she heard this and angrily said, "Psycho." Then she even slapped the tall guy directly on the face. There was a crisp sound.
A big red slap mark was left on his face.
Several young men were almost scared to tears.
We followed the great master's teachings exactly, but why are the results so different? Doesn't it mean that if you have sincerity and confidence, you will definitely succeed?
These chicken soups for the soul from the great gods are really all lies. But Lin Fan had already turned around and left. He put his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely around the building.
Tian Meiwei at the side couldn't help but ask, "Boss, those guys, didn't they really believe what you said?" Lin Fan looked at her in surprise and said, "So you heard it?" Tian Meiwei chuckled and said, "I didn't eavesdrop on your conversation, I just heard a little bit." Lin Fan twisted his neck and said, "If they believe it, then so be it. I'm not wrong, am I?" Tian Meiwei couldn't help but secretly complain in her heart. Not everyone is the Emperor of Yen. The same trick used by Emperor Yen would have completely different results. Otherwise, why are some men of the same age of 35 called completely differently? A handsome man of 35 is called an uncle. An ordinary 35-year-old man is called a uncle. After all, this is a world where appearance matters. The same words spoken by people of different looks can have completely different results. I hope those guys haven't been cheated too badly by their boss. Tian Meiwei smiled secretly in her heart. She secretly glanced at Lin Fan's profile and couldn't help but complain secretly. This old boss is really a bad guy. But even though she complained, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at Lin Fan's handsome profile. I added in my heart, but it's quite interesting to be bad. Lin Fan hummed a little tune and strolled in the building in a relaxed mood. Tian Meiwei, who was standing by, also had a curious expression on her face, looking around at the crowd who were participating in the audition competition. She is also very interested in the rookie season auditions of Apocalypse Media. However, there were a lot of people around, so Lin Fan naturally held her hand. Hold your fingers together to avoid getting separated. Lin Fan's direct action made Tian Meiwei blush. I just felt that Lin Fan's hands were very warm and generous, and filled me with a sense of security. The two of them held hands and toured the Apocalypse building. They held hands intimately and looked quite a good match. To others, they were a perfect couple, a perfect model couple. When passing by the competition venue A7, Lin Fan paused slightly. Tian Meiwei said with some surprise, "Boss, you also know that there is a good show in the A7 venue. It is said that some gods will appear at the A7 venue every time the selection competition takes place. Let's go in and take a look." Lin Fan nodded, took her hand and walked into the A7 conference room. At this moment, a contestant was singing on the stage. The three judges were listening attentively. And below the stage, there were several girls waiting to go on stage to compete. One of the girls waiting is Gu Jianing. The corner of her eye kept searching for Lin Fan's figure. Unfortunately, it was not found. This inevitably made her feel a little disappointed. But she immediately shook her head and concentrated on preparing for the next game. A mixed-race woman next to her secretly revealed a cunning smile. Her name is Anna. She had already made full preparations for today's game. Because her father had already greeted the three judges. No matter how badly you sing, you can definitely break through. Even if there is only one spot to break through, I will definitely not lose. Because of her father's identity, he is one of the sponsors of this competition. Anna glanced at the other contestants and couldn't help but laugh in her heart. You didn't expect that. While you are working hard silently to break through. I had already been selected to the finals. Same person, different fate. She looked so relaxed that there was hardly any sign of pride on her face. She even secretly flirted with the three judges, looking very proud of herself. The competition on the stage progressed very quickly. Anna came on stage quickly. She chose to sing a foreign classic song Lonely. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she almost drove the audience away. Not only was the sound dry, but the technique was lacking, and it was obvious that not much investment and practice had been put into it. This level is very unsatisfactory. That's terrible. You can even participate in the competition with this. I really don't know how they managed to break through. Maybe someone is protecting them from above. A person with connections. Definitely a person with connections. The audience below the stage was talking about it and was very dissatisfied. But they also know that it is basically impossible to have such a competition without a few connections. This happens every year, but the news is often suppressed. If you have connections, you can be admitted all the way even if you sing badly. After all, unless it's the semifinals and it's just auditions, there is no live broadcast. That's just doing whatever you want. Anna seemed to feel a little embarrassed about her mediocre singing. But she was so shameless that she tortured the audience for a whole song before leaving the stage. Even with Lin Fan's good temper, he couldn't help but frown. This sound is too unbearable. Tian Meiwei beside him was so angry that she yelled, "This is too ugly, I'll do it." Fortunately, the next contestant is Gu Jianing.
Lin Fan looked at her beauty from afar, and immediately felt his previous displeasure disappear.
Looking at beautiful women can make you feel happy.
It's very comfortable.
The song sung by Gu Jianing was a classic Chinese song, Blue and White Porcelain. This is also one of Lin Fan's favorite songs.
As soon as Gu Jianing opened her mouth, she immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The sound is like the sound of nature, not only clear and pleasant, but also full of sincerity and antique charm.
Lin Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly in enjoyment. Tian Meiwei also looked very happy and said, "Boss, this girl sings really well.
Why don't you buy her back and put her in our villa in Lishan Villa District, and let her sing for us every day?"
Chapter 109, The Shady Deal, Absolutely the Shady Deal. Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately laughed and scolded, "What do you mean by buy it back? It's so ugly."
"If we have the chance, we will hire her with a high salary to be the lead singer of our private band." Tian Meiwei immediately clapped her hands in delight and said, "If we could hear such wonderful sounds every day, we would definitely live longer." She was not the only one who appreciated and recognized Gu Jianing's musical talent.
The audience around also applauded Gu Jianing's voice.
Obviously, her song Blue and White Porcelain has conquered all the audience.
Even the three judges showed admiring looks. But they looked at Anna again. Suddenly I felt torn. This player is certainly very strong.
But she has no background. Although Anna's singing was not very good, her father is the sponsor of this competition and our bread and butter.
There is only one chance to break out this time.
The three judges discussed in low voices for a long time.
Ultimately, they came up with an unacceptable choice. The results will be announced below. The winner of this game, Anna.
Upon hearing this result, the audience in the entire A7 venue immediately showed extremely unhappy expressions on their faces.
The audience went wild. It's a shady deal. It's absolutely a shady deal. This is too blatant.
It would be better if they could do it more covertly. I cannot accept this result.
It is simply an insult to our ears.
Anna's singing is so bad, but she managed to stand out.
Anyone can tell who sings well.
Facing the audience's questions, the three judges, who were also experienced, began to make their own statements.
"Everyone, I understand how you feel.
But this time, in addition to singing, our Chanchi Media audition also has our own set of internal evaluation criteria. For example, appearance, potential, talent, etc., all of which have been screened by our professional eyes. Please rest assured that our selection will be fair, just and open."
Lin Fan became dissatisfied immediately after hearing these official-sounding remarks. Isn't this obviously bullying?
In terms of appearance, Gu Jianing's looks far surpass that of the mixed-race girl. Other ideas like potential and talent are even more nonsense.
It seems that Anna has a very deep background, which makes these judges lie with their eyes open. I can't stand it.
Lin Fan walked straight up to the stage. The audience around heard the three judges' official rhetoric, and although they were a little angry, they could do nothing about it. After all, they were the ones who set the criteria for selecting the players. They have the mouths on their bodies, so it's not up to them to speak the truth.
Even if they were certain that this was a shady deal, how could ordinary people like them fight against these secretly colluding judges?
At most, they would just curse a few times to vent their dissatisfaction. Even if they arrange to film this video and upload it to the internet, and have solid evidence, it will eventually be suppressed and the news will be ignored.
The entertainment industry is too complicated. They have seen too many things like this. Therefore, most people dare to be angry but not speak out. Just when the result was about to be settled and Anna was feeling very proud. "Wait a minute,"
Lin Fan said loudly.
"Please listen to me."
A sudden change.
This made everyone stunned.
Lin Fan, a handsome young man with an unfamiliar face, suddenly walked onto the stage and seemed to want to say something. Seeing that she was about to be eliminated, and was eliminated because of a shady deal by a contestant whose singing skills were far inferior to hers, Gu Jianing felt a little aggrieved. But when she saw Lin Fan's face, she was immediately surprised. It was him again, the gentle little brother from before.
Is this handsome young man going to stand up for me? This behavior is really handsome. Anna was immediately a little unhappy.
Although you are very handsome, little brother.
But could you please not disturb my good thing? The results have been announced. The cooked duck is about to enter your mouth. If you dare to do anything to me, I'm afraid I'll ask my dad to deal with you.
Anna stared at Lin Fan with a gloomy look, waiting for him to speak.
The three judges also felt a little unhappy. We have already said everything we wanted to say, what else do you want? It's just a small competition. Who wins and who is eliminated is up to us. Why are you, a spectator, making trouble here? Be careful or you'll be kicked out. Lin Fan ignored the gazes of these people and said, since you have your professional qualities and professional vision, I also have them. After hearing Lin Fan's words, the onlookers around couldn't help but become curious. They all looked at Lin Fan, expecting what he would say. In fact, they are also very angry about this shady deal, but they are powerless and can only make a few verbal complaints at best. If this handsome young man were to speak up for justice, they would actually admire and appreciate him in their hearts. Lin Fan pointed at Anna from a distance and said nonsense in a serious tone, this girl's philtrum is dark green, which clearly indicates that she will lose money in the near future. Also, her cheekbones are pink with some black in them. It's obvious that she has a weak spleen and energy. Her career luck is not very good and she is likely to get into trouble with the law. Look at her chin, it's pointy and thin. Usually, it's only someone who is very sarcastic and mean. It's a sign that she has a very bad reputation. To sum up, this person is obviously a jinx. I suggest you don't hire her. Then he pointed at Gu Jianing and said, this girl's philtrum has a yellowish complexion, which is a sign of good fortune. The color of her cheekbones is exactly the same as her skin tone, which is a sign that she will be able to achieve great things in her career. In summary, I recommend hiring this girl. Lin Fan spoke nonsense in a serious tone, but his voice was powerful and well-reasoned. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the crowd was stunned at first, and then couldn't help laughing. This little brother is so humorous that he actually uses facial features as a criterion. He probably couldn't stand the shady dealings, so he came on stage to help this girl. That's great. Although what this little brother said is ridiculous, he looks so handsome when he speaks up for justice. It's a bit refreshing. This guy is so brave. I like him. It's a pity. He may be kicked out by the authorities as a troublemaker. Oh, there's nothing I can do about it. This is probably the case. After hearing what Lin Fan said, Gu Jianing found it interesting and at the same time moved. Everyone else was watching, only Lin Fan stood up and spoke for himself without fear of power. But she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Lin Fan spoke up for himself, but he was afraid that he would be kicked out by the security guards without any face. Anna's face became darker and darker as she listened, almost like a piece of charcoal. How dare you describe me as a jinx? This guy is simply fed up with living. Not only did he come in and talk nonsense about face features, but he also had the guts to slander me like this. Chapter 110 It's never too late to mend the fold. We have to teach this guy a lesson. The three judges almost fainted from anger. My competition was going well as planned, but suddenly a spectator came and selected players based on their facial features. This is simply nonsense. One of the judges said gloomily, tell the security to kick this person out, no, throw him out. But as soon as he finished speaking, he found that the other two people around him were silent. All this was just because they felt that Lin Fan looked very familiar. Although it was quite far away, if they looked carefully, they could barely see Lin Fan's face. Yan Di's appearance is always very eye-catching and hard to mistake. One of the judges said with difficulty, he looks like Lin Fan. Lin Fan. After hearing this name, the other two looked at Lin Fan's face carefully several times. After seeing Lin Fan's face clearly, they both cried out almost at the same time, it's really him. Ding. Surprise value plus 500. Ding. Surprise value plus 500. Lin Fan, the new largest shareholder of Tianqi Shengshi Media. The entire board of directors must listen to Lin Fan and follow his lead. These small judges are at most second-tier artists with decent professional abilities. It is because I have been here for a long time that I was able to become a judge by virtue of some connections and basic abilities, and come here to help select good talents. What are the identities of these three people? To put it bluntly, they are just ordinary workers. And Lin Fan is the boss among bosses. The power of life and death over the three of them was all in Lin Fan's hands. As long as Lin Fan was unhappy, he could kick the three of them out. Even if Lin Fan wanted to, he could ban the three of them permanently with just a few words, and no company would dare to hire them again. At that time, their lives would be over and they would have to live in poverty for the rest of their lives. Beads of sweat couldn't help but drip from their foreheads. The three judges looked bitter and swallowed hard. How could this super boss suddenly appear here? Shouldn't he be drinking and chatting with those other big guys?
It turned out to be Boss Lin Fan. If I had been careless just now, I would have called the security guard and been rude to Boss Lin Fan. Then the rest of our lives will be over. Thinking of this, cold sweat almost soaked my back. A feeling of fear kept spreading in my heart. The three judges' legs were shaking with fear, trembling like sieves. Boss Lin Fan, do you have any objections to us? That's why he came up on stage to speak. That's not nonsense. Boss Lin Fan's attitude is so obvious. If we continue with this result, then aren't we tired of living? Then let's change the result. It's never too late to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost. If you want to change it forcefully. A flash of hesitation flashed across the eyes of the three judges. But thinking of Lin Fan's terrifying strength, they simply threw away their own face. Given a choice between life and face, a normal person would choose the former. Therefore, the three judges gritted their teeth and spoke out shamelessly. What this young man said is actually not without some truth. In fact, we have also dabbled in the theory of physiognomy, but over the years, we have neglected some of it. But after hearing what this young man said, we suddenly had an epiphany and repented. So after unanimous approval from our judging panel, we believe that the winner of this competition is Gu Jianing. As soon as the three judges said these words, the audience went wild. The audience was immediately shocked. Ding! Surprise value plus 500. 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 Fuck, I didn't hear it wrong. The three judges not only didn't ask the security to kick this guy out, they even changed the result because of a few words from this guy. Who on earth is this guy? He's so awesome. He just said a few words and it was like a golden rule. He made the three judges change their minds. Is he a living god? Oh my god, am I crazy, or is this world crazy? A random guy coming on stage and saying a few words can directly affect the outcome of a game? This is too crazy. It seems that this guy is not only good looking, but also has extraordinary strength. Big background, this guy definitely has a big background. Gu Jianing was also a little stunned. Just one like that? She was stunned at first, and then felt a little amused. What is this? I lost to a weaker opponent inexplicably, and then I turned the defeat into victory inexplicably. And everything was just because of the face. Or is it that all this is because of Lin Fan? Gu Jianing looked at Lin Fan with great curiosity, as if she wanted to see all his secrets. Anna was confused. She lowered her head and pinched the back of her hand hard until it hurt a little. She now doubted whether she was living in a dream. Obviously, the results of this artist competition have already been announced. But a stranger's talk about metaphysics such as face reading could actually directly change the outcome of the game. Moreover, the three judges all changed their words in unison, without any regard for the agreement with their father. What the hell is going on? I understand. This guy probably gave me more money than my dad gave me. Anna speculated in her heart. She looked at the three judges and was almost mad with anger. These three are all greedy for money, so they are easily bribed by their father. But now it seems that this guy or that woman offered a higher price. So these three guys turned against their own side and brought disaster upon themselves. When Anna was angry, she caught a glimpse of Lin Fan smiling like a winner. He also took out a box of cigars from his pocket in a very ostentatious manner and started smoking. That look really deserves a beating. Anna was devastated. Originally, everything had already been decided, and I was the winner of this game. But then Lin Fan showed up and caused trouble, and actually took away his spot. This is simply intolerable. Anna walked up to Lin Fan aggressively and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Fan smoked his cigar calmly, and was too lazy to pay attention to this woman. But then I thought of the extremely awful song Lonely that she sang just now. Lin Fan finally spoke. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I'm going to give you a suggestion. Lin Fan chuckled. What suggestions? I suggest you stop singing and find a career in funeral services. Singing can bring you closer to the real world, but it can't bring you down to earth. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Anna almost roared out loud. Singing can be down to earth, but it cannot be out of touch with reality. This is the biggest insult to her. Anna walked up to Lin Fan, snatched Lin Fan's cigar and threw it to the ground. He even stepped on it hard a few times.
Chapter 111. See you in court.
She still wasn't satisfied, so she snatched Lin Fan's entire box of cigars and stomped on them. Faced with such rude behavior, Lin Fan's expression did not change. He just said calmly, "Miss, you damaged my things, I suggest you compensate for it." Hearing Lin Fan asking for compensation seriously, Anna immediately laughed. "How capable did I think you were? Turns out you're just a poor guy. You want me to pay for a box of cigarettes?" Anna's eyes were full of contempt. "Okay, I'll pay you whatever the amount is." Unexpectedly, what Lin Fan said next made her scalp tingle. "I remember one cigarette cost 600,000 yuan. You damaged about a dozen cigarettes just now," said Lin Fan. "I won't make it difficult for you. I'll give you the change. Just pay 6 million as compensation." 6 million. Anna was so angry that she laughed. "You are dreaming. A cigarette costs 600,000 yuan. What kind of cigarette is this?" At this time, Tian Meiwei started to explain. "This is a Chigar diamond chain cigar. There is a diamond chain on each cigar, so the price of 600,000 is very reasonable." Hearing this, Anna immediately yelled, "I have never heard of Chigar. You are extorting money. I am going to sue you. Just wait for the lawyer's letter." When he heard that they were going to go to court, Lin Fan immediately smiled and said, "That's fine, then we can meet in court in a few days." Seeing how confident Lin Fan was, Anna couldn't help but get even more angry and threatened. "My family is a family of lawyers. My grandfather is a lawyer, my brother is a lawyer, and my father is also a lawyer. You are doomed to lose." Not only did the cooked duck fly away, but he was also inexplicably sued for 6 million. Anna was furious and angry. "My lungs are about to explode. My family is a family of lawyers. Do you dare to sue me? You are doomed to fail." Lin Fan was too lazy to argue with her, so he just shook his head and said, "I wanted to settle the matter peacefully and let you pay some money, but since you are so aggressive, let's see you in court." After saying that, he turned around with Tian Meiwei and prepared to look for Gu Jianing. Anna saw that Lin Fan's behavior was so cool and neat, and he was able to control himself so easily, and he was actually going to ignore her. Obviously, he was not frightened by his words at all, which made him even more angry. Their family is a well-known lawyer family in Xiamen. 3 generations of the family are all highly renowned lawyers. The Yangshi law firm of the Yin family has solved many well-known and difficult cases in the industry. And Jia is also well-known in the lawyer circle of Xiamen. This is something that almost everyone in Xiamen knows. But this strange man with unknown origins actually dared to tell me that they would meet in court. He doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. So stupid. Anna was so angry that she immediately took out her cell phone and prepared to call her father. She wanted to make Lin Fan pay for what happened, or at least make him kneel down and kowtow to apologize to her. Otherwise, this matter will never end. Lin Fan quickly walked in front of Gu Jianing. Before Lin Fan could speak, Gu Jianing thanked him first. "Thank you for your help, otherwise I really don't know what to do just now." Her face was full of gratitude, like a blooming lily. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "In fact, all the audience, including me, think that you are much stronger than that woman. I just did something they didn't dare to do." Hearing Lin Fan praising her singing, Gu Jianing blushed and said, "Actually, I'm not that great." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Yes, I like your voice very much." This handsome young man actually praised his own voice so directly. Gu Jianing was so happy that she almost fainted. Lin Fan struck while the iron was hot and said, "If there is a chance, would you be willing to be the lead singer of my private band?" Private band? Gu Jianing was stunned. Could it be that this handsome little brother is hinting at me? She opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer. But her face became more and more embarrassed, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. "If there is a chance." Okay. In an antique high-end tea room, 2 middle-aged men are drinking tea. And Hang is a well-known lawyer in Xiamen. The Yangshi law firm he runs is quite famous. He took a sip of the fine Longjing tea and immediately squinted his eyes in comfort. Next to him was his close friend of many years, Zhao Juanhe. Zhao Juanhe was obviously in a bad mood and his face was slightly gloomy. And Hang sipped his tea and smiled as he spoke. "Brother Juanhe, I heard that your daughter doesn't want to inherit your family business, but wants to be a teacher instead?" Zhao Juanhe snorted helplessly and said, "Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Let her do whatever she wants. I have already made a call at Lawrence Middle School. It's not bad for her to be a teacher in that school in the future." When En Hong heard the name of Lawrence Middle School, his eyes lit up.
Brother Juanha, it seems that your business is getting bigger and bigger. Lawrence Middle School is the best private school in our Xiamen city. Every teacher is carefully selected. As soon as you open your mouth, they actually obey you. It's a cause for celebration.
En Hong said with a smile.
Zhao Juanha waved his hand pretentiously and said, Brother In, thank you for your compliment.
Although he spoke modestly, he was actually quite proud in his heart. In recent years, the advertising company under his name has grown bigger and bigger, and his status has also risen.
It's just a teaching position in a school, it's easy for me to get it.
When talking about his daughter, Zhao Juan has seemed to open up a chatterbox and said, Brother In, I remember that your daughter doesn't seem to be very interested in being a lawyer, and doesn't want to inherit your legacy.
Instead, she hopes to become an artist? En Hong smiled bitterly and said, Brother Juanha, we are in the same boat. Zhao Juanha sighed and said, Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. We can only help them as much as possible. The rest of the things can be left to them.
The two middle-aged men were obviously both troubled by their rebellious daughters and felt a sense of sympathy. At this moment, En Hong's phone rang. He picked up the phone and found it was his daughter Anna calling. On the phone, Anna spoke with a crying voice, almost sobbing.
Dad, I was bullied. Just now I was playing well in the S7 venue.
I played very well today.
I had already won.
Several judges were very satisfied with my singing skills, and the audience also felt that I deserved the first place. But just when the judges had already announced that I had won, a brat came out to mess things up. He talked a bunch of nonsense, saying something like face reading, and the judges actually changed their minds and gave my victory spot to another girl. And he was a fraudster. Not only did he falsely accuse me of breaking his cigarettes, he also said his cigarettes were worth 6 million and he wanted to claim compensation from me.
Dad, I feel so wronged. Chapter 112. The interview was rejected. Hearing that my beloved daughter was bullied,
En Hong frowned suddenly and felt extremely unhappy.
Didn't I already give notice?
Yet these judges actually went back on their word and broke their promise.
Besides, how can a pack of cigarettes be worth 6 million? That's bullshit. It's obvious that he is just a scammer.
Anna knew her father very well, so she didn't add fuel to the fire. Instead, he said in an extremely endearing voice, Dad, I'm just telling you something.
Please don't stand up for me.
Since this guy dared to do this to me, it means he must be very powerful.
Maybe he is not someone we can easily afford to provoke.
Dad, I may feel wronged, but please don't offend others because of me. En Hong snorted, his voice gradually becoming colder, and said, In Xiacheng, who doesn't give me some face?
Besides, what strength can a kid who commits fraud have?
I think this kid is tired of living and is looking for death.
After answering the phone, En Hong's face became gloomy and he subconsciously touched his nose.
Those who know him know that this little action of touching his nose means that he is about to become furious.
Zhao Juanha naturally knew this, and immediately frowned and asked, Brother In, what happened?
En Hong let out a long breath and said, Nothing.
Just some ignorant kid trying to blackmail me. When Zhao Juanha heard this, he immediately laughed. Blackmailing En Hong? This is not a huge joke. In Xiamen, everyone has heard of the name of Ungshi Law Firm.
En Hong is the director of this law firm.
Blackmailing him, do you have any brains left?
Be careful of a lawsuit that could bankrupt him of everything he has. After this incident, En Hong immediately made a phone call to contact the 3 judges from Apocalypse Media.
To deal with your enemy, you must first understand him.
En Hong wanted to get information about Lin Fan from the 3 judges.
But I called 4 or 5 times but couldn't get through.
En Hong frowned deeply.
Could it be that these 3 money-grubbing guys took other people's money and are planning to deny it? En Hong guessed. In fact, the 3 judges are now trembling with fear.
They didn't answer En Hong's call because they didn't want to get into trouble.
What kind of person is Boss Lin Fan? Just one finger can crush this infamily. But Anna was so ignorant of the danger that she dared to challenge Boss Lin Fan.
Not only was he rude to Boss Lin Fan in person, he even stepped on Boss Lin Fan's cigarette and broke it. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. The 3 judges looked at each other and discussed in low voices. The infamily is so ignorant of life and death that they are probably going to be crushed by Boss Lin Fan. Let's not answer his calls to avoid being misunderstood.
Yes, don't answer it. It's best to just pretend you don't know him.
We must distance ourselves from this matter, otherwise Boss Lin Fan might get upset and take care of us. The three judges cut off contact with En Hong just to avoid Lin Fan taking them in when he wanted revenge. But in En Heng's opinion, this is undoubtedly because the three judges felt guilty about taking the money. This further strengthened his determination to seek justice for his daughter. At this moment, Zhao Juanhe also received a call from his daughter. "Dad, I was rejected in the interview." Zhao Juanhe's daughter was extremely dissatisfied. "Didn't you say I could get in safely?" Zhao Juanhe was filled with questions after hearing his daughter's complaints, and he felt unhappy at the same time. Hadn't I already said hello to Lawrence Middle School? Could it be that those guys suddenly turned against him and dared to kill his own daughter? There must be someone behind this. How brave. Tell me first, what is the name of the girl who eliminated your place? Her name seems to be Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting. Zhao Juanhe secretly memorized the name. He was going to start an investigation to find out what kind of background and details this Zhang Tingting had that she would dare to eliminate her own daughter. A cold light flashed in his eyes. En Hong saw that Zhao Juanhe was also very angry after answering the phone, and couldn't help asking, "Brother Juanhe, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Juanhe immediately said, "My daughter's interview and admission quota at Lawrence Middle School was forcibly taken away by someone." En Hong couldn't help but feel that this was a bit absurd when he heard it. The daughters of these two brothers were bullied at the same time. This was a great humiliation for both of them. He patted Zhao Juanhe's shoulder comfortingly, and then said, "Don't worry, Brother Juanhe. If you need me, just let me know. In Xiaocheng, there is no one we can't deal with if we join forces. No matter how powerful the person who comes is, let him see our strength." Zhao Juanhe and En Hong, two old men gritting their teeth. The two of them began to investigate at the same time to find out who bullied their daughter. He must be taught a lesson he will never forget. And the culprit of all this is Lin Fan. At this moment he was preparing to eat very leisurely. He had been wandering around the competition venue for the whole morning and couldn't help feeling a little hungry. So he took Tian Meiwei and Gu Jianing out for dinner. The restaurant in Tianqi building is actually of quite high standard. Although it is not as advanced as the Fish Carlton restaurant in Shanghai. But at least there are famous chefs here who specialize in 8 major cuisines: Sichuan, Shandong, Guangdong, Huayang, Fujian, Zhejiang, and Hunan. Lin Fan likes Sichuan cuisine the most, so the dishes on the table include mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, husband and wife face slices, ants climbing trees, and garlic pork. The red chili oil exudes a fragrant aroma, constantly stimulating the taste buds and making you salivate. Looking at the table full of spicy and delicious dishes, Tian Meiwei and Gu Jianing, two foodies, were drooling. The three of them happily devoured the food and enjoyed it very much. Although we lived in a villa in Mount Lies Villa area, there were 4 beautiful chefs at home, and we had delicacies from land and sea every day. However, no matter how delicious the food was, Lin Fan had been eating it for quite a while and had already gotten a little tired of it. No matter how delicious it is, you can't resist eating it every day. After all, the food outside is still better. Tian Meiwei ate while saying, "Boss, this dish is so delicious. After eating at home, it's so different to eat out. When do you think we should hire some beautiful chefs to take back home?" Hearing this, Lin Fan almost spit out the food in his mouth. He quickly scolded her, "What nonsense are you talking about? You sound like you were buying a maid in ancient times. We are hiring openly. Pay attention to your words. Hiring." Tian Meiwei said, "Oh," and then said, "When are we going to hire some beautiful chefs to come home?" Lin Fan thought for a moment and glanced at the kitchen of Tianqi building. For the food safety and peace of mind of customers, the kitchen here is fully transparent. Lin Fan took a look and saw that all the chefs in the kitchen were big and strong old men. I immediately gave up the idea. We'll talk about it later. Chapter 113 Carlo Law Firm. At this moment, a little girl wearing black framed glasses and walking gracefully walked up to Lin Fan. "Hello, Director Lin. I am Zhang Yuning, the personal assistant of Roca Law Firm. You can call me Xiao Zhang." The little girl introduced herself. Lin Fan nodded slightly. He had just called this personal assistant, but he didn't expect him to act so quickly. "Please send me a lawyer's letter," Lin Fan ordered casually. Upon hearing that there was business to be handled, Zhang Yuning immediately became extremely alert. She carefully took out a document and began to record. "What kind of case is it? I want to claim compensation. Someone damaged my things. I asked her to pay for it, but she refused.
Zhang Yuning carefully recorded it and then asked, "So what is this person's name?" Lin Fan replied, "Anna." Zhang Yuning was a little surprised when she heard Anna's name, that seems to be the daughter of Ungshi law firm.
Lin Fan said with interest, and then said, "Then send the lawyer's letter directly to their law firm." Lin Fan simply told his secretary Xiao Zhang his request in a few words. Xiao Zhang wrote seriously, stroke by stroke. "This is a lawyer's letter initiated by Director Lin himself, so we cannot be careless in the slightest. Her business ability is also quite good." In less than 10 minutes, a simple lawyer's letter was drafted. Lin Fan took a quick glance while munching on the twice-cooked pork and garlic pork. Xiao Zhang's record was fairly detailed, expressing about 70% of his meaning. Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction and asked, "Xiao Zhang, you did a good job, but looking at your temperament, did you just graduate this year?" Zhang Yuning is a gentleman, wearing a pair of thick black glasses on his nose, looking like a strong student. Xiao Zhang nodded and replied, "Yes, I just graduated a few months ago and am still getting familiar with the work. I will definitely complete any instructions from you, Director Lin." Seeing her childish appearance as a student, Lin Fan couldn't help but want to tease her. "Xiao Zhang, do you have a boyfriend?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "I heard that our law firm is full of industry elites with extraordinary looks. If you like any of them, just tell me and I will help you find one." When Secretary Xiao Zhang heard this, his cheeks immediately turned red with shame, and he secretly spat. Director Lin is so dishonest. Just met, and you asked yourself such a personal question. Besides, I don't know those people, so how can I be attracted to them just because they are handsome? I'm not a face-obsessed person. Besides, those industry elites are not as handsome as Director Lin. If I really were a face control, I would choose Director Lin first, and not those stinky men. When Zhang Yuning thought of this, her face suddenly became even redder, almost like a rosy apple. She felt a little afraid to look at Lin Fan, so she had to lower her head and look at her toes. She said in a low voice, "I don't have a boyfriend, and I don't plan to find one for the time being." "Thank you for your concern." When Tian Meiwei heard this and saw that she was extremely shy, she immediately became playful and started to make trouble. "Our boss doesn't have a girlfriend either. If you, a little secretary, work harder, maybe you can hook up with our boss." Tian Meiwei yelled loudly without any image, and Zhang Yuning was immediately so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Gu Jianing, who was standing by, said with some jealousy, "Don't joke with her. Xiao Zhang is still young." Tian Meiwei laughed even more wantonly and said loudly, "You are jealous, right? Why don't you compare your talents and abilities with Xiao Zhang, and I will be the referee to see who is more worthy of our boss." Lin Fan saw that she was a little too excited about the joke and looked very proud of herself. He couldn't help but reach out and grab Tian Meiwei's ear, saying, "Know when to stop joking." Tian Meiwei begged in a soft voice, "Boss, I was wrong. How about this? I'll take their place?" Lin Fan was slightly shocked by the shamelessness of this woman. So he inevitably used more force to pull her ears, causing Xiao Zhang and Gu Jianing to laugh. Inside Ungshi law firm, and Hong sat in his office, reviewing recent cases. However, he was obviously in a bad mood, and he didn't even take a sip of his favorite Kadam coffee, letting it get cold. "I can't contact those 3 judges, and there is no channel to investigate that bastard." And Hong was extremely dissatisfied. "Should I just let this kid go?" "No, if you dare to bully my daughter, this matter will not end." Just when he was feeling extremely unwilling, there was a hurried knock on his office door. Bang, bang, bang. The clapping sounds were very dense and rapid. And Hung frowned and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a frail middle-aged man said in panic, "Directorin, this is bad. Someone sent a lawyer's letter to our law firm, saying that your daughter damaged other people's property but was unwilling to compensate, and they wanted to take legal action to sue you. The lawyer's letter has been sent to our law firm." When Hung heard this, he was surprised and happy. He was shocked that the other party had the audacity to take advantage of him and send a lawyer's letter to his own law firm. What made me happy was that I was worrying that I had no chance to deal with him, but I didn't expect that he would come to me. And Hung frowned and angrily shouted, "Shaolin, why are you so timid? You are frightened like this by such a small thing. How disgraceful." Shaolin was so terrified that he could hardly speak clearly. He explained, "You don't know the law firm hired by the other party." And Hung looked displeased. He took a sip of the Kadam coffee and asked, "Which law firm?" Kobayashi said cautiously, "Carlo Law Firm." "Oh shit. Puff. and Hong spat out the coffee in his mouth. His eyes were full of horror and his pants were almost wet with fright. Carlo Law Firm. The undisputed #1 law firm in Xiamen. The team of lawyers under his name can be described as an undefeated legend in the legal circle, and almost all of them are the best among lawyers. Even if one of them is picked out alone, he is a powerful figure who can dominate the legal circle and walk sideways. What is even more frightening is that they have a strong sense of cohesion and have gathered together inside the Carlo law firm. No matter how much money the outside world spends, it can't dig one of them away. In the lawyer circle of Xiamen, it is an unspoken golden rule not to provoke the Carlo law firm. But in contrast, Carlo law firm has extremely high cost requirements, which are almost dozens or even hundreds of times that of other ordinary law firms. Such an extremely extravagant expense is simply not affordable for ordinary people. Besides, hiring Carlo law firm requires a lot of interpersonal relationships. The other party was so arrogant that he directly hired this law firm to fight against him. This clearly means that they are determined to make themselves fall at all costs. No matter how powerful his Ungshi law firm is, it can never be a match for the Carlo law firm. No matter how strong or powerful an ant is, it is still just an ant after all. How can an ant possibly defeat an elephant? Chapter 114 Scared. Damn it, who on earth is this person? How could he hire those perverts from the Carlo law firm to sue us? And Hong felt guilty and angry. He slammed his coffee onto the table. Xiao Lin reminded him, the lawyer's letter said that the other party's name seems to be Lin Fan. Lin Fan. It was an ordinary name, and Hong had never heard of it before. He was suspicious and said, immediately find someone to investigate this Lin Fan and find out how he is related to the Carlo law firm. We also took this lawyer's letter to verify whether it was fake or not, and whether he had forged it. How could the Carlo law firm possibly represent a little-known guy in court? Lin Fan, who exactly is this person? It is suspected to be related to Carlo law firm. Now I can only pray that this letter from the Carlo law firm is forged. And Hong muttered to himself. Otherwise, if it really has something to do with lawyer Carlo, then we must not fight a battle that we are sure to lose. It was originally a trivial matter, but now it actually involves the #1 law firm in Xiamen. The more Hong thought about it, the more scared he became. Just in case, Hong immediately prepared to conduct a formal investigation into the matter. While Hong ordered Xiao Lin to examine the lawyer's letter, he also immediately called Anna. About half an hour passed. Anna appeared in the office with sleepy eyes. Dad, I'm taking a break, why did you call me here? And Hong asked seriously, daughter, you must tell me carefully and earnestly what is going on with Lin Fan. When Anna heard this, a hint of guilt flashed across her eyes. She straightened her back and said, that Lin Fan is so shameless. He used his privilege to seize my place and even blackmailed me. Blackmail. And Hang grasped the key words, stared at his daughter and asked, what on earth did you break? Anna had never seen her father so serious, and she was a little scared at the moment. But she still plucked up her courage and refused to admit it, saying, it's just a box of cigarettes, Dad. How much can a box of cigarettes be worth? He actually asked me for 6 million yuan in compensation. This is obviously bullying. After hearing this, Hong asked with some concern, did you really only break one box of his cigarettes? Anna nodded heavily and said, I swear, I really only broke one box of his cigarettes. After hearing this, Hong felt a little relieved. If it was really just a box of cigarettes, then it would be extremely unreasonable for the other party to claim so much money. Since he really wanted to go to court with the Carlo law firm, he might not have no chance of winning. At this moment, Zhao Juanhe suddenly called. And Hong picked up the phone and asked, Brother Juanhe, what's wrong? Zhao Juanhe gritted his teeth and said, I have already found out who bullied my daughter. His name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan. It's Lin Fan again? How come everything is related to this mysterious Lin Fan? For some reason, when Hong heard this name, he felt like he had heard the name of a devil and his whole body trembled. And Hong was silent for a moment, then said, Brother Junhee, to be honest with you, I just got news that my daughter was also bullied by this Lin Fan. When Zhao Juanhe heard this, he immediately laughed out of anger. What a coincidence, the person who bullied the two brothers was the same person. About 20 minutes later, Zhao Juanhe immediately appeared in Hang's office. This Lin Fan is so bold, I think he is tired of living. Zhao Juanhe started to curse. If he dares to be disrespectful to our daughter, I will make him pay with blood. If he doesn't kowtow to us and apologize, this matter will not be over.
Hearing Zhao Juanhe's harsh words, a smug look flashed across Anna's eyes. She knew very well how powerful Zhao Juanhe, the advertising king, was in Xiamen. If his words are golden, then they will certainly count. When Anna thought of the hateful guy Lin Fan kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, she felt a sense of pleasure in her heart. However, An Hang felt an uneasy feeling in his heart, which became more and more intense. Just then, Xiao Lin walked in again trembling. His face looked even more flustered and uneasy than before. Director, the appraisal results are out. This is really the lawyer's letter from Carlo Law Firm, Kobayashi said tremblingly. And Hong took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I understand." Xiao Lin hesitated. Obviously he had something else to say but was a little afraid to say it. And Hong frowned and said, "Why are you so timid? Just say what you want to say. What can you do if the sky falls?" Xiao Lin swallowed hard and said hesitantly, "That Lin Fan, he seems to be the director of the Carlo Law Firm." Boom! A bolt from the blue. All of a sudden, An Hong was so frightened that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. "What did you say?" An Hong was shocked. "That Lin Fan is the director of the Carlo Law Firm. Are you kidding me? Is the source of the information true?" Xiao Lin said with difficulty, "The news is absolutely true. This was secretly told to me by a former classmate of mine at great risk." Zhao Juanhe, who was standing by, was also extremely confused. He said in a lost voice, "The director of the Carlo Law Firm is actually that Lin Fan?" He was so shocked that he almost had to hold on to the table, otherwise he would have made a fool of himself. Carlo Law Firm is well known in Xiamen. Almost no one of the older generation is unaware of this legendary law firm. I was surprised to hear that my opponent was the director of this law firm. Zhao Juanhe was so frightened that his heart stopped immediately and he could hardly breathe. A creepy feeling of fear kept rushing from the spine to the top of the head. He was scared. Anna couldn't accept this reality all of a sudden. She looked at her father and Uncle Zhao with shocked faces, and she almost felt her legs weakened by fear. "What is this Carlo Law Firm? Is this Lin Fan very powerful?" Anna asked stutteringly. Zhao Juanhe forced himself to calm down and said calmly, "Don't be too scared. Although we have some conflicts with this person, it may not be impossible to resolve them. We all value peace. As long as we prepare gifts and apologize, I believe the other party will not be too rude." "Anna? Uncle Zhao, didn't you just say that if Lin Fan doesn't kowtow and admit his mistake, the matter will not be over? How come peace is the most important thing now? And they want me to make amends and apologize? Isn't this more painful than killing yourself?" Now, even if Anna was as stupid as a pig, she realized the seriousness of the matter and the extraordinary identity of Lin Fan. However, she was spoiled by nature and wanted to speak up immediately to express her rejection of the proposal of apology. But at this moment, Zhao Juanhe's cell phone rang. When he picked up the phone, the news he heard was so unbelievable that he couldn't believe his ears. "What? You said Lin Fan is the new director of Lawrence Middle School?" Zhao Juanhe was shocked. Lin Fan, director of Lawrence University. Another sudden and shocking news. And Hong felt like an idiot. It felt like there were millions of alpacas running in my heart. Chapter 115 Must Apologize. He was so shocked by the news from Lin Fan that he was incoherent and said, "I will go." He swallowed hard and said, "Prepare the gifts immediately and we will go to apologize in person." When Anna heard this, she immediately stretched out her voice and shrilly said, "No, I absolutely won't go. How can I apologize to that kind of person? Dad, Uncle Zhao, why are you two so scared? Is this person really that amazing?" Zhao Juanhe and An Hang both took a deep breath at the same time, trying their best to calm themselves. Then both of them showed extremely serious expressions on their faces. They stared at Anna and said word by word, "You must go." The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Anna had never seen her father and Uncle Zhao show such a scary expression to her before. All of a sudden, she began to feel a little scared. Lawrence Middle School is not as simple as you think. Zhao Juanhe was silent for a moment and then spoke. This school is associated with many big names. In some ways, it is even more untouchable than the Carlo Law Firm. And Hang added with a very serious expression, "And it is rumored that some of the teachers in this school have extremely extraordinary origins. They are not people we can afford to offend." Anna was still a little unwilling in her heart, and said stubbornly, "But I didn't do anything wrong. It was obviously the other party's fault. Why should I apologize to him? Things have come to this point. If anyone was a little more sensible, they would have cooperated with me long ago. But Anna is so spoiled. And Han couldn't help feeling extremely annoyed when he saw his daughter being so stubborn. He gave the order directly, saying in a cold voice, "I don't care whether you are wrong or not, you must apologize." Anna was stunned. Even if it's not wrong, do you still have to apologize? This is really unreasonable. And Hang's face showed an unimaginable harshness, and he said, "Do you think I'm unreasonable? But who taught you that this world is reasonable? This world values strength and background. Listen to me, prepare your things immediately, and go to Lin Fan's house to apologize." Anna had never seen her father give her orders so coldly. The useless father who usually doted on me suddenly became a little strange to me. She was shocked and frightened all at once. Until her skin was covered with goosebumps out of fear. Okay, I'll go. Anna stammered. After she finished speaking, she quickly opened the door and left. It seemed that she couldn't stand this atmosphere for every second she stayed. Watching her back as she left in a panic. And Han and Zhao Juanhe looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Lawrence High School. After Zhang Tingting passed the interview successfully, the employment procedures were quickly completed. As a rule, every new teacher will be guided by an experienced and capable senior teacher to familiarize themselves with the work. Zhang Tingting was assigned to a middle-aged female teacher who was about 33 years old. "You can call me Sister Zhang." Sister Zhang smiled. "But if you want to work with me, you have to promise me one thing." Zhang Tingting asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "You are not allowed to have any contact with the teacher named Lu Shishir." Zhang Tingting was a little confused and asked, "Why? Who is this person?" When Sister Zhang mentioned Lu Shishir, she immediately showed a look of gnashing teeth. She stretched out her hand and pointed far away, saying, "If you don't want to get into trouble, I suggest you listen to me." Zhang Tingting followed the direction of her finger and immediately saw a beautiful girl in the distance. She was writing at her desk, and Zhang Tingting could only see half of her profile. But just this half profile is enough to make most women go crazy with jealousy. Zhang Tingting is also a woman, but when she saw half of Lu Shishir's profile, her heartbeat quickened a little. She even understood a little bit why there was a saying in ancient times, "A man will risk his temper for the sake of a beautiful woman." Sister Zhang added, "Look at the young man 3 seats behind you. He fell in love with Lu Shishir at first sight the day she joined the company. He even broke up with his girlfriend of 9 years just to show that he was loyal to her and had no second thoughts." Zhang Tingting glanced back briefly. "Sure enough, I saw a man with a slightly handsome appearance, secretly looking at Lu Shishir." Zhang Tingting was slightly shocked and asked, "So has he made any progress?" Sister Zhang shook her head and said, "It would be great if he really had that ability, but people don't even bother to pay any attention to him." Zhang Tingting said silently in her heart, "What a pitiful man." When it comes to Lu Shishir, Sister Zhang seems to open up, or maybe women are naturally more gossipy. "Look at the middle-aged bald man sitting second to your right," Sister Zhang said in a low voice. "He is already married and his children are in middle school, but he is said to have often hinted at Lu Shishir and did not allow any male teachers to get close to Lu Shishir." Zhang Tingting covered her mouth in surprise and said, "This old man is so shameless." Sister Zhang pointed secretly again and continued, "The middle-aged man standing at the door over there is the parent of our student. It is said that he even abandoned his wife of 7 years in order to pursue Lu Shishir. At that time, he was one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs and moral role models in Xiamen." Zhang Tingting was a little shocked. At this point, Sister Zhang even asked Zhang Tingting to lean over and whispered in her ear, "But they all have no chance. It is said that a big shot has taken a fancy to Lu Shishir, and they don't dare to compete with that big shot at all. This woman is in too deep water. It's best not to approach easily." Zhang Tingting immediately gave an order that they must never get close to such a woman who could bring disaster upon herself. Otherwise it is easy to get into trouble. And at this moment, Zhang Tingting remembered a very crucial thing. She quietly took out her cell phone and typed a text message to Lin Fan. "Brother Lin Fan, I passed the interview." Not long after, Lin Fan replied, "Congratulations, I'll pick you up in a moment." I heard that Lin Fan was coming to pick me up in person. Zhang Tingting immediately felt as happy as if she had eaten honey. "Okay, I'll wait for you." About 20 minutes passed. Lin Fan appeared in front of Zhang Tingting. When Lin Fan appeared, many female teachers' eyes lit up. "This guy is so handsome. He's here to pick up a teacher from get off work, right? I'm so envious.
I wonder which beautiful teacher has such good luck. Zhang Tingting walked to Lin Fan's side with a happy face amid the envious gazes of the female teachers around her. The other male teachers were slightly displeased. Originally, they all had some similar little ideas about the beautiful teacher Zhang Tingting who had just joined the company today. But I didn't expect that she was suspected to be taken.
Chapter 116. This young man is not simple.
And just then, something happened that really shocked them. Lin Fan naturally held Zhang Tingting's left hand. But at the same time, he actually stretched out his right hand towards Lu Shishir.
What surprised everyone even more was
Lu Shishir looked up and immediately trotted over to Lin Fan.
Then, she threw herself into Lin Fan's arms. Boom! A bolt from the blue.
Several men who coveted Lu Shishir were suddenly shocked.
Ding! Surprise value plus 666. 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 Ding! Surprise value plus 666.
The sudden bad news drove them crazy, and they even had the urge to howl like ghosts and wolves.
Fuck, who is that handsome guy? Shishir has a boyfriend?
This guy has no moral principles.
Is he here to pick up the female teacher named Zhang or Shishir? He might come to pick you up. This is too much. This man is too arrogant. Snap! As Lu Shishir fell into Lin Fan's arms, countless boys' hearts were shattered into pieces of glass.
Zhang Tingting was also a little confused. I had just made preparations and reminded myself not to have anything to do with this woman. But in the blink of an eye, she actually fell into the arms of brother Lin Fan. Lu Shishir blushed and came out of Lin Fan's arms. She was just too excited, which led to such passionate behavior.
I didn't expect to see you here.
Lu Shishir blushed.
Why didn't you tell me you came here from Haicheng?
Lin Fan smiled and said, I sent my friend here for an interview, and she has already started working.
Hearing this, Lu Shishir keenly sensed something.
Turning his head, his eyes fell on Zhang Tingting's face. And her gaze also moved to the hands held by Lin Fan and Zhang Tingting. Lu Shishir immediately revealed a somewhat jealous expression. Her expression, in the eyes of so many other suitors, was like a bolt from the blue.
Shishir's expression clearly shows jealousy. She must like this boy. Where did this wild boy come from? He doesn't look like a native of Shaman. How could he have seduced our goddess right after arriving? It's not that easy, we can't just give up. I think this guy just looks a little handsome, but he may not have the ability. Lin Fan took Zhang Tingting and Lu Shishir's hands and prepared to go out.
But a middle-aged bald man stopped him.
Hey young man, you don't seem to be from Shaman. How about I arrange accommodation for you? The middle-aged bald man showed a greasy smile.
It just so happens that the 5-star hotel I own is having an opening promotion, so I can give you a 30% discount.
Lin Fan was both amused and confused.
This middle-aged bald man obviously just wants to show off. On the surface, he was hospitable and wanted to help him arrange accommodation. But when he said these words, he didn't even look at herself. Instead, he stared at Lu Shishir. Obviously, it was just to express the opening of his new high-end hotel in front of her. Good fellow, he is old but not old at heart. He is old and bald but still has so many thoughts. Lin Fan immediately replied, no need, we have already solved the accommodation problem.
The middle-aged bald man then made a curious sound, turned his gaze towards Lin Fan, and said, oh?
Lin Fan said directly, it's just a house.
I just bought one to live in. I happen to have no property in Shaman, so I just happened to buy one.
Hearing Lin Fan's words, the middle-aged bald man laughed out loud.
Young man, I can only give you an 8 for your pretense. And it's based on a percentage system. Buying property on site? It sounds like if you like any house, you can just buy it. You are so young, how can you be a billionaire? Such a lavish move is too unrealistic.
For this I can only give you 8 points at most, no more. When the other suitors heard Lin Fan's words, they all showed amused expressions.
This kid is a fool.
You can tell at a glance that he doesn't have much money, so he's trying to act rich.
Does he know how much a house costs?
Besides, in our city of Xia, even a wealthy boss wouldn't dare to buy a house casually. It seems that he is all show and no substance.
He is just handsome but not very smart.
The greasy middle-aged bald man was about to say something to tease Lin Fan. But I saw a middle-aged man in extraordinary clothes coming in a hurry.
And Hung. Isn't that the director of Unshi Law Firm? Why did he suddenly come to our school? This is the boss. His daughter Anna is also a student in our school.
The middle-aged bald man was also stunned when he saw An Hung suddenly visiting. He quickly put down what he was doing and prepared to go and meet him.
Director An, thank you for coming. We are sorry for not welcoming you in person. But An Hung didn't even look at him. He was just looking around anxiously for someone.
After he learned that Lin Fan helped Zhang Tingting, he immediately started to speculate. Since Zhang Tingting has a close relationship with Lin Fan, it is very likely that Lin Fan's address can be found through Zhang Tingting so that he can go to his house to apologize. It is even possible that Lin Fan will come to pick up Zhang Tingting in person. And Hong took a quick look around and immediately found a man who looked like Lin Fan. I learned from his daughter Anna that Lin Fan is extremely handsome and is a real emperor of looks. This kind of man is hard to mistake no matter where he goes.
And Hong walked up to Lin Fan and asked cautiously, "Excuse me, are you Lin Fan?"
Lin Fan nodded, with a somewhat puzzled look on his face. And Hong stood up straight without saying a word.
90 degrees, bow, salute. I'm sorry, I'm Anna's father.
And Hong said respectfully.
If my daughter has offended you, please forgive me.
Before the people around could react, they saw An Hang bowing 90 degrees. He looked respectful, as if he was meeting a top boss. All of a sudden, everyone in the office was shocked.
Ding. Surprise value plus 768. Ding. Surprise value plus 800. Ding. Surprise value plus 813. Ding. Surprise value plus 830. Ding. Surprise value plus 900. Fuck, who is this guy? Why does Director An look like a mouse seeing a cat? Director An is shaking. You can see his body is trembling.
He looks very scared.
This young man is not simple. The middle-aged bald man was immediately embarrassed.
I went to greet Director An with great enthusiasm, but I didn't expect that he ignored me completely.
Instead, he bowed to Lin Fan. It's really like putting your hot face on a cold butt. How embarrassing. He was unwilling to give in and asked, "Director An, what are you apologizing for?"
Unexpectedly, An Hong still ignored him. He just said to Lin Fan very respectfully, "My daughter is unruly and willful, and has caused you trouble.
Considering that she is young and ignorant, please forgive her."
Then he added, "My daughter is still on the way, please wait for a moment, and there is also a Mr. Zhao Juanhe who also wants to talk to you." When the people around heard this, they were shocked again. Zhao Juanhe was such a big shot, a well-known advertiser in Xiamen, and he actually wanted to come and meet Lin Fan in person.
Chapter 117 Hidden Deeply.
Being able to have two well-known figures, An Hong and Zhao Juanhe, personally come to greet him. Lin Fan's show was really grand. If they were Lin Fan, they would have been overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan frowned and said coldly, "I don't have time to listen to your apology now.
I have things to do. Please get out of the way." When Lin Fan learned that this man was Anar's father, he was very unhappy. Lin Fan had a very bad impression of Anar. Not only is his singing voice bad, but his character is extremely bad. He even rudely damaged his things and threatened to take me to court. Naturally, Lin Fan had no interest in her and her father. And I do have things to do. When I first arrived in Xiamen, I didn't even have a house. How can this be possible?
Now that you are here, you have to buy at least a top-notch villa. Lin Fan was used to living in the top-notch villas in Lishan Villa District. Nowadays it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. His requirements for the house have reached an incredible level. I couldn't wait to buy a house. I don't have time to listen to these people's nonsense. When An Hong heard his extremely cold words, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It seems that this matter is not so easy to resolve. Instead, the middle-aged bald man became unhappy. He said loudly, "How can you talk like that, young man? Director An is so nice, can't you just listen to him finish his words? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you in a hurry to be reborn?" Hearing such rude and presumptuous words, Lin Fan was not angry. Instead, he said calmly, "You are not in a hurry, but you will soon wish you were born in the wrong family." The middle-aged bald man laughed angrily, pointed at Lin Fan's nose and prepared to scold him. But the words just reached his throat and he didn't have time to say them out. Behind him, there came a burst of extremely sharp gazes. The middle-aged bald man felt a chill in his heart and subconsciously felt a little scared. He turned around and saw a respected old man looking at him coldly. The middle-aged bald man immediately cried out, "Principal Lin!" The teachers around were all stunned. Director Lin is usually friendly to everyone. But today seems a little different. This expression is really so fierce. As soon as Director Lin appeared, he pointed at the middle-aged bald man and started scolding him. Why do you care about other people's affairs? Is it because a dog is trying to meddle in other people's business? Since you like to meddle in other people's business so much, I think you should stop being a teacher and just meddle in other people's business. The middle-aged bald man was insulted and his face turned purple. But he didn't dare to talk back. This is the board member of Lawrence High School. The power is incredible. With just one word from him, I could pack up my things and leave. The job opportunity at Lawrence High School is something that many people dream of getting. If I were really kicked out, it would not only be embarrassing, but also a huge loss. And Director Lin obviously didn't dare to waste Lin Fan's time. When his old face looked at Lin Fan, it suddenly changed into a sunny smile like a Sichuan opera face changing. Like an old chrysanthemum in full bloom. Principal Lin, if you have something to do, you can leave first. I can handle everything else. Principal Lin's words were full of respect and admiration. When other people heard it, it immediately sounded like a loud thunder. What did he just say, Director Lin? Is this young man the newly promoted legendary school director, Lin Fan? No wonder, everything he said just now turned out to be true. It's our small-mindedness. So this guy is our boss. Wow, he's only in his early 20s. Such a young school director. Ding. Surprise value plus 1,000. 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 When Zhang Tingting heard this, there was a look of shock on her face. No wonder Brother Lin Fan's words allowed me to enter Lawrence Middle School directly. It turns out that he is the school director. All of a sudden, adoring stars inevitably appeared in her eyes. Young people in their 20s can become school directors. This is totally unheard of and unseen. As expected, he is Brother Lin Fan, so awesome. Lu Shishir also looked at Lin Fan with some surprise. It's hidden really well. She couldn't help but secretly complain. And the middle-aged bald man who was just there provoking trouble and talking nonsense. He immediately revealed an expression as if he had eaten something. After a while, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, Director Lin, you are not kidding, right? This brat, this young man is our new school director? Director Lin immediately glared at him and said, emergency meeting, all teachers come. He added, except for Teacher Zhang and Teacher Lu. Lin Fan nodded. This old guy is quite good at dealing with people. Know that you shouldn't waste your time. Quite sensible. You can come back and enjoy it. Lin Fan took Zhang Tingting and Lu Shishir and left Lawrence Middle School immediately. He planned to go to the city center to see if there were any suitable high-end villas. And after Lin Fan left, and Hong was helpless and could only leave sadly. Director Lin immediately conducted an extremely strict investigation. Besides this idiot, was there anyone else who was rude to Director Lin just now? When everyone heard this, they immediately shook their heads like rattles and denied it. Then, Principal Lin pointed at the middle-aged bald man who had a bad attitude just now and gave him another harsh lecture. In front of all the teachers, he kept scolding for more than half an hour and didn't stop. Various dragon countries swear words emerge one after another. Everyone felt sad after hearing this. His understanding of Lin Fan's power immediately rose to a new level. The fact that Lu Shishir was taken away by Lin Fan was reported more than half an hour later. The news quietly reached the ears of a young man with a sinister look. The Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost gallops on the road. Lin Fan sat in the passenger seat, admiring the scenery outside. Zhang Tingting in the back row couldn't help but ask, Brother Lin Fan, where are we going now? City Center. What are you going to do downtown? Buy a house. Puff. Zhang Tingting's throat was choked by saliva. You really bought it, and you went to the city center?
Zhang Tingting was shocked. Ding! Surprise value plus 300. She originally thought that Lin Fan was just saying it out of spite just to piss off the middle-aged bald man. But unexpectedly, Lin Fan seemed very serious. Zhang Tingting reminded him carefully, "Brother Lin Fan, the price of houses in the city center is very scary. Even if you are a school director, you may still be stretched to the limit." Lin Fan didn't say anything, but just reached out and touched her head. Special skill, kill by patting the head. Whenever Lin Fan didn't want to explain too much to her, he would often use this trick, which always worked. As expected, after Zhang Tingting was touched on the head, she immediately revealed an expression of great enjoyment. She just felt Lin Fan's broad and warm palm caressing her head, which was an indescribable enjoyment. Chapter 118 The Palace. She couldn't utter another word. Tian Meiwei, who was driving the car, secretly smacked her lips and complained, "Why is the boss petting a cat?" Unexpectedly, Lu Shishir did not show any jealous expression, but instead seemed to be a little worried. She looked out the window sadly, and the cumulus clouds in the sky were unknowingly stained with a layer of dark shadow. The sky seemed to be about to change color. The Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost is very fast. Soon, the four arrived at the high-end villa sales area in the city center. An attractive sales lady came out to greet us immediately. "Hello, sir and madam, my last name is Chun, you can just call me Xiao Chun." The sales lady introduced herself. Lin Fan nodded. Then he asked, "Which is the best villa here?" Xiao Chen took out his file bag and took out a document. "The best villa we have here is Villa Antilla. It covers an area of 3,000 square meters, of which 1,200 square meters are indoors. There is also a 1,600 square meter garden, and a 200 square meter private swimming pool. This is a grand and upscale French-style mansion with a European-style luxury feel. This is a villa that many people are fighting for. But unfortunately, this villa has been booked a few days ago. Villa Antilla. Why does the name of this villa sound so familiar?" Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his head. Only then did he remember. "A few days ago, I won a villa when I participated in a lottery in Qinghe Township. But because I got so many good things, I didn't pay much attention to it." Only then did he recall that it was the Antilla villa that was reserved for him by the system. However, Lin Fan still said, "Is there any Dragon Country-style villa? We would like to see it with our own eyes." In fact, Lin Fan doesn't like this kind of European-style architecture very much. You know, when it comes to architecture, our ancestors are the best in the world. No matter how luxurious those foreign buildings are, they can never compare to the sense of belonging of our own Dragon Country culture. This requirement is somewhat special. Xiao Chen kept flipping through the information and searched for about 4 or 5 minutes. She raised her head and answered hesitantly, "Yes, I do, but..." Seeing her hesitant, Lin Fan couldn't help but become interested and asked, "But what?" "Just tell me." "There is a villa in the style of a royal palace, but the price is a bit expensive." "Palace." Hearing this description, Lin Fan immediately nodded with satisfaction. "It is so antique and has the style of the Dragon Kingdom. I like." Tian Meiwei and Zhang Tingting showed an incredible expression. "What, the palace? No way, there is such a villa, I have never heard of it, I have never seen it before." Lin Fan smiled, "If it's a common villa, I wouldn't be interested in seeing it. I want something I've never heard of or seen before." Seeing that Lin Fan was so interested, Xiao Chen did not dare to neglect him. She immediately took Lin Fan and the other 3 to the royal villa. As soon as he arrived here, Lin Fan's eyes immediately lit up. Red doors, red windows, and hip roofs at the corners. There are 2 majestic stone lions at the door. When you push open the door, you will see ancient dragon-style buildings inside, full of charm. In the past, only the royal family could live in this style of building. This kind of place is filled with an air of nobility. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fan clapped his hands with great satisfaction. Xiao Chen said hesitantly, "In fact, this palace villa is also extremely popular. Not long ago, the son of a big shot came to see it. He said he would come to pay the deposit in the next few days." When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately said firmly, "Since he hasn't bought it yet, then it is ownerless. If I pay the deposit first, it will naturally be mine." Seeing that Lin Fan was so straightforward, Xiao Chen did not dare to neglect him. He immediately discussed the transaction procedures of the villa with Lin Fan. "Anyway, if Lin Fan gets into trouble, I have already warned him. It's important to sell the house yourself.
And this kind of palace has no name. Lin Fan plans to name it Prince Fan's Palace. The news that he was going to buy the villa spread like wildfire.
In a high-end office building,
a young man with a gloomy face was sitting cross-legged. He was surrounded by 3 pretty and well-behaved female secretaries, ready to meet his various requests at any time.
Suddenly, a message came.
Mr. Liu, the palace-style villa you liked last time has been reserved by someone else.
Lu Rongtian, also known as Mr. Liu.
His brows were furrowed tightly.
Last time I had a fight with my dad, he froze my bank card, so I didn't buy this villa. Mr. Liu was extremely unhappy. But doesn't this person know whose son I am? How dare you snatch something from me? Are you tired of living?
His face looked extremely bad, and the 3 female secretaries beside him had their hearts pounding. They knew that every time Mr. Liu showed this expression, it meant someone was about to be in trouble.
And it's not just bad luck, it's terrible bad luck.
No one who offends Mr. Liu will have a good ending. But immediately after this news,
there is another piece of news.
Mr. Lu Shishir was picked up by a mysterious man. This man is suspected to be the new director of Lawrence Middle School. Upon hearing the news, Lu Xiaodong stood up from his seat immediately. There was a chilling murderous aura emanating from him.
Who is that person? Where are they now?
It is said that Hong, the director of Ungshi law firm, is very afraid of this man. The news came from his subordinates. Even when Hang personally brought his daughter to apologize, he was treated coldly by this person and was rejected by him. Young Master Lu frowned and scolded in a cold voice, "That old loser Hong has achieved so little at his age, and he has fallen to the point of groveling and bowing to a junior.
It's embarrassing. This kind of person is really ugly." Advertising tycoon Zhao Juanha also wants to pay a visit to this person.
He's just a waste, not worth worrying about at all. Master Lu had a cold face, full of the aura of a bully. As the saying goes, dragons and phoenixes are from the same family. Since this person is related to these 2 losers, it means he is not a big shot. Mr. Lu had a cold expression on his face, as if he was the reincarnation of the king. It's not because of anything else, because his father Lu Qianfan is a genuine billionaire. The assets under his name cover a very wide range, penetrating into various industries from medical care, finance, and real estate. Since he was born, Lu Xiao believed that he was the son of destiny and was destined to be a peerless king in this life. The others are just his foils.
Snap! Snap!
Mr. Lu clapped his hands. A foreigner with blonde curly hair immediately stepped forward.
"Peter, I'll leave this matter to you,"
Mr. Lu said coldly.
Peter immediately gave a flattering smile.
This poor clown dared to stretch out his dirty and vile hands to our sacred mistress.
It is a sin that is as bad as hell.
I, Peter, will certainly impose sanctions on your behalf. Let this poor clown pay with eternal regret.
Chapter 119. This boss is too arrogant.
Mr. Lu looked at Peter's face and listened to what he said, feeling very satisfied. This Peter was a younger brother that Lu Shaoxi took in when he was studying abroad. He has no other special talents, and his greatest skill is his ability to flatter and curry favor with the powerful. Mr. Lu was photographed feeling extremely comfortable, and his technique of flattering her was extremely superb. I will do as you wish and make this clown pay a price he will never forget.
Peter flattered.
Mr. Lu nodded slightly. He is now forcibly suppressing his anger.
Lu Shishir is undoubtedly the only legal heir to the billionaire.
But due to the last will and testament made by her grandfather, it would be a very difficult task for her to get the inheritance without her father's help. The 2 parties had already agreed on the details of the transaction.
Lu Shishir's stepmother negotiated terms with herself.
But Lu Shishir always treated him coldly.
Keep yourself at a distance.
I haven't even touched her little hand once.
Not to mention anything else. I'm so angry.
He is the heir to a multi-billionaire. As the eldest son and grandson of the Lu family, every woman would throw herself into his arms and look upon him with favor. But this woman just ignored him.
This woman is very special.
Moreover, she seemed to have turned against me recently and gradually ignored me, refusing to say a word. When I send messages, they are all read but not replied.
Young Master Lu had already sensed something was wrong.
He had already regarded Lu Shishir as his wife.
But the current situation.
It was as if there was the Qinghai Tibet Plateau above his head.
Love is a light.
Young Master Lu was so green that he was getting nervous. I learned that Lu Shirsher was taken away by a mysterious man.
Mr. Lu knew it immediately. This person is definitely the man who gave himself a hat. He was furious.
He immediately sent Peter off, vowing to make this ignorant boy regret it greatly.
Different from Lu Rongtian's anger,
Lin Fan was now lying happily on the throne in the palace.
The transaction procedures for the Wangfu Villa have also been completed. The transaction contract has entered the stamping stage and will soon be handed over to Tian Meiwei.
In the end, this huge palace was sold for 5 billion yuan. The plaque of the palace was also changed by Lin Fan to Fan Palace. Although it is a palace-style building, there are still many modern lines inside.
Life is also very convenient. It's almost time for dinner.
Lin Fan casually called over Xiao Chen. I want to hire some chefs with high salaries. Lin Fan simply stated his request.
But Xiao Chen looked embarrassed. But we don't have this business.
Lin Fan let out a soft "oh."
This place is different from the Lishan Villa district in Haicheng.
It seems that this Xiaoqing does not have any supporting businesses. How about this, you find a chef who meets my requirements and I'll give you a commission. Lin Fan said.
Xiao Chen's expression became even more difficult. It's almost dark now. Where can we find someone?
I understand your desire to hire a chef, but we are really powerless and cannot comply with your request.
Lin Fan nodded. Find one and I'll give you a commission of 100,000. 100,000.
When Xiao Chen heard this, his eyes immediately lit up.
If you keep talking like this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Okay, no matter what kind of chef you want, I will go through all the trouble to find one for you.
Xiao Chen rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said slowly, my requirements are not high. A pretty female chef will do. Xiao Chen was also very smart and immediately did some reading comprehension of Lin Fan's words. She grasped the keywords very keenly.
A beautiful female chef.
That means she is a top-notch beauty whose appearance must be above 9 points. He must also be a chef with amazing cooking skills.
Taken together, it is a fusion of the goddess and the god of cooking. Don't worry, I will definitely find a group of goddesses and cooking gods, and I guarantee you will be satisfied.
Xiao Chen said with a respectful smile. Tian Meiwei on the side interrupted and said, Boss, actually when I was free, I also learned a little cooking skills from those beautiful chefs at home.
Why don't you let me cook today?
Lin Fan thought about it and immediately hugged her slender waist in praise, saying with a smile, that's fine, then I'll let you cook today. Then he turned to Xiao Chen and said, let's arrange the chef selection for tomorrow.
Xiao Chen accepted the order immediately.
Then we started to carefully select suitable talents very seriously. Wow, that essay commission of 100,000 for each one.
This boss is too arrogant.
Her first target was Meng Meng, a beautiful chef on a live streaming platform. This cute girl not only has a honeycomb waist, a fruity peach but also the golden height proportions of a model with a body size of 7 heads. And her appearance is definitely at the school beauty level, purely natural, not the kind of artificial beauty that can be achieved by spending money on cosmetic surgery. She is multi-talented, especially good at cooking and dancing.
She is a hot dance teacher.
At the same time, the dishes are cooked with attractive aroma and color. Meng Meng's popularity on the live streaming platform has always been at the forefront, attracting many LSPs to watch and reward her day and night.
Xiao Chen immediately asked someone to contact her.
However, even when she was busy, she did not forget to hand over the transaction contract of the villa to Tian Meiwei. This is a contract worth billions, and we cannot be careless at all. After Tian Meiwei got it, she put it into her bag very carefully.
When Tian Meiwei turned around and went into the kitchen to cook,
Lin Fan's face was filled with anticipation. Lin Fan has deeply experienced the strength of the beautiful chefs in his family.
The cooking skills are superb.
I haven't eaten the food they cooked for a few days, and it feels like a long time since I last saw them.
Missing someone is a disease. Tian Meiwei actually volunteered, which means she must have learned some of the essence of cooking. Otherwise I wouldn't be so confident.
Lin Fan couldn't help but fantasize in his heart about the delicacies from land and sea that would appear soon.
I guess it must be delicious.
At this moment, 3 people came to the door of Prince Fan's mansion.
An'er and Hong Zhaojuanhe.
The 3 of them looked at this huge and imposing palace in shock.
Ding. Surprise value plus 800. Ding. Surprise value plus 800. Ding. Surprise value plus 800. Who is this person? He actually lives in the palace? This Lin Fan is too arrogant. He just bought this, right? He even changed the plaque to read Prince Fan's mansion. Damn it, this must cost tens of billions at least, and he bought it just because he said so. That's awesome. And Hong and Zhao Juanhe both cursed at the same time. Let them be in society for many years and experience many ups and downs. But suddenly I saw a young man casually took out billions to buy a palace and changed it to his own name. This couldn't help but shock them. But it's still shocking. They have not forgotten why they came. He knocked on the door. When Lu Shishir opened the door, the three of them's eyes suddenly lit up. What a pretty young lady. Goddess. As expected of Mr. Lin Fan, he always chooses the best women. And Lu Shishir caught a glimpse of An Hang at a glance. Lin Fan's attitude towards this person just now was not good. That means this person is definitely not a good person. Lu Shishir said indifferently, Who are you? Who are you looking for? Chapter 120 I want you to go bankrupt. And Hong immediately explained his purpose and raised the things in his hand to show that he came to apologize. But Lu Shishir is very smart. She hadn't let them in on her own initiative. Instead, he asked Lin Fan for instructions first. She said calmly, Wait a moment. Then he turned around quickly and closed the door. The three were turned away. Anna's face suddenly became extremely unhappy. In fact, she was very dissatisfied in her heart. Even though she was forced to come here by her father to apologize, she still hated Lin Fan in her heart. Now, even a woman dared to turn away the three of them. Anna immediately became indignant. Lu Shishir quickly returned to Lin Fan and told him about the three people's visit. But Lin Fan didn't have time to listen to this. His entire attention was now absorbed in the dishes cooked by Tian Meiwei. This is not a delicacy. But the dishes exude a weird taste. Tian Meiwei talked about her dishes proudly. Braised sterculia lignifera. Charcoal grilled sows trotters. Wine fermented radish peel. Spicy fish scales. Candied pork intestines. Lin Fan was shocked. It turns out this woman can't cook at all. And it seems to be insulated from cooking. He doesn't even have basic cooking skills. All that was produced was dark cuisine. Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, Didn't you say you learned something from those chef gods? Unexpectedly, Tian Meiwei nodded seriously and said, Yes, I learned the essence, not just copied their dishes. Lin Fan's face turned dark. You don't have to eat these dishes, just smelling them makes you feel extremely dark. It seems that once you take a bite, your life will be cast into a shadow. Coincidentally, Lu Shishir came back. Lin Fan gradually came back to his senses from his shock. Anna, is that rude woman going to come to my house to apologize? Lin Fan smiled slightly. He had a good idea and thought it was just in time. Lin Fan ordered his men to bring all these dark dishes to him. Then he temporarily set up a table at the doorstep. Tian Meiwei opened the red door. And Honk and the other two immediately brightened up with joy. Are you going to let the three of them in? Unexpectedly, Tian Meiwei stopped them. Lin Fan said, Since you are here to apologize, then show your sincerity. Tian Meiwei said. Our boss said that you must eat all these dishes today, otherwise he won't see anyone. When An Hong heard this, he immediately smiled. It's just some dishes, we'll eat them right away. Anna's expression changed drastically. She pulled her father's sleeve and whispered, Dad, why do those dishes have a weird smell? Strange smell? And Hong was stunned. He was too old, and in fact his sense of smell and taste were far inferior to his daughter's. When he turned his gaze to the dishes on the table, he looked at them carefully. He almost vomited up his overnight meal. What is this black thing? And Hong was confused. Tian Meiwei introduced her dishes with great pride. This is my famous dish, braised sterculia lignifera in red sauce. Can plantago ovada be braised? And Hong just felt his stomach churning and he felt nauseous. This is just the first course. The remaining ones, such as fermented radish skins, charcoal roasted sows trotters, and spicy fish scales, are all very good. Anna only looked at it twice more and felt like she was about to faint. She felt like tears were about to flow out of the corners of her eyes. Isn't this bullying? Even dogs won't eat this kind of food. Her face turned pale and she said, We won't eat it. When Tian Meiwei heard her words, she immediately became unhappy and said, What do you mean? Do you look down on the food I cook? And Hong quickly pulled his daughter back and said with a smile, these dishes are delicious, but we need some time to get used to them. Tian Meiwei snorted and said, that's good enough, eat quickly. Zhao Juanha also burst into tears. Looking at these dishes he almost hated them to the core. Just at this moment, a foreigner with golden curly hair came to the gate of Prince Fan's mansion. It was Peter. After receiving the order from Mr. Liu, he immediately started investigating. It was learned that Lin Fan not only robbed Mr. Liu's villa, but also robbed Ms. Liu's woman. He immediately came to the palace villa, ready to threaten Lin Fan. I want to meet the owner of your villa, Peter said proudly. When Anna saw someone who seemed to be a scapegoat, she immediately said, the owner of this villa said that if you want to see him, you must eat this table of food. Peter glanced at Anna and immediately smiled. It's just a table of food, fuck, what is this dish? Peter was shocked. This table of food overturned his impression that Longwei cuisine was extremely delicious. A table full of strange-shaped dishes with weird smells was very scary. But he was shouldering the mission of Mr. Liu. If he couldn't see Lin Fan, he would definitely be cut into pieces by Master Liu and die without a burial place. But if you want to see Lin Fan, you must eat this table of food. Peter swallowed hard. But Peter thought again and wondered who his boss was. The son of a billionaire. He, Lin Fan, has a little capital. But can he still compare with a billionaire? If his attitude was better, he could be treated leniently. But if anyone dares to be rude, the boss can deal with him at any time. Peter coughed, cleared his throat, and said solemnly, tell Lin Fan that I am the representative of the Lu Group and I have something to discuss with him. To be on the safe side, he pushed the braised puffed sterculia in front of him and said with lingering fear, I won't eat this, and he can't make me eat it. Lu Group. When Tian Meiwei heard the name, she was slightly surprised. Although she was from Haichang, she had heard people mention the Lu Group. The owner of the group, Lu Qianfan, is a powerful figure. In just 30 years, his hands have been involved in finance, medical care, education, and other industries. The amount of assets under his name is no less than that of Haicheng's richest man, Zhou Fuao. Tian Meiwei immediately went back and informed Lin Fan. When Lu Shishir heard this, her expression changed drastically. Lin Fan asked, do you know him? Lu Shishir was silent for a moment, and then told Lin Fan everything about her. This included her stepmother's obstruction in preventing her from inheriting the family property, as well as the Lu family's persecution and intimidation of her. If it weren't for Lin Fan, the consequences would be disastrous. A cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and he sneered immediately. You're a billionaire, right? How dare you touch my woman? Lin Fan thought to himself. I want you to lose everything you have and turn from a wealthy man into a pauper. Falling from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, the gap must be enough to drive people crazy. Lin Fan thought for a moment and then made a phone call. He called Mr. Liu. That is, the expert who helped Yuan Mei Company fight against foreign invaders in the computer attack. Mr. Liu, I'm Lin Fan. On the other end of the phone, the well-known computer expert Lu Nanshan was working wholeheartedly. But when he heard Lin Fan's voice, he immediately put down everything he was doing. Mr. Liu answered the phone attentively and said, Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? Lin Fan said in a serious voice, Mr. Liu, have you ever heard of the Lu Group? Chapter 121 Serial Slaps. I have heard of them. They are said to be a famous financial group in Xiamen. However, some of their business practices are not so glorious. I don't have a very good impression of them. Lin Fan gave the order, okay, if I give you 3 days, can you use the computer expert team I assigned to you to investigate the stains on the Lu Group's business? When Mr. Liu heard this, wasn't this exactly what he wanted? He immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, saying, there is no problem. The Lu Group has a history of bad deeds. We can analyze it with big data and get a lot of information about their stains. Don't even mention 3 days. If everything goes well, it can even be done in 1 day. Hearing this, Lin Fan let out a breath of foul air. As expected of Mr. Liu, he is indeed a top computer expert. Among the team of computer experts that Lin Fan obtained at the beginning, Mr. Liu was the most powerful. Lin Fan originally regarded this team as his trump card and never exposed it easily. But since the Lu Group had bullied his woman, he would naturally make them pay the price. Then, Lin Fan clapped his hands. The 3 bodyguards Lu Yuhan, Zheng Tianjue, and Lei Qianyan appeared one after another. They usually secretly protected Lin Fan and kept a safe distance.
It will not disturb Lin Fan's life and can also ensure Lin Fan's safety. But as long as Lin Fan is willing, they will come whenever he is called.
Come on, follow me out.
Lin Fan said. Yes. The three bodyguards answered at the same time. Soon, Lin Fan met Peter,
a foreigner with a cocky attitude.
Lin Fan clearly saw that this man's brows showed contempt for the people of Dragon Country.
This made Lin Fan's impression of him even worse.
Anna and the other two, who were standing by, immediately threw down their chopsticks when they saw Lin Fan coming out.
They really don't want to eat these dark dishes. Lin Fan didn't even look at them, but stared at Peter and asked, "Who are you?"
Peter said arrogantly, "You poor clown, you have no right to know my name. I'm here to inform you to let the woman surnamed Lu come with me and give up the villa you just bought. Otherwise, our Lu group can make you pay with blood at any time." The cold light in Lin Fan's eyes became even brighter. Call yourself a poor clown. He also wants to steal his woman. They even asked him to hand over the house he had just bought. Lin Fan laughed angrily. And Hong, who was standing by, heard the key information and said in a lost voice, "You are actually from the Lu group. The Lu group is very famous in Xiamen. Almost everyone knows it." Hearing in Hang's shocked voice, Peter raised his rebellious head. Peter enjoyed this attitude of surprise. But the next second, what Lin Fan said made him stunned. Lin Fan said coldly, "I remember I said that if you want to see me, you have to finish this meal. Now that you've seen me, you must finish your meal, to be respectable. Of course, if you don't want to be decent, I can help you be decent." Peter was stunned, he hadn't reacted yet. Lu Yuhan, Zhang Tianjue, and Lei Qianyan immediately stepped forward. Together they restrained Peter. Then Lin Fan sneered and said, "Give this foreign friend some delicious food, let him have a taste of our delicacies." Peter, who had been so arrogant just now, became like a pig to be slaughtered after being subdued by the three men, with fear flashing in his eyes. A plate of braised sterculia lignafera and a plate of spicy fish scales were poured directly into his mouth.
"Ah, ah, ah!"
Peter screamed. He never expected that even after he had revealed the identity of the Lu group, Lin Fan would still dare to treat him like this. "You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. I'm from the Lu group, how dare you do this to me? You're dead, Lin Fan, you're absolutely dead." Lin Fan didn't care and immediately poured the entire table of dark dishes directly into the mouth of this arrogant foreigner. And Hong and Zhao Juanhao on the side looked drastically changed. They took advantage of the fact that Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to them and quietly left Prince Fan's mansion. They were not afraid that Lin Fan would force them to eat these things. But he was afraid of being associated with Lin Fan. Is this Lin Fan crazy? He even dares to provoke a top force like the Lu group. We originally wanted to apologize to him and establish a good relationship with him, but now it seems that there is no need. The Lu group is all-powerful. I'm afraid Lin Fan is going to be in big trouble. He is certainly the director of a law firm and even a director of a well-known international secondary school. But compared to a behemoth like the Lu group, it's still not enough. Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. The entire table of dark dishes has been completely wiped out. The plate was spotless, almost as if it had been licked clean. The foreigner in front of him was already in a dishevel and had a pale face. The mouth was filled with all kinds of strange dark dishes. It's a strange smell that can be smelled from a long distance away. What is more, I'm the one who eats these things myself. Peter's eyes almost popped out of his head. I am a member of the Lu group. How dare someone do this to me? He couldn't imagine himself ending up like this. In fact, Peter did not come alone. Mr. Lu also assigned a lot of manpower to him. But unfortunately, these people had already been subdued by the three bodyguards. Bang! Lin Fan slapped Peter in the face and said, "What a shitty Lu group. How dare a lackey like you show off in front of me?" Bang! Another slap. The sound is crisp and pleasant. You still want me to move away like a stray dog, right? Snap. Snap. Serial slaps. You still want to take my woman by force, right? A few more slaps. Peter's face was almost swollen like a pig's head, with red slap marks on it, which looked quite funny. Lin Fan sneered and said, "Go back and tell your master that the Lu group is finished. It's all because of this idiot." Peter was confused. As the lackey of the eldest son of the Lu group, he always shows off his power and acts arrogantly wherever he goes. Even some local tyrants and bullies didn't dare to do anything to him.
I usually ride on other people's faces and it's as comfortable as it can be.
But now he was being severely abused. Not only was he forced to eat a whole table of strange dark food, he almost vomited his stomach. He was even slapped several times. Peter blushed, feeling his dignity being trampled upon. "You despicable maniac, you will pay for your arrogance with blood," Peter screamed. "If you offend the Lou group, your life will be over. There is no place for you anywhere in the world." Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he pretended to be ready to take action again.
This time it's not just a slap in the face.
Lin Fan is ready to play hard.
Peter's heart trembled and he even got goosebumps.
He swallowed hard and begged for mercy to save his life. "My attitude was a little bad, my dear sir, I apologize for my recklessness."
Chapter 122, A Man of Distinction.
Lin Fan clenched his fist and sneered, "Do you really want to leave now?" When Peter heard this, he immediately nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice.
"I can let you go."
Lin Fan put his hand on his shoulder.
"That depends on whether you can cooperate or not. If you cooperate well, I won't make things difficult for you."
Peter felt that Lin Fan's hand was like a cold and slippery snake on his shoulder, and he immediately got goosebumps.
"Cooperate, you must cooperate,"
Peter screamed. "Dear wise man, I am willing to give everything I know in exchange for my freedom."
Bang, bang.
Lin Fan did not continue to slap him, but instead clapped his hands.
"Very good.
He who knows the current affairs is a hero."
Lin Fan smiled.
From the pitiful clown at the beginning, to the despicable madman, to the kind gentleman, and finally to the respected wise man. Hearing Peter's change in addressing him, Lin Fan knew that he was really scared. Lin Fan took a pair of nail clippers and spoke casually while trimming his nails.
"How many women does your master have? Which one does he love the most?" Lin Fan asked.
"Generally speaking, the wealthy young men of the Lu group naturally have no shortage of women."
Lin Fan got straight to the point and asked this question.
When Peter heard this, he immediately hesitated.
This is definitely not a secret that can be easily revealed.
Once this matter is exposed to the outside world, those who are enemies of the Lu group may threaten Mr. Lu's woman.
This kind of question is absolutely top confidential. Lin Fan sighed and said with a half smile, "It seems like you don't want to cooperate?" Peter gritted his teeth and said, "If I tell this kind of thing, Master Lu will definitely not let me go. I'm sorry I can't obey you."
Lin Fan smiled.
Then he pulled out some data from his phone. "These data were just sent to me by Mr. Lu. In fact, Mr. Lu's movements were extremely quick." Lin Fan soon got hold of many abnormal data about the Lu group.
The total amount of data was extremely large, and Lin Fan was the first to obtain several key pieces of data. On December 5, 2017, the Lu group held a fundraising event in the name of aiding the poor in disaster-stricken areas. In fact, only 30% of the donations were used for charity. On July 10, 2018, the Lu group acquired dozens of properties and raised the price.
On March 6, 2019, Lu's group. Hearing these data, Peter was stunned. Ding. Surprise value plus 1,000. Ding. Surprise value plus 1,000. Ding. Surprise value plus 1,000. These data are all top secret. But Lin Fan actually got hold of this confidential data?
If this data were to be leaked, the Lu group would inevitably encounter considerable disturbance. Lin Fan persuaded him, "If you cooperate with me, I can promise you that I will not leak this data to others." Peter was startled and said quickly, "Mr. Lu has had 6 women in total, but the woman he loves most is not one of these 6, but a fiancée that his family arranged for him a few years ago."
Fiancé.
Lin Fan grasped the crux of the problem.
Fiancé? Doesn't he want to marry Lu Shishir? Who is his fiancée?
Peter explained, that was young Master Lu's betrothed wife in his early years, and his family had set their sights on Miss Lu's wealth, so they specifically let young Master Lu marry her.
So where is she now?
Peter said quickly, "She is still studying abroad.
It is said that she will return home in the next few days."
Lin Fan clapped his hands. "Good, very good.
Tell me the specific information of his fiancée."
Peter felt a chill in his heart and asked, "What do you want to do?" Lin Fan leaned close to his ear and said with a smile, "Since this Mr. Lu wants to steal my woman, do you think I should give him a taste of his own medicine?"
Peter was shocked and said in astonishment, "Are you really going to fight with Mr. Lu to the end? Let me advise you that the strength of the Lu group is unfathomable. Even if you have some data, it is not enough.
Peter believed that even if Lin Fan had some dirty evidence, it could be used as a handle to threaten the Lu group.
But these evidences are not fatal enough. Otherwise, if the Lu group was so easy to deal with, it would have collapsed long ago. Peter went back.
Before leaving, Lin Fan kicked him hard on the butt a few times.
Peter was in tears.
But the situation was stronger than the person, and Peter dared not speak out. He even smiled a few times in the end and left Prince Fan's mansion in a very dejected manner. Lin Fan looked at his departing back and snorted coldly,
while quietly waiting for Mr. Lu's data results.
At the same time, he was thinking in his heart how to uproot the Lu group.
But after thinking for a while, Lin Fan suddenly remembered something and said loudly to Tian Meiwei, "Find a few more cooks later. We haven't eaten yet."
Tian Meiwei said aggrievedly, "Boss, is the food I cook really not delicious?"
Lin Fan said seriously, "Meiwei, let me tell you a little story."
When Tian Meiwei saw Lin Fan's serious expression, she immediately straightened her face and began to listen.
"What little story is it? Tell me," Tian Meiwei said seriously.
Lin Fan began to speak. "Here's the short story.
A young couple at home. Girl cooking for boyfriend.
The girl said to her boyfriend, 'Honey, try these cola chicken wings I made.' My boyfriend took a bite and said in a surprised tone, 'It's delicious.' The girl blushed and said, 'Really?' But when she picked up a piece of chicken wing with her chopsticks and tasted it, she said, 'You lied to me, it's not cooked at all.' My boyfriend said generously, 'Silly, I love everything you cook.
The atmosphere is extremely sweet.' So the two of them finished eating the cola chicken wings together."
Hearing this, Tian Meiwei felt a little touched and sweet. But Lin Fan changed the subject.
3 months later, the two died of avian influenza after eating half-cooked cola chicken wings. Tian Meiwei?
Lin Fan sighed and said, "This story tells us that people should not lie.
If something tastes bad, it tastes bad. Just saying it out loud can avoid the loss of 2 lives. Do you understand what I mean?" Tian Meiwei said with resentment on her face, "I understand. I'll go find the cook right away."
Lin Fan smiled dotingly, "Be good, don't cook anymore.
I want to live a few more years." Tian Meiwei staggered and almost fainted.
After Peter returned to the Lu family, he immediately told them everything about Lin Fan.
He even exaggerated the story in order to take revenge on Lin Fan. This Lin Fan is too arrogant.
He said that you are a useless second-generation rich kid, a shameful waste, and a laughable fool. Peter said in a sharp voice. He also said that among your women, Lu Shishir is not the only one he wants. He also wants all the other women. He also wants to gradually erode your assets and eventually take them all. He even said that he would destroy your Lu group and destroy all your father Lu Qinfan's life's work."
Peter was bullied so badly by Lin Fan.
Not only was he forced to eat a table full of dark food, he was even slapped several times by Lin Fan.
Chapter 123, Boss Temperament.
Even when she was leaving, Lin Fan stomped his feet in joy and said goodbye to her delicate buttocks.
"I'm very angry."
He found an opportunity and immediately created hatred for Lin Fan, asking Lu Xiao to help him get revenge. As expected, when Mr. Lu heard this, he immediately became furious. He stood up suddenly, his whole body filled with the aura of a king.
"Is this Lin Fan lawless?" Lu Xiao laughed angrily and even touched his nose.
Peter was delighted, for he knew that this little action of touching the nose would only be done when Master Lu was extremely angry.
Lin Fan is dead, Peter thought happily.
Young Master Lu immediately issued an order, saying, Lin Fan's only reliance is the Carlo law firm and a school. Contact the lawyers of this law firm immediately. We will spare no expense and spend a large sum of money to hire them to work for us. Peter was immediately delighted when he heard this, and he added, it seems that Lin Fan had some conflict with an Ungshi law firm before. When Mr. Lu heard this, he felt it was exactly what he wanted. He clapped his hands, and Peter immediately took the order and started contacting people. It wouldn't take more than half an hour.
And Hong, An'er and Zhao Juanhe came to Lu Group.
They were feeling uneasy, and became even more nervous after seeing Lu Rongqian.
This is the base of the Lu Group, a billionaire. How can we compare with them?
If you are not careful, you may bring about fatal disaster.
Young Master Lu took a sip of tea and asked, do you have a grudge against Lin Fan? And Hong was stunned.
Before he could say anything, Anna screamed, yes, I hate him so much.
Bang, bang.
Mr. Lu clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, I'll give you a chance to take revenge on him.
I'll allocate 100 million yuan to you now. Try your best to use your connections to recruit people from the Carlo law firm. 100 million in funds. Anna's face showed an ecstatic look. With this sum of money, things would be fine, mainly because we have the Lu Group as our backer. Lin Fan, he is still under my control. What's more, Anhang Zhengxi law firm is second only to Lin Fan's Carlo law firm in Xiamen.
As long as the funds and endorsements are in place and Hong and the other two have enough confidence and assurance to stab Lin Fan in the back. Mr. Lu then gave another order, saying, Peter, go contact Lawrence Middle School. I want to acquire this school and see how other directors react. When Peter heard this, he was immediately overjoyed again. Lin Fan is not the only board member of Lawrence Middle School. Once these school directors are under pressure from the Lu Group or are impressed by the huge financial resources, then Lin Fan will gradually lose control of this school. This move by Mr. Lu was truly vicious. Not only does he want to embezzle all of Lin Fan's assets, he also wants him to experience the feeling of being deserted by everyone. People's hearts are fickle. Mr. Lu just wanted to use the power of money to let Lin Fan feel this. This is to force Lin Fan to death. Humph, this is what happens when you go against me. Mr. Lu was extremely proud. Within 3 days, I want you to regret everything you have done. Just after Mr. Lu had arranged everything, a well-known beautiful journalist contacted him. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Zhang Xiaoning, the reporter for the Xiamen Wealth Rankings who I had an appointment with before. Can your interview be conducted tomorrow morning? A pleasant voice came from the phone. Young Master Lu's heart moved. Xiamen Wealth Ranking List. This is an interview program focusing on the top wealth owners in Xiamen. As Lu Qianfan's legitimate son, he naturally wanted to represent the Lu Group to participate in this show. The purpose, of course, is to tell the world that he is the most outstanding successor to the Lu Group. As for the other brothers, they are not qualified at all. Moreover, this program will be broadcast live on the entire internet and will be seen by people in the entire Xiamen and even in all other cities. Only this kind of display of power can demonstrate his status as the first successor of the Lu Group. Okay, tomorrow morning then. Mr. Lu replied politely. In the wealth ranking list of Xiamen City, Lu Group ranks third. This is an extremely shocking number. The water in Xiamen is very deep, and all kinds of wealthy people emerge one after another. If one can rank among the top 10 on this list, it is enough to prove that he is already a hero-level figure. Third place, this is the medal that represents a billionaire. At this moment, the data on the wealth list is constantly being updated. First place, Tianjun Group, asset valuation, 8050505132334. Second place, Xingtian Group, asset valuation, 6010041233601. Third place, Lu Group, asset valuation, 400165401324. Through live broadcast, it was delivered to audiences across the entire network. These figures are based on the estimated value of the shares and assets owned by these groups. Today, big data analysis is already very advanced, and the valuation of wealth is almost perfectly accurate. Although the data is constantly changing, the overall ranking has not changed. Lu Group, third place. Many comments were discussing this. It is said that the person who came to participate in the interview today on behalf of the Lu Group is Lu Rongtian, the eldest son of the Lu Group. Are you envious? He is the son of a billionaire. In the future, the Lu Group will be managed by him. Same person, different fate. They say you have to win at the starting line in life. The life of a rich second generation is probably waiting for us at the finish line as soon as we are born. Young Master Lu had the aura of a powerful king, and he walked leisurely to the side of the reporter who was interviewing him. Then he sat down and crossed his legs naturally. The momentum is very strong. He has the temperament of a big boss. Zhang Xiaoning broke into a cold sweat, feeling slightly unhappy. In fact, the first 2 issues of this wealth interview were reserved for the successors of the first and second groups in the wealth ranking. But they are low-key, gentle, and have no airs at all. It's very comfortable to get along with each other. The whole interview process was also very pleasant. On the contrary, Lu Rongtian from the Lu family is not as wealthy as the first 2, but he is the most difficult one to get along with. Although he is indeed very rich, he is not as rich as the first 2. But he is the one who has the most powerful aura. This is very inappropriate. This Mr. Lu is too pretentious. Look at him. This is being broadcast live on the internet.
The expression on his face is like he is telling you how awesome I am. This guy has no manners at all. If he didn't have a good father, he wouldn't have been able to be on the show. Although she felt somewhat unhappy in her heart, the interviewing reporter Zhang Xiaoning still forced a few smiles and began the interview. What do you think is the secret to a person's wealth? Hearing this question, Mr. Lu pretended to laugh. He thought for a moment, pretending to be mature, and said, "In fact, I think the most important qualities of a person are ambition and desire, and the courage to fight. Even when you are in a desperate situation, you should not give up or despair, but should maintain a calm attitude. I think the quality of a person's character is the key to whether he will succeed or not." Chapter 124, Shaman is about to change. In fact, although our Lu group is not as good as the Tianjun group now, according to my personal plan, I will surpass them all in 10 years at most. Lu Baiwang said this while gesticulating. The interviewer Zhang Xiaoning smiled awkwardly and continued, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for bringing us the wealth secrets. This person is too pretentious. Every gesture and movement is full of the desire to show off oneself." What he said was even more shameless. Some of the comments were also unhappy. This guy is so fake, his mouth is full of lies, he is just pretending to be a good father. Hypocritical and shameless. He is clearly relying on his father's influence to do business and is trying to say that he has worked so hard. If wealth can be obtained through hard work, then the richest people in the world would probably be coal miners who work more than 20 hours a day. I really want to see if he can remain calm and composed if he really falls into a desperate situation. Lu Rongtian raised a cup of tea and took a sip. He felt very proud of himself and it was so comfortable to show off in front of so many people. But just when he felt that his life had reached its peak and became the focus of the whole world. On the wealth ranking list, the asset valuation of the Lu Group suddenly changed. The original valuation was about 400 billion, but it suddenly seemed to have plummeted. Within a few minutes, the price dropped to more than 300 billion. This is a live broadcast across the entire network. Soon, someone discovered this. The barrage went viral. Look, Lu's valuation is plummeting. What's going on? As question marks floated across the screen. Lu Rongtian had a bad feeling in his heart. But he still managed to say, "It's okay, this is just a normal adjustment. You may not understand the financial system very well. I'm here." But before he could say anything, the interviewing reporter Zhang Xiaoning opened her eyes wide and her mouth became an O-shaped mouth the size of a pigeon egg. All because she never took her eyes off the wealth rankings. Mr. Lu swallowed. He turned his head and his face changed drastically. The speed at which Lu Group's valuation plummeted was completely beyond his imagination. In less than 10 minutes, the market value had plummeted from over 400 billion to over 100 billion. In just over 10 minutes, more than 300 billion of his family business evaporated. This is equivalent to burning mountains and seas of money. Lu Rongtian felt a blockage in his heart, and he felt that his breathing was not smooth and he felt a little suffocated. The Lu Group's ranking has continued to drop to 7th place. But all this is just the beginning. The Lu Group's stock price plummeted, and the valuation of the entire group collapsed. The speed of the plunge was extremely terrifying. Another 10 minutes passed. It plummeted from more than 100 billion to more than 40 billion. The Lu Group has even fallen out of the top 10. As the stock price and group valuation collapsed, Mr. Lu almost had a mental breakdown. Especially since this is being broadcast live on the entire network. This is extremely embarrassing. Audiences across the internet were watching his jokes online. Lu Rongtian's face turned pale and he almost fell down. The funniest thing is that the secret to wealth he was talking about just now was to teach others not to panic when they encounter desperate situations, but to have a calm mind. But he himself was already in a state of panic and almost fainted. Stock prices plummeted and valuations collapsed. The instigator of all this was naturally Lin Fan. 1 hour ago, Lin Fan secretly disclosed a lot of confidential data about the Lu Group anonymously. The team of computer experts headed by Mr. Lu has extraordinary capabilities. The data they collected was undoubtedly extremely fatal to the Lu Group. No matter how huge an empire is, it has a fragile fulcrum. If you pry this fulcrum, no matter how big the empire is, it will collapse. These data are the fatal handles and weaknesses. Most of the data can be easily formally proofread. Many people can verify the credibility of the data and its authenticity after a quick check when they first see it. The evidence is irrefutable.
Anyone with a discerning eye can see that things are about to change in Xiamen. The Lu Group is about to face a terrible storm. What is even more deadly is that while Lin Fan was spreading this data, he also added an extra piece of information. That is, in the near future, Carlo Law Firm will use these evidences to formally sue the Lu Group. When shareholders on the stock market heard the news, they immediately started to panic. The Lu Group stocks have performed extremely strongly in recent years and have hardly fallen, so they hold a large number of stocks. But once these data are exposed, they will undoubtedly have a devastating impact on the stock price. If it were an ordinary day, they might not care too much. After all, public relations methods have developed quite rapidly nowadays, and it is not difficult to suppress some news. What really made them panic was that the law firm that was about to sue Lu was the Carlo Law Firm. Carlo Law Firm. In Xiamen, everyone knows this legendary law firm. The team of top-notch lawyers under the Carlo Law Firm is well known to everyone. There is only one comment from the public about it. Invincible in battle and victorious in every attack. Even if you are not in the legal field, you have basically heard about the strength of this law firm. Now the evidence is irrefutable and there is an ace law firm in charge. It is obvious that Lu's stock will be caught in a wave of plummeting prices. For them, the best option is to sell all of Lu's shares. And they are rushing to sell. Once you are one step late, it will be a huge loss. So they immediately fell into fear and frantically sold Lu's stocks. Therefore, the stock price of Lu Group, which was once at its peak, plummeted all the way and suddenly became extremely cheap. Investors in the market have completely lost confidence in Lu. Thus a dramatic scene occurred. When Lu Rongtian came onto the show with great pride, in front of the entire network audience, he crossed his legs and did an exclusive interview with the top 3 on Xiamen's wealth ranking list. When he proudly introduced his business experience and life teachings. However, the shares of Lu Group plummeted online. Accidents always come suddenly. Young Master Lu was completely confused. Dumbfounded. Mr. Lu's kingly aura gradually faded as his net worth on the wealth list plummeted. For a moment, he found it hard to believe this cruel reality. The audience in the live broadcast room were completely amused by this scene. Master Lu just said that we should keep a positive attitude even in desperate situations. Look at him now. He looks like he is scared out of his wits. Just now he was pretending to be so serious in giving advice to others, but then the accident happened and his true colors were revealed. Look at him, his face is ashen and he's shaking like a sieve. I guess his pants are soaked with fear. This guy can definitely make me laugh all day long, it's so funny. Chapter 125 High Salary Offer. But what exactly is going on? Guess what happened to the Lu Group? Will the wealth rankings in Xiamen be reshuffled? An emergency meeting was held within the Lu Group. The head of the group, Lu Qianfan, who is also Mr. Lu's biological father, is now furious. What is going on? Why has the management of our group been so chaotic in recent years? Why has so many unexpected things happened? Lu Qianfan shouted angrily. In front of him, a group of top executives of the group were trembling with fear, their faces looking ashen. Now that the Lu Group is in a quagmire, no one can escape responsibility. But Lu Qianfan is indeed a heroic figure. The gleam in his eyes did not diminish at all, and he said sternly, "The most important thing is that you didn't even do it cleanly when you did it, and it was discovered so easily. What's wrong with you?" A director whispered, "Boss Lu, most of these problematic businesses are managed by young master Lu Rongtian." Lu Qianfan gritted his teeth, exhaling hot breath from his nostrils. "This piece of trash, after this matter is over, I will settle this account with him." Then he took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. Why can't you contact the relevant personnel or ask the technical staff to delete these messages immediately? Don't you even have this basic public relations ability? Why do I spend a lot of money to support you? Lu Qianfan questioned. The relevant technician said with embarrassment, "We can't delete it. The other party's technical capabilities are far superior to ours, and the people in the public relations department can't contact the other party." Lu Qianfan smashed a teacup angrily, "A bunch of good-for-nothings." At this time, his second son Lu Rongdao came out and reminded him, "Father, the first priority now is to solve the problem." Lu Qianfan frowned, "How to solve it?" Lu Rongdao replied, "I have already investigated, and this incident should be caused by my eldest brother. A few days ago, he suddenly took out a large sum of money and wanted to poach the team talents of Carlo Law Firm and acquire Lawrence Middle School. And behind these two organizations there is a common leader named Lin Fan. Brother must have offended this person, which is why what happened today happened. Hearing this, Lu Qianfan frowned and was extremely displeased. It's this little beast who caused the trouble again.
Where is he now? Mr. Lu is being interviewed by Fortune.
Lu Qianfan was furious again and said, this idiot has squandered all our family fortunes, and he still has the mood to be on this stupid show.
Let's find him right away. Then, he looked at his second son's face, was silent for a moment and asked, what do you think should happen next?
The second son, Lu Rongdao, said calmly, the stock market has ups and downs. Although our assets are plummeting now, as long as Lin Fan is willing to let us go, the stock price will naturally rise slowly, and our asset losses can be minimized.
Lu Qianfan's expression was uncertain. Prepare the gifts, I will go and meet this Lin Fan in person.
Just when the outside world was in chaos and almost exploded, Lin Fan sat on the armchair in his own Prince Fan's mansion, basking in the sun leisurely.
Steal a half day of leisure from busy life.
Lin Fan really enjoyed this leisurely time.
Tian Meiwei was playing with her cell phone out of boredom.
Suddenly, she saw a piece of news and immediately screamed, Boss, look, the Lu Group's stock price has evaporated by hundreds of billions, and the group's chairman, Lu Qianfan, is almost dead from worry. Hearing this news, Lin Fan raised his lips and said, this world is in chaos.
Many people get rich every day, and many people fall. Don't be so surprised. It makes you look like you haven't seen the world. Tian Meiwei? Boss, this is your mortal enemy.
A few days ago, they sent someone to cause trouble, looking like they wanted to ride on your face. His sudden death is a great joyous event, worthy of celebration.
The boss's reaction was very abnormal. Tian Meiwei asked uncertainly, Boss, could it be that you did this?
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, to make up a rumor, you need evidence.
I didn't do anything. Tian Meiwei muttered quietly, if there is evidence, it's not called a rumor. You old man are so bad that you didn't even tell me.
Lin Fan laughed twice, stretched out his hand to pinch Tian Meiwei's chubby little face, and laughed wantonly. Do I, Lin Fan, need to explain my actions in my life to a little sister like you? Tian Meiwei's cheeks were pinched, and she immediately blushed and spat, not serious.
Just as the two of them were laughing and joking. Lu Shishir, however, was feeling somewhat depressed. Because she just received a call asking her to go home immediately.
The call was from her stepmother.
Needless to say, nothing good is going to happen. Lin Fan was very keenly aware of this and asked directly, what happened?
Lu Shishir briefly talked about herself. In order to gain property, her stepmother forced her to marry into the Lu group and become Lu Rongtian's wife. In terms of family inheritance, the Lu family can not only be of great help, but the Lu family itself is also quite powerful. But Lu Shishir kept delaying and even refused last time. So letting her go home now might even mean keeping her under control.
Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned and said, why bother with such a person?
Lu Shishir hesitated and said, she might come to see me in person.
I'm afraid that will cause trouble for you. No problem.
Lin Fan waved his hand. Even if the sky falls, we still have Lin Fan to hold it up. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lu Shishir looked at Lin Fan's manly appearance and couldn't help but feel a little reassured.
But the hidden worries in my heart can't be eliminated. Then, Lin Fan turned around and asked Tian Meiwei, any news about the chef I asked someone to find earlier?
Tian Meiwei took out her documents and said, there is a very famous Western restaurant next to the horse farm in the southwest of Xiamen City. It is said that there is a beautiful chef who meets your requirements. Not only is she beautiful, but her cooking skills are also superb, even better than those in our family.
Oh no. Lin Fan suddenly became interested.
Her appearance and cooking skills are better than those beautiful chefs in Lishan Villa district.
That is an extremely rare and precious talent.
Tian Meiwei said jokingly, boss, let's go by her directly.
Lin Fan interrupted, that's really harsh. What do you mean by bought? It's a high-paying job.
Okay, it's a high salary offer.
Tian Meiwei rolled her eyes and thought, isn't that the same thing?
Lin Fan made a decision and said, today we will go to the southwest horse farm to have fun, ride horses, and then go to eat Western food, and then buy that chef, and hire him at a high salary. Upon hearing this decision, Tian Meiwei immediately cheered in surprise, great. Horse riding and delicious food are both of their favorite things. Seeing how excited the two were, Lu Shishir couldn't help but smile. The three of them cleaned up simply, and except for the two women who took a long time to put on makeup, it was quite neat and tidy.
About an hour later,
the figures of three people appeared at the southwest racecourse.
Chapter 126, Courtesy First, Then Attack.
There are many fine horses with long flowing manes. Each one is tall and strong, with evenly proportioned muscles. There is a sense of gentleness and strength to the look of them.
Tian Meiwei was a little excited.
Under the guidance of professionals, she quickly mastered the skills of horse riding. But when she was about to turn around and show off her riding skills to Lin Fan, she found that Lin Fan's riding skills were obviously much better than hers. In a short while, Lin Fan had tamed the horse under his crotch completely and was able to control it with ease.
Boss, when did you learn to ride a horse? And you ride so well? Tian Meiwei was a little shocked.
Lin Fan touched his nose. I don't know why riding a horse feels so special. It could be a talent, or it could be his previous god-level driving skills, or maybe it also has a bonus for horse riding. But after riding for a while, Lin Fan felt a little bored. The horse under him was too obedient and had limited strength.
It would be nice to have a better horse.
Lin Fan's heart moved, and he secretly decided to get a truly rare horse later. But just as the idea came to his mind, a fiery red horse then appeared. The horse's 4 hooves were churning, its long mane was flying, and it was running like a red dragon.
Good horse. Tian Meiwei couldn't help but praise.
However, when Lin Fan saw clearly the owner of the horse, his expression turned slightly cold. The foreigner Peter was following behind the 3 men. It was Peter who was holding the reins of the fiery red horse. Lin Fan, this is our gift to you, the Hanoverian horse. The Hanoverian horse is one of the most popular racing horses in the world. A purebred Hanoverian horse would cost at least millions, or even tens of millions.
This horse was brought by Lu Qianfan, Lu Rongtian, and Lu Rongdao.
A father and 2 sons, after they inquired about the news and learned that Lin Fan was here, they immediately prepared this gift and came here.
Lu Rongtian said reluctantly, "Are you Lin Fan? My father asked me to apologize to you, I hope you can show mercy." He said these words reluctantly and without sincerity.
Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged and he said nothing. This calm state naturally showed Lin Fan's attitude.
Obviously, he was not satisfied. He needs to give a more sincere apology.
Otherwise, he doesn't intend to stop. Lu Rongdao, the second son of the Lu family, looked calm and said, "Mr. Lin, if my elder brother has offended you, I, his younger brother, can accept any punishment on his behalf. Please show some mercy." Lu Qianfan also said, "Young man, you should forgive others when you can. Leave a way out for them so that we can meet again in the future. Why make things so unbearable? How about this, you make a request and we'll try our best to satisfy it as compensation for my son's rudeness to you."
That should be fine, right?
Just when Lin Fan was negotiating with the Lu father and son,
many people from the Lu group gathered in a small corner not far from the racecourse.
They looked at Lin Fan's young face and were secretly surprised.
Ding! Surprise value plus 500. 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 Too crazy. Is this the person who turned our Lu family upside down? And he's so young? The new generation is pushing the old generation forward.
I never thought that the person who caused Lu's crazy loss of so much money was just a young man in his early 20s. This person is so bold that he openly opposes the Lu group. It has been many years since Xiaocheng has seen such a person. We, the Lu family, have weathered many storms over the years. I don't believe that this brat can really pose a fatal threat to us.
It's hard to say. Let's wait for the chairman's decision.
Lu Qianfan, the old vixen, narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment, and a hint of cold light flashed imperceptibly.
Face head on the battle-hardened father and son trio.
This Lin Fan was not at all stage frightened. He looks as steady as a rock, calm and composed. He doesn't seem at all like the calmness that a young man in his early 20s should have.
This boy is not simple. Lu Qianfan's heart moved.
With such a steady character, it's probably hard to overwhelm him with words. Lu Qianfan, a powerful hero of his time, has been tested on the battlefield for a long time since his debut decades ago.
This old fox with deep scheming always has an accurate judgment of people.
Lin Fan's silence and calmness were like a boundless ocean, making him feel powerless to do anything. At this moment, Lin Fan refused to utter even a word, obviously dissatisfied with the sincerity on his side.
The eldest son, Lu Rongtian, was domineering and selfish.
A fierce light flashed in his eyes. If the soft approach doesn't work, don't blame us for the hard approach. The second son, Lu Rongdao, also had a slightly cold look in his eyes. If this person had made a request, it would be easy to deal with. But he didn't say a word, which means that he has more plans. He is definitely not easy to deal with. The three Lu family members looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Before the three of them came here, they had already discussed the basic countermeasures. Be polite before using force. If this matter can be resolved amicably, then that would be the best. Even if the cost is a little more, it is fine as long as it is within an acceptable range. But if Lin Fan insisted on going against them, then they couldn't be blamed. The three members of the Lu family have dominated Xiamen for decades, holding power and wealth, relying on their thunder-like methods. At this moment, their bodyguards had already been quietly deployed around. Most of these bodyguards are retired foreign special forces soldiers who have received advanced training. These people have been through hundreds of battles and have been baptized in many war-torn countries. Their military power is extremely powerful. The backup plan of the Lu family's two sons was to use force if Lin Fan did not cooperate. The three of them stared at Lin Fan's face, waiting for their chance to strike. They had already secretly agreed that if things changed, they would smash the cup as a signal. Lu Rongtian said with a fake smile, Lin Fan, are you really going to fight with our Lu family to the end? You know, you've only temporarily dealt a blow to our stock price. As long as we get through this, it won't be difficult to recover. At this point, Master Lu, relying on his father's presence, unconsciously revealed the temperament of a king. Lin Fan glanced at him coldly and said mockingly, do you have the right to speak here? You have already brought great disaster to your family. Who gave you the courage to speak here? Is it the singer surnamed Liang? You. Master Lu was so angry that he couldn't even breathe. He immediately wanted to use force to control Lin Fan. However, Lu Rongdao held his hand tightly. Don't act rashly. A look of unwillingness flashed across Lu Rongtian's eyes. This Lin Fan is going too far. Our side clearly has the advantage in military strength. Wouldn't it be better to just take him down directly? There's no point in haggling over the terms. Lu Rongtian was angry. At this moment, Lin Fan clapped his hands. Chapter 127. If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound of helicopter propellers in the sky. Lu Qianfan was slightly startled, looked up, and said in surprise, a private jet A380, this is a top-notch product that costs at least 3 billion? Even Lu Qianfan wanted to spend a huge price to buy this precious aircraft, but unfortunately he was a step too late and failed. Unexpectedly, I saw this precious private jet here at Lin Fan's place today. And this was just the beginning. What really shocked Lu Qianfan had just happened. Just as the private plane was about to land, a man in a suit with a bruised face and nose was suddenly thrown off a private plane. The man in the suit looked familiar, and Lu Qianfan was a little surprised. When he saw the man's face clearly, he could no longer hold the expression on his face. Ah, you were actually? Lu Qianfan said in a lost voice. This person was one of the bodyguards he brought with him, and he was also the one who used the tyrannical force to forcibly control Lin Fan. This man was once a personal bodyguard of a foreign president and is proficient in close combat and criminal investigation psychology. This was supposed to be his trump card. But it was easily resolved by Lin Fan. And this man in a suit, is just the first one. Then, 7 or 8 more men in suits were thrown out from the private plane. They are all ace bodyguards brought by the Lu father and son. But at this moment, they all looked like drowned dogs, with bruised faces and noses, wailing endlessly. The Lu brothers all changed color. Even though Lu Qianfan was a scheming man, he couldn't help but look shocked. Ding. Surprise value plus 700. Ding. Surprise value plus 700. Ding. Surprise value plus 700. After the private jet A380 landed, 3 people with bodies as straight as green pines walked out of it. 1 woman and 2 men. They were Lin Fan's 3 god-level bodyguards. Director Lin, these people were sneaking around here, and we have already dealt with them all. Lu Yuhan reported. Lin Fan nodded. Then, he looked at the Lu family's 2 sons. Lin Fan smiled and said, these people disturbed us. I taught them a lesson. I think you won't mind. Do we dare to mind what you said? Lu Rongtian swallowed hard. He used to bully the weak, and he believed that he had the force to back him up, so he was fearless. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan took over the show. Lin Fan took control of the situation in the blink of an eye. The Lu family father and son squeezed out a sentence from between their teeth, "I don't mind." Lin Fan stretched lazily on the horse's back and said directly, "Let's be frank. If you really want to apologize, then show some sincerity. Lin Fan, let's discuss something. What exactly do you want?" Lu Rongtian couldn't help but ask. Master Lu saw that all the force on his side was easily resolved by Lin Fan. The king's temperament suddenly became weak again. I had to start the discussion mode. Lu Qianfan's eyes gleamed, and he said with a smile, "Little friend Lin Fan, why are you so serious? We don't have any deep hatred. It's just some friction between young people." "Oh? A small friction." Lin Fan glanced at it. The group of men in suits with bruised faces and noses on the ground. If he didn't have 3 bodyguards, he would probably be in this miserable state now. At the mercy of others. This shrewd old fox Lu Qianfan spoke nicely on the surface. In fact, it still depends on strength. Thinking of this, Lin Fan was no longer polite. He made his request directly. If a child is not taught well, it is the fault of the father. Lin Fan said coldly. Since your son has committed a sin, you should pay for it by leading the horse's stirrups. Leading a horse and dropping the stirrups means that in ancient times when the master was going out, the servant would lead the horse and drop the stirrups in the right direction, never leaving his left or right side. This is the etiquette that only a servant would show to his master. Lin Fan's move was tantamount to losing face for the Lu family. He wanted the great hero Lu Qianfan to treat him as a master and servant. How domineering! Even Lu Rongdao, who was very polite, looked stunned. Lu Rongtian was furious and said, "You are going too far to bring shame to our Lu family." Lin Fan did not speak. Tian Meiwei on the side said coldly, "You want to bring shame to your Lu family? When you wanted to embezzle our property and poach our talents, why didn't you think about the loss of our reputation? When you wanted to occupy our boss's house and take his woman, why didn't you think about the loss of our reputation? When you tried to control our boss by force, putting his life in danger, why didn't you think about the loss of our reputation? Since we can make your assets plummet tenfold today, we can make them plummet 20-fold tomorrow, and 30 times the day after tomorrow. As long as we want, we can keep shrinking your assets. By then, your Lu family will be dead, so what dignity will you still have to talk about?" Our boss asked Mr. Lu to lead the horse. Is that embarrassing for you? Being able to lead our boss's horse is a compliment to you. It gives you face. At the critical moment, Tian Meiwei's words were stern and powerful. Almost all the Lu family members present changed color. Lu Rongtian looked stern but was actually timid, and was just about to say something. Lu Rongdao gritted his teeth, his face full of humiliation. Only Lu Qianfan took a deep breath, his expression uncertain. Finally, he sighed and said, "The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead. It is my Lu family who is blind and has offended the noble man." You are right. If a son is not taught well, it is the fault of his father. The son's debt is paid by the father. Lu Qianfan felt bitter and helpless. He had ordered people to investigate Lin Fan's strength carefully before he came. On the surface, he is the person in charge of Carlo Law Firm and Lawrence Middle School. But in fact, this is just one of his identities in Xiamen. He has a deep foundation and connections in Haichang. Even the richest man in Haichang, Zhou Fuao, has a close relationship with him. He didn't want to provoke a young man with such unfathomable strength. Intimidation by force is only a last resort. What's more, the military force has been lost now. If you really want to keep things peaceful, perhaps you have no choice but to sacrifice your reputation. Lu Qianfan sighed repeatedly and said, "I, Lu Qianfan, have been in the business for decades. People respect and fear me. I have a glorious life. I didn't expect that my old age would be like this. It's ridiculous." Lu Rongtian's eyes turned red and he wanted to step forward, but his brother grabbed his arm tightly. Lin Fan looked indifferent as he slowly got off his horse. Then he made a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Lu Qianfan could only hunch his body slightly and start to lead the horse's stirrups like a horseman. The Lu family members not far away almost popped their eyes out. Ding! Surprise value plus 1,000. 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 Ding! Surprise value plus 1,000.
What is Mr. Lu doing? It seemed to be a salute to the young man. Could it be that the Lu family's father and son were all defeated and lost?
The situation has changed.
Shaman is definitely going to change. The power structure is going to be reshuffled. And just at this moment, not far from the racecourse, a lady's Ferrari came from afar.
In the car, there was a middle-aged woman with a sharp look between her brows.
Chapter 128, Cause and Effect, Retribution Will Come.
She has a graceful appearance and a pair of phoenix eyes, which makes her look quite captivating.
She is Lu Shirshir's stepmother, Lu Yuerong.
Next to her sat a close friend.
The two of them talked. Shirshir is really too ignorant. Young people nowadays really know nothing, unlike our generation. Lu Yuerong sighed. The best friend nodded repeatedly and said, "That's right. The eldest son of the Lu group is such a great man.
To be able to marry a young man from such a top-tier wealthy family is simply a blessing that cannot be achieved in several lifetimes." But my bestie said cautiously, "But the Lu group seems to have run into some trouble recently."
Lu Yuerong sneered, "A lean camel is still bigger than a horse.
Even if a 100 billionaire encounters difficulties, he is still a 10 billionaire. What's more, the distribution of the old man's inheritance still requires the help of the Lu family." When my best friend heard this, she wisely shut her mouth and didn't continue talking about this topic. After all, this involves the privacy of the Lu family. Even if they have been close friends for many years, it is better not to talk about some things in depth. Lu Yuerong sighed again and again, saying, Shirshir went back to her hometown, that Qinghe township, and has become more and more disobedient since she came back.
Isn't it just a poor and remote place?
You said that in such a small place, what kind of men are worth winning over? Most likely, it's some poor boys that Shirshir has been bewitched by. After all, she is too young and doesn't understand anything. I am afraid she has been deceived.
My best friend laughed and said, "Young people are all like this." Lu Yuerong said, "The Lu family is a big family, especially their chairman Lu Qianfan, he is."
Before she could finish her words, a scene taking place not far away suddenly made her a little dazed. She squinted her eyes in surprise and tried her best to open them wide. Lu Qianfan, the chairman of the Lu group whom she had just mentioned, was now like a lowly servant, holding the stirrups of a horse for someone.
Lu Yuerong cried out in amazement, "Lu Qianfan personally led the horse for someone? Who is this young man?"
Lin Fan quietly looked at the old man who was leading his horse. One of the most powerful men in Shaman, the head of the Lu group, was actually willing to condescend and lead the horse for him personally. I deliberately made such an excessive request, but he didn't refuse. He is so cunning and worthy of being a self-made man of the older generation. Lin Fan sighed in his heart.
He made this request just to test the other party's bottom line.
In fact, Lin Fan was also quite curious about how much background these heroes who dominated Shaman City had. Unexpectedly, the other party's attitude was more submissive than I imagined. Lin Fan guessed that perhaps Lu Qianfan had learned some information about him from somewhere else.
However, when Lin Fan caught a glimpse of Lu Rongtian's unwilling eyes not far away, he couldn't help but find it a little funny.
That look seemed to be saying that sooner or later he would take revenge and wash away today's shame. Lin Fan rode his horse and slowly came in front of Mr. Lu.
"Lu Rongtian."
Lin Fan chuckled. "You are arrogant and domineering, claiming to be a favored child of heaven, and think that all good things should belong to you, but I took Lu Shirshir away in front of you, are you convinced?"
Lu Rongtian clenched his hands, feeling extremely unwilling and resentful.
But he thought that even his father couldn't do anything to Lin Fan. If I turn against him now, all my father's hard work will go to waste. Although Lu Rongtian's character is a little rough due to his family background, he is not a fool after all. His body felt weak, and he lowered his eyelids and said, "I surrender." Originally, Lu Shirshir was the woman he had set his eyes on first, and he was even planning to use his family connections to force her into marriage. But the situation is stronger than people, and fate will prevail. At first he wanted to use his family's power to force her to marry him, but now he ran into the even stronger Lin Fan, who snatched Lu Shirshir away from him. Cause and effect will always come in a cycle. Lu Rongtian suddenly felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained.
On weekdays, he always bullies men and women and acts in a very arrogant manner.
But now, it is finally my turn. It feels good to bully others, but it is extremely uncomfortable when you are bullied by others. He was used to being in a superior position, but now he had to bow his head. When Lin Fan saw him like this, he couldn't help but want to tease him again. Your Lu family is large and powerful, dominating Shaman City, but I used some means to make your Lu family's assets plummet tenfold, causing great damage to your vitality. Lin Fan chuckled. With these injuries, it will take several years for Lu's to recover as before. I am damaging your family business and destroying your assets. Are you willing to accept this? Lu Rongtian's heart was bleeding, but the situation was stronger than him, so he had to bow his head. Justice does not lie in the hearts of the people, right and wrong lie only in the circumstances. Just as the grass on the ground grows taller with the climate, a sky covered with dark clouds is bound to bring heavy rain. Now Lin Fan has the situation under control and has everything under his control. Lu Rongtian's arrogance disappeared, and he no longer had any arrogance. He could only bow his head and say, I surrender. Lin Fan continued, You, the chairman of Lu Corporation, are a great hero of your time, and you have great success. But I let him lead my horse and stirrup me, treating me like a master and servant. I will destroy your Lu family's prestige and take away your Lu family's reputation. Are you convinced? Lu Rongtian felt depressed and almost fainted from anger. He said weakly, I surrender. Lin Fan clapped his hands and smiled, his voice directed at Donyo. Well, I know you are not convinced, but it doesn't matter, we can play slowly. He laughed loudly on horseback, and slowly turned around and left with Lu Shishir and Tian Meiwei. The crowd behind him was left stunned. This Lin Fan is too cruel. He is definitely a ruthless person. Did you guys just take the picture of Lu Qianfan leading the horse for someone? You are asking for your life. Who dares to film this? If you film this, even if the Lu family has to go through thousands of mountains and rivers, they will definitely punish you. Even the Lu family father and son had to bow to Lin Fan. This man must be someone important. We must not offend this Lin Fan. The person who truly felt fear and shock was Lu Shishir's stepmother, Lu Yuerong. She herself had some assets and used special means to locate Lu Shishir's location. Her original intention of coming here today was to forcibly take Lu Shishir back and marry her to the Lu family. But now, she felt that her three perspectives had suffered a terrible shock and it was difficult for her to carry out her original plan. Even a hero like Lu Qianfan has given in. Lu Yuerong was shocked. What kind of man did Shishir find? It's so scary. Her best friend next to her also had a look of shock on her face, her lips slightly wide open and difficult to close. Until about 20 minutes had passed. The two women slowly recovered from their shock. Lu Yuerong forced a smile and said, Let me just say that Shishir is a child. She has been smart, wise and mature since she was young. The man she found herself is reassuring. We are all old. How can we understand the situation of these young people? Let them make their own decision. When my best friend heard this, she was immediately confused and amused. Chapter 129 Fate, Indescribable. Just now in the car, you kept saying that young people like Lu Shishir have no experience and know nothing. How come in the blink of an eye, a new version of the story was used? In the final analysis, it all comes down to strength. Lin Fan rode away in style. When the three of them left everyone's sight, Tian Meiwei beside him immediately complained, Boss, what you just said was too arrogant, like what the evil villains in some movies said. Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately reached out and patted her shoulder, scolding her with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? Whether you are a decent person or a villain, isn't that a matter of fact? I haven't done anything bad like bullying men or women. That young Master Lu has done a lot of bad things. Just look at the smug look on the foreigner under him. You can tell that he has bullied many of our compatriots. How can I let him off so easily? When Tian Meiwei heard what he said, she felt that it made some sense. That day, Peter came before him with an arrogant attitude, and it was obvious that he was also an unscrupulous and domineering person in his daily life. He is Lu's little minion, so naturally he can see his master's character. It is reasonable to teach them a lesson. However, Lin Fan's next words made Tian Meiwei feel a little amused. Lin Fan said directly, Besides, I didn't say that I am a noble person with a decent style. I am just an ordinary person. Don't ask too much of me. Hearing this, Tian Meiwei curled her lips. Ordinary people. Are you in Versailles? If you are all ordinary people, then what am I? Lu Shishir found it quite amusing to see them bickering. However, when the three people returned their horses to the stable, a Western restaurant next door attracted their attention. This Western restaurant is not very big and even a bit simple. But the fragrance coming from inside makes people drool. And through the crack in the door, he looked towards the kitchen. You can see a slim and graceful woman cooking. She has a slender figure, soft curves, and a graceful posture. Slim waist, thin legs, skinny and charming. Even Tian Meiwei, who was quite confident about her figure, felt a little surprised and couldn't help feeling jealous. Lu Shishir couldn't help but take a few more glances. The woman's figure was so rare that even she was a little surprised. The woman's body proportions are just right. If it were a little more, she would look a little plump, but if it were a little less, she would look too thin. Such a perfect figure can be said to be a masterpiece of God. Even Lin Fan, who was used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but feel moved. If God gave a girl such a perfect figure. So what does this girl's face look like? Do they complement each other, or are they completely opposite? Lin Fan secretly looked forward to seeing the beauty of this pretty chef. Tian Meiwei saw that he was also somewhat interested, and couldn't help but puff out her chest proudly, boasting, "Boss, I did a perfect job, didn't I? I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the female chef in this restaurant." Lin Fan patted her shoulder and said, "You did a great job. Once you have her, you won't have to go into the kitchen anymore. It's such a great joy." Tian Meiwei was choked by Lin Fan's words and said angrily, "You." Lu Shishir came to the rescue and said, "We haven't ordered yet, let's order first." Hearing this, Lin Fan casually raised the menu. Although this Western restaurant is not large, it is kept very clean and spotless. But it should only accommodate about a dozen people. However, there are quite a few varieties of dishes on the menu. Beef stewed in red wine, baked potatoes with garlic, roasted vegetables with cumin, seared steak with salt, pan-fried salmon with lemon, pasta with tomato meat sauce. There are at least dozens of varieties. This chef is quite attentive. Lin Fan was slightly surprised. For some reason, this store's business is not very good and there are not many customers. Apart from Lin Fan and the other two, there were only one or two scattered guests. Lin Fan ordered 2 dishes casually and gave the menu to Tian Meiwei. "Boss, this is public spending, so I won't be polite," Tian Meiwei said, licking her lips. She checked the menu one by one and ordered more than a dozen dishes in a row before she stopped. But when she gave the menu to Lu Shishir shook her head, looking a little worried. "These dishes are enough, I won't order any more." The dishes have been ordered. The kitchen prepares and serves food very quickly. The beef is stewed in red wine, the beef is soft and tasty, and the aroma of wine is strong. The tomato pasta is sweet and sour, and the noodles are chewy. The grilled steak was cooked to perfection, tender and delicious. Even though Lin Fan's taste had long been refined by the beautiful chefs at home, he couldn't help but feel his eyes brighten when he smelled the delicious aroma in his mouth. Great! Tian Meiwei was also very satisfied. Lin Fan and the other two devoured the meal with gusto. However, the 3 of them were so engrossed in their food that they had no time to pay attention to anything else. A female voice with some surprise suddenly sounded. "Lin Fan, it's you." Lin Fan looked up and found a pretty woman looking at him with surprise. Her eyes were bright and there was unspeakable joy between her brows. It was Gu Jianing. This was the female singer that Lin Fan met not long ago during the audition of Apocalypse Media. Before that, Lin Fan had been thinking that after the competition was over, he would have the chance to buy her back to his villa in Lishan Villa District and have her become the lead singer of his own private band. Unexpectedly, by coincidence, I met her here again. "It's you." Lin Fan smiled slightly. "Are you coming to eat too?" When Gu Jianing saw Lin Fan, her face immediately flushed with embarrassment, and she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "No, I came to look for my sister." Lin Fanchi asked, "Your sister?" "She is the chef of this restaurant. Her name is Gu Jiahuan." "Oh no." When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately felt that fate was truly indescribable. The lead singer of my private band and the private chef I chose from the vast crowd turned out to be a pair of sisters. It seems that their parents are really outstanding. They can actually raise 2 sisters with such outstanding talents. Tian Meiwei cheered and whispered in Lin Fan's ear, "Then let's just go all out today and buy them both at once." Hearing this, Lin Fan tapped her little head gently, signaling her not to make trouble. Lin Fan has a sharp mind and a keen eye. He could clearly see that when Gu Jianing mentioned her sister's name, a hint of heartache and worry flashed in her eyes. Obviously, there was something she wasn't telling herself. Maybe she was afraid of causing trouble for herself, or maybe she was absolutely unable to handle the matter on her own. "We also want to meet your sister," Lin Fan said calmly. Gu Jianing hesitated slightly. If someone else had made this request, she might have simply refused. After all, my sister is a little shy and doesn't like to meet strangers. Especially now, her situation is somewhat special and she is not in good condition. I guess she doesn't want to see strangers. Chapter 130 Talented and Beautiful. But looking at Lin Fan's expression, he felt too embarrassed to refuse. What's more, Lin Fan might be able to help. Gu Jianing said hesitantly, okay, but only you can see her. Lin Fan was not surprised by this answer. He had subconsciously realized that the Gu sisters must have encountered some troubles. Lin Fan turned to the two girls and said, "You guys continue eating here, I'll be back soon." Tian Meiwei and Lu Shishir nodded sensibly. Then, Lin Fan followed Gu Jianing to the kitchen and met her sister. Apart from her already stunning figure, this is a woman whose face is 3 times more beautiful than Gu Jianing. The face looks younger and full of youthful energy. More upright and lively facial features, with a spiritual temperament. She is a girl with elf-like beauty. However, her face was pale and sickly, and her body looked a little weak. Lin Fan already had a guess in his mind, but he didn't say anything. Gu Jiahuan was naturally delighted to see her elder sister. But when she saw that there was a strange man next to her elder sister, she couldn't help but shrink back in fear and timidity. But when she saw Lin Fan's face, Emperor Yan's handsome appearance suddenly shone on her face like warm sunshine. Suddenly, she seemed to find it not so difficult for her to accept talking to strangers. Gu Jianing introduced, "Lin Fan, this is my sister Gu Jiahuan." Lin Fan extended his hand politely and generously, "Nice to meet you, my name is Lin Fan." Facing the hand that Lin Fan extended, Gu Jiahuan's face suddenly turned red and she subconsciously took a few steps back. She has been an introvert since she was young and is not good at communicating with others. In addition, her family is strict, which makes her extremely shy. Gu Jianing smiled and said, "My sister is shy, please don't be surprised." Lin Fan nodded. But when he was about to withdraw his hand, Gu Jiahuan took a step forward, stretched out her hand nervously, and held Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan was slightly surprised. "I heard my sister talk about you. You helped her a lot, so you are a good person," Gu Jiahuan said. "Nice to meet you." "Hello. My name is Gu Jiahuan." Hearing her words and looking at her expression, which was obviously a little scared and shy, and feeling her hand, which was clearly nervous, but she held his hand firmly. The little hand was a little cold and smooth, and it felt nice to hold. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel that this person was somewhat interesting. I developed a slight liking for her in my heart. Gu Jiahuan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat when she looked at Lin Fan. Girls are always passionate. Especially when facing a handsome guy like Lin Fan, she couldn't help but have an inexplicable glow in her eyes. Just when the atmosphere became a little subtle, Gu Jianing's phone rang. Summer passed quietly, leaving behind a little secret. This ringtone is a bit rustic. After listening to a few more sentences, I found it quite interesting. It's quite magical. Gu Jiahuan burst into laughter. "Sister, your taste in ringtones is still so weird." Her smile was like thousands of pear trees blooming, and the entire room seemed to be shrouded in warm light. Lin Fan's heart was slightly moved. It's okay if this girl doesn't smile, but she looks really good when she smiles. Her appearance is almost as good as that of top beauties like Lu Shishir and Zhou Wanting. Gu Jianing also felt her face turn red, and said, "I just like this kind of retro ringtone." After saying that, she turned around and answered the phone. But she answered the phone and only said a few words. Lin Fan saw her expression change from calmness at first, to some surprise, and finally to ecstasy. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little curious. Gu Jiahuan, who was standing aside, had some guesses in her mind, and a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. After Gu Jianing finished answering the phone, she still showed an expression of great joy. If an unknown passerby saw her, they would probably think she had won tens of millions of dollars in lottery. Gu Jianing said to her sister Gu Jia happily, "Master Chen agreed to our request. He is willing to come and see Dad tomorrow morning." "Master Chen, that's the medical expert we contacted before." The sudden surprise news made Gu Jiahuan so excited that she almost jumped up. The two sisters kept exclaiming with a mixture of surprise and joy. However, when they calmed down a little, they remembered that Lin Fan was beside them. Gu Jianing smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "Lin Fan, we are too excited, please don't be offended." Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "Nothing, is your father sick?" Gu Jianing's eyes dimmed slightly, and she said, "Yes, my father's heart is not very good." Lin Fanqi asked,
Even the many hospitals in Xiamen are helpless?
In Lin Fan's opinion, today's medical technology has been advancing with each passing day, and there is no way that there is no solution to even heart problems.
Gu Jianing nodded. Well, this disease is quite tricky. Even a comprehensive physical examination at the hospital that costs tens of thousands of dollars can't find it.
She hesitated for a moment and added, in fact, our family has a genetic disease that causes heart problems.
It's a rare genetic disease.
There are almost no such cases in modern medicine.
Apart from top medical experts, I'm afraid there is no hope. Family genetic disease?
When Lin Fan heard this, his heart couldn't help but move slightly. In fact, his family also has a similar genetic disease, but it is not so serious. At most, his nose will become a little red and suffocated in winter. It won't affect your health too much. However, this minor illness often causes Lin Fan to feel headache and discomfort. Therefore, Lin Fan could empathize with this family genetic disease.
So he unconsciously asked another question: is this disease serious when it occurs?
Gu Jianing said somewhat sadly, as most family members age, their physical fitness will quickly weaken. In serious cases, they may even pass away peacefully in their sleep. My family used to run a decent-sized Western restaurant, but a year ago, my father's genetic disease suddenly worsened, and we had to sell the restaurant and the house to pay for the medical expenses.
After hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but be silent.
Lin Fan had a preliminary understanding of the harm of this genetic disease. The Gujia sisters, one is proficient in singing and the other is proficient in cooking. And they are all first-class beauties. Talented and beautiful. But with this strange family genetic disease, it is probably difficult for him to live long.
Lin Fan asked, what about this Master Chen? Gu Jiahuan explained, this Master Chen is an old friend of our father.
It is said that he is very famous overseas and is one of the world's top experts in heart disease research.
If he comes to help us, it may be of great help. Lin Fan nodded.
It turned out that he was an old friend of my father's generation, and also a top noble person who came specially to help.
However,
Lin Fan's heart moved.
How much medical expenses do you still owe? Lin Fan asked.
After hearing this rather pointed question, Gu Jianing and Gu Jiahuan fell silent for a moment. Thinking of the difficult issue of medical expenses, the joy they had just felt was instantly wiped out.